Xiao Xia and Dia didn't believe it either and laughed, saying, "That's impossible. Master Lin is just bragging." Seeing Lin Hezhuang nervously scratching his head and swearing, Zhou Shi smiled and said to Xiao Xia and Dia, "Since ancient times, beautiful women are afraid of persistent men. Master Lin is so persistent that even the most beautiful woman could be moved by him." She originally wanted to say annoyed to death, but thought it was not appropriate, so she changed it to moved. Lin Hezhuang chuckled proudly. "My wife also gave me 2 daughters and a son. The son is still young, and both daughters are working in the mansion." Xiao Xia curiously asked then, "Who do your daughters look like?" "Of course, they look like my wife. If they looked like me, how could they get married?" Lin Hezhuang said seriously. Everyone laughed at his words. Jiang Yumei also smiled and said, "You're quite self-aware." "Hee, I know I don't look good," Lin Hezhuang said, scratching the back of his head. "It is clear that you care deeply about your wife and children. Why did you not value your own life back then? Think about how sad they would be if you died," Jiang Yumei said again. "In the hearts of us servants, the master is always first. The young master asked me to teach the boy martial arts and to protect this family. If I didn't complete my task, how could I face the young master again? Only death can atone for my mistakes. As for my wife and children, the young master will take good care of them. He always looks after the families of those who risk their lives for him," he said bravely. This fool's head was squeezed by the door, even more foolish than Xiao Wei. But people like him are hard to change. Only when his master takes him away can he be replaced, Jiang Yumei thought. Lin Hezhuang was much more honest with his words, and everyone's relationship became more friendly. Later, he asked Zhou to give Jiang Yumei the 11 taels of silver for meals, and she accepted it. She planned to return the extra money when Lin Changqi told him to leave. In early July, Qin Jihong went to Jiangnan for business, and Jiang Yushan also went with him to study. Jiangnan was not only rich, but full of talented scholars and famous academies. After they left, the Qin family often sent letters and gifts from Jiangnan. Since leaving for Jiangnan, Qin Jihong couldn't help but start writing letters out of longing. His letters were not only for Jiang Yumei, but also for little Baozi. Qin Jihong tried to please little Baozi in his own way. Whether he responded or not, Qin Jihong regularly sent him favorite books, wrote caring letters, and sent local trinkets and snacks. Now, the shoe factory Qizhiyun is very busy. People regularly come to pick up the designs Jiang Yumei created. She no longer goes to the provincial capital. She enjoys this rural life, peaceful, comfortable, and relaxing. She is far from the noise of the city, has enough money, and is served well. This is the life she has dreamed of for 2 generations. Of course, Jiang Yumei also has an emotional life. She writes love letters, flirts a little, gives small gifts to create romance, and looks at the bright moon to send her longing. Though secretive, this makes her life colorful and full. Time passes peacefully, and Jiang Yumei's life is calm and vibrant. But a big event in Shihe village caused villagers to talk for days. Zhao Lan'er got married. This was a major event in the village, as she was the daughter of the village's highest official. Her family held dozens of tables, with 12 carts of dowry, dazzling all the villagers. Almost everyone in the village attended the wedding feast. Although Jiang Yumei did not like this family, when Zhao Lan'er got married, she still asked Li to do her makeup. Seeing Zhao Lan'er, who is less than a year older than Jiang Yuzhao, get married to a shopkeeper from the town, Xiao Wei felt jealous and anxious. Jiang Yuzhao still has no one interested in her, and she finally liked someone, but her whole family opposed it. She still feels that Uncle Chun is interested in her family's Jiang Yuzhao, but she only thinks so privately and dares not say it aloud. While Jiang Yushu was back delivering work, she scolded him harshly. She was enjoying good food and drinks in the county town but didn't think about helping her sister find someone in the city. Jiang Yushu explained that he had been looking, but only if the right person appeared. Not everyone in the city lives better than in the countryside. Many are just as poor and can't even afford decent clothes. Soon it was August. The Qizhiyun shoe factory shared its profits. Most of the money was reinvested, but the profit was still quite large, 500 taels of silver. Jiang Yumei also received 300 taels as a design fee. Xiao Baozi couldn't believe there was so much money. Cui Qing is a natural businessman. Under his management, the shoe factory has become one of the most promising businesses in the Dakong dynasty. The headquarters of Qi Zhiyun Shoe Factory has moved to the capital, divided into two main parts. One focuses on military boots, jointly owned by several powerful families in the capital. Their factory handles technology and production, while the families only handle sales and profits. The other part remains in Jincheng Prefecture, managed by manager Wan, producing fashionable shoes. Qi brand men's shoes and Yun brand women's shoes are now at the forefront of fashion in the Dakong dynasty, even popular among the nobility in the capital. Of course, this management model was also proposed by Jiang Yumei. Cui Qing is responsible for implementing it and has adapted it precisely to suit the characteristics of the Dakong dynasty, achieving results that even exceeded expectations. Emperor Jianren is a wise and talented ruler. He is pleased to see that this management model greatly promotes the economy. He issued an edict instructing Minister of Revenue Su Chong to organize research and promote this model. Cui Qing, as the founder of this approach, was also recruited into this think tank, and now he holds a semi-official position. At the end of July, Jiang Deche went to the headquarters in the capital and was appointed as the chief accountant, a position Jiang Yumei worked hard to secure. She could stay behind the scenes, but she needed to place her trusted confidant at the heart of the headquarters. Initially, Cui Qing was reluctant. Many wanted to place their own people in such an important role. Jiang Yumei sent someone to tell him that if they didn't want her, she would have to start over elsewhere. Cui Qingzeng also had no choice but to agree through gritted teeth. Old Master Zhang's son works as a chief accountant at a famous shoe factory in the capital and occasionally deals with important people, which makes many villagers in Shihe village envious. Now, Master Zhang's status in Shihe village has surpassed Zhao Lijing, directly challenging the local landlord Zhao. Jiang Yumei received some money and discussed with little Baozi, with this money, our family now has over 2,000 taels of silver. It's good to keep some for emergencies, but we should also invest more. Are you thinking of raising another money-making hen? Little Baozi asked. Maybe we should sell some land again. Son, didn't I say before that eggs shouldn't be put in the same basket? We already have over 100 acres of land, more than 30 acres of orchards, and a lake for fish and lotus. But we don't have a storefront yet. How about buying one and renting it out for income? Jiang Yumei asked. Is a storefront more profitable than land or orchards? Little Baozi asked. Jiang Yumei hesitated. That's hard to say. It might be more profitable or not. It depends on the location. In western Sichuan province, storefronts in the capital city Jianzhou are more profitable but also more expensive. Qinghua County Town is an option, but Qinghe Town is better to skip. It's cheap but small and remote. Since you'll grow up and leave, it's unlikely you'll stay in Qinghe Town. I think buying in the provincial capital is best. Little Baozi agreed, thinking he would definitely go to the capital to study in the future. He said, "You're right, mother. Let's buy there." Jiang Yumei planned to visit the capital someday and hoped to take little Baozi along. The little kid was growing up and he needed to see more of the world. That day, Mama and her 3 children, who hadn't returned for over 3 months, came back. Late at night, Datsuan heard noises at the back door and got up, knowing Mama had returned. He happily opened the door and saw them all returning loaded with goods. What surprised him wasn't Mama's clever wild boar or Hua's clever roe deer, but a puppy that hadn't been caught, an ordinary dog, or rather a female wolf. They all entered the yard, and the 2 dogs kept licking each other happily. Jiang Yumei saw this funny scene and thought, the puppy has grown up and is starting to fall in love. That makes sense. Dogs are usually adults by 1 year old. Now, the puppy was just over a year old and had become an adult dog. It had become fierce and tall, running like a silver lightning bolt. Now, they no longer needed Jiang Yumei to help bathe them. After dropping off their trophies, they all went out with Mama to wash and came back refreshed. Jiang Yumei usually brings fresh spring water for the dogs to drink. The mother dog drank such tasty water for the first time, and she happily hummed and wagged her tail. Jiang Yume guessed that she was praising the puppies or perhaps saying something nice about her husband finding the right water. When it was time to sleep, a problem arose. The puppies and their mother preferred to lie in the main hall instead of going to the west room to sleep on the tatami mats. Jiang Yume helplessly said, "You can stay here for the night. I will clean the room for you tomorrow." Then she found a new mat and laid it on the ground for them to sleep on, planning to prepare a small room in the east wing for their future stay. The next day, little Baozi was happy to see Mother Tiger and her 3 children return. He was a little scared of the new members at first. The puppies sniffed and nuzzled him, seeming to recognize him as their owner. Seeing the gentle look in the mother dog's eyes, little Baozi felt less afraid. In the morning, Old Song and his son usually prepared wild boar and roe deer. They sold most of it in town and kept some for their family and to give to Jiang Dafu. Now, chores like washing and boiling water didn't need Jiang Yume to do them herself. Zhou and Xiaoxia, along with Dia, handled these tasks easily. In the evening, little Baozi came back and, as usual, took Chun, along with a tiger and 2 dogs, out to play. They came back muddy and dirty. Over the past 3 months, the puppies had grown very quickly. They became agile, ran fast, and played fetch bravely, even surpassing Tigerwa, who used to be stronger. The mother dog was also impressive, but still a bit inferior to the puppies. At mealtime, the grown-up puppies, wanting to look good in front of their wives, no longer jumped onto the big chair. Instead, they lay beside the table with their mother. Although Tigerwa was still young, he had grown big. Since jumping onto the chair alone was pointless, he and his mother sat on the doorstep instead. Tigerwa looked very resentful now. The puppies had become too attached to their wives and only played with them, neglecting their own family. As a result, he only stayed with his mother, who was too reserved and boring, always napping and not paying much attention to him. While gnawing on a wild boar rib, little Baozi told Jiang Yume, "Mother, the puppy's wife doesn't have a name yet. Let's give her one. How about Hua? She has flowers on her body." Jiang Yume nodded in agreement. That evening, Jiang Yume took the puppies and Hua to the East Wing's small room. During the day, she had moved everything out, leaving only a table inside. The floor was covered with a mat. The puppy seemed a bit picky and barked a few times towards the west room upstairs. Jiang Yume guessed it also wanted the tatami in the west room, so she said, "Tomorrow I'll ask Old Song to buy some good wood to make one for you." The puppy seemed to understand and nodded. 2 days later, Mother Tiger took Tiger Baby out. This time, the puppy didn't go but stayed at home with its wife, Hua. It seemed the puppy had fully learned its lesson. Jiang Yume was very happy. Dogs can guard the house, and with 2 strong dogs always nearby, safety is much better. After Old Song finished making the tatami, the puppy and Hua excitedly rolled on it. Of course, Hua kept playfully teasing the puppy, making it very happy. Now little Baozi could openly walk around the village with the puppy and Hua, unlike before when he had to hide because of Tiger Baby. When little Baozi went to school, the puppy and Hua would see him off at Bishui Bridge and watch him walk away. After school, they would wait at the gate with Jiang Yume. When they saw a small black moving toward them, they would run to greet him. Sometimes they felt it was time to go, so the 2 dogs would run to Bishui Bridge and wait, making Sanjuzi and Liangzi envy them. Sometimes they also delivered messages. If the family was too busy to send someone, Jiang Yume would write a letter, put it in a pouch, and tie it around the dogs' necks. They would then faithfully find Jiang Dafu or Li Shi to deliver the message. Even if no one was home, they would find someone in the fields to deliver the letter. "Mother, I've asked my husband for leave. He told me to write 10 big characters every day during these days," little Baozi shouted from afar to Jiang Yume. Tomorrow is a holiday for little Baozi. Jiang Yume asked him to ask his husband for a few more days off so she could take him to the provincial city. She wanted to buy a shop and also visit Li Huayan. After returning, it would be time for the autumn harvest. This time, Song Wangkai, Zhou Shi, and Lin Heizhuang accompanied Jiang Yume and her son, so Jiang Dafu didn't need to go. Originally, Jiang Yumei didn't plan to let Lin Haizhuang go, but he was very protective and insisted on going wherever the boy was. So, she had to be brave and let him come along. Early in the morning, the group packed their things. Before dawn, the four adults, Little Baozi and Air Chun rode a ox cart driven by Old Song to the dock. The boat from Qinghua County to Jinzhou Prefecture was an evening boat, so they would arrive after a night. It was a large passenger boat. Little Baozi had never been on such a boat before, and he had never even seen one. An inexperienced young child was very excited, so early in the morning, Air Chun ran to the bow of the boat to watch the fun. Jiang Yumei and Zhou Shi had no choice but to accompany them. As they approached Jinzhou Prefecture's dock, the large passenger ship traveled alongside a painted boat for a while. On the painted boat, several women with heavy makeup smiled charmingly on the deck, while some men loudly joked with them. One woman soon picked up a pipa and played a soft tune. Little Baozi and Air Chun had never seen such people before, nor heard someone play the pipa and sing such gentle songs. They stared with wide eyes. "Mom, those women don't look poor. Why aren't their clothes sewn with more patches?" Air Chun asked, watching with a hint of disdain. A few men nearby, watching the scene, chuckled. "Little one, when you grow up, you'll understand why they don't patch their clothes much." Jiang Yumei quickly turned Baozi's face away and pulled him back into the ship's hold. Zhou Shi, angry, glared at the men and also turned Air Chun's face. But in a flash, she was stunned and looked back at the painted boat, covering her mouth in surprise and shouting, "Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God!" Seeing her mother's face was pale, Air Chun asked, "Mom, what's wrong? Is something bad?" Zhou Shi shook her head and said, "No, nothing." Then she dragged Air Chun back into the ship's hold, glancing back at the painted boat as she went. After disembarking, Zhou Shi asked Jiang Yumei, "Are we still staying at Wangkaiyan?" Seeing Jiang Yumei nod, she softly said, "Suddenly, I have a headache. Can I and my husband go to the clinic first for a checkup and then find you later?" Seeing Zhou Shi's poor complexion, Jiang Yumei nodded in agreement. After leaving the dock, Jiang Yumei and Lin Haizhuang, along with the two children, parted ways with Song Wangkai and Zhou Shi. They took a carriage directly to Wangkaiyan. Jiang Yumei sat with the children inside, while Lin Haizhuang and the coachman sat outside. At the inn, they booked 3 rooms. Jiang Yumei and Zhou Shi shared one, the Song family 3 shared another, and Lin Haizhuang stayed alone. After resting for a while, Jiang Yumei saw the 2 children looking eager, so she took them outside to eat, walk around, and play. They planned to handle official business the next day. She asked Air Chun to tell Lin Haizhuang, who very responsibly said he would go with them. Jiang Yumei led the children ahead, with Lin Haizhuang following about 2 or 3 meters behind. The bustling city's prosperity amazed Air Chun, who was visiting for the second time, and he looked around with his mouth slightly open. Little Baozi, who had never seen such a place before, suppressed his curiosity and pretended to be used to it, making Jiang Yumei smile quietly. Some people walked and ate at the same time, watching as they went. They played until dusk, their stomachs full and bloated, before returning to Wangkaiyan. The 3 of them couldn't eat any more dinner. Lin Haizhuang, who was not used to snacks and hadn't eaten much in the afternoon, ordered half a jean of wine and 2 dishes by himself downstairs. They waited until the end of the hour of the pig, around 11 p.m., for Song Wang and his wife to return. Air Chun and Little Baozi were already asleep in their room. Jiang Yumei noticed that the couple seemed worried. Zhou Shi looked like she had been crying, with red, swollen eyes. She asked, "Is the illness serious?" "Don't worry about money. If you don't have enough, just take it from me." "It's not a big illness," Zhou Shi replied. "I used to be healthy, and this is the first time I've been sick, so." She forced a small smile, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Please don't laugh at us, Lady Lin." It was good that she wasn't seriously ill. Jiang Yumei said, "That's good. You should go back and rest. Don't go out tomorrow, just sleep well." Zhou Shi nodded, and Song Wang, holding Air Chun, returned to their own room. Jiang Yumei also went to rest. The next day, except for Zhou Shi resting at the inn, Jiang Yumei and the others went straight to a dental shop. The shopkeeper was very busy, so Jiang Yumei didn't want to bother him. They visited a dental shop where the shopkeeper showed them several storefronts, priced from 200 to 1,200 taels of silver. The high prices were shocking. Not only little Baozi couldn't accept such prices, but even Jiang Yumei marveled at how expensive the city was. Every inch of land cost a lot. One small shop, less than 10 square meters, was priced at 250 taels just because it was on the main street. Little Baozi gasped, unable to believe the price, and loudly said, "So expensive. Are you trying to scare people away?" The shopkeeper, who already looked down on them, was annoyed by their tone. Although their manners and clothes weren't bad, their rural accents were very obvious. After visiting a few shops, he grew impatient. When little Baozi spoke again, it made him angry. He frowned and said, "You think it's expensive? Then go buy in your countryside. The mud brick houses there are the cheapest. Why come all the way to our city? Humph, a bunch of country bumpkins. If you don't have money, just say so. Even the shop is too expensive for you." His words made little Baozi's face turn red with anger. He was so upset he couldn't hold back. Chun saw someone speaking like that to his young master and was unhappy. He loudly said, "Why do you say it's expensive? Why do you say it's expensive? This little house is small and expensive. How can we not say so? What about us country folks? What about us?" Little Baozi also said, "What about us country folks? This house isn't even as big as our outdoor toilet back home, and you have to turn around carefully or you'll bump into each other. This small place at home is only enough to raise a pig." Chun frowned in disgust and said, "The pig pen isn't big enough. There's no space for a pig trough, only enough for a goose." The two boys were quick-tongued, with clear and loud voices, and as soon as they spoke, a crowd gathered to watch. Their rural accents and dialects made everyone laugh. The man was furious and wanted to hit them, but he knew there was a big dark-skinned man among them he couldn't mess with, so he just pointed at Xiao Baozi and Chun and scolded, "These two country bumpkins, still so stubborn despite being young. Leave now. Today's just bad luck for me. I wasted half the day running around and didn't earn a single hair." Some city folks already looked down on rural people. Seeing these two rustic kids acting wild and proud, they not only made the city people speechless, but also looked down on their shop, calling it worthless. They got annoyed and said, "These two country bumpkins are really arrogant. Your countryside is so good. Why come to our city?" Someone who disliked the man's weakness said, "Your uncle is useless. Getting scolded by these two country bumpkins, and you just stand there. If it were me, I'd have slapped them twice already." Just then, a tall, one-eyed black man strode over and roared, "Try hitting me. Try it. If you don't hit, you're a coward." Seeing this formidable figure, the man knew he couldn't afford to offend him, so he quickly shut his mouth and slipped away. Jiang Yumei spoke up, "Son, Chun, let's go. We should check out other pawn shops. We must buy a shop today, or it'll be too late when it gets dark." Hearing this, the man felt a bit regretful. If he had known these people were serious about buying a shop, he would have been more polite and maybe found a better deal elsewhere. They went to another pawn shop and finally chose a shop farther from the street. It had a storefront in front, a small yard behind with 3 small rooms, a kitchen, and a toilet. There was a well in the middle of the yard. The shop was big enough and not too expensive, though a bit remote. Jiang Yumei believed that good wine doesn't fear a narrow alley. Being a little off the main road was okay, as long as the goods were good and profitable. The pawnshop asked for 980 taels. After bargaining for a while, they settled at 850 taels. After paying, Jiang Yumei asked Song Wankai to go with the pawnshop owner to handle the deed, while they returned to the inn. They invested all the profit money and added 50 more taels. On the way back, Xiao Baozi looked downcast. After the argument and spending all that money, he felt even worse. Spring saw something delicious, but didn't dare to ask directly. Instead, she held her finger in her mouth and hard. After a few people returned to the inn, exhausted from a day of travel, they sat on stools and didn't want to get up. Jiang Yumei knew that little Baozi's sensitive heart had been hurt again, so she smiled, picked him up, and sat him on her lap to comfort him. "Son, are you still feeling upset?"
she asked.
Little Baozi pouted and said, "Mother, those people look down on us villagers. Their words are so annoying. People in the world are all different. Some people don't need to argue with them. What others say doesn't matter. Just listen with one ear and out the other. If you take everything to heart, you'll be so tired. Think about the people and things that matter to you, but ignore the rest," Jiang Yumei said. "Okay," little Baozi replied, sometimes listening to his mother. "But I care a lot about our silver. Mother, when you gave out those 850 taels of silver this afternoon, I closed my eyes. What should I do? I just can't stand that so much silver suddenly belongs to someone else." This little kid only saw the surface and didn't understand the deeper meaning. Jiang Yumei explained, "The silver belongs to others now, but the shop is still ours. That shop is like a golden hen that lays eggs. If we keep it running well, it will lay golden eggs all the time. One day, it will not only produce the 850 taels, but even more silver. That's not so easy. We've raised 4 fat pigs for almost a year, and it took so much effort and feed. Even if we sell them, we only get about 8 taels of silver," he said, frowning again. 850 taels is like selling over 400 fat pigs. Why do you keep talking about pigs? Jiang Yumei often used modern words with little Baozi. If we want to do well, we should choose a business that is high-tech and makes quick money. When Uncle Song comes back, we'll go to Jifu Grand Restaurant. That's the best restaurant in Western Sichuan province. I'll take you there to enjoy a nice meal. No, I won't. Little Baozi shook his head quickly. We've already spent so much money. We should save some now. Jiang Yumei said, if we want the golden hen to lay eggs, we need to see how other people's golden hens do it. For example, Jifu Grand Restaurant. It's like a golden hen that lays big eggs every day, earning a lot of money. You only know how to stay at home saving a little money. When will we ever save enough for 850 taels? Today, I'll take you to see the difference between Jifu Grand Restaurant, Qinghe Restaurant, and Jifu Restaurant in Qinghua County. By seeing their differences, you can learn how to earn money yourself. Jiang Yumei encouraged the little boy now to see the world and broaden his horizons. The boy agreed with his mother's words and nodded. After Song Wang returned, they all went together to Jifu Restaurant. Zhou Shi still pretended to be ill and didn't come. Song Wang said, Jifu Restaurant is run by the governor's office. Let's go and see what it's like. Jiang Yumei didn't notice that Zhou Shi's eyes lit up when she heard about the governor's office, and she agreed to go. It was just the time when the lanterns first lit up. In ancient big cities, lighting was also important. Every restaurant, tea house, jewelry store, and clothing shop in front of their doors hung red lanterns, making the streets bright and lively. They arrived at a grand restaurant. The boy looked up at the 4-story building, made of blue bricks and dark tiles. The red folding doors had decorative glass, and colorful lanterns hung outside. Every carved window was open, glowing with candlelight. He thought to himself, wow, this is amazing. A restaurant like this can really be built. Chun opened her mouth wide in surprise. The young waiter greeted the guests warmly. Welcome. How many of you? The first floor is the main hall, the second floor has private rooms, the third floor is for distinguished guests, and the fourth floor is special, hot pot rooms with ice inside, so you can eat happily and stay cool. Jiang Yumei and the others could only afford to eat on the first floor in the ordinary hall. The others really couldn't afford more. They found a table on the first floor and sat down. Jiang Yumei asked the boy to order food. When he looked at the menu prices, his face turned red, and he kept taking deep breaths. The cheapest vegetarian dishes cost over 100 coins, and the cheapest mixed dishes were over 500 coins. Most dishes cost over 1 or 2 silver coins, and some even cost 20 taels of silver, including the fat fish from Nanling Mountain. The boy no longer dared to shout about stealing food here. He handed the menu to Jiang Yumei and said through gritted teeth, Mother, you order. I can't do it. He thought to himself, this restaurant is really expensive. The fat fish from Nanling Mountain is from our own family, only 100 coins per jean, but here it's sold for over 100 times that price. Mother is willing to come here and be cheated. Women spend money recklessly. Jiang Yume took the menu and started ordering. The table had 6 people, 2 men, 2 women, and 2 children. They ordered 6 mixed dishes, 2 vegetarian dishes, 2 desserts, and a pot of wine. The food was quickly served. To be fair, the dishes were indeed tasty. Even though they only ordered a few cheaper dishes, they still tasted fresh and fragrant. Besides the little bun feeling upset while eating, the Zhou family members all nodded in agreement, praising the delicious taste and beautiful presentation. Jiang Yume was encouraging the little bun to eat more, saying it was a waste to spend so much money and not enjoy the meal. Suddenly, she heard a familiar voice. "Madam Lin, you're here for dinner." She looked up and saw Xiao Tong, the shopkeeper. Jiang Yume quickly stood up and politely said, "Shopkeeper Xiao Tong, here for business at the main store?" Xiao Tong nodded and replied, "Yes, I came to see my uncle about some matters." He patted the head of the little bun who was standing nearby. After exchanging polite greetings, they left. When Jiang Yume and the others finished eating and called the waiter to settle the bill, the waiter said that shopkeeper Tong had ordered this meal at the restaurant. He also invited them to go to a VIP room on the 3rd floor because important guests wanted to see them. Jiang Yume was confused but told the others to wait here. She followed the waiter alone to the VIP room on the 3rd floor. The little bun naturally didn't want his mother to go alone to meet strangers, worried about danger. He insisted on going with her. Jiang Yume couldn't refuse and had to take him along. Once they went, Lin Heizhuang also naturally followed. When they entered the room, they saw shopkeeper Tong and his son standing there. At the table sat 3 people, a fancy-dressed young couple and a girl about 4 years old. Shopkeeper Tong saw Jiang Yume and smiled, introducing the couple, "Sir, this is Madam Lin." He then said to Jiang Yume, "This is Lord Zhou, the son of the governor's office, and his wife, the Lady Zhou. And this is the young lady." Jiang Yume bowed and said, "Greetings to Lord Zhou, Lady Zhou, and Mississippi inside." She was thinking sarcastically. Her humble background was hard to bear. She felt nervous around officials. Lord Zhou ignored her but looked at the little bun with a surprised expression. The little bun saw the noble guest staring at him and quickly bowed. "Little Lin Ning greets Lord Zhou, Lady Zhou," and Mississippi Lord Zhou smiled slightly and said to Lady Zhou, "This little kid looks quite kind." Lady Zhou smiled at Lord Zhou and said, "It's rare that the little one isn't scared of you. He's quite a tidy child." She then turned to Jiang Yume and said, "I hear from shopkeeper Tong and his nephew that you're clever and good at making food. Are the sausages and hot pot your creations?" Jiang Yume replied, "I don't dare to take the credit, Lady Zhou. I just enjoy experimenting with food, and it happens to catch the attention of the noble guests." Lady Zhou smiled and said, "You're quite eloquent. Do you make any new or unusual dishes that most people haven't tried? My mother-in-law's 40th birthday is the day after tomorrow. We want to prepare something special to make her happy. Does she have any particular preferences, like liking sweet and soft foods, spicy or fragrant dishes?" Jiang Yume asked. "My grandmother likes sweets, and Sierra does too." The young girl spoke, her big, round eyes adorable. "Yes, both Sierra and Grandma enjoy sweet foods." The great-grandmother smiled, her gaze softening as she looked at the others. Making desserts is really Jiang Yume's strong suit. In her past life, she loved making Western-style pastries besides earning money. This is a good chance to build connections with the government office, and she also thought of a plan. If she can please Grandma Zhou, her new shop will come in handy. She smiled and said, "I know a few rare sweet dishes, including a birthday cake made especially for celebrations. It looks beautiful and tastes great." Little Baozi also knew this was a great opportunity to earn money, so he helped his mother say, "Yes, my mom's birthday cake is really delicious, and it looks like a big flower. It's hard to bear to eat it." Everyone was very happy to hear this. Uncle Zhou asked, "A birthday cake like a flower? I've never heard of that. Can you make one for us today?" Jiang Yume replied, "Making a birthday cake takes some time. It's getting late now, so I don't mind." But I wonder if the three of you can wait. Grandma Zhou discussed with Uncle Zhou. Maybe we can wait until tomorrow. Xier should rest after going home. Uncle Zhou nodded. Then tomorrow noon. Once it's ready, we'll reward you handsomely. He then turned to Manager Tong and said, this lady from the Lin family wants any ingredients she needs. Manager Tong quickly nodded and agreed. Jiang Yumei explained the ingredients needed for the birthday cake. Even the experienced manager was surprised. Could the foods made from those ingredients really taste good? She only thought about it, but didn't say anything. Jiang Yumei and little Baozi went downstairs, and everyone returned to the inn. On the way, Jiang Yumei talked about making the cake for the government office. In the dark, the Zhou family and Song Wang exchanged glances, both showing happy expressions. They had planned to visit Li House to see Li Huayan tomorrow morning, but now it would have to be in the afternoon, and their trip home would be delayed. Jiang Yumei asked Song Wang to visit Li House tomorrow and deliver a note. This time, they had to prepare everything carefully, especially the cream, which was a secret recipe that couldn't be easily revealed. It would be best to make the cream here and then take it to the restaurant. Wang Kaiyan offers both lodging and food services. When Jiang Yumei returned to the inn, she asked the shopkeeper if they sold milk. The shopkeeper replied, "Who still buys that? We don't sell it here." Seeing Jiang Yumei look a bit disappointed, he added, "But we have a mother cow that just had a calf. If you want, we can give you some milk to squeeze." Jiang Yumei was very happy and thanked him repeatedly. She also bought dozens of eggs, some sugar, and borrowed a few tools. The next morning, before dawn, Jiang Yumei got up early to make cream. Zhou Shi also came to her room. Today, Zhou Shi looked much better and said she was feeling well again. She joined Jiang Yumei in making cream. Jiang Yumei was very happy, and with Zhou Shi's help, they worked faster. Zhou Shi carried her peacefully sleeping little boy to their room. After she returned, the two of them started making cream. Once the cream was ready and breakfast was eaten, they planned to go to Jifu Grand Restaurant. Little Baozi and Air Chun both wanted to go along, but Jiang Yumei didn't agree. She told them to finish their big characters first, then she and Air Chun would go shopping in Jinzhou Prefecture with Lin Heizhuang. When they arrived at the restaurant, shopkeeper Tong was already waiting. Inside the backyard kitchen, Jiang Yumei was surprised to see a kind of oven similar to a modern baking oven. With this, the cakes would taste even better. This time, the ingredients were quite complete. The most exciting part was the rare fruits like kiwi, mango, grapes, and watermelon, which could be used to color and decorate the cakes. Unfortunately, strawberries and cherries were out of season now, so the cakes wouldn't look as pretty or taste as good without them. At noon, Uncle Zhou, Grandma Zhou, and Miss Shear came again, bringing along a 2-year-old boy. When Jiang Yumei carried in a big cake into the private room, everyone's eyes widened, especially the 2 children, who reached out to grab it. "Beautiful," Shear said. "I want to eat it," little boy Ding said. Uncle Zhou and Grandma Zhou quickly held the children's hands. Little boy Ding immediately started crying. Grandma Zhou hugged him and comforted him. Uncle Zhou asked uncertainly, "Is this food or decoration?" Such a beautiful thing, if placed in the treasure pavilion, wouldn't be any less than those decorative items. The whole room was filled with a lovely aroma they had never smelled before. Jiang Yumei said, "Of course it's food. Everything in this cake is made from edible ingredients." She carefully arranged a small flour dish, cut the cake into small pieces, and placed 1 piece on each dish. Everyone used small spoons to taste the cake. Instantly, a sweet and milky aroma spread across their tongues. No one had ever seen or tasted such a strange thing before. They couldn't wait to eat, and soon the cake on the plate was gone. The delicious smell filled the room, making the maid next to them swallow hard with hunger. Little Doding pointed at the big cake and said to the maid feeding him more. Xier also softly said, "I want more too." Little Doding had already eaten so much that eating more would be hard to digest and might upset his stomach. Jiang Yumei explained that, although this thing is sweet and soft, eating too much isn't good for digestion. Understanding that he shouldn't eat more, little Doding immediately opened his mouth wide and started crying loudly, so loud it seemed like the roof might come off. Grandma Zhou tried to comfort him, but he kept repeating one word: eat, eat, eat. Jiang Yumei quickly took a small cloth-covered centipede from her purse and handed it to little Do Ding. "Young master, look at this." "What is it?" Little Do Ding stopped crying, looked at the centipede with big tears in his eyes, and said, "It's a big bug." Then he focused on studying the strange big bug. Seeing Sierra watching her brother with longing, Jiang Yumei felt a bit jealous but was sensible enough not to ask for the centipede. Instead, she took out a small cloth cartoon rabbit from her purse and handed it to her, saying, "Miss, you can play with this." These two items were originally brought by Jiang Yumei last night to entertain the little girl. Sierra happily took the rabbit and held it out to her grandmother, saying, "Mother, look, this rabbit is so cute, even cuter than the rabbits at home." Grandma nodded sincerely and said, "What a clever idea. An ugly centipede made so cute, and this rabbit is different from others, but you can tell it's a rabbit at a glance." Master Zhou nodded and told the maid to hold his son, who was busy studying the big bug, away from the cake to prevent more noise. He then said to Jiang Yumei, "This birthday cake is really beautiful and tasty. Madam Lin, what do you think of this recipe? The price is fair. You've dealt with Manager Tong before, so you know our Jifu restaurant always offers honest prices." Jiang Yumei smiled slightly and said to Master Zhou and Grandma Zhou, "I have one more thing to say. If I'm wrong, please forgive me." Seeing Master Zhou nod, she continued, "I've also developed some other desserts and have already bought a shop in the provincial city to open a dessert shop. If Grandma Zhou is interested, you might consider joining in to earn some extra money. After all, using your own money makes things more lively." Grandma Zhou thought about it and agreed. If Jifu restaurant bought the cake recipe, the profit would benefit the entire Zhou family. If she invested in the dessert shop using her dowry, the money would belong to their family. Also, this birthday cake is the first of its kind in the great Zhou dynasty sweets. She has never tasted anything so beautiful and delicious before. Even when she occasionally visited the palace as a young girl, the desserts there were not as pretty or tasty as this. Lady Lin said she has some other recipes, and if she opens a shop, she will surely make a lot of money. Grandma Zhou smiled and said, "I am willing. Lady Lin's clever ideas will surely create more delicious treats. But, dear husband, look." She asked her husband for his opinion. Master Zhou also nodded and agreed. Then, Master Zhou went out to meet friends, while Grandma Zhou discussed opening the dessert shop with Jiang Yumei. The two little children needed to take a nap, so they asked the maidservant to take them back to the house. Of course, the remaining cakes were shared among shopkeeper Wan, the maids, and the women. Grandma Zhou also specifically told them to keep quiet and only reveal the surprise to the family tomorrow. Jiang Yumei had long wanted to connect with the Zhou family, but she never had the chance. The Zhou family had a good reputation among the people, which Jiang Yumei noticed from her previous business dealings with Jifu restaurant. This was a great opportunity she didn't want to miss. Grandma Zhou said she only had money and didn't know anything else. Jiang Yumei said she had a shop and skills but no money. They agreed that Grandma Zhou would invest 200 taels of silver upfront for shop renovations and supplies, with both of them holding 50% of the shares, and rent to be paid separately. Grandma Zhou would find someone to manage and sell, while Jiang Yumei would handle the technical side and train pastry chefs. Jiang Yumei showed Grandma Zhou the design drawings she made yesterday. Grandma Zhou was responsible for hiring people to finish the shop within a month, and Jiang Yumei would send the skilled workers over. Then they could open the shop. After much discussion, they decided to name it Fragrant Sweet Treats. Once they agreed, they also arranged for someone to pick them up early the next morning from the governor's office to make the birthday cake. When Jiang Yumei and Mrs. Zhou returned, it was already late afternoon. Little Baozi and Heir Chun had gone out to play with Lin Heizhuang and hadn't come back yet. Song Wang just returned to say that Li Huayun and her daughter had gone to the capital and weren't at home. Jiang Yumei and Song Wang then took their gifts to the branch of the Qi Jiyin workshop to visit shopkeeper Wan and brought some local specialties from the countryside. Early the next morning, Jiang Yumei and Mrs. Zhou, carrying freshly prepared cream, were picked up to go to the governor's office. They made a large 4-layer cake, 40 centimeters in diameter. After it was finished, several servants carefully carried it to the birthday banquet. Just after the cake was taken away, Mrs. Zhou said she needed to use the restroom, but she suddenly disappeared and didn't come back, which made Jiang Yumei very anxious. Meanwhile, the newly arrived birthday cake caught the attention of all the women in the inner courtyard, especially the children, who stared wide-eyed and kept sniffing the delicious smell. The aroma was very tempting. Everyone looked at the cake for a while and asked Grandmada, uncertain if it was edible or just a decoration. The white cake was decorated with a ring of flowers in red, pink, yellow, and green, of different sizes. In the middle, there was a monkey holding a big birthday peach, expertly crafted. The peach was red and white, and next to the monkey, for big red characters read Happy Birthday. Grandmada saw her mother-in-law's surprised expression and the guests' admiring looks, feeling very proud. She thought to herself that this cake was a gift from her and her husband. She smiled and said, "Of course, it's edible. Everything on this cake is made to be eaten." Mrs. Zhou couldn't help but smile widely and said, "Quick, take this birthday cake to the front yard for the gentlemen to see. After they look at it, leave half for them to enjoy." So, the big cake was carried to the front yard again. Naturally, the men there were amazed and speechless at the cake's exquisite craftsmanship. After admiring it, young Master Zhou, with the help of the servants, mimicked Jiang Yumei and cut the cake into small slices to serve the guests. They kept half for the servants to take back to the inner courtyard. Everyone praised the delicious cake and asked Grandmada where the master baker was from, wanting to invite them too. Grandmada took this opportunity to promote. The birthday cake would be available at the Xiangxiang dessert shop in a month. Everyone was invited to visit. Meanwhile, Jiang Yumei had already searched the nearby restroom with a maid named Wang Mo, but she didn't find anyone. She only waited in the kitchen. Wang Mo also looked puzzled and said, "She's been gone for so long. She should have come back after a few trips to the bathroom." At this moment, the eldest maid, Fun He, excitedly approached Jiang Yumei. She handed her a small bag and said, "This is 50 taels of silver from the madam, who is very happy today." The big cake was both beautiful and tasty, and it brought her good luck, making her look good. She then quietly handed her another small bag and said, "This is 40 taels of silver from the young mistress, thanking you for helping her show filial piety." After thanking the madam and the young mistress, Jiang Yumei pulled Finhee aside and whispered about Mrs. Zhou's disappearance. Just as she was speaking, a maid came over and asked, "Are you the lady from the Lin family?" Fanha quickly stepped forward and said, "Madam Huang, are you also looking for Mistress Lin? I just gave her the reward money from the lady." Madam Huang ignored Fanha and directly said to Jiang Yumei, "Our madam has some matters to discuss with Zhou. You should go back first. Zhou won't return until later." Jiang Yumei was confused and was sent back to the inn. When she arrived, Song Wangkai and Lin Hezhuang were sitting in the main hall, having a meal with 2 children. Song Wangkai didn't see Zhou's return and didn't ask about it. Instead, Chun asked, "Aunt Lin, where is my mother?" "Your mother is with the wife of the patrol governor for some matters. She will come back in a while," Jiang Yumei replied, but she noticed a flicker of joy on Song Wangkai's face. Thinking about the actions of this couple after arriving in Jinzhou, Jiang Yumei realized they were hiding something big from her. She ignored them and took little Baozi back to her room. Today, after eating some snacks at the patrol governor's residence, she felt a bit unwell and didn't eat dinner. She went straight to bed with little Baozi for a nap. After waking up, they went out shopping in the street, bought some things as they were leaving tomorrow. They wanted to give gifts to friends and family, and also needed to buy some things for their own home. During dinner, Jiang Yumei didn't notice how anxious Song Wangkai was. It was Chun who seemed to miss her mother and kept asking, "Why hasn't my mother come back yet?" Probably around the end of the hour of the pig, Zhou arrived back. Zhou first went to her room to discuss with Song Wangkai for a while, then came to Jiang Yumei's room, as if she had something to say. Little Baozi was already asleep, and Jiang Yumei paid her no mind. Zhou was packing the things she bought, as they needed to leave by boat early the next morning. Seeing Jiang Yumei ignoring her, Zhou felt even more anxious. She suddenly knelt down and said, "Mistress Lin, I know I was wrong to hide things from you, but I didn't want you to get involved." Zhou knelt and cried as she explained the reason behind her actions. It turned out that on their way, she saw a large decorated boat with a courtesan who was actually Su Wana, the former eldest daughter of the Song family. When the Song family's estate was confiscated, old Madame Song and all the women of the family hanged themselves, including the 5-year-old daughter of the eldest daughter. 14 others died, but the eldest daughter's daughter was lucky to survive and was taken in as a courtesan. Zhou had once been the nursemaid to the eldest daughter. The eldest daughter was very kind to Zhou, so when she saw her falling into disgrace as a courtesan, Zhou felt very distressed. She waited at the dock with Song Wankai, bribed the madam of the boat when it was docked for supplies, and visited the eldest daughter on the boat. The young wife cried as she told them that she endured suffering and humiliation only to clear the name of the Mianzhou Song family. She deeply buried in her heart what her mother-in-law had said before she died. This matter could only be helped by Zhou Ling, the current governor of Sichuan province, or Lin Changqi, who is fighting in the north. Not only because they were close to the emperor, but also because they were involved in the case themselves. Su Waner tried every chance to get close to Zhou Ling or Lin Changqi, but she failed. Zhou mentioned that Lin Changqi had once stayed at her current master's house. Su Waner told Zhou again that if she saw Lin Changqi, she would ask him to help clear the Song family's name. 7 years ago, Emperor Jianren, then King Jin, led Zhou Ling, who was working in the Ministry of Personnel, and Lin Changqi, who was a bodyguard, to secretly investigate Wui County in Mianzhou Prefecture, under the orders of the emperor. They were ambushed and attacked. Emperor Jianren and Zhou Ling were injured and saved by masked men. Lin Changqi was injured protecting them and disappeared. Over a year later, Lin Changqi was rescued by a hunter family in Wui Mountain and regained his memory before returning to the capital. This shocking case was exposed early last year when Minister of Rights Wu Jingzhong reported that the assassination was carried out by the Jingcheng Song family under the orders of the then Prince Ning. Emperor Jianren was furious, and the entire Song family in Jingcheng was executed. Song Chuanxiong's family was also affected. In fact, not only the Jingcheng Song family was involved in the assassination, but Wu Jingzhong was also part of it. The masked man who saved Emperor Jianren was Song Jun, Song Chuanxiong's eldest son. However, Song Jun died unexpectedly shortly after. At that time, Song Chuanxiong, who was in Mianzhou as the prefect, did not support the Jingcheng Song family's involvement in the power struggle. He admired King Jin more and kept some secrets. He not only let Song Jun save the king but also kept evidence, hidden in a place only Su Wana knew. Zhou kept Su Waner's words in her heart, thinking that if she ever saw Lin Changqi again, she would ask him to clear the Song family's name. Unexpectedly, she got the chance to enter the governor's office. While wandering around the governor's office, Zhou accidentally found Governor Zhou and told him what Su Wana said. Zhou Ling had a good relationship with Song Chuanxiong from past dealings. After hearing about the Song family's injustice, he quickly sent trusted people to find a boat still on the upper reaches of the Tua River. He rented it for 2 months at a high price of 1,000 taels of silver. Now, Su Waner was living in the governor's residence. This matter involved a secret of the court and even involved an old acquaintance, Lin Changqi. Jiang Yume asked, "Have you thought about it? If you get involved in such a matter and people find out, can you still survive? Doesn't that mean we, mother and son, would also be involved? I am just an ordinary person, and these big affairs at court are none of our business. I am even afraid of getting into trouble. Our family no longer dares to accept your help.
Please go now."
Song Wankai had been waiting outside the door, not wanting anyone to overhear their conversation. When he heard Jiang Yume's words, he couldn't hold back anymore. He came in, closed the door, and knelt beside Mrs. Zhou. "We have told Inspector Zhou about this matter, and we have already repaid the kindness of the original owner. Please rest assured, Madam Lin." The young lady has already gone to the inspector's office, and after hearing this, Lord Zhou ordered his trusted men to quickly gather evidence. "It's no longer our concern." Jiang Yume still shook her head and said, "Since you are loyal to your former master and have found him, You should leave now. The two kept kowtowing, and Song Wonkai also started crying. He said, Madam Lin, our family has been with you for less than a year, but these days have been the happiest for us. We remember how kind you and your son have been. When I and Dachuan's wife first helped the young lady, it was just to repay kindness. Once that is done, we will serve you wholeheartedly. Mrs. Zhou also cried and said, yes, that's how we decided. When we went on the boat to visit the young lady, we never expected to encounter such a thing. After she knelt and cried out her grievances and told us about the years of suffering and patience, even we, who are hard-hearted, couldn't refuse to help. We thought, once this matter is settled, we would follow you and your son to live peacefully in the countryside. We would never betray you. Madam Lin, please forgive us this time. We won't dare to do it again. Jiang Yume thought about it and felt that if she were in their place, she might also want to send a message. Besides, she had found this family very useful. But she was still angry that they kept such a big secret from her, so although she was inclined to forgive, she still spoke firmly. It wasn't until Song Wonkai and his wife kneeled and cried for more than an hour that Jiang Yume finally relented. I forgive you this once. But if it happens again, don't blame me for being harsh. The couple gratefully got up and expressed their thanks. The next morning, the whole family took a boat back to Shiha village. Unbeknownst to them, Lord Zhou in the inspector's office was holding a package and talking secretly with Huang Wana, who was crying loudly. This package had been secretly retrieved overnight by Zhou's trusted men. When Lord Zhou saw the package, he also shed tears. Although these pieces of evidence couldn't definitively prove that Wu Jingzhong and the Jingqing Song family were involved in the assassination of King Jin years ago, they were enough to show that Song Junkai was truly the one who saved the emperor and himself. The death of Song Chuanxiong and his son was truly unfair. Such a loyal official's fate turned out so tragic. The woman left is only Su Wana, who has become a. The men exiled to the frontier are few in number. Lord Zhou has never liked Wu Jingzhong, thinking he is opportunistic and a scheming, petty man. When Crown Prince Ning had a good chance to seize the throne, Wu Jingzhong supported him. Later, Wu turned against him, becoming the last straw that broke Crown Prince Ning's hopes. Wu's family even produced false evidence claiming they saved King Jin in Wui County. After ascending the throne, King Jin summoned Wu's daughter to the palace and made her a noble consort. Lord Zhou is sure that the emperor may not truly favor Wu Jingzhong, but only keeps him close because Wu contributed to his rise and once saved him. However, it turns out someone else actually saved the emperor and was later harmed by Wu. Rest assured, I will find more proof to prove the traitor's guilt and seek justice for Lord Song, Lord Zhou told Su Wana. Lord Zhou also wrote a secret letter to his trusted aide, asking him to rush to the north that night and deliver it to Lin Chongqi. He instructed Lin to find and protect the descendants of Song Chuanxiong, who were exiled to the northern frontier, and also to give him some background information. Not only because Lin is involved in this matter, but also because Lin's young fiancée is a niece of Wu Difei, and Wu Difei once asked the Empress Dowager to grant them marriage. The Lin and Zhou families are old friends, so he needed to inform them first. Soon, September arrived. Jiang Yume had trained her talented little uncle and his wife, Li Zhua and Chui, along with their young son Li Xiaonyo, into excellent pastry chefs and sent them to Jianzhou Prefecture in the provincial capital. After returning from the provincial city, Jiang Yume went to the Jiang family to deliver gifts. She asked Jiang Dafu and Mrs. Li to help choose who should go to the provincial city to make pastries. Mrs. Li started giving opinions, feeling Jiang Yume was showing favoritism. She pointed out that all the Jiang family relatives had helped, but the Li family relatives had never benefited from this niece. She also mentioned that the three uncles' wives were skilled, and wondered if one of them could be chosen instead. Jiang Yume then took Mrs. Li and little Baozi to her maternal grandmother's house. This was her first visit since crossing over. She brought many gifts bought in the provincial city. Her grandfather, grandmother, and three uncles warmly welcomed them. Not only did the three aunts show their skills, but even her little uncle went to the kitchen and made salted duck. In the end, his dish was the tastiest. During dinner, Grandpa laughed and scolded his youngest son. "You a grown man, keep sneaking into the kitchen. You're so useless. It's a waste that I spent years supporting you to go to school, and now you can't even read big characters. You just love messing with things in the wife's family." 13-year-old Li Xiaonyo couldn't help but defend his father, saying, "The master chefs at Qinghe Grand Restaurant are all men. I heard they can earn 2 taels of silver a month." He then looked at it with envy and clicked his tongue. Old Mr. Li sneered, "How can your father compare to them? They started as apprentices before they were 10 and trained for over 10 or 20 years. Their skills are well developed." Li Xiaonyo stubbornly replied, "My father is skilled too. The steamed cornmeal buns he makes are even tastier than the white flour buns my mother makes." Grandma Li's face darkened when she heard this. She scolded her younger sister-in-law, "Chui, what? I even let my son steam buns for you sometimes. Why did we invite this wife of ours into the Li family? To serve as a goddess?" Chui was so frightened she quickly stood up, blushing, and said, "Mother, I didn't ask the head of the household to steam them. He insisted on doing it himself, and I couldn't stop him." Her brother-in-law, Li Zua, hurried to speak up for his wife. "Mother, don't blame her. It's me who wanted to do it. I just think her cooking isn't as good." Jiang Yumei lowered her head and chuckled secretly. It seemed her home visit was worthwhile. She had discovered a talented person. Before returning home, she asked her brother-in-law to visit his family at Nanshan residence. He passed the assessment, and Li Zua and his wife stayed at Nanshan residence for over half a month, during which Jiang Yumei gave them intensive training. These half a month were the happiest days for Chun, but also the most frustrating for little Baozi. Chun was happy because he got to eat new and interesting snacks every day. When he couldn't finish them, he would send some to Zhang's family, and when the Chen family visited, he would bring some for old Chen and little Fatty. Little Baozi, however, was distressed seeing the large amounts of money spent on buying ingredients flow away like water, and he kept stuffing food into his mouth even when he was already full. After sending the brother-in-law's family away, Lin Changqi also wrote a letter, but it wasn't to send Lin Heizhuang back. Instead, he directly arranged for Lin Heizhuang's contract to be delivered. Jiang Yumei was so angry she felt her liver hurt. She told the messenger, "You might as well take him away. We can't afford such a servant." The messenger replied, "His contract has already been transferred to the official office and then to your family. If you really don't want him, you can sell him." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Heizhuang was so frightened he knelt down and swore he would never speak disrespectfully again. Little Baozi liked Lin Heizhuang quite a lot, not only because Lin Heizhuang was his teacher, but also because he often told him heroic stories about Lin Changqi. So, out of love for the house and everything related, I also couldn't bear to sell Lin Heizhuang, and I joined in pleading for him. In Nanshan residence, the Lin family officially gained a new person who holds many roles: master, guard, servant, and secret protector. Their over 100 acres of rice are about to be harvested. Chen Jihong has also returned from Jiangnan, but Jiang Yushan hasn't come back with him. He plans to return before the new year. Chen Jihong brought his little chubby friend, who is on a farm holiday, to Nanshan residence. The little chubby friend and little Baozi are staying there, while Chen Jihong is staying at Jiang Dafu's house. When little Baozi and the little chubby friend are about to sleep, they ask Brother Ji, "Do you know what your dad is thinking?" "What's he thinking?" The little chubby friend asks curiously. "Well, has your dad ever told you that he wants to marry my mother?" Little Baozi blushes and stammers. "Oh, that thing," the little chubby friend says. "My dad told me about it a long time ago." Why isn't Brother Ji angry at all? Doesn't he understand what it means that his dad married his mother? Little Baozi asks, "So, what do you think? Aren't you angry at all?" "How could I be angry? I'm happy." The little chubby friend grins. "I've been hoping that Aunt Lin would come to be my mom. She's so kind to me. I wish she could come to my house soon. Then you would be my little brother, and we could be together every day. That would be so great." After saying this, he happily daydreams about a bright future, but when he sees Brother Nian pouting and crying, he feels sad. "Brother Nian, why are you crying?" he asks, then smiles knowingly. Don't worry, your mom and my dad won't ignore you. As your older brother, I won't ignore you either. I'll watch over the yard for you. It's right next to my yard, with some green bamboo and osmanthus trees, warm in winter and cool in summer. You'll like it there. We can study together and grow closer. Little Baozi can't hold back anymore and starts crying loudly. But I can't go to your Chen family. I'm from the Lin family. I need to keep our family's reputation. I have to stay with the Lin family, or I won't be able to face my late father. But I don't want to be separated from my mother either. What should I do? You already have a dad and grandpa, but I only have my mother. If you take my mother away too, I'll be all alone.
Boo-hoo.
The little chubby friend didn't expect things to be so difficult for Brother Nian. Seeing him so upset, he quickly says, Brother Nian, don't cry. Let's think of a plan and see if we can find a good solution. The best plan is to keep doing what we used to do. With a father and grandfather, I have a mother. We can occasionally play together, and if we don't meet, we can write letters. That would be very good, he said, wiping tears from his eyes. Little Fatty was confused. What should he do? He really wanted Aunt Lin to bring Brother Nian to his house quickly, but he also felt sad because he thought he was taking Brother Nian's mother away. Little Baozi cried as he said, Brother Ji, please go home and ask your dad not to think about marrying my mother anymore. Brother Ji, I beg you. This was the first time Brother Nian asked him for help. Although Little Fatty felt stuck, he nodded gloomily and said, Don't cry anymore. I promised to go home and talk to my dad. He really wanted Aunt Lin to be his mother, but he also couldn't let Brother Nian have no family at all. Little Baozi's goal was achieved, and he gradually stopped crying. The rice harvest began. The rice from the Lin family's fields in Nanshan residence was large and full, yielding about 6.5 shur per mu, much more than other fields. This rice produced grains that were slender, full, shiny, and very fragrant, sticky, and smooth when eaten. Jiang Yumei named this rice Qinghua fragrant rice. Villagers from nearby villages came eagerly to see her rice. Her fields were tightly surrounded. Old Man Tan was the first to show off, smiling happily, his mouth almost reaching his ears. When villagers learned that the 5 acres in Shiha village belonged to the Lin family of Nanshan residents, and that another 100 acres of the same Qinghua fragrant rice in Dewan village also belonged to the Lin family, they were shocked and gasped. The Lin family's orphans and widows had risen. Chen Jihong was very excited when he saw this rice. He told Jiang Yumei his plan. He didn't want to sell the rice this year, but keep it for planting, with the rest for himself. He planned to select a few places to grow this rice, including Shiha village, Dongha village, and Dewan village, and sell it in large quantities at high prices next year. Anyone who wanted to plant this rice would need to sign a contract, and all the rice they grew had to be sold to him. He would buy the rice at 50% higher than the market price. If someone wanted to buy the seeds this year, the price would be twice that of regular seeds. Poor families could buy on credit and pay back after harvest. Jiang Yumei thought this was a good idea. The seeds could be said to be bought occasionally from foreign merchants, so she could fully step back from the business. After discussing, Chen Jihong and Jiang Dafu called in the landlord Zhao from Shiha village, Zhao Lijing, Li Yuanwei, Li Lijing from Dongha village, and Lijing from Dewan village to explain the plan. These villages are next to each other. The villagers have all seen the rice fields of the Jiang and Lin families. They also heard that Chen Jihong plans to buy rice at 50% above the market price next year, which makes them very eager. They all said they would gather the villagers to discuss it. Chen Jihong asked Jiang Dafu to help arrange matters here, then he went elsewhere. After half a month, all the villagers in these villages and several large landowners from other places signed agreements with Chen Jihong. They bought seeds, and even 7 or 8 very poor families unable to pay received rice seeds on credit. Jiang Dafu also explained that before starting seedling growth, the rice should be soaked in warm water for a few days. Some experienced farmers questioned this advice. An old man, almost toothless, said, Dafu, I know you're about to become a grandfather, but I grew up watching you. I've never heard of soaking seeds before planting. That's nonsense. What if the soaked seeds don't sprout? Can you afford to lose them? This remark made Jiang Dafu's face turn red. He trusted his daughter completely. If she said soaking was good, then it was good. He loudly said, "If they don't sprout, I'll compensate." "You'll compensate? I know you're now rich because of your daughter, but can you afford to lose the seeds or delay farming?" The old man retorted. Sun Daqiang quickly said, "Old Zhao, don't get excited. Uncle Jiang told us this out of kindness. If you trust it, soak the seeds. If not, don't. No one's forcing you. Anyway, I trust it. My family's seeds will definitely be soaked." The old man stopped talking after hearing this. Jiang Yumei sold seeds and made a big profit. After Chen Jihong left enough rice for their family to eat, he bought the rest back. Besides eating, he planned to give some to others. The price was twice the market rate. Jiang Yumei always spoke businesslike, without hesitation. They accepted the money without question. In October, they started planting winter wheat. Jiang Yumei's family planted over 100 acres of high-quality wheat, including Jiang Dafu's 20 acres, and shared seeds with Jiang Daxue, Zhao Taijian, Sun Daqiang, and the Li family. She told them the seeds were provided by Chen Jihong. They could plant if they wanted, but they had to sign a contract. The wheat could only be sold to Chen Jihong. Of course, Chen Jihong would also pay a high price to buy it. While having dinner at Jiang Dafu's house, Chen Jihong felt regretful that he hadn't thought of this method when he bought wheat earlier. If he had planted this high-quality wheat on a large scale this year, he could have made a huge profit next year. Jiang Yumei smiled and said, "If we don't make a lot of money next year, we'll just wait until the year after. Money lasts longer than life, and no matter how hard we try, we can't earn enough." Hearing Jiang Yumei's words, Chen Jihong was so happy he ate an extra bowl of rice. She said "we," which shows she no longer sees herself as an outsider. Jiang Dafu and Li Shi were very pleased to see them like this. They thought their poor daughter finally found a good future. Especially Li Shi. The more she looked at Chen Jihong, the happier she was. Tomorrow is the celebration of the fourth-generation grandson of the Jiang family. A month ago, Wang Shi gave birth to a big, chubby grandson weighing 7 jin, about 3.5 kilograms. The old master was very happy and spent a lot of time thinking of a good name for him, Jiang Yijing. Jiang Yumei was a widow and couldn't attend these happy events, so she sent a small silver bracelet, a small silver lock, and a tiny set of clothes. These were considered very generous gifts in the countryside. Xiao Weishi was very satisfied, and Jiang Yushu and his wife also expressed their thanks many times. Li Shi and Jiang Yumei left the old Jiang house together and returned to Dafu's home. Li Shi said to Jiang Yumei, "Your grandpa and your father both noticed that Uncle Chen has some interest in you. Why hasn't he come to propose marriage yet? If he had come earlier, your marriage could have been settled sooner. You're not young anymore, so marrying early could also give Nian Xiaozi a younger brother or sister." Jiang Yumei, being modern-minded, was straightforward about these things. She said, "Well, mainly Nian Xiaozi doesn't agree. He doesn't want to leave Nanshan Julin's family to go to the Chen residence. How can I be sure to leave him alone at home?" "If that's the reason, it's manageable," Li Shi said. "Send Nian Xiaozi to my house. You can go on with your life. Uncle Chen has good conditions, and if you wait too long, he might lose patience and find someone else. But how can I be apart from Nian Er? I'll take it slow and talk to him nicely," Jiang Yumei replied. "As for Chen Jihong, if he really can't wait, he can find someone else. I can't do anything about that." Li Shi was worried when she heard this. She scolded, "How can you say that? Don't miss out on such a good man like Uncle Chen. You need to find a way to keep his heart. Nian Xiaozi has been stubborn since he was little. Once he makes up his mind, not even 9 oxen can change it. If he truly doesn't want to go to the Chen family, he can stay with me. I'm his grandma, and I won't let him down. Plus, my place is close to the Lin family's yard, so he can always watch over his home. When he grows up, he can marry a wife and move back to the Lin family." Jiang Yumei sighed and shook her head. It's not that easy. If she left him with his grandma and remarried elsewhere, who knew what trouble he might cause? She decided to wait a bit longer. On the first day of the lunar month, Jiang Yushan returned, bringing two shocking pieces of news. The first was that the Minister of Rights, Wu Jingzhong, was accused of treason, plotting to kill the emperor and harming loyal officials. He was punished by executing his entire family, killing all male relatives without mercy, and sending the women to the entertainment district. Empress Wu De was also ordered to end her life herself. Additionally, the case of Song Chuanxiong, the former governor of Mianzhou, was reopened, and those exiled or banished were recalled. Sadly, only his 11-year-old son remained alive, as everyone else had died. The second piece of news was that Tatsi was repeatedly defeated by the Northern Expedition Army, led by General Lin. Soon, they would push Tatsi north of Jinlian Mountain. Inside Daliao, the country was now divided into two groups. One wanted to fight on and continue resisting, while the other preferred to surrender and preserve their remaining strength by retreating north of Jinlian. 2 days later, Grandma Zhou sent a letter and a package to the Zhou family. It was from Su Wana, expressing that her revenge was complete and she had gone to reunite with her husband's daughter. The package contained some gold jewelry as keepsakes. The Song family members saw this, and all cried deeply. Zhou specifically came to ask Jiang Yumei for permission. She wanted to burn paper money for Su Wana and sistering in the backyard. Jiang nodded in agreement. Jiang Yumei also felt sad inside. Wealth and fame are fleeting. Looking at the original Song family, and now the Wu family, whether loyal officials or treacherous ones, all ended up like this. Even the poor women, Su Wana, Empress Wu De, and the 5-year-old girl Zhou once nursed, she suddenly thought that living in the countryside was better, especially now, when she had enough to eat, didn't worry about clothes, and was living comfortably. She then spoke to her focused little son, "Son, you don't need to be so eager in the future. Why must you take the imperial exams and aim to be a top scholar? I don't want to wear fancy crowns or dresses. It's good to live peacefully here in the countryside." The little boy looked up at his mother with a frown. "Mother, why are your words different from what our teacher, great-grandpa, and uncle say? They all tell me to work hard and strive. Even the elders of my classmates say the same. Only you say such unambitious things, which is strange." Jiang Yumei gently smoothed his brow and said, "Mother is just feeling that life is unpredictable. High officials and noble families, if they say the wrong thing or make a wrong decision, their whole family could be in danger. That's so scary. But we didn't say anything wrong or do anything wrong back then. Yet those people like Guzi kept bullying us. If it weren't for Uncle Zhao just now, who happened to save Mother from Bisui Creek, I might not be alive now. What would I do if I died?" Little Baozi said, "At that time, I was watching my sleeping mother and thinking that if I ever had the chance to go to school, I would work hard to pass the imperial exam and become an official. Then no one would dare to bully us anymore." That was true. Life for ordinary people is not easy. Little Baozi added, "Mother, look, we've gone through such hard times before, and now life is better. Why are you still thinking about leaving this home?" As he spoke, he climbed onto Jiang Yumei's lap and hugged her neck, saying, "Mother, when I have free time, I think I'd rather live simply like before. Even if I go hungry, and it's hard to gather wild fruits and grind grains, I wouldn't sell more than a few coins. We still live in that thatched cottage nearby, and I don't want you to leave me or think about leaving our Lin family." It seemed little Baozi hadn't been this close to Jiang Yumei in a long time. She rested her chin on his head and softly murmured, unable to speak. A few days later, Lin Heizhuang also received a letter from his wife and was so happy that he took it into his room to read secretly. Afterward, he spread a rumor that Lin Changqi's fiancée was a girl from the Wu family. Before the Wu family's trouble in October, Lin Changqi had already broken off the engagement. Now she had become a sought-after noble lady in the capital, and even before returning to the city, several families had come to inquire about her. Jiang Yumei thought that besides the Northern Expedition Army, everything else had little to do with them. The New Year's gift from the Qin family was sent by Old Song, and it included handmade sewing and embroidery by Jiang Yumei herself. The gift was a set of clothes and shoes for each of 3 generations, along with some eggs, goose eggs, dried meat, and other treats. The Qin family's gift was worth more than what they sent. including food, useful items, and some calligraphy supplies. The New Year's gift from the Lee family was sent by Song Wonkai and included handmade sewing, local specialties, some food, and fabric. On the 20th day of the 12th lunar month, Little Baozi had a holiday, which was also the day the Lin family slaughtered pigs for the new year. The 4 large pigs had been fed for over a year. Thanks to good food and careful care, they each weighed over 200 jin. Mother and son decided to sell 3 pigs and keep one for themselves. After breakfast, the Jiang Dafu family was the first to arrive, followed by Zhao Tiekui's family of 6. As soon as they entered the yard, Zhao Tiekui smiled and said, "Don't laugh at Uncle Zhao, kid. I've been wanting to try your family's pig dish for over a year. Now I've brought the whole family here." Aunt Zhao shyly said, "I said I wouldn't come, but since I did, I can't help much. Just eat the meat." Tai Xiao forced me to come along. Little Baozi happily said, "Grandma Zhao came, and that makes us happy. In previous years, I was the one who went to your house to eat the pig slaughtering feast. It smells so good." He eagerly took a deep breath. "Now I can finally invite you all to my house for the feast. Hee, if you don't come, my mother and I will go and invite you ourselves." Zhao Tiekui smiled and said, "Mom, see? I was right. You should come, so people won't say I need to find time to invite you." The Sun family only had 4 members: Grandpa Sun, Mr. and Mrs. Sun, Liangzi, and Little Baozi. When he saw that the Sun family wasn't all there, he was upset and insisted on going to invite them. Finally, Mr. Sun said, "Since Little Baozi is busy entertaining guests, I won't go. Let Liangzi go back and call my mother over." Little Baozi definitely wanted to call Liangzi's younger sister, Erniu, too. Then, old Master Jiang and his wife, Mr. and Mrs. Jiang from the university, and Jiang Yushu, along with Shoer, arrived. Little Baozi hurriedly asked, "Why didn't Auntie Jiang and Brother Jingzi come?" Jiang Yushu smiled and said, "Yesterday my brother caught a cold, so Auntie Jiang is staying at home to take care of him. Wei also said the little one has a slight fever, so we didn't let him go out in the wind." Little Baozi quickly responded, then, during lunch, send some meat to Auntie Jiang. Next, the 2 masters from the Wang family and the lady from the Hong family arrived as well. Finally, Butcher Zhang and his son came with their tools. When they saw the 4 fat pigs in the backyard, they smiled so broadly their eyes nearly closed and said loudly, "These are the fattest pigs I've seen in all my years of slaughtering pigs. Little Baozi, you did a good job." Little Baozi chuckled nearby, acting as if he truly believed that the pig's fatness was all his achievement. He jumped around excitedly, more energetic than even when the new courtyard's beams were being put up. The 3 big pigs sold for 7 taels and 2 qian of silver. Everyone happily enjoyed the hearty pig slaughter feast, and when they left, each family carried home a big piece of fatty meat. At home, preparations for the new year were underway. This year, more people had joined the family, including a big eater, so they needed to prepare more food. Jiang Yume discussed with Song Wangkai and Zhou about sending Kun to Donghe village to study privately with San Juzi in a small class, as he was about to turn 8. Song Wangcai's family was so excited they immediately knelt down and kowtowed. Later, Zhou specifically went to call Kun over for Jiang Yume to kowtow to him. Jiang Yume was still not used to people kneeling and kowtowing so easily. She didn't want to kneel to others, nor did she want others to kneel to her. Kun grinned widely and gave Jiang Yume 3 loud kowtows. Inside, he had been thinking about studying for a long time. On the 28th day of the Lunar New Year, the village received a notice from the county. It listed the names of 29 young men who had left the village, and each family received 5 taels of silver as condolence money. The families of these young men were filled with grief, crying loudly. Others not listed were happy, except for the family of Sanguzi, who was an exception. That noon, Sun Daqiang specially invited old Master Jiang, Jiang Dafu, and Jiang Yushan to their house for drinks. If not for help from Yitzi, who took Sun Skiang to serve as a soldier, they might not have survived until now. They all kept this favor in their hearts. Jiang Dafu happily brought some meat and 2 jin of wine to Sun's house. They drank so much that they could barely walk, and Jiang Yushan had to help him home. Late at night, Mother Tiger and her son returned. This time, they brought back a green reishi mushroom that shimmered with a green glow. Jiang Yomiai had never seen such a mushroom before. She wondered if she was just inexperienced or if it was as rare and precious as the red powder herb. Seeing Jiang Yomiai look confused, Mother Tiger first pretended to be dead on the ground, then got up and put the mushroom in her mouth, biting off a piece to eat. Jiang Yomiai guessed it might be a good medicine for healing. Since Mother Tiger wouldn't harm her, she decided to keep it. She took out clear spring water for them to drink and soaked the green reishi mushroom in it. She thought that when the red powder herb and ginseng were soaked in spring water, they looked much better. On the 29th day of the Lunar New Year, Jiang Yomiai was cleaning with Zhou's mother and daughter, along with Dia. Suddenly, Song Lalai hurried in and handed Jiang Yomiai a notice. It was from Zhou Zhenhua, the eldest son of the provincial governor himself. A divine messenger coming to her house? That was unbelievable. Jiang Yomiai quickly invited him in. Zhou Dafei asked her to prepare things because they were planning to go to the capital after the 15th day of the lunar month. It turned out that the Empress Dowager had been feeling dizzy, weak, and short of breath for nearly a year. The imperial doctors tried many times but couldn't find the cause. They gave her countless tonics and medicines, but her condition didn't improve. The emperor was furious, smashing several doctors' heads with teacups and punishing some with beatings. Last month, the Empress Dowager had a strange dream. She dreamed of a monkey holding a big peach, offering it to the Queen Mother for her birthday. When she woke up, she remembered the dream clearly and felt her illness had improved. Her head was less dizzy, and her breathing was easier. The imperial astronomer declared this dream a very lucky sign. The Empress Dowager was sure to enjoy long life and good health. Both the emperor and the Empress Dowager were very happy. Exactly on March 15th, the Empress Dowager's 60th birthday, the emperor issued a decree to celebrate her. The whole country was to honor her, including building a temple called Wanning Temple in the southern suburb of the capital, Xiangshan. Officials from all over the land were ordered to gather rare treasures and gifts for her. Women of high rank in the court were also commanded to go to the capital to bow and offer blessings. In a letter to her son, Zhou Ling, old Lady Zhou described the Empress Dowager's dream. Zhou Ling thought it looked very much like the monkey offering peaches on the birthday cake from his mother's story. So, he decided that when Zhou's wife went to the capital to bow and celebrate, she should bring Jiang Yumei along to make a birthday cake for the Empress Dowager. Jiang Yumei was furious and scolded. She preferred staying comfortably at home and didn't want to go to the busy capital. She also remembered from TV shows that the Empress Dowager was very strict and difficult. She hesitated and said, "I'm just a woman with small children. I really can't leave them. Master Li from Xiangxiang Sweet Shop makes excellent cakes. Maybe he can do it?" Zhou Zhenhua was a bit annoyed. He thought she was ungrateful and that she dared to refuse the emperor's orders. If it weren't for their business partnership, he would have scolded her properly. He frowned and said, "Master Li's cakes are good, but yours taste better and look prettier. Since this is for the Empress Dowager's birthday, everything must be perfect. You have to go to the capital yourself." He added, "I've put spring water in my cream. If I'd known it would cause trouble, I wouldn't have used it. Now I've made a mistake." Seeing Jiang Yumei still hesitating, Zhou Zhenhua took out 500 taels of silver and said, "Here are 500 taels. If you make a good cake, I'll give you another 500. What do you think? This is a good deal." Traveling just once could earn 1,000 taels, plus a free trip, so it was worth it. And whether she wanted to go or not, she had to go in the end. Jiang Yumei immediately smiled and said, "It's my honor to make a cake for the Empress Dowager. I also thank Lord Zhou and Master Zhou for giving me this opportunity." Zhou Zhenhua nodded, thinking she was sensible. "Then, get ready. You must arrive at Jinzhou Prefecture before the 14th day of the first lunar month. On the 15th, we will set sail for the capital. It takes 12 days by boat from Jinzhou to the capital, plus 2 days by cart." So, they had to leave Jinzhou on the 15th day of the lunar month and arrive in the capital before February. They would then spend over a month preparing everything to ensure success. After Zhou Zhenhua left, Jiang Yumei told her little boy about her trip to the capital. The little boy also wanted to go. I want to go too. It's been so long, and I can't rest knowing my mother is out alone. There are many things happening outside. If my mother faces any trouble, I can help her. Jiang Yumei thought this made sense. She couldn't bear not seeing her son for so long. Besides, it was time for him to see more of the world. The little kid was smart, but he lacked experience. The mother and son quickly agreed and hurried to Jiang Dafu's house. The two dogs wagged their tails and followed behind the little boy. When Jiang Dafu, his wife, and Jiang Yushan heard they were going to make cakes for the Empress Dowager, they felt both scared and excited. The Empress Dowager was the emperor's mother. What an honor to work for her. Jiang Dafu ran inside to help bring out Old Master Jiang. When Old Master Jiang heard the full story, he suddenly burst into tears. After laughing a little, he closed his eyes and lay back. Luckily, Jiang Dafu quickly supported him. His eyes were tightly shut, his face was pale, and his lips were white. He had apparently passed out. Jiang Dafu and the others were terrified. They hurried to put Old Master Jiang on the bed and called Dr. He. Dr. He examined him, gave some acupuncture, but the old man did not wake up. The doctor shook his head and said, "It's a phlegm-related illness caused by emotional excitement. If he doesn't wake up, prepare for the worst. If he does, his condition might still be serious. He could become paralyzed." After prescribing medicine, the doctor left. This was a tragic turn of events. Jiang Yumei thought this illness was like a from her past life. Back then, there was no special medicine, and in ancient times, there was even less. If he didn't wake up, he might die. If he did, he could be paralyzed and spend the rest of his life in bed. Was she the one causing this? By evening, Old Master Jiang still hadn't woken up. The medicine was given through his teeth, and the water used was from a clear spring. The family, including Wei Shi, Jiang Daxue, and Jiang Yushu, gathered around, crying loudly. Suddenly, Jiang Yumei remembered that yesterday, Hunyang had brought a green lingji mushroom. She decided to try giving it to Old Master Jiang. Was she the one causing this? By evening, Old Master Jiang still hadn't woken up. The medicine was given through his teeth, and the water used was from a clear spring. The family, including Wei Shi, Jiang Daxue, and "Why are you crying? I'm not dead. Why are you mourning during the New Year? Hey, where am I? This isn't my bed." He stood up and moved freely, just like before he was sick. The family was overwhelmed with both sadness and joy. Mrs. Wei cried and laughed as she said, "Old man, you just close your eyes and don't know anything. Do you realize what kind of days we've been having all this time? Why are you crying? I'm not dead. Why are you mourning during the New Year? Hey, where am I? This isn't my bed." He stood up and moved freely, just like before he was sick. The family was overwhelmed with both sadness and joy. Mrs. Wei cried and laughed as she said, He wanted to burn incense and pray to the ancestors because the Jiang family's daughter was going to wish the Empress Dowager a happy birthday. Old Master Jiang told the ancestors about this, and also wanted to hold a banquet. Jiang Yumei stopped him. The old man was really exhausting, thinking of one thing after another. He should not tell others about this, not even Xiao Wei and Jiang Dao, who are quick-tongued. The birthday cake hadn't been made yet, and he wanted to burn incense and pray to the ancestors because the Jiang family's daughter was going to wish the Empress Dowager a happy birthday. Old Master Jiang, Mrs. Wei, Jiang Daxue, and Jiang Yushu were all very proud and happy to have a daughter who could wish the Empress Dowager a happy birthday. They said, no wonder the old man was so happy he got sick. This was truly an honor. Jiang Yushan said he was worried about Jiang Yumei and her son. He wanted to go with his sister and nephew to take care of them. It was also a good chance to see Beijing. Jiang Yumei agreed and nodded repeatedly. After discussing these matters late into the night, Jiang Yumei returned to Nanshan residence with Jiang Yushan. She also told Song's family about it. She wanted to bring Song Wangkai and his wife along. They would help her with the work. Lin Heizhuang could go back to visit his family. The next day was New Year's Eve. The mother and son went early in the morning to visit Lin Daoyang's grave. Little Baozi reported their family income and his gains over the past year, and said they would travel with his mother this time to see new places. Gao Zai and Huahua also went along. Little Baozi and Jiang Yumei knelt to burn paper, sitting nearby and looking at the sky. When they returned home, they heard Chun crying and Song Wangkai scolding. It turned out Chun heard his parents say they would go to Beijing with Aunt Lin, and because Brother Nian and the master were also going, he cried and begged to go too. Zhou tried to comfort him, but he wouldn't stop crying. Song Wangkai was so angry, he slapped him. Chun's screams gave Jiang Yumei a headache. She said if he wants to go, let him. It's a good chance for him to keep little Baozi company. Lin Heizhuang was happy to hear he could return to Beijing and reunite with his wife and family. He chuckled happily. She came specifically to see Jiang Yumei and said, "Thank you, Lady Lin. My wife is very good at making pickled cucumbers. I will ask her to make more to honor you. Sometimes, this person can be quite thoughtful." Jiang Yumei smiled and nodded to show her thanks. In the afternoon, they started celebrating the new year with a feast, and the food on the table was even more abundant than last year. This time, they set up 3 tables, one for Jiang Yumei and her son, one for 5 men, and one for 4 women and a child. Little Baozi and Chun ate while occasionally going out to set off firecrackers. The children's laughter, barking dogs, and firecrackers made the quiet Nanshan residence lively. Jiang Yumei looked at her home. It wasn't easy for her to go from poverty to running such a big business. On the first day of the new year, Nanshan residence became the busiest place for children to run around. This year, not only children from Shiha village came to pay New Year's greetings, but children from Dongha village also came. They exchanged lucky words, and Jiang Yumei and Zhou Shi happily invited them inside, stuffing candies and peanuts into their pockets. Little Baozi, representing the Lin family of Nanshan residents, went with Chun to visit each household. The puppies and Huahua followed closely, waiting at the door when their owner went inside someone's house. On the second day of the new year, Jiang Yumei and her son, along with Chun, brought gifts to Jiang Dafu's house. The old master also came, and the family happily spent the day playing together. Little Baozi and Chun also received red envelopes from them. On the third day of the new year, Jiang Yumei asked Old Song to deliver a letter to Chen's residence. Chen Jihong and his son hurried over with Old Song. Chen Jihong didn't think this was as honorable as Jiang Laoyizi did. Working for the royal family could bring fame if done well, but if not, it could mean losing one's head. But since the magistrate wanted her to go, she had to go. She said, "You and your mother can go, but I'm not so sure. I'll go with you." Jiang Yumei shook her head. "My brother will accompany me. You're busy too. After the new year, you're going to Jiangnan to gather grain, so don't let my matter delay important affairs." "Nothing is more important than you," Chen Jihong blurted out, then felt it was too rash. Blushing, he said, "I can send Chenair instead. I should go to Beijing with you." Jiang Yumei replied, "This time, we're going with Lady Zhou. It's not convenient for you to come with us. You go your way, I'll go mine," Chen Jihong said stubbornly. Seeing that he was determined to go, Jiang Yumei said, "Then you should go to Jiangnan first to handle official business. Those matters can't be delayed. Sending Chen Er instead of you isn't as good. After finishing their tasks, if there is still time, just come directly from Jiangnan to Beijing to find us. When we arrive in the city, we will stay at my third uncle's house. If it's too late, then don't come. May is also the time to harvest wheat here." Chen Jihong thought this made sense. The chubby boy who went out to play with little Baozi heard that Jiang Yumei and her son were going to Beijing and started to pout and cry. He ran back to the house and found Chen Jihong and Jiang Yumei. "Dad, I can't bear to leave Aunt Lin and Brother Nian. Please take Aunt Lin with me too." Little Baozi also didn't want to leave the chubby boy and helped say, "Mother, take Brother Ji along too. Even Akan is going, so it's fine to bring Brother Ji. Besides, if we discuss economics together, it will be good for both the boys." Now that Chen Jihong and Jiang Yumei hadn't mentioned marriage, little Baozi's attitude toward Chen Jihong had changed a bit. Jiang Yumei joked, Brother Ji has to stay at home to keep Grandpa Chen company. When Uncle Chen leaves, Brother Ji will leave too. What will Grandpa Chen do then? Chen Jihong comforted the chubby boy. Yes, Dad will go to Jiangnan in a few days. You need to stay at home and take care of Grandpa Chen. Also, Aunt Lin is going to Beijing for work. Why take so many children? Aunt Lin and Brother Nian will be back in 2 or 3 months. Those months will pass quickly. Jiang Yumei pulled the chubby boy over and wiped his tears, saying, "Don't cry, Ji. Aunt Lin will come back after finishing her work, and she'll bring you good things from Beijing." Seeing that Brother Ji couldn't go, little Baozi tried to cheer him up. "Brother Ji, I heard the salted chicken in Beijing is the best. I'll bring some back for you." But then he thought, that's a long way to go, and the chicken might spoil on the way. He added, "Beijing also has other good things. I'll buy more for you. I want to stay a few more days at Aunt Lin's house and practice with Brother Nian," the chubby boy said with a pout. Chen Jihong nodded in agreement. He hurried back to Qinghua County that night, and the chubby boy stayed a few more days. When Chen Jihong left, Jiang Yumei took many small eggs and large goose eggs, steamed lots of soft, sweet cakes for old Master Chen, and secretly gave him a pair of socks. On the 7th day at noon, a carriage from the Chen family came to pick up the tearful little boy. In the afternoon, Lin Heizhuang took little Baozi and Akan running up the mountain to build strength. Jiang Yumei took the 2 tigers and 2 dogs to the old yard, released the spring water for them to drink, and poured some for the chickens, geese, and sheep. After finishing, she told Tiger Mother about her plans to go to the capital. Surprisingly, Tiger Mother seemed to have known this in advance, but Tiger Child looked very reluctant to part. Jiang Yumei stroked Tiger Child's hair and said, "We will be gone for at least 2 months, maybe a little more. When we go into the mountains, you can play around for a few days. Maybe by the time you come back, we will already be home." Tiger Mother nodded, tugged at her pants, and led the way to the new courtyard. Jiang Yumei and Tiger Child followed, but they entered Jiang Yumei's and her son's bedroom. Tiger Mother kept staring at the bottom of the bed. There were some movable bricks under the bed, hiding most of her family's valuables, including red mo'o and a family heirloom jade pendant. Was Tiger Mother asking her to bring silver, the red mo'o, or the jade pendant? Jiang Yumei wasn't sure. She dug out several small jars and laid the items on the bed. Seeing Tiger Mother's eyes fixed on the heirloom jade pendant, she wondered if she was supposed to bring that. Jiang Yumei picked up the jade pendant, and she saw Tiger Mother nodding again. Seeing Tiger Mother's reactions, Jiang Yumei started to feel uneasy. Could there be more trouble on this trip to the capital? Since Tiger Mother was a spiritual being, her guidance made sense. Thinking of this, Jiang Yumei began to hesitate about going. Life now was so good. These past few months had been the most peaceful and happy in her life, despite a little regret over the infrequent meetings with Chen Jihong. Overall, she felt joyful and content. But she couldn't just stay. Zhou Xuanfu was someone she absolutely couldn't offend. She decided to take it one step at a time. Jiang Yumei agreed to bring the jade pendant. Before leaving, she told Jiang Dafu about the farm work. If she couldn't return in May, he should help Jiang arrange the winter wheat harvest and rice planting. She also asked Old Song to call Tan's family and tell them to follow Jiang Dafu's instructions. She handed them rice seeds to plant on time. The household matters would be managed by Old Song, while Li Chongfeng's family would continue to take care of the orchard. The fish supply from Nanling Mountain was temporarily stopped, and they would just eat fish from Nanquan Lake. On the 10th day of the first lunar month, little Baozi, accompanied by Jiang Yushan, visited Mr. Wang's house in Donghe village to deliver New Year's greetings and asked for a 3-month leave. All the things to take had been prepared: clothes, food, daily necessities, and some blood voe and green druid just in case. The heirloom jade pendant had already been hung around little Baozi's neck yesterday, and she warned him not to lose it. That night, the exhausted little bun led a tiger and 2 dogs back home. Strangely, not only did Tiger Girl and Tiger Mother stay in Jiang Yumei's room and refuse to leave, but even the puppies and Huahua stubbornly refused to go. Jiang Yumei then laid their mats on the floor. Luckily, her bedroom was large enough to hold them all, so they all slept there. The moonlight was especially bright that night, shining on this strange family. 2 people, 2 tigers, and 2 dogs shared one room, and surprisingly, they lived in perfect harmony. Jiang Yumei couldn't sleep. She knew Tiger Mother was probably awake too. Before dawn on the 12th day of the lunar month, Tiger Mother was ready to take Tiger Baby into the mountains. Lin Heizhuang rode his horse first to Jinzhou Prefecture. Jiang Yumei and the others packed their things onto a cart, got on, and headed to Jiang Dafu's house. The puppies and Hua followed behind the ox cart. Old Master Jiang, Mrs. Wei, and Jiang Dashua's father and son were waiting at Jiang Dafu's house. Jiang Yumei and her son bid farewell to them. Old Master Jiang still advised Jiang Yumei to work hard and do well, to bring honor to the Jiang family ancestors. What does the quality of the cake have to do with the ancestors? Jiang Yumei was truly speechless. Sometimes Old Master Jiang was very clever, but other times he was hard to understand. Jiang Yushan sat on the ox cart. Jiang Dafu and Li Shi went to see them off and also got on the cart. The ox cart then crossed Bashui Bridge toward the dock. After they boarded the boat, the puppies and Hua, ignoring Old Man Song's protests, forcefully got on board. The boat captain saw how tall and fierce the 2 wolf dogs were and didn't dare to chase them away. The 2 dogs went to Little Bun, tears in their eyes, pressing close to his legs. No matter how Jiang Yumei tried to persuade them, they refused to get off the boat. Little Bun tearfully said, "Mother, maybe we should take them with us. I can't bear to leave them." Jiang Yumei was helpless and could only bring them along. They waved goodbye to Jiang Dafu and Li Shi on the shore. Li Shi, tears in her eyes, reminded them to stay safe and told her grandson to always stay close to the adults, warning that there were many troublemakers outside. When they arrived at Qinghua County, Chen Jihong and Little Fatty were already waiting at the dock, bringing some supplies. Chen Jihong put a cotton hat that covered his ears on Little Bun and said, "It's cold in the capital. Don't catch a cold. Nianer is a good child. Take good care of your mother. Uncle will try to visit you in the capital." Little Bun's eyes also turned red, and he nodded with a pout. Little Fatty was more emotional. He first hugged Jiang Yumei and cried like a tearful person. Jiang Yumei was moved to tears too, holding his head and saying, "Dear, be good. Aunt Lin also can't bear to part with you. We will be back soon, in just 2 or 3 months, which will go by very quickly." Then Little Chubby and Little Bun hugged and cried together. Little Chubby cried so hard he was hiccuping. Little Bun also cried and secretly whispered into Little Chubby's ear, "Brother G, I also miss you and Uncle Chen so much. I didn't realize before how much I would miss Uncle Chen." The 5 of them and 2 dogs boarded a large passenger boat, heading to Jinzhou Prefecture in the provincial capital. They waved goodbye to the shore, with 1 big and 1 small figure, until they could no longer see the 2 black dots. Then they went into the cabin. When Chen Jihong on shore heard Little Chubby talk about Little Bun, he was very happy. His worries about parting eased a lot. He patted Little Chubby's shoulder and said, "Good boy, you're more capable than your dad. Come on, today I invite you to the Lucky Prosperity restaurant to eat. You can choose whatever dishes you like." When they arrived in Jinzhou Prefecture, Governor Zhou specially met with Jiang Yumei and her son. He was a bit surprised to see Little Bun. Then he gave a speech encouraging Jiang Yumei to continue working her diamond skills, to bring honor to the people of Western Sichuan Province and achieve good results. As a young man, Little Bun always wanted to be the first to take action outside, so he naturally expressed his determination on behalf of his mother to work hard and bring glory to Governor Zhou. His clever words and good attitude made Governor Zhou very pleased. He thought, it's not easy for a rural family to raise such an outstanding child. Later, Mrs. Zhou also met with them, offering more encouragement and even a little bit of stern advice. Once again, Little Bun spoke on behalf of his mother, showing his resolve. Mrs. Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Before they left, she also gave Little Bun 2 taels of silver. The little kid held the silver ingot and smiled happily. Seeing his greedy look, Jiang Yumei was speechless. Their family already had quite a bit of silver, but the kid still couldn't resist when he saw money. The next day, Mrs. Zhou and her husband Zhou Zhenhua led their son Ligay, daughter Sierra, and a large group of family members and guards, along with Jiang Yumei and her group, including 2 dogs, onto their private big boat. Traveling with high officials' families was really nice, just like in the past when wealthy second-generation officials had private jets or special arrangements. This boat was much more luxurious than the large passenger ship they took to the provincial capital. The original passenger ship only had large cabins, but on this boat, each family had their own room. The boat was clean, tidy, and ran smoothly. Jiang Yumei and her son, along with the head of the Zhou family, stayed on the second floor, with even better conditions. Jiang Yumei was busy thinking about how to make the most of this opportunity and quickly get back home. She drew and wrote on paper, and also discussed with Mrs. Zhou about which ingredients they currently had and which ones were missing. Zhou Zhenhua and Jiang Yushan both planned to take the imperial exam this fall. While on the boat, they discussed economics. Zhou Zhenhua greatly admired Jiang Yushan's knowledge, and the two felt they had found a true friend. Little Baozi was a good child who loved to learn. Every day, he had to finish his homework before he could leave the cabin to play. Chun was used to being wild. He couldn't stay in the small room and often ran out to play wildly, with 2 dogs following him. Chun was clever and quiet, knowing that the people on the boat were important and not to be disturbed. As long as he didn't cause trouble, Song Wankai didn't restrict him much. He wanted to go out and play, and as long as he didn't bother the guests, he was allowed to do so. Little Do Ding, Li Guer, and Sheer were young and delicate, so they were kept in their rooms. Outside was dangerous and cold. Li Guer saw Chun and Baozi playing with the dogs through the window and felt jealous. He also wanted to go out. Grandma Zhou was patiently comforting him. Just below the window, Baozi heard his younger brother crying and felt sorry. He went back to his room and took out his big frog and a ladybug toy. Jiang Yumei and Mrs. Zhou were busy discussing cake and didn't pay attention to him. Baozi carried his fabric toy to that room. He knocked on the door first. Funhe opened the door and invited him in when she saw it was him. Mrs. Zhou heard her grandson crying and came over, complaining that the country folks didn't know manners. She wondered why they brought such a scary dog onto another family's boat. If she weren't going to make a cake for the Zhou family, she wouldn't bother to share the boat with them. Because Grandma Zhou and Jiang Yumei were doing business together, she had a good impression of them and didn't say much, only listening to her mother-in-law complain. After Baozi entered, he first bowed to Mrs. Zhou and Grandma Zhou, saying, "I'm sorry." Chun, the dogs, and Huahua argued with the young master and young lady. "I have 2 dolls made by my mother. If the young master and young lady don't mind, please take them to play." The frog was quite large, about the size of a small child, with a bright green body and head, and a big open mouth. Normally, such a thing might be scary, but this frog looked silly and adorable. Seeing it, Doding stopped crying and happily hugged the big frog, playing with it affectionately. Baozi then handed the ladybug toy with a black background and red flowers to Sheer. Sheer happily took it and said, "The bug's colorful clothes are so pretty. Grandma, I like it very much." She also tugged at its raised feelers. Mrs. Zhou was quite surprised to see these 2 items. This method completely overturned traditional ways, exaggerated and very fun. Although not perfect, it was still recognizable. This rural woman is really clever and resourceful. Mrs. Zhou nodded in satisfaction and smiled. Both mother and son are clever. The mother is skilled and resourceful, and the little boy is very handsome with bright eyes and good manners. He is likely to have a bright future. Her attitude toward the little bun also improved. She asked what books the boy had read. She was even more surprised to learn that he was reading books suitable for a 12-year-old, and his responses were not as smooth as her son's. After a closer look, she found out that his classmates were all teenagers. Mrs. Zhou's attitude changed even more. She kindly told the little bun, "Good child, it's impressive that you're thinking about your younger brothers and sisters at such a young age. From now on, call them Brother Li and Sister Shi. Take them to play whenever you can." Grandma Zhou also heard that Jiang Yushan was very talented and would likely do well in exams. She had previously told her not to neglect these 2 children. Now, her mother-in-law's attitude had also changed, so she wanted to be friendly. She smiled and beckoned the little bun, saying, "Come here, good child." The little bun walked over. Grandma Zhou held his hand and looked at him carefully. She said to Mrs. Zhou, "I always feel he looks familiar, like I've seen him somewhere before." Mrs. Zhou nodded and said, "I feel the same. Maybe handsome children have something in common." Before leaving, Mrs. Zhou gave him a white jade pen holder. In the following days, little Do Ding, brotherly, and sister, she often asked the little bun to play with them. The little bun was sweet-tongued and good at making people happy. Not only did he make Grandma Zhou and Sister Shi happy, but even the maid Pink Lotus was so pleased that she left extra snacks for him meant for Brother Li and Sister Shi. Jiang Yu made him know that her son spent his free time working on difficult problems. He was just staying inside, thinking about making cakes or doing some sewing. The 12 days passed quickly. When they disembarked, it was already dusk. A young man came to greet Mrs. Zhou with a bow. It was Zhou Zhenxing, her nephew, who had come from Qingzhou to pick them up. They went to the inn, where Zhou Zhenxing had already reserved a courtyard. Everyone stayed there, planning to leave early the next morning. In the evening, Zhou Zhenhua introduced Jiang Yushan to Zhou Zhengqing. Zhou Zhengqing was already a successful candidate preparing for the imperial exam next spring. They all drank and talked happily, and feeling inspired, Zhou Zhengqing even composed a poem about the moon. Before sunset on the third day, they arrived in the capital city. They went straight to Zhou's residence. The head of the household was Zhou Gaogong, a senior official in the cabinet, and father of Zhou Ling. Lin Heizhuang rode back to Lin's house. Meanwhile, Jiang Yumei gave Lin Heizhuang the address of the Jiang family's carriage shop, asking him to deliver a letter the next day. She wanted the Jiang family to send someone to pick them up and take them to her home. Because Lin Yumei and her son were servants living in Zhou's house, they didn't have much status. She didn't want herself or her son to be treated like servants. When they arrived at Zhou's house, Jiang Yushan was assigned a guest room in the front yard, and Song Wangkai stayed with him. Jiang Yumei, her son, and Zhou's family members were placed in a small side courtyard. Of course, the dogs, Chao and Huahua, followed them. Originally, the gatekeeper of Zhou's house didn't allow dogs inside, but Zhou Deyi helped persuade him, so the dogs were allowed in with their owners. After dinner, a servant named Ding Momo, who was responsible for shopping in the kitchen, came to the small courtyard to see Jiang Yumei. She said that the main wife had specifically asked her to provide all the ingredients Jiang Yumei needed. Ding Momo thought that in such a remote province as Sichuan, the local people probably couldn't produce anything good. She was a close servant of Zhou Er's wife and believed the main wife was meddlesome. She also thought that the Empress Dowager wasn't someone to be easily fooled. If this rural woman caused trouble, the entire Zhou family might suffer. She only knew that this rural woman was recommended by the main wife to prepare dishes for the Empress Dowager's birthday feast, but she didn't know exactly what dishes. When she heard that Jiang Yumei wanted strange ingredients that didn't include meat, vegetables, or seasonings, just odd things, she thought it was suspicious. She sneered and said, "Madam Lin, where do you think you're going with all these strange things? Are you playing house with little kids? This isn't the countryside in Sichuan. You can't just fool people here." Besides, Zhou's house in the capital has been a prominent family for over 100 years, producing 3 officials above the second rank in the past century. You, a rural woman, can't deceive us. I advise you to leave before you cause trouble and risk your life. And since it's for the Empress Dowager's birthday, if you mess up, you might even lose your head. She really looked down on others. Jiang Yumei said, "This maid was sent by Lady Zhou. I just returned from a place, but I still have to follow Lady Zhou's orders, right? It's all a trick, and I don't want to lose my head. Maybe you should talk to Lady Zhou and ask her to send me away quickly. I'm really afraid." Even with 100 guts, Ding's maid wouldn't dare to speak to the main lady. She snorted and said, "Just wait and see. Tomorrow, we'll send you more strange ingredients." Seeing Ding's maid turn away with a pout, Jiang Yumei felt very tired. She wasn't afraid of hard work, but hated family struggles. Look at how even a servant girl has such an attitude. She decided to finish her task quickly and go back to the countryside to farm. The next morning, Jiang Dach and Mrs. Zhang arrived. Jiang Dach went to the front yard to see Jiang Yushan and little Baozi, while Mrs. Zhang was taken here. Mrs. Zhang, smiling happily, pulled Jiang Yumei and first expressed her longing for her and everyone in the Jiang family. She also said they had bought a small courtyard in the capital. Although it was remote and small, owning a house in this precious city was not easy. Their life was now quite good. Jiang Yilu and Jiang Yuqin were studying at the Cui family school. Jiang Dach, through hard work, gained the trust and appreciation of the big boss Cui Qingzheng, and his work was now on the right track. Jiang Yumei also told her about the family and handed over the gifts from the Jiang family and from shopkeeper Zhang. Finally, she warmly invited them to stay at her home. Jiang Yumei also considered staying at her house. She asked Zhou to talk to Grandma Zhou and see if they could come during the day to work and rest at Jiang Dach's house at night. In the end, Grandma Zhou did meet her, and the steward Zhou Maomao from the inner courtyard directly refused. She said it was for the Empress Dowager's birthday celebration, and the task was very important. They had to be perfect. How could she allow free access? In the end, only Jiang Yushan went to Jiang Dach's house. Jiang Yumei told little Baozi and Heir Chun to go too, but both boys didn't want to leave their mother, so they stayed. Because Jiang Yumei and her children still stayed at the Zhou family, Song Wankai had to remain outside the Zhou estate. After Mrs. Zhang left, Jiang Yumei waited until late afternoon. She only received a little flour, a jar of sugar, a jar of salt, and a dozen eggs. That was hardly enough. Jiang Yumei was very angry. This was truly difficult, harder than facing the king of tricky as a little ghost. Jiang Yumei discussed with Mrs.
Zhou.
It wasn't good to go directly to Lady Zhou. The twists and turns inside the big house were confusing and tiring. She thought about finding an opportunity tomorrow to talk to Grandma Zhou, Huang Shi, and see if they could come up with a plan. Little Baozi still studies before playing. Jiang Yumei repeatedly warned the two boys not to take the puppies and Huahua outside. Children from noble families are very delicate, and if they get scared by a dog, their lives could be at risk. She kept reminding the puppies and Huahua not to leave the small courtyard gate. Huahua was easy to talk to and nodded happily, but the puppy was a bit impatient. Still, he reluctantly agreed. People's temper can change, and so can dogs. The puppy used to have the best temper and an honest personality. Since he got married, his temper has worsened. Jiang Yumei thought that all male animals shouldn't be spoiled. That night, little Baozi climbed onto Jiang Yumei's lap, feeling very upset. He said, "Mother, this place is not fun at all. The yard is so small, and we can't go out. How can we see the busy city? I promised Brother Ji to bring back some interesting things. How can I buy anything if we stay in this yard every day?" Jiang Yumei sighed and said, "We can only go out after the Empress Dowager's birthday. Mother, I don't like it here. I miss Grandpa, Grandma, Great-Grandpa, Mother Tiger, Little Tiger, Brother Ji, Brother Liang, and Sanju," little Baozi said, counting on his fingers. "I also miss our big yard, the old yard, and Nanquan Lake. Oh, and I miss the sheep, the big white goose, and Uncle Chen." Jiang Yumei didn't expect him to miss Qin Jihong, but Qin Jihong's situation was quite poor, now just like a sheep or a goose. She smiled and said, "Since we're here, we should be patient and wait. Just treat it like studying in school. Finish the homework the teacher assigned. 2 or 3 months will pass quickly." Little Baozi nodded tiredly and let out a heavy sigh. The next day, Zhou's went to find Huang's, but were told Huang's had gone back to her mother's house early that morning and would stay for 2 days. Uncle Zhou, Zhou Zhenxing, also went back with his wife. Zhou's finally found Madame Zhou after many twists and turns, but was told by the maid at the gate that Madame Zhou was visiting the old lady and wouldn't return soon. Seeing how indifferent the maid was, Zhou's got angry. She thought, since she likes to come and go, I'll just go back and tell Jiang Yumei. Tonight I'll go again to find Madame Zhou. When Jiang Yumei heard this, she smiled. She was an outsider, but still insisted on meddling in family affairs. She decided to act confident first and watch the show. She said there was no need to find Madame Zhou anymore. Instead, Zhou should directly bribe the maid at the gate with 2 coins to find Song Wang and ask him to buy some food ingredients. Song Wang's only idea was to find Jiang Deche. The next day, Jiang Deche managed to bring some ingredients that Jiang Yume wanted. On the 3rd day, old Master Zhou heard that his eldest daughter-in-law had brought someone to Beijing who specialized in making rare dishes for the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet. He wanted to see how special they really were. Fan He, who had just returned from her maternal home with Huang Shi, hurried to find Jiang Yume, saying that old Master Zhou wanted to eat cake tonight. Jiang Yume explained to Fan He about the lack of ingredients and how difficult it was to find someone. Luckily, she was clever and responsible, so she had Song Wangkai go outside to find some ingredients for now. Fan He went back to tell Grandma Huang. After hearing this, Huang Shi went to find Madame Zhou. Madame Zhou was angry and upset. She hadn't visited this household in many years, and now things had changed so much. She wondered if her second sister-in-law was deliberately causing trouble or if the servants were secretly disobedient. Madame Zhou and Huang Shi went to the main room where the old lady lived. Madame Zhou's second wife and her daughter-in-law, Granny Zhou, were also there. 4 young ladies from the Zhou household, aged 5 to 13, sat inside, trying to win the old lady's favor. Madame Zhou bowed and greeted the old lady, then sat to her left on the lower seat. The old lady smiled and pointed at a pile of colorful fabrics, telling Grandma Huang, "Go pick some. Make beautiful clothes for you and your mother-in-law." Madame Zhou smiled and said to Madame Zhou, "Big sister-in-law, I was just about to send someone to invite you and your daughter-in-law and third sister-in-law. You're all here now. Take a look at these fabrics. They were bought last month from Jiangnan, specially for the Empress Dowager's birthday. What do you think? Aren't they beautiful? These are the most fashionable colorful soft silk I ordered from Jiangnan. They're luxurious and festive. The clothes made from these will surely look wonderful." Madame Zhou smiled and said, "Second sister-in-law, you've worked hard. This family is large and busy, and it's not easy to manage everything." "Oh, thank you for understanding, big sister-in-law. I'm just a hardworking person. As long as I can make everyone comfortable and happy, I don't mind being criticized," said Madame Zhou with a smile. Madame Zhou snorted coldly and said, "It's hard to believe that a country girl from Western Sichuan would remember me. It's such a pity to wear such gorgeous fabrics on me." Her words made second sister-in-law blush deeply. The young ladies in the room, guided by the maid, quickly left. Second sister-in-law was confused and said with a sense of grievance, "Big sister-in-law, what do you mean by that?" Madame Zhou ignored her and said to the old lady, "Mother, I brought a master from Western Sichuan this time, specially to prepare dishes for the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet. I dared to bring her here because I trust her. Her skills are truly amazing." This was a big matter that should have been handled by the whole family working together to do it well and ensure everything was perfect. I asked the kitchen to buy some ingredients for the chef, but these people not only didn't buy them, they also mocked me, saying that I was a rural person from Sichuan province coming to the capital to be deceived. After so many years away from the household, do I not even have the power to command a servant? Now I am being insulted as a country bumpkin from Western Sichuan? She started crying after saying this. Grandma Zhou also wiped her tears and said, "Tonight, the master will taste this dish, but the ingredients are not complete. Luckily, the chef is kind and responsible. She paid out of her own pocket to buy some ingredients outside. Although not all are there, we can manage to make something with what we have." When Madame Zhou mentioned this, Lady Zhou felt a bit guilty. She had also heard from Lady Ding that the rural woman was deceiving them, asking for strange and unusual things instead of real ingredients. She thought these items didn't seem suitable for cooking and told Lady Ding to buy only real ingredients for her. Then she stopped worrying about it. The old lady snorted and said, "Why are the servants in the household so unruly now? These old folks are getting more and more arrogant, even ignoring the lady's orders." Lady Zhou quickly stood up and said, "Don't worry, mother, and don't be angry, sister-in-law. I heard about this too." Lady Ding said that the chef didn't want real ingredients, just some strange and unusual things. Some of these things seem like no one has ever eaten them before, so how could they be made for the Empress Dowager? But I still told her to try to satisfy whatever the chef asks for.
Oh,
Things that aren't real ingredients, but are used to make food? The old lady asked. Well, I can't remember exactly. I will call Lady Ding to ask her, Lady Zhou replied. Seeing the old lady nod, she ordered the maid to call Lady Ding. When Lady Ding arrived, she immediately knelt and said, Please forgive me, madam. The ingredients the chef asked for are not meat or vegetables. Besides flour, eggs, sugar, and salt, they are all strange and unusual items. I really dare not find those things for her. It would be a sin for Her Majesty to eat them. The old lady asked, What strange and unusual things did she ask for? Lady Ding said, besides flour, eggs, sugar, and salt, she also wanted milk, various colorful fruits, and if those weren't available, she asked for red rose petals, light-tasting green vegetable juice, black rice, oranges, and some other things I can't quite remember. These things are really strange, a voice said as old Master Zhou entered. However, since she dared to ask for them, perhaps she has her reasons. Let's call the master to ask her about it. All the elders, led by the old lady, stood up and bowed to old Master Zhou. He nodded and sat down, saying, Sometimes, talented people from the common folk can bring unexpected surprises. Feng he left for a while and returned with two women, each holding something in their hands. After handing the cake to Feng he, Jiang Yumei, and Zhou's wife knelt and bowed to old Master Zhou, saying, Greetings, Lord Zhou. Greetings, Madam Zhou. Old Master Zhou ignored Jiang Yumei and Zhou's wife, instead focusing on the items in Feng He's hands. One looked like a round flower basket, woven with dark green and light green bamboo strips. It was filled with pink, red, and yellow flowers, with small signs inserted among the blooms that read Happy Birthday. The basket emitted a sweet fragrance that filled the room. Everyone in the room was captivated by this. What is this? They asked. Grandma Zhou stepped forward and said, Grandpa, this is a birthday cake. Very beautiful, but can it be eaten? Madam Zhou asked. Jiang Yumei stood up and explained, All these are made from edible ingredients, so of course it can be eaten, and she described how the colors were mixed. Grandma Zhou used a knife to cut a piece and tasted it herself, saying, Grandpa, try this. It's really fragrant. It was clear that the cake received high praise from old Master Zhou and the old lady. They immediately rewarded Jiang Yumei and her daughter 50 taels of silver, telling them to think carefully about what kind of cake to make for the Empress Dowager. They also strictly ordered everyone in the house not to reveal this delicacy. Of course, Lady Zhou was scolded, and Lady Ding received 10 big hits. Old Dr. Zhou felt proud and dismissed the servants from the room. He then explained the birthday cake Jiang Yumei made for her own birthday, called a monkey offering peach. Old Master Zhou was very interested and described how the Empress Dowager had dreamt of a monkey offering a peach, asking Jiang Yumei to follow that idea. Because old Master Zhou favored her, Jiang Yumei and her family, as well as Zhou's family, received better treatment. They could get whatever they wanted. Also, little Baozi and Heir Chun could now go out to play in the small courtyard. These two kids, along with the puppies and Hua Hua, had been cooped up in the small yard for too long. Whenever they had free time, they would take the dogs out for walks. They were naturally worried about offending the important people in the mansion. Little Baozi held the puppies and Hua Hua's ears, repeatedly reminding them not to leave his side. Fortunately, this courtyard was secluded, located at the far west of the mansion, and it was rare to see anyone there. One day, Heir Chun and others were waiting for Jiang Yumei's freshly baked cake and didn't want to go out. Little Baozi went out alone with the puppies and Hua Hua to play. Not far from their small courtyard, there was a forest with a small house inside, but the gate was always closed. Today, the gate was open. The puppies immediately ran inside, and Hua Hua followed closely. Little Baozi quickly went in after them, shouting, Puppies, Hua Hua, come out. It's time to go back. Suddenly, a young woman in plain clothes, in her 20s, came out of the house. Little Baozi hurried forward and bowed, saying, Auntie, sorry, my two dogs ran into the yard. I'm here to take them back. The young woman smiled gently and said, Xiaozi, go help this young man find his dogs. A maid responded and walked out of the house, saying, Mrs. Zhou is getting more forgetful. She leaves the door open when she goes out. She then took little Baozi to the back courtyard, where the two dogs were indeed found. Little Baozi pulled their ears and scolded them a bit before leading them to the front yard. He said happily, my dogs are found. The young woman smiled and took out a plate of snacks, inviting little Baozi, such a cute little kid. What's your name? Come, have some of my snacks. Little Baozi liked this kind and gentle woman and took a piece of snack to eat. It wasn't as delicious as his mother's cooking, but it was still pretty good. He nodded sincerely and praised, it's delicious, just like my mom's. The woman asked, your mom can also make snacks? Little Baozi nodded and pointed to their small courtyard, saying, my mom and I live there. She's making snacks now. Xiao Zi said nearby, so your mom is the chef brought back from Sichuan province by the madam of the house? Little Baozi nodded again and invited the woman. My mom's cake will be ready soon. It looks like a flower, very pretty. Auntie, he hesitated, feeling unsure about calling her auntie. The young woman smiled and said, just call me Aunt Zhou. Little Baozi nodded and said, then Aunt Zhou, please try it. Xiao Zi thought it would be good for her to go out and relax, so she also said, niece, go take a look. How can a snack look like a flower? Zhou Yan nodded, almost instinctively following the little bun to a small courtyard not far away. Jiang Yumei had just finished shaping a cake with cream when she saw the little bun bring in two people. The woman in front appeared to be in her 20s, gentle and graceful, followed by a maid. The little bun ran forward and said, Mother, I invite Aunt Zhou to come here and have some snacks. The woman smiled softly and said shyly, sorry to bother you. This young man said your pastries are as beautiful and tasty as flowers, so I took the liberty to come. Not only was this woman beautiful and gentle, but she also seemed to have a calmness like still water. It was unclear what her status was in this household. Jiang Yumei only smiled and said, you're too kind. My son is just bragging about his mother's cooking. When the woman saw the beautiful cake, her eyes widened in surprise.
Oh my!
Is this also a snack? It looks like a flower.
Can we eat it?
Jiang Yumei kindly invited her to sit and cut a piece for her. Later, this woman came every day, sometimes spending most of the day here. Jiang Yumei and she became close friends who shared everything. It turned out that this woman was named Zhou Yan, the daughter of Zhou Ling's ex-wife. Her mother died giving birth to her from heavy bleeding. A year later, Zhou Ling remarried to the current Madame Zhou. Because she lacked maternal love and care, and her wet nurse was not very clever, Zhou Yan grew up timid and weak. However, she was kind, honest, gentle, and well-behaved, growing up almost like an invisible person. 9 years ago, she married the eldest son of the right censorate, Shi Changsheng. Normally, the Shi family was considered to have married above their station, but Zhou Yan had no children after many years, and a doctor diagnosed her with coldness meaning she could never have children. Shi Yiming was an only son. At first, he was unhappy that Zhou Yan couldn't bear children, but he tolerated it for the sake of her grandfather and father. Because of her family's reputation, the Zhou family agreed for Shi Yiming to take concubines and have children. Shi Yiming took many concubines, and he already had 6 children from them. A few years later, the Shi family noticed that Zhou Yan was very obedient, like a gourd with its mouth sewn shut. Shi Yiming then started to scold and hit her. Even the favored concubines began to cause trouble, sneaking around and causing chaos. Zhou Yan could only cry and did not resist. She didn't want to go back to her family to ask for help, so Shi Yiming grew bolder. One day, after drinking outside, he thought that marrying such a foolish woman was useless. Not only could she not give him a son, but she also dared not ask her grandfather Zhou for help to improve her future. It made him very angry. So, fueled by alcohol, she started hitting Zhou Yan again. In a moment of carelessness, she hit Zhou Yan's head with a vase, creating a big hole. Zhou Yan fainted immediately, blood spilling everywhere. The family was panicked and quickly called the imperial doctor. After bandaging her, the doctor said, "Do your best and leave the rest to fate." Zhou Yan's nursemaid, Zhou Mama, was also frightened. She secretly returned to the Zhou residence and arranged for someone to bring Zhou Yan back. Zhou Yan eventually survived, but her body was covered in bruises, which made old Master Zhou very angry. Even though he didn't like her much, he didn't think she should be bullied like that. So he wrote to the emperor, accusing Shi Chongsheng of letting his son commit violence. As a result, Shi Chongsheng's official rank was lowered 2 levels, Shi Yiming's status as a successful candidate was revoked, and he was banned from serving in the court for life. With old Master Zhou's intervention, Zhou Yan and Shi Yiming divorced. After returning to the Zhou residence, she quietly stayed in a small side courtyard for more than 2 years. Another Jia Yingchun appeared. Luckily, she was slightly better off than Jia Yingchun. Her family allowed her to divorce and brought her back home. But being stuck in that small courtyard her whole life might be worse than dying. No wonder her gaze was so calm, like still water. Without hope, could her eyes still be lively? Zhou Yan listened to Jiang Youmei's inspiring story and was surprised. A widow with a son managing to build a large business through her own efforts, she thought, Jiang's younger sister is really capable. I'm not. I'm stupid and unworldly. I can only stay in this cold little courtyard, waiting to die. Jiang Youmei disagreed, saying, "Who said you're stupid and unworldly? How could someone stupid make such delicious pastries?" That was her honest opinion. Being able to reach this level was already very impressive for a local person. Zhou Yan happily asked, "Really? Are my pastries really that good?" Then she sighed and her voice grew softer. "I had a hard time in the Shi family. Making these treats is the only way I can forget my worries." After coming back, life in that small courtyard was also hopeless. "So, I just made these to pass the time." Jiang Youmei told her about how broad the outside world was, how women should be strong, independent, and proud. She explained that to change her fate, she couldn't live like an invisible person. She also taught her how to attract the attention of the head of the family and fight for her rights. Hearing this, Zhou Yan finally saw a glimmer of hope and a spark of fire in her eyes. Jiang Youmei mischievously wondered if Madame Zhou knew what she had done. Would she hate her for meddling? Today is March 8th. After much thought and testing, Jiang Youmei's peach-shaped monkey offering almost matches what the Empress Dowager described. Because of the ingredients, the taste is still not perfect. She is waiting for the person who goes to the southern small country to find fruit to return. Jiang Youmei has done everything she can. Continuing to make more before the fruit collector returns would be useless. She told Madame Zhou she wanted to take her son out to play for a day. Madame Zhou felt that since the birthday celebration was coming soon, all her energy should be focused on making the cake, and she did not agree to them going out. Jiang Youmei said she wanted to go to the Shishan Baogua temple to burn incense, hoping for her work to succeed. Madame Zhou couldn't refuse this reason, so she agreed. Originally, Jiang Youmei wanted to go to Jiang Dach's house, but after giving this reason, she decided to go to Baogua temple instead. They stayed in the small courtyard of the big yard for over a month. Jiang Youmei felt she was getting moldy and was very happy to finally get some fresh air. She had heard that the scenery in Shishan, near Beijing, was beautiful, especially in March when the grass was growing and the orioles were singing. Perfect timing for sightseeing. The next morning, Jiang Youmei, her son, and Madame Zhou, her son, along with the puppy and Huahua, happily set out. The Zhou family even sent a carriage and they all got in and headed west. The 2 children pulled back the curtain to look outside in wonder. It was still early, and the wide street had few pedestrians, but the market calls were lively. After half an hour, the carriage reached the foot of Shishan outside the city. The carriage couldn't go further, so the driver waited below. The 4 of them and the 2 dogs started climbing the mountain. The weather was cool, with a gentle spring breeze, and there weren't many tourists. The dogs ran ahead, followed closely by the children, with Jiang Youmei and Madame Zhou behind. The barking of the dogs and the children's laughter echoed through the forest, making Jiang Yumei feel even happier. She found the small courtyard too dull. She preferred the vast open space and freedom of nature. Inside the mountain, the rocks were strange and beautiful. Pine trees rose and fell with the terrain, and streams, clear springs, and waterfalls could be seen everywhere. The scenery was truly stunning. They stopped often at particularly beautiful spots to enjoy the view. After about an hour or so, they arrived at Baogua Temple. Animals were not allowed inside the main hall. Jiang Yumei told her little boy to take good care of the dogs and not make loud noises. She and Madame Zhou went into the temple to burn incense, adding 5 taels of incense and oil money. In her past life, Jiang Yumei didn't believe in Buddhism. Visiting temples was just sightseeing. Now that she had traveled to this world, carried a clear spring with her, and had spiritual animals like Tiger Mother, she felt that perhaps within 5 feet, there really might be divine spirits. Every time they burn incense and kowtow, they do so with great devotion. After leaving the main hall, they continued walking with 2 children and 2 dogs. They arrived at a pavilion, and by then it was noon. Several people sat down and took out some snacks to eat. The pavilion was on a small hilltop, with a cliff on one side and distant mountains in the background. Below the cliff was a mountain stream, with flowing water that sounded like singing, very beautiful. They ate while enjoying the scenery and listening to light music, feeling very relaxed. The puppies finished their food quickly and, impatient to watch them eat, ran off. Little Baozi hurried after them. Jiang Yumei wasn't worried about losing her son. With the puppies, she could probably find her way back from the western mountain to the Sioux residence, especially since Huahua was still here. She sat peacefully in the pavilion, waiting. Akan was happily eating snacks and didn't follow. Meanwhile, little Baozi followed the puppies along a small path into a bamboo forest. After passing through the bamboo, the view opened up. Inside an octagonal pavilion, 3 elders sat cross-legged on mats, talking to a flower in a pot. The puppies ran over without hesitation. A young monk tried to chase them away, but an old monk waved his hand and said, "Wait." He beckoned to the puppies, and they obediently sat beside him, looking very content. Little Baozi then ran over and saw an old monk dressed in a robe, with all his hair, beard, and eyebrows white. He was gently stroking the puppy's fur. One old man, about 60, tall and strong, with sharp eyes like a leopard, dark shiny skin, and a gray-white beard covering half his face. Another slightly younger man, around 60, handsome and distinguished. Little Baozi bowed and said, "Master, 2 elders, I'm sorry. My dog ran over and disturbed you. I will take it away now." The old monk waved his hand and said, "No problem. I have some connection with this animal." He continued stroking the puppy's white fur, and they lay quietly, looking very happy. Little Baozi was surprised. Usually, only his mother and he could be so close to the puppies, and even the Song family members didn't get near them easily. But this unfamiliar old monk was so friendly with the puppies, which puzzled him. However, he believed that anyone the puppies trusted must be a good person. Both elders looked at the flower in the pot without lifting their heads. The white-faced elder sighed and said to the old monk, "Master Tongi, only you can save my treasure. I brought it here from the mansion and exposed it to the sun all afternoon. How can you not save it?" "It's not that I don't want to help, but I truly cannot save him," the old monk said. "If even you can't save him, then isn't he just waiting to die?" The old man with a pale face said sadly. The old monk played with his prayer beads and said, "That's not quite right. People in the world still believe that there are others beyond us and heavens beyond the sky. Just because I can't save him doesn't mean others can't. Whether it's a person or a flower, they all have their own fate. The flower's fate isn't mine." The old man with a dark face also sighed and said, "Master Tongi, you've been telling me this for years. Recently, I've been getting sicker and sicker, but I haven't seen anyone who can cure this illness. You don't treat it, but you still talk about fate. Someone will find a way to cure it, but where are they?" The old monk counted on his fingers and looked at the little boy, smiling knowingly. "Calm down a bit. The white-faced old man was anxious. If we wait a few more years, won't all my treasures die? If just a few flowers in the garden die, that's okay. But if these treasures die, oh no, what should I do? The little boy was naturally very kind-hearted. He deeply trusted the puppy and felt a strange fondness for the old monk and the two grandfathers. He said, "Grandpa, bye, don't worry. My mother is really good at treating these. We have lots of flowers, trees, and grass at home. They're almost dead, but if my mother treats them, they'll be fine." As soon as the little boy finished speaking, the two old men looked up, stunned. The old man with a dark face widened his eyes and pointed at the boy, saying, this kid, and suddenly fainted, his eyes closed tightly and his face turning pale. The little boy was frightened. It was exactly like what his great-grandfather had experienced. He quickly said, "Wait here, I'll go get my mother. She has a cure." Then he ran off, with the puppy jumping up and following him. The little boy ran out of the bamboo grove, crossed the path, and hurried to Jiang Yumei. He gasped for breath and said, Mother, there's a grandpa over in the bamboo grove who's sick, just like great-grandpa. Please go save him." Then he grabbed Jiang Yumei and ran. Jiang Yumei quickly held him back and said unhappily, "Why do you keep causing trouble for me? Whenever someone's sick, they come to me for help. Do you think I can handle all that? We only have a little medicine at home, and it's not endless." The little boy pulled her hard and said, "Hurry, mother. If we wait any longer, someone might die." That old man with the dark face got sick because of his grandson. When he saw me, he said a few words, and then the kid fainted. Really? Jiang Yumei hesitated and got up, following the little bun and the puppy along a mountain path. Mother and son, along with Hua, quickly followed behind. They arrived at an octagonal pavilion and saw an old man lying on the ground. Nearby, another old man and several people were gathered around, anxiously urging the monk to save the man quickly. The white-faced old man hurriedly urged the monk, "Master Tongi, this is a matter of life and death. Please save him quickly." Two young men also knelt before the monk, pleading, "Please, Master, save Lord Ho." But the monk was very calm, sitting leisurely and saying, don't worry. Look, the person who can save him has arrived." At this moment, Jiang Yumei and the little bun had already reached nearby. Jiang Yumei knelt down and looked at the old man's expression. It was indeed similar to that of old Master Jiang, so she said, "My medicine might not work either, but I'll try." She then took some green herbs from her purse, tore them apart, and said to the people nearby, "Please, pour this medicine into water and give it to the patient to drink." The monk nodded and signaled to a young monk beside him, "Follow the lady's instructions." The young man kneeling before the monk saw the monk point to a strange woman and say, she was the one saving lives. He also saw the woman holding some green stuff, intending to give it to Lord Ho, but he still couldn't believe she could save him. He then said to the monk, "Master Tongi, Lord Ho's life is precious. How can we just eat this woman's stuff?" The monk replied, "If you don't trust me, why do you ask me to do this?" The two young men could only watch helplessly as the young monk poured the medicated water into Lord Ho's mouth. They then sat nearby, waiting. About 15 minutes later, the old man finally opened his eyes and regained consciousness. The little bun happily said, "Grandpa He is awake." After sitting up, the old man shook his head and said, "Huh, why are you all just watching me?" The white-faced old man took a breath and said, "Old brother, you've just gone through a brush with Yama, the king of." The little bun said, "It was my mother who saved you." The old man then noticed the little bun and said, "You little kid look just like my eldest grandson. I got so excited I almost had a relapse." Jiang Yumei looked at the black old man and thought to herself, he really dares to say that. From a genetic perspective, even if you cover Xiao Baozi with a layer of ash, he still wouldn't look like his big grandson. The white-faced old man hurriedly spoke, "Young lady, Lord Ming just said you could cure my flower. Please help me treat it. I will thank you greatly." Jiang Yumei glared at the little bun and said hesitantly, "Old sir, I don't know how to cure flowers." Little Baozi shyly revealed, "Mother, when we're at home, If our trees or flowers get sick, you just fix them, right? Jiang Yumei had to say, sorry, sir. My son is young and speaks without thinking. I don't treat trees or flowers at home. We live near Nanling Mountain, which has a spring that's over 1,000 years old. I took some of that water and poured it on the dying trees and flowers. Some of them started to recover, but not all, some still died. Nanling Mountain? Is it the one in Qinghua County, Sichuan Province? The old man asked. Little Baozi was very surprised. Grandpa Black, how do you know that? Grandpa Black chuckled loudly. I heard Lin Haizi say that Qi's family's little child on Nanling Mountain looks very much like Qi. I thought Lin was just exaggerating, but today I see it. It really looks like him. So, it turned out to be Lin Changqi's grandfather. The old man with a white face wasn't interested in all this and continued asking Jiang Yumei, young lady, you mean if I pour that spring water on my flower, it can be saved? Jiang Yumei hesitated and said, I can't guarantee that. Pouring the spring water might help, or it might not. That's 1,000 miles away from Sichuan Province. That distant water can't solve my immediate problem. Look here. Before the old man with a white face finished, he was interrupted by a loud voice. I say, young lady, what kind of magic medicine did you give me just now? Why did my head stop feeling dizzy after I took it? Grandpa Black asked loudly. The old man with a white face was so angry he could only stare and say nothing. Jiang Yumei dared not mention the green herb, so she made up a lie. Well, it's like this. By chance, I came across a kind of herbal medicine. I soaked it in the spring water, and it has some effect on certain illnesses. Your recovery is also lucky. I also know about the spring water from Nanling Mountain, Grandpa Black said knowingly. My grandson wrote me a letter mentioning that his injuries healed so quickly because not only did the red mud help, but the spring water from Nanling Mountain also played a big role. If this news got out, it would be a big deal. Jiang Yumei quickly said, that's not quite right. The spring water can't cure every illness. Some people in our village have taken it when they were sick, but it didn't always work. Sometimes it's just luck. Little Baozi, hearing that Grandpa Black was Uncle Lin's grandfather, remembered that Uncle Lin had told him about this hero's deeds. He thought he was even more impressive than Uncle Lin. He spoke with admiration, saying, Grandpa Lin, I heard from Master Lin that you fed Emperor Gaozu when you were 9, became a general at 20, and was made Marquis of Jinbei at 23. You're one of the greatest legends of our Dakong dynasty. The old man in black chuckled loudly. Good boy. Those words make Grandpa happy. The white-faced old man asked, what's going on? You seem very familiar with each other. The old man in black replied, of course. Qi's injury was healed at her house. Qi really likes the young girl there, saying he's a good martial artist in the making. He even sent one of our guards to teach her fighting skills. This time, that black-haired boy also came back. Oh, then it's easier to do business with someone I know. The white-faced old man still hoped, young lady, besides that 1,000-year spring water, can you really cure this? Jiang Yumei hesitated. I really can't cure it. Old Master Lin interrupted and asked, young lady, how much of the herbal medicine soaked in the 1,000-year spring water do you still have? Sell it all to me. The old man here is already suffering so much. He can't do anything, can't ride a horse, and can't speak loudly. Are you saying my voice is still too loud? The white-faced old man said angrily. Old Master Lin glared at him and continued speaking to Jiang Yumei. Sell me that medicine. I won't let you lose out. Then he loudly called Lin Chu, Lin Jin, come here. As soon as he finished, 2 young men appeared as if blown by the wind. They were the 2 youths who had disappeared like the wind and reappeared just as quickly, their martial skills making the little boy admire them endlessly. Old Master Lin stretched out his large hand like a fan and said, bring out all the silver you have. Lin Chu and Lin Jin took out some silver notes, silver ingots, and 2 small gold bars, handing them over and saying, Old Marquis, this is all we have. The old man grabbed the money and handed it to Jiang Yumei, saying, take the money, bring the medicine. Was this an attempt to buy it forcibly? Not to mention, the money was quite a lot. Even if it was just 1 silver ingot, Jiang Yumei wouldn't dare refuse to sell. She quickly took out 6 small strips of green herb, saying, "This is all I have. This herb shouldn't be eaten in large amounts. Half or a small piece at a time is enough. You can take it 10 or 20 times." She handed over the medicine, and the silver notes, silver and gold were all grabbed into her hands. She didn't dare count them and simply put them into her pouch and pocket. The old man treasured the medicine and handed it to Lin Chu, saying, "Keep this safe for me. This is my life-saving medicine." Little Baozi saw so many banknotes, silver, and even gold inside. He thought, "Today I will be rich." He was so happy his face turned red, and he momentarily lost control. Quickly, he suppressed his joy and pretended to be an ordinary person. The old man was happy. He patted little Baozi and said, "This kid not only looks like Cheer, but also has bones like him. He's a good candidate for practicing martial arts. I like him. He can stay at my house for a while so I can train him well." Jiang Yumei was startled. "No way. My son stays with me. He can't go anywhere else." Old Master Lin was unhappy. "Lin Haizi's skills are nothing special. I kindly wanted to bring this kid to my house for a few days of training. Others would be happy to have such an opportunity. But you're not pleased. If it weren't for the fact that he looks just like my eldest grandson, and I got some good medicine from you, I wouldn't bother. Honestly, I only care about my eldest son and grandson, especially my grandson, who I raised myself. Since he grew up, none of the other boys in the family look like they practice martial arts. I find these spoiled boys boring. They don't resemble my descendants. Now I see a boy who looks almost exactly like my grandson when he was young, especially his bones and talent are good. I want him."
"I'm lonely."
Little Baozi knew that old Master Lin was a legendary figure from the great Kang dynasty. He admired him deeply. Since old Master Lin was also Uncle Lin's grandfather, his good impression grew. Plus, Master Lin was at his house, so he became more eager. "Mother, I want to learn martial arts from old Master Lin. I don't want to stay in the Zhou residence anymore. It's boring to be stuck in the small yard every day." Jiang Yumei firmly refused.
"No.
"If you don't want to stay at the Zhou residence, go live with third uncle. But you can't bother others." Old Master Lin was upset. His voice grew louder, as if arguing with someone. "You little lady are too cautious. I, Lin Jian, am a well-known figure in the great Kang dynasty. I wouldn't harm this kid. Today, whether you agree or not, this kid is coming with me." Seeing old Master Lin shouting at his mother, little Baozi quickly said, "Grandpa Lin, don't be angry. It's natural for my mother to worry." He then turned to Jiang Yumei and said, "Mother, let me go. He is Uncle Lin's grandfather, and my son likes Uncle Lin, so he must like Grandpa Lin too." Jiang Yumei pulled the little boy aside and whispered, "Silly boy, you believe he's Grandpa Lin's grandfather just because he says so? What if he's just pretending? Even if he is Grandpa Lin, the big house is full of twists and turns. How can I let you go inside alone? No, you must stay with me." Old Master Lin's ears were very sharp. He heard everything and chuckled happily. "You little woman, you're quite clever. I've lived so long, and people say I'm a bandit or a murderer, but this is the first time I hear someone say I'm pretending to be someone else. Boy, women's words are not to be trusted. Come back to my house with me, and no one will dare to bother you in the big mansion." The little boy looked at his mother, who was clearly unhappy and seemed genuinely angry. Feeling it was wrong to disobey his mother, he said to old Master Lin, "Grandpa Lin, I'll visit you another day. I think I should stay with my mother and go to the Zhou family. My mother and Aunt Zhou are working in someone else's house, and I don't feel safe not being with her. What if something happens to her, and she has no one to talk to? Let's wait a bit. After my mother finishes her work and goes to my third uncle's house, I'll come to your house to learn Kung Fu, okay?" Old Master Lin was quite displeased and said, "You little kid, you're too talkative. Women raise children like this, always hesitating. Well, I'll see you in a few days. Take this token, the gatekeeper will let you in." He handed the boy a token, the same kind that Lin Chongqi had given Jiang Yumei. The old man with a pale face was still worried about his flower and asked Master Tongyi, "Do you think the person destined for my treasure might be this young lady?" But they say only 1,000-year-old spring water can cure it. That spring is far away, thousands of miles away. How can distant water quench nearby thirst? Master Tomi replied, all the people who can cure flowers are here, and they've already told us how.
Why are you still coming to me?
Hearing this, the old man with a pale face agreed and began to consider his options. The group descended the mountain together. As they left the bamboo grove, several guards who served the two old men suddenly appeared and followed them down the mountain. On the way back to the Zhou residence, Jiang Yumei asked the coachman about old Master Lin's life. It turned out that old Master Lin was named Lin Jian, and he was truly a legend of the Dakong dynasty. When he was 3 years old, he fled with his family during a famine. On the way, his family gradually died, and he was left alone begging for food but still managed to survive. At 9, he was saved by Gao Zhu, the founder of the uprising, who was named Zhao Dan. Zhao Dan took care of him and fed him horses. Since he had forgotten his own name, he only remembered that his family name was Lin. Gao Zhu gave him the name Lin Jian, meaning thrift or frugality. At 12, during a big battle, he carried Gao Zhu out of a pile of dead bodies and later officially joined the army. At 15, he was promoted to general of the front. By 20, he became a grand general. When the Dakong dynasty was founded, at only 23 years old, Lin Jian was made Marquis of Zhenbei, the youngest noble in the entire dynasty. From Gao Zhu to the current Emperor Jianren, he has helped 4 generations of emperors. Although Lin Lao Marquis cannot read or write well, he is very wise. In the early days of the dynasty, he voluntarily gave up all official positions, keeping only the title of Marquis of Zhenbei. Whenever the court needed him to lead military campaigns, he would bravely go to fight. After returning, he would give all military power back to the court. Even his noble title was passed to his eldest son, Lin Yiqian, when he turned 30, and he chose to live simply at home, tending flowers and raising fish. Both the former and current emperors wanted to promote him to Grand Tutor, but he politely refused. Although he held no official position in the Dakong dynasty, every emperor respected him greatly. Whenever important matters arose, they would invite him to discuss. So, the humble Lin Lao Marquis is definitely a person no one dares to ignore. His love life is also very admirable. Soon after he was granted the title of Marquis, Gao Zhu arranged his marriage to a famous woman from the Wang family, known throughout the capital, who is now the Lady Lin. The Wang family is a century-old noble family that has survived 3 dynasties. When Lady Lin was young, she was graceful, beautiful, and intelligent. Many noble sons proposed marriage, but she was married to Lin Jian, who was dark and rough. He had only this one wife in his life. They had 3 sons and 1 daughter. The eldest son Lin Yiqian, the second son Lin Yicheng, the third son Lin Yizong, and the daughter Lin Yixiu. Lin Yiqian was appointed as the deputy commander of the Central Army and led the northern expedition. Lin Yicheng served as Minister of Ceremonies, and Lin Yizong worked in the Ministry of Works as a clerk. Most of his descendants, except for the eldest son and grandson, pursued careers in literature. Lin Yiqian married Princess Jia Ping, the daughter of the Grand Princess, and they had 2 sons and 1 daughter. The eldest son is the heir, Lin Changqi. He is 25 years old and still unmarried. He has had 2 marriage proposals. The first was to the eldest daughter of the Duke of Qin, but she died before the wedding. The second was to a woman from a martial family, but that proposal was also declined. The second son, Lin Changyu, is 21 years old and is considered the most talented young man in the capital. He has married a daughter from the Pingwu Duke's family, and they have a 2-year-old daughter named Lin Min. Lin Min has already married the heir of the Jinshi Marquis family. Jiang Yumei only heard the coachman talk about the family of old Marquis Lin. These connections confused her. All she knew was that this family was already very wealthy and prosperous. Jiang Yumei couldn't help but praise a few words. The coachman continued, saying that although old Marquis Lin and his descendants are very prominent, they lack a solid family background and don't know their ancestors' origins. Because of this, some noble families look down on them. There's a joke in the court. Once, after discussing state affairs, the emperor asked the ministers what they feared most. The emperor said that Lin Jian, a nobleman, was not afraid of anything. The ministers thought hard but couldn't answer. Finally, the emperor joked that he was afraid of digging up ancestors' graves. Everyone laughed, except Lin Jian, who didn't realize the joke. There was also an important figure called Jiang Xiaolan, an old man with a white face. He was the former chief scholar of the Taikong dynasty's Imperial Academy. He was very learned and talented, especially famous for his painting skills. His artworks were worth at least 1,000 taels of silver each, and were highly valued, but they were rarely sold. Because he was unhappy with the previous emperor's government, he resigned and stayed at home tending flowers and plants. Emperor Jianren invited him to return to official duties several times, but he refused. While listening to the coachman's stories, Jiang Yumei felt time pass quickly. Before she knew it, they had returned to the Zhou family estate. Jiang Yumei and little Baozi kept thinking about the purse they carried. As soon as they got home, they counted the silver notes and silver coins. The total was 1,100 taels of silver in notes, over 50 taels in coins, and 6 taels of gold. Adding the 500 taels the Zhou family had already given her, and the 50 taels previously awarded by Zhou Golao, the total was over 1,700 taels. This trip to the capital was truly worthwhile. Jiang Yumei and little Baozi beamed with happiness. Afterward, she also gave Zhou's family 20 taels of silver as a reward. Zhou's family happily accepted the money. Jiang Yumei had learned from her past life that if the boss finished eating all the meat but didn't give the workers some soup, the workers would lose enthusiasm and creativity. So, whenever she made some money, she would reward her workers with some of it. Little Baozi now understood this principle too. During dinner, the two lovely mothers happily chatted, enjoying their meal more than ever since moving into this courtyard for over a month. Mother, that Grandpa Lin kept saying I look like Uncle Lin. How come I don't see it? Little Baozi asked curiously. He just thinks I look handsome, and he's praising his grandson, Jiang Yumei replied casually. After saying that, a small doubt flashed through her mind, but quickly disappeared. Laughing, little Baozi said, I think Uncle Lin also looks quite handsome, but his big beard covers his face. How is Lin Changqi handsome? His messy beard makes him look like a lion. He's so ugly, Jiang Yumei said, disliking men with untidy beards. Even in her past life, she couldn't stand those unkempt artists, finding them both ugly and sloppy. Of course, not all bearded men are bad. Some older men from ancient times kept their beards well trimmed, which looked better. Unable to bear her mother's teasing of her idol, Baozi said, Uncle Lin promised not to shave until he defeats the enemy, so he can't trim his beard. If he did, it wouldn't be so messy. Mother, you say he looks like a lion. At the small table nearby, Zhou Shi smiled and said, I also think General Lin is quite handsome. His skin is very fair, his eyes are big, and his nose is nice. He doesn't look like old Marquis Lin at all, probably more like his mother or grandmother. Didn't they say his mother is a county princess? She must be very beautiful. And his grandmother, the coachman said she was one of the 4 beauties of the capital when she was young. Zhou Shi spoke with confidence because she used to help wash clothes and clean when Lin Changqi lived in Nanshan residence. Jiang Yumei shook her head, disagreeing. She thought, what a flower planted among cow dung. She also remembered the movie Beauty and the Beast, where old Lord Lin and Lady Lin looked young together. Maybe that was the effect. After dinner, Fun He came to invite Jiang Yumei to visit the old lady. The old lady was very happy because Lady Zhou told her that Jiang Yumei had gone to Baogua Temple to pray for success in the upcoming event. She specifically asked her to visit. When she arrived at Lady Zhou's room, many women wearing jewelry sat inside, dazzling everyone's eyes. Jiang Yumei nervously bowed and said, Your humble servant greets the old lady. The old lady chuckled and said, Poor thing, working hard every day from dawn to dusk for that food. Today, she even went to Baogua Temple to pray for the Empress Dowager to like this dish. You've been thoughtful. I know you've worked hard. Then, she heard the women around her cheerfully greeting and laughing, and Jiang Yumei was led out by Fun He. It was probably to praise her a little as a reward. Jiang Yumei was furious. Why bother? Under the starlight, Funhee's proud and happy look made her even more speechless. Whether the old lady praised her or not didn't matter. Giving some silver for a trip was enough. It was frustrating to run back and forth just to hear a few words of praise. Though unhappy, she had to happily say goodbye to Funhee and return to her small courtyard. She walked the way, cursing silently in her heart. She wasn't a formal staff here, nor did she expect the boss to praise her for a promotion. Such encouragement was useless to her. That night, thunder suddenly roared, waking Jiang Yume. The doubts from the day suddenly became clear. She pieced everything together and was so frightened, she sat up straight from her bed. After connecting all the pieces, the mystery from the day became clear. Old Mr. Lin kept saying that little Baozi looked very much like Lin Changqi when he was a child. It didn't seem like a lie, especially since it was confirmed by his old monk friend and old Master Jiang. Sadly, Lin Changqi's face was half covered by a big beard when he was at her house. Now that she thought carefully, that pair of phoenix eyes did resemble little Baozi a bit. Lin Dalong was a homeless man who lost his memory, and he was only judged to have been eaten by wolves based on a few bones and shoes. Also, Lin Changqi loved little Baozi very much, and little Baozi adored him in return. It must be natural, right? But now, she remembered the strange look in Lin Changqi's eyes later. Thinking carefully, it was probably pity. But what good is pity now? The person who deserved pity was gone. Most importantly, Lin Changqi was seriously injured and missing for a year 8 years ago, then regained his memory and returned to the capital. If she thought of a possibility, Jiang Yume was so scared she lost her sleep. Oh no, if the original body really married a man with amnesia like Lin Changqi, what should she do? Right, Hunyang had asked them to bring the carved jade pendant with the character Lin. Could it be that Hunyang had already confirmed they were father and son? Was she also trying to have little Baozi recognize his family? Jiang Yume believed Hunyang wouldn't harm her, but she thought Hunyang's plan was reckless. Her own status was low, and if little Baozi was recognized and brought back to the family, her position would definitely be worse. The child she loved dearly in her hands, how could she bear to see him as a common son in a big household, suffering multiple pressures? Thinking of the little bun being bullied in the big house, Jiang Yume's heart ached like a knife. Moreover, she wouldn't even consider becoming a concubine, let alone leading as one. Jiang Yume tossed and turned in bed, thinking about all the possibilities, how to break the deadlock, and how to maximize her benefits. The best outcome would be for the Lin family to exile the little bun, allowing the mother and son to live their happy, peaceful life. But how many chances are there for that? She initially planned to let the little bun pretend to be foolish, hoping the Lin family would give up on this useless countryside child on their own. However, thinking of Lin Heizhuang, who had stayed in her home for so long, she was sure their true situation had already been exposed. Plus, Lin Changqi had also lived at home before, so they all knew what was going on. Her mind was filled with countless questions, and Jiang Yume couldn't sleep all night. The next day, with dark circles under her eyes, Jiang Yume asked Zhou to tell Song Wankai to leave the household and go to Jiang Dashuai's house to find Jiang Yushan. She wanted him to prepare, rent a carriage, and leave immediately after the Empress Dowager's birthday celebration. She also gave Song 50 taels of silver, telling him to go out in the capital whenever he had free time, buy some gifts, and send them to people. If there's a chance to escape, she should seize it quickly. She also solemnly warned the little bun not to mention going to the Lin family to learn martial arts again. If he did, she would not hesitate to spank him. Seeing the little kid nod with endless resentment, she finally let him go. What Jiang Yume didn't know was that after the old Master Lin returned home, he called Lin Heizhuang over again. Although her husband's contract was in Jiang Yume's hands, Lin Heizhuang had been used to being a servant in the Lin household. When he returned, he still saw himself as a servant there, ready to obey any call. The old master first asked about the mother and son being taken to Beijing by old Master Zhou. Lin Heizhuang explained how Jiang Yume was invited to Jinzhou to make a birthday cake, how she was taken to Beijing by Zhou Xuanfu's family to prepare a monkey-shaped cake for the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet, and other details, explaining everything carefully. The old master snorted coldly. That old Zhou loves to make a fuss. I thought Zhou Ling was a straightforward guy, but it turns out he's getting more and more like his father. Then he asked in detail about the mother and son, even about the grandson's attitude. Lin Haizuang told everything he knew, one by one. From what Lin Haizuang said, that woman was truly remarkable. She single-handedly managed to establish such a large family business through her own ability. Furthermore, she was very fierce, daring to threaten with a knife, to hit people with a feather dart, and even scolded her grandson. Surprisingly, her grandson could still tolerate it and cared so much about them. The old man clicked his tongue strangely, seeming to remember something. He then asked Lin to bring the maps of Sichuan Province and Hunan Province. After looking at them, his expression became serious. He asked again, "I remember the aunt who saved Cheer at Wui Mountain. How is she now?" Lin Jin was surprised that the old master was concerned about the young master's aunt, but he quickly replied, "It's Aunt Qing. I heard that a few months ago, the young master sent someone to take her to a farm outside the capital because she supposedly made a big mistake. Her brother, who worked at the shop in the mansion, also had his legs broken and was driven out. Who handled this matter? Call him here immediately," the old master ordered. Manager Lin did it, but he's not in the capital now. He was sent to Dai Prefecture by the second young master, Lin Jin explained. "Bring him back immediately, no delay allowed," the old master shouted. Traveling from the capital to Dai Prefecture takes at least 2 days. The old man could only wait patiently. On the 9th day of March, the people returning from the small southern country to buy fruit arrived. Jiang Yumei, despite feeling uneasy, had to focus on making the cake. Starting from that day, Grandma Zhou came daily to supervise, and Old Master Zhou and Madame Zhou, along with Madame Zhou's daughter, sent people to check the progress every day. Every evening, they tasted the freshly baked cake. In the past few days, the small courtyard was lively with people coming and going. Due to Jiang Yomei's improved treatment, the little bun could now walk around with 2 dogs. More precisely, the 2 dogs could walk with the little bun and Air Chun. Of course, they had to be careful not to scare the ladies. On the 11th, the puppies and Hua took the little bun and Air Chun to play in the big yard. Ahead was a peach blossom garden, now in full bloom. From afar, they could hear the ladies' laughter. The little bun, afraid of scaring them, quickly ordered the dogs to take his wife and Air Chun back, but they had already run into the garden. Sure enough, screams came from the peach blossom garden. The little bun and Air Chun hurried into the garden. When they got close, Uncle Zhou, Zhou Zhenhua, was calming everyone down, saying, "Don't be afraid. These 2 dogs are very gentle and won't bite." On our way to Beijing, they traveled with us on the boat and stayed peaceful for over 10 days. Even Brother Li and Sister, she could watch them play from a distance. The crowd felt a little reassured. The little bun saw a large group of women, children, and Zhou Zhenhua and Zhou Qingqing surrounding an elderly woman with white hair. He thought she might be Madame Zhou, so he quickly bowed and said, "Sorry for disturbing Madame Zhou. I will take this dog away right now." Madame Zhou listened to her grandson say that the big dog was very understanding and saw that they were very gentle, quietly sitting aside with clean, long fur. She smiled and waved at the little bun, saying, "Is this Master Zhang's son? You look very charming." Grandma Zhou then led the little bun to the elderly woman and said, "Madam, when she sees a handsome child, she doesn't pay attention to us ugly folks anymore. Here, I brought the child. Let's go hide over there and have some yellow soup." After saying that, she wiped her eyes with a handkerchief, looking a bit sad. Everyone burst into laughter at her words. The elderly woman pointed at Grandma Zhou and scolded her with a smile. "You rascal, always joking and teasing. Even if you're jealous of a child, you shouldn't make others laugh at you." Then she pinched the chubby face of a little bun and asked someone to give him and Air Chun candies and snacks. Everyone eagerly asked about the origin of the 2 dogs. The little bun explained that when the puppies were very young, their mother died. His own mother saved them and took them home to raise. They never saw the dogs as just animals. In their eyes, the two dogs are family members. They're also very clean, bathing every day. If they don't bathe, they can't sleep. He proudly added, the puppies are very capable. They hunt wild animals in the mountains all year round, and even their wife, Hua Hua, was found and brought back by them. Everyone laughed at his words. Grandma Zhou chuckled and said, "You little monkey, if dogs don't find their own wives, do you think matchmakers will find one for them?" She then asked, "Are these two dogs really not prone to biting people?" "Of course not. We haven't let them bite anyone. They absolutely won't bite. And although they look fierce, as long as you're kind to them, they can sense it. They are more understanding than some people." Men naturally feel a sense of awe towards fierce animals. Grandpa Zhou, seeing the tall, strong puppies and Hua Hua, also felt eager. On the boat, he didn't have time to interact with them, but he noticed that every time Little Bun went to play with Brotherly, the two dogs sat quietly at the door. If their owner didn't call them inside, they wouldn't go in. Grandpa Zhou then asked Little Bun to call the two dogs that were playing nearby. Sure enough, with a wave, the two dogs got up and came over. Grandpa Zhou also wants to gently brush their fur like Little Bowsy does. Little Bowsy knows that puppies are no longer small and that it's best not to let strangers bother them. So he lets Grandpa Zhou brush Hua Hua, who feels very comfortable and closes her eyes happily, showing no impatience at all. Even young boys like exciting activities, and Li Gur is the same. When he sees his father and older brother grooming the big dog, he also wants to do the same. His nursemaid is frightened and holds him tightly, not daring to let him go. Zhou Zhenhua says he's a boy and he's so delicate. How will he succeed in the future? Son, come here, I'll show you how to pet the big dog. He then picks up little Do Ding and guides his hand to Hua Hua's fur. Hua Hua is a female dog. Maybe she drank too much spring water and feels especially maternal. When little Do Ding strokes her fur, she shows gentle kindness and even rubs her face against his leg, softly whimpering. Everyone is amazed and says, "This dog is incredible." Sheer and the other two little Do Dings also want to pet her. Little Bowsy allows them to gently Hua Hua's back. While everyone is playing and chatting, a servant reports that the old Marquis of Jinbei Hofu has come to visit and specifically wants to see Lin Yan from Qinghua County in western Sichuan because they are old friends. Everyone is confused, so Zhou Zhenhua and Zhou Zhenqing quickly stand up and take little Bowsy to meet him. The two dogs also want to follow, but when Hua Hua stands up, the little Do Dings start crying. Little Bowsy tells them, "Stay here and play for a while. I'll be back soon." He also asks Heir Chun to watch over them. At this moment, old Master Lin is sitting in the front yard of Lord Zhou's house. Last night, steward Lin Fong returned. He went to Lord Lin's room and explained in detail about himself and Lin Hu being sent to Wui Mountain to investigate, as well as Lin Bao's secret visits to Shihe village. He also shared the testimonies from questioning Qing Auntie and her brother. "Why didn't you report such a big matter to me earlier?" The old master scolds, furious and feeling chest pain. Lin Fong, frightened, kneels and says, "The young master told us not to tell anyone, that he has his own plans, and everything will be settled after he finishes the war." The old master kicks Lin Fong away angrily. Then, he calls his second son, Lin Yicheng, and third son, Lin Yizong, into the study for a secret talk. The next day, old Master Lin can't hold back his excitement and goes to meet his great-grandson. Although he has only seen him once, he likes him very much. "Originally, I wanted to take that woman away too. She's her grandson's wife. It doesn't matter what her status will be in the future. She's not meant to serve others. But since this is for the Empress Dowager's birthday celebration, I have to be patient. Still, we will recover what belongs to the Zhou family eventually." Zhou Zhenhua, Zhou Zhenqing, and little Bowsy hurried to the front hall. They saw old Master Lin sitting there and quickly bowed to him. Old Master Lin nodded at the Zhou brothers, snorted softly, and then smiled at little Bowsy. "Little kid, I came especially to pick you up." Little Bowsy was surprised. He pointed to himself and asked, "Pick me up?" "Grandfather Lin, We agreed that after my mother finishes her work and goes to my third grandfather's house, I will come to your house. The old man stood up and walked over to little Bowsy. Why wait so long? Grandfather can't wait anymore. Come on, let's go to my house. I'll teach you kung fu. Little Bowsy shook his head. Grandpa Lin, I'm sorry. I can't go to your house. I want to stay here with my mother. The old man lost patience. He grabbed little Bowsy and started to walk out. Stop talking nonsense. If I tell you to go, you go. As he pulled little Bowsy along, the boy started crying. Grandpa Lin, I really can't go with you. If I leave, my mother will be lonely. You shouldn't force someone to visit like this.
Boo-hoo.
Little Bowsy cried loudly. Zhou Zhenhua thought about how he had brought the mother and son from the countryside. He couldn't just stand by and watch them be bullied, so he quickly stepped forward. Old Marquis, if he doesn't want to go, maybe you can talk to his mother. If she agrees, he might be willing to go to your house. Old Master Lin thought about it and stopped, releasing little Bowsy. Go find his mother. Jiang Yumei, Grandma Zhou, and Zhou's wife were tasting the freshly made cake when they were called to the front yard. Seeing old Master Lin arrive, little Bowsy was still standing by his leg, wiping tears. Jiang Yumei's face flushed with anger. She quickly calmed herself, bowed to the old man, and asked little Bowsy, What happened, son? Little Bowsy cried and said, Grandpa Lin invited me to visit their house. I said I wanted to stay with my mother, but he tried to pull me away. Old Master Lin chuckled. Young lady, our families have a good relationship. My illnesses and Chi's illnesses are thanks to your good medicine. My family and I have always remembered this. I just like how much this boy looks like Chi, and he has a talent for martial arts. I want to teach him for a few days. What do you think? Jiang Yumei helplessly said to the old master, Old Marquis, my son is still young. He's never been away from his mother before. Also, children from our countryside haven't seen much of the world. They might be scared in a strange place. If he starts crying, it might annoy you. The old master was displeased. You women really don't know what's good. I kindly invited him to my house and even offered to teach him martial arts, but you both keep refusing. Think about it. When I invited the prince to my home, he also showed respect. Do you think your attitude is more important than the prince's? Humph. Whether you like it or not, he's going. Jiang Yumei was angry too. No one is forcing anyone to visit like that. Old master, you're being unreasonable. The old master frowned and pointed at Zhou Zhenhua and Zhou Zhenqing. Ask them, have I ever been unfair? I've already tried to reason with you enough. Young lady, I'm giving you some face because of our relationship. If I get upset, it won't be good for you. Zhou Zhenhua quickly came over and whispered to Jiang Yumei, Old Marquis Lin is hot-tempered, but he's a good person. He never oppresses honest folks. You can trust me and my brother on that. If he truly invited the young master, it shows he values talent and won't harm him. If you refuse, he can still take the boy away. You and your son might suffer then. It's better to agree and have the boy return safe after a few days. The old master always keeps his promises. Seeing the conflict between his mother and the old master, the little boy hurriedly tugged at Jiang Yomei's sleeve. Mother, I'll go. Grandpa Lin will treat me well. If anything happens, I'll be careful. Don't worry, mother. The old master nodded with satisfaction. You're smart. Then he said to Jiang Yumei, Don't worry. After 5 days, when you're done, come to my house to pick up the boy. I'll return him to you safe and sound. Jiang Yumei could only nod helplessly. My son is going to visit the Marquis's house. I need to dress him in nice clothes and bring some toiletries. I'll also ask Air Chun, the little dog, and Huahua to go with him. Those 2 dogs are more useful than guards. The old master waved impatiently. Hurry up, hurry up. Stop wasting time. On the way back to the backyard, Jiang Yumei reminded the little boy to take good care of his jade pendant. It might save his life if needed. The others could only wait and see what happens. I initially thought not to talk about family matters openly, but then I felt that giving advice would be pointless. The noisy Lin Heizhuang was at his house, and how could he hide what was happening in his own family? However, Zhang Yumei couldn't bring herself to mention the matter involving Lin Changqi's biological father. In the end, Zhang Yumei whispered a few words into the small child's ear. The child nodded to show he understood. She changed his clothes and handed him a small package. Tears in her eyes, she watched as the two adults and the two dogs left. Later, the little boy was taken into the Marquis's estate by old Marquis Lin. The servants found it strange to see such a handsome young child, who looked very much like the young master, arriving with two strong, fierce dogs. The old Marquis directly took him into his courtyard and ordered Lin Chu and Lin Jin to serve him, saying, "This little boy will sleep in the warm chamber." Besides Lin Jin and Lin Chu, the other servants were surprised to hear that the young master had always slept in the warm chamber when he was a child. Seeing how much the old Marquis valued this little boy, they dared not show any disrespect. Moreover, Lin Jin and Lin Chu specifically said that from now on, they would call the boy young Master Nian. As for Er Chun, he moved into the side room with Lin Chu, and the two dogs slept outside the bedroom in the hall, where a mat was specially prepared for them. After dinner, the old Marquis examined the little boy's skills and nodded in satisfaction. He has a good foundation and responds quickly. He's a promising seedling. With proper training, he could become a brave general, he said happily. The old man felt very pleased. The fourth generation of the Lin family finally had a brave general again. The little boy quickly said, "I don't want to be a brave general. I want to study hard and become the top scholar. My great-grandfather and my teacher both say I am very talented and clever, fit to be the top scholar." His voice was clear and loud, with a strong local accent, which made everyone nearby laugh. The old Marquis chuckled and said, "You praise yourself quite confidently. But what's so good about being the top scholar? All day long, you're just chewing on boring texts so sour. How can Grandfather Lin say such things about the top scholar? I want to be the top scholar and earn a phoenix crown and red veil for my mother," the boy insisted. The old man wanted to say that being a brave general could also earn a phoenix crown and red veil, but suddenly, laughter broke out. "Which young child is so arrogant? I'll test him to see if he's really as impressive as he claims," said two middle-aged men, dressed in dark blue and pale blue robes, walking over. They bowed to the old Marquis first, then looked at the boy. They were surprised upon seeing him. This little boy is really quite handsome, very familiar-looking. These two men were Lin Yicheng and Lin Yizong, the second and third sons of old Marquis Lin. They came specifically to see this young child, and surprisingly, he looks even more like Lin Changqi than people had said. After sitting down, Lin Yicheng asked, "You said you want to become the top scholar. First, tell me which books you have read." The little boy immediately straightened up and began listing the books he had read. He was not very articulate, but when mentioning his favorite books, he recited all the titles in one breath without stopping. Because of his strong local accent and fast speech, everyone had to listen carefully. Lin Yicheng and Lin Yizong were both surprised. They thought that even if the boy was smart, he was just a country child. Lin Heizhuang kept praising his intelligence, so they assumed he only read a few good books. But they never expected that he had read so many books and had an excellent memory. He was truly remarkable. They asked him a few more questions, and he answered confidently and logically. Although he spoke more simply, his ideas were very original and reasonable. Some explanations were so new that even they had never heard of such interpretations before. After hearing him, both men were shocked. "Who is your teacher? Did he teach you how to understand essays? Are your classmates also so outstanding?" Lin Yizong asked a series of questions, clearly very surprised. "I have been studying in the neighboring village, Dongha Village, with Mr. Wang as my teacher. Some of my understanding of essays was taught by him, some by my uncle, and some I figured out myself. Oh, and Uncle Lin also explained some essays to me when he visited my family," the little boy said with big eyes. His mother had told him long ago not to reveal that she had taught him how to analyze essays if asked. "As for my classmates, I can't say much. They are all 7 or 8 years older than me and write better than I do. But the teacher praised me more for memorizing and analyzing essays. The teacher also said he could only teach me for half a year, and after that I should find another good teacher. However, in our villages, there is only one private tutor and one teacher. My uncle said he plans to send me to the county town to find another teacher after half a year. In her previous life, Jiang Yome's language scores were not great, but she loved listening to the 100 schools of thought. Later, she bought books to read more, especially enjoying the insights of experts like E and U. So, while the little boy was studying, she sometimes also shared some of those experts' ideas from her past life. This time, the two brothers from the Lin family asked questions that related to some passages from the Analects. Little Baozi's comments included insights from experts after many years, which were unique and straightforward. Of course, Little Baozi also integrated his own understanding, not just copying blindly. Such a young child, under 7 years old, has read so many books and understands so many principles. That's rare. His analysis of the essay is simple but insightful. Maybe he will become the top scholar in the future, Lin Yicheng praised. He then said to old Marquis Ho, I didn't expect that even rural children can be so well educated. What's wrong with being from the countryside? I'm from the countryside myself. You kids, born in the city, forget your roots. I remember when my hometown was not hit by disasters, my grandfather was a pig butcher. Basically, you are all descendants of pig butchers, yet you sit here looking down on rural folks. Old Master Lin suddenly lost his temper, glaring and scolding his son. A few words made Lin Yicheng blush all over. He stood up after his father finished scolding and then sat down again, trying to please him. Father, you're overthinking. I don't look down on rural people. I know I come from the countryside, and always remember my roots. Old Master Lin snorted coldly and ignored his son. Meanwhile, Lin Yizong was thinking that the old man disliked being reminded of the countryside or his roots. When his second brother got excited, he forgot the old man's taboo. Little Baozi saw that Grandpa Lin was angry, so he hurriedly said, Grandpa Lin, our countryside home is very beautiful. If you like the countryside, you can come visit us. Our home is backed by the mysterious South Spirit Mountain, with the beautiful West Spirit Mountain on the left and the strange East Spirit Mountain on the right. Not far away, there's a clear, green water stream, and in front of us is a lush green meadow. In summer, the mountain is covered with blooming rhododendrons, turning the whole mountain red. It's like a painting. We also have a 30-acre apple orchard. My mother said next year, everyone in Dakong Dynasty will get to eat our crunchy, sweet red apples. We also have a South Spring Lake, where the fish are very fat and tasty. Many restaurants come to buy fish. My mother is a great cook. Her hot pot fish is so delicious that it makes your tongue want to swallow. Even Uncle Lin says it's incredibly tasty. Plus, we have Tiger Mother and Tiger Baby. They're mighty and fierce, often hunting wild boars and black bears for us. The little bun's clear words not only eased the old man's anger, but also made him more interested. He squinted and asked, Is your family really that good-looking? Can those two tigers really live peacefully with you? Even Lin Yicheng and Lin Yizong, who had traveled all over the country, felt very curious. The little bun said seriously, I'm not lying. Grandpa Lin, you'll see when you look. When I was at home, I often rode the Tiger Mother like a horse. The old man's eyes twinkled with laughter and said, Child, don't call me Grandpa Lin anymore. That's too distant.
Just call me Grandpa.
The little bun eagerly called out, Grandpa. Good boy, the old man smiled. Before bed, the little bun went to the washroom to take a bath. Just as he took off his coat, the maids, Chun Xing and Chun Tao, came in to help him wash. He was so scared, he quickly covered himself and shook his head, saying, Sisters, go out. I can wash myself. Chun Xing and Chun Tao laughed and left. Wow, this little kid is so shy at such a young age. After his bath, the little bun put on a yellow and black tiger pajamas, which even had a small tail attached. He buttoned up the top buttons carefully because his mother had told him to protect his jade pendant well. When he entered the bedroom, he made old Lord Lin laugh. What kind of clothes are these? They look strange. These are tiger-striped pajamas. My mother made them for me, the little bun said, tugging at his clothes. Grandpa, do you like this outfit? If you do, my mother can make you a set too. Uncle Lin already asked my mother to make him a penguin pocket pajamas. Old Lord Lin burst out laughing loudly. Little kid, how can I wear these? People would think I'm a crazy old man. The old man then asked again how the mother and son had been living these past few years. He had heard some details from Lin Haizhuang but wanted to know if there was anything he didn't know. The little bun eagerly told him about his life, how his mother had set up a family business, and the hardships during her madness years. He also mentioned the help from the Jiang family and how the appearance of 2 lucky tigers brought huge changes to their home. Of course, he couldn't reveal the exact amount of money they had, nor that they still had some red powder or recently acquired a green ginseng. After listening, the old man said, "Good child, you and your mother have both been through a lot." Once the little bun was asleep, he went to the study outside, where his 2 sons were waiting.
How is it? The old man asked.
It's a pity for the illegitimate son, Lin Yicheng said. This boy is very talented, but Yor was much weaker when he was young. If his background limits his growth or if his future stepmother suppresses him, it could be a loss for our entire Lin family. I also think so, Lin Yizong replied. This little kid is clever and quick-tongued. Not only does he do well in school, but he's also good with people. He's much better at social skills than our other children, probably because he's been independent from a young age. Do you both agree to let his biological mother be Chier's official wife? Old Master Lin asked happily. That woman, though from the countryside, doesn't seem uneducated, and she's very capable. But I'm worried that mother and the eldest sister won't accept her, Yizong said. These women only care about their family background, the old man snorted. They only see the land around this courtyard. That little boy's family raised 2 tigers, and he has red-dyed powder and herbs to treat my illness, things ordinary families can't get. These are enough to make up for her humble origins. The 2 brothers couldn't criticize their mother openly. They could only wait for their father to complain. Yesterday, they found out that after Chier lost his memory, he married a village girl in the countryside and had a child. The Lin family's bloodline must not be lost outside. It had to be brought back. Everyone agreed on this. As for the village girl, according to Lin Haizi and Lin Fong, Chier also had feelings for her. They planned to bring her back and settle her properly. They thought that bringing the mother and son to the mansion, officially recognizing the boy's identity, and letting his biological mother be a concubine was already a generous act considering their humble rural background. But their understanding of the boy earlier had completely changed after what they saw just now. Yet, letting that rural woman become the official wife of the marquis heir and future head of the estate was something they couldn't accept, especially since their mother and eldest sister came from noble backgrounds. The eldest sister grew up in the Grand Princess's mansion, loved by the Empress Dowager, and was already titled a county princess. She was proud of her status. The idea of accepting a village girl as her daughter-in-law was simply unthinkable. Many noble families looked down on those without strong family ties. If the heir married a village woman, it would only make others mock and gossip more. Their father, who didn't care about social rules, was probably the only one in the court who thought differently. They didn't want the boy to be an illegitimate son, but they also felt it was not appropriate for the village woman to become the official wife and run the estate in the future. After a long discussion, it seemed there was only one possible solution. The next day, the old man took little Baozi to the training grounds at school. He taught him some boxing and riding skills, with riding taught by Lin Chu. While little Baozi was practicing, the puppies and Huahua sat quietly nearby watching. After practice, the 2 dogs ran happily around the large training field. Little Baozi played with them, but the old man was quite surprised. Although the 2 dogs looked strong and brave before, they had always been gentle and obedient around children, so he didn't think they were different from other wolfhounds. But now, with their agile movements and fierce eyes when hunting, they looked like wolves from the mountains. They could jump several meters high and run as fast as tigers coming down from the mountain. It seemed these dogs were very impressive. Thinking of his own 2 tigers, the old man felt that such wild animals would willingly stay in his home and serve him. The mother and son were definitely not as simple as they appeared. Sadly, his two sons only cared about superficial appearances. That night, the old man couldn't sleep because he kept thinking about some things. He sat up, and Lin Jin, who was on night duty in the bedroom, quickly got up to help him put on his coat. The old man went to the warm chamber and bent over to look at the sleeping child. The little boy's red lips sometimes pouted, just like when he was young. The boy muttered softly and turned over. A green jade pendant hidden in his pajamas was faintly visible. The old man reached out to take the jade pendant from the pajamas and was stunned. The family's treasured jade pendant, the Rewo jade, which had been missing for 7 years, appeared in this way. He was so excited that when he pulled on the jade pendant, he pulled a little too hard, waking the boy. Little Baozi sleepily opened his eyes and saw the old man pulling at his jade pendant. He sat up and asked, "Great-grandpa, what are you doing?" The old man said, "I want to see your jade pendant." "Oh, my mother told me not to take it off when she gave it to me." Little Baozi remembered his mother's words. He held up the jade pendant and said to the old man, "Great-grandpa, look at the tiger head inside this jade. It looks exactly like our tiger mother. Also, when we came here, we didn't plan to wear the jade, but our tiger mother reminded us to keep it on." The old man felt dizzy and swayed a little. Lin Jin helped him sit down beside him. Lin Jin asked, "Are you feeling unwell? Should I call the doctor?" The old man waved his hand and said, "It's nothing." Then he said to little Baozi, "Good boy, great-grandpa understands now. You should lie down and continue sleeping. Remember to protect the jade pendant. No one else should have it." With Lin Jin's help, he returned to bed to rest. In the morning, little Baozi woke up on his own without anyone calling him. It was still early. Little Baozi and Air Chun, who had already come out, were walking the dogs in the yard. Usually, the old master would have gotten up and started his day by now. Lin Chu wanted to wake him, but Lin Jin stopped him. Lin Jin said that last night, the old master didn't sleep well, kept turning in bed, and only fell asleep when dawn was near. They waited outside the door, letting little Baozi and Air Chun play outside, so they wouldn't wake the old master. After waiting half an hour and feeling it was getting late, they went inside and called out, "Old Marquis, it's already bright. Should you get up and eat something before going back to sleep?" The old master slowly opened his eyes. He wanted to sit up but felt dizzy and lay back down, saying, "I'm dizzy. Bring me that herbal medicine soaked in spring water." Lin Jin brought the herbal medicine for him to take. Lin Chu hurried to report to the second old master. They still needed to call a doctor to check on him. Because the Empress Dowager's birthday was tomorrow, the whole country was celebrating, and the court was on holiday for 2 days. So today was a day of rest. The second old master was sleeping in Lady Fong's room. When he heard his father was unwell, he quickly got up. Lady Fong helped him put on his clothes. He called someone to invite a doctor, and also asked his third brother, his grown sons, and nephews to come and assist. After taking a herbal remedy made from green grass, the old master felt better. He got up and moved around in the yard, but saw his 2 sons and 5 grown grandsons rushing over. Second old master Lin Yicheng and third old master Lin Yizong saw that the old master was still twisting his waist and hurried over to support him, saying, "Father, you should lie down. The doctor already told you not to exert yourself." The old master was unhappy and said, "Those quack doctors say one thing, but you remember it all. Sitting around every day, even if I'm healthy, I might get sick just from sitting too much." Seeing so many people around him, he said unhappily, "Why are you all crowding around me? I'm perfectly fine and still alive." The old master was helped into the house by his sons. At that moment, the doctor arrived, checked his pulse, and exclaimed, "It's strange. Old Marquis, your health has actually improved a bit. Have you been taking any medicine?" Hearing this, the old master was happy and said, "I occasionally took a herbal medicine soaked in 1,000-year-old spring water. I've taken some the last 2 times I had a relapse." He shook his head regretfully and said, "It's a pity that this herbal medicine is almost gone and can't be used many more times." The old doctor nodded and said, "Some places have good water quality, which can indeed help relieve illness. May I see that herb, Old Marquis?" The old man waved his hand, and Lin Jean brought over the green herb. The doctor looked at the shredded green herb for a long time, but couldn't tell what it was. Sorry, I have poor eyesight. I really can't tell what kind of medicine this is. The old man happily took the herb back, seeming to think he had found a treasure. Perhaps this herb, like the blood-polished stone, is a rare treasure. The woman truly shouldn't be underestimated. At the insistence of Lin Yicheng and Lin Yizong, the old man still had the doctor give an acupuncture treatment. After the doctor left, the old man waved his hand to dismiss his grandsons and told his two sons that the lucky tiger jade pendant had appeared, but it was being worn by that young child. Lin Yicheng and Lin Yizong were very happy when they heard this. The jade pendant is the family's treasure, passed down from their father when he became Marquis of Beiheng at 30. 8 years ago, because Chi'er was guarding King Jin to observe the people in Hunan province, Master Tongyi predicted that Chi'er would face a disaster. Their eldest brother then gave him the jade pendant. Over a year later, Chi'er returned, but the jade pendant was missing. They had no idea how or where it was lost. They searched for years along the route Lin Changqi had traveled, but found nothing. Now it was brought back by this young child. Should we take the jade pendant back and give it to our eldest brother? Lin Yicheng asked. Lin Yizong nodded and said, yes, after all, our eldest brother is the head of the family. It's not appropriate for such an important treasure to be worn by a child. No, that jade pendant has traveled a long way and was brought back by Nyener. Maybe it's fate. We shouldn't go against it. Let him keep it, the old man said, shaking his head. According to that child, the tiger on the pendant looks exactly like the tiger they keep at home. Also, it was that tiger who made the child wear the pendant when he came to the capital. I think that woman saved Chi'er twice. Even after being seriously injured, Chi'er managed to cross the mountains between Wui Mountain and Nanling Mountain twice. Maybe it's all related to their tiger and this jade pendant. Lin Yicheng and Lin Yizong looked serious after hearing this. The three of them discussed again. The idea from yesterday, where a rural woman was made a secondary wife and a noble lady was married to Lin Changqi as the main wife, was also firmly rejected by the old man. The old man surprisingly came up with an even more shocking idea, which frightened Lin Yicheng and Lin Yizong so much that they knelt down, begging him not to make any hasty decisions and to think carefully before acting. They insisted they should wait until their older brother and Chi'er returned to discuss the matter. I've thought about this all night, so you don't need to persuade me anymore, the old man said stubbornly. Yiqian has made great achievements this time. When he returns, the emperor will surely reward him again. I believe it will be a high official position or a noble title. I will have him resign from his post as the left commander of the Central Army. Our family has become too prosperous, and it's time to think about the future. Both brothers tearfully said, it's wise for our older brother to resign. If he wants to, let him resign. But you, old sir. The old man waved his hand and said, my mind is made up. Don't persuade me anymore. The matriarch, the second wife, and the third wife, who had sent people to ask after him, were told by Lin Jin, who was guarding the door, to be sent away. He said the old lord was fine and didn't need anyone to serve him. When the little boy came back for dinner, he was served by the maids Chuanxing and Chuntao. Later, he was told that the old lord, the second master, and the third master had important matters to discuss, so he could play freely. The little boy and heir Chun took the two dogs to the yard to play. Because of the old man's kindness and the respect from the servants, the boy felt more relaxed than he did at Zhou's residence. The two dogs ran around happily, and the two children followed closely behind. The Ho family's estate was very large, and after passing through a small gate, it became even more beautiful and lively. The boy had stayed at Zhou's residence for over a month and knew that this was the second gate, where the women lived. So he didn't go too deep, just played in the nearby corridors or gardens. At that moment, Lin Changyan, the sixth son of Lin Yicheng and a son of a concubine, was passing by with a servant. Seeing the two children playing with two strong, beautiful wolfhounds, he felt very envious. Lin Changyan guessed that these might be the Lin Nian his father mentioned yesterday. His father had said he wanted to get closer to this boy called Lin Yen. Although young, Lin Yen was quite capable. He only knew that Lin Yen might be related to their family, but his father hadn't explained how. He only said he would find out in a few days. He was only 12 years old, at a fun and curious age. Seeing the two beautiful big dogs, he liked them immediately. He wanted to meet Lin Yen, so he led the servant Qingxi to run over. Qingxi told the little boy that this was the sixth master, and that he liked the two dogs very much. The boy friendly invited them to play together and showed how he threw objects, which the dogs could find accurately no matter how hidden. A few young boys were secretly hiding things, watching two dogs search for them, and they were very excited. Madame Huang was the nursemaid of Lady Lin, the mistress of Jiaping County. She was usually arrogant and domineering. Even the young masters in the house had to respectfully call her Madame Huang. One day, she happened to go to the front yard to handle some affairs. As she passed through the second gate, she almost bumped into a small child who suddenly appeared from behind the potted plants. She saw that the child was dark-skinned, wearing a short cloth outfit. It was Chun who was hiding things. Seeing that she almost bumped into someone, he quickly bowed and said, "Madam, sorry. I didn't see you passing by just now." Hearing his tone, Madame Huang realized he wasn't a servant of the house. She also saw that sixth young master was playing nearby. She thought that it was probably some rural relative of Mistress Fong come to ask for favors. Her eyes, which were on her forehead, made her look down on someone like sixth young master, who was of lower status. She definitely looked down on a rural relative who was only half a master's kin. She grabbed Chun's ear and slapped him. "Where do you come from, you little brat? Don't you see where you are? Running around here recklessly." The slap made Chun see stars, and with his ear hurting badly, he started crying. Two dogs, Little Baozi and Lin Chongyun, were in a corridor nearby. When they heard someone scolding, they ran over and saw a woman grabbing Chun and hitting him. The puppies and Hua saw someone hitting Chun and couldn't stand it. They pounced and knocked Madame Huang to the ground. She was so frightened she screamed. The dogs and Hua had been told by their owner not to bite people, so they only stuck out their big tongues and wagged them in front of her eyes, scaring her so much she closed her eyes and kept screaming. Seeing that Madame Huang was terrified, Lin Chongyun ran away. After a few steps, he turned back and whispered to Little Baozi, "We can't mess with this woman. You'd better go find my grandpa." Then he quickly ran off with Qingxi, disappearing from sight. Before Little Baozi and Chun could run away, many servants from the Lin household rushed over, some carrying large sticks. When Little Baozi saw someone holding a stick and about to hit the dogs, he quickly spread his arms to protect them and shouted, "Stop. Don't hit. Don't hit my dogs." Madame Huang was helped up, trembling with fear. She burst into tears. Housekeeper Lin Fu knew that old Marquis had brought back two rural children and two dogs, and he also knew that old Marquis cared more for one of the children who looked like the young master. Naturally, he didn't want to offend them. However, this old lady Huang is someone the main wife is proud of, and she must not be offended. Neither side should be offended, so everyone can only try to keep peace. Then, with a stern face, she said, "These two animals are running around in this house, which is very dangerous. What if someone gets hurt? Quickly take them back to the room and lock the door. If they cause trouble again, they will be kicked out of the house." Little Baozi said, "The puppies and Hua won't hurt anyone." It was this old lady who hit Chun first, and that's why the puppies and Hua went to scare her. Chun also cried, saying, "Our dogs don't bite people randomly. She hit me first." A nosy old woman, seeing an opportunity to flatter old lady Huang, stepped forward and said, "Where did these wild kids come from? Almost letting the dogs hurt someone, and they still have the nerve to complain. These animals are so scary, they should be beaten to death. What if they bite someone? Yes, look at these two dogs. They're so fierce, like wolves. It's unsafe to keep them in the house," someone added. Little Baozi held the dogs and loudly said, "I'm not telling them to bite. They definitely won't bite. They didn't even bite this old lady. They were just scaring her." Old Lady Huang also regained her composure and was very unhappy with how Lin the butler was handling things. Now someone was speaking up for her, so she loudly said, "These two animals must be killed. And those two wild kids should be beaten and chased out of the house." She also reached out to grab little Baozi's ear, but seeing the two dogs with their long tongues hanging out, she stopped. Lin the butler hesitated and said, "Old Lady Huang, these two children were brought back by the old Marquis. If they get hurt, it will be hard to explain to him." Just then, a man in his 20s ran over, supporting Old Lady Huang and looking at her. He said, "Grandma, I heard you were bitten by the dogs. Are you okay?" It was Molly, Old Lady Huang's grandson. Old Lady Huang cried and told her grandson Li, "Those two animals and those two wild kids almost caused me to fall and get hurt. Oh, my aching back." Molly was naturally a tough guy, relying on Old Lady Huang's influence to do whatever he wanted in the house. The servants all kept their distance when they saw him. When he heard that these two wild kids dared to upset his grandmother, he shouted, "You little brat, you're looking for death. How dare you push my grandma?" Then he stepped forward and kicked little Baozi. Little Baozi was protecting the dogs and couldn't dodge. Chun saw the attacker kicking little Baozi and quickly blocked him, but he was kicked away. Seeing Chun being kicked, little Baozi's eyes turned red with anger. He shouted at the puppies and Hua, "Go! Bite that brat's grandson." Two large dogs suddenly lunged at Molly. The servants trying to flatter Madame Huang saw the dogs bite people and rushed forward with big sticks to fight them. Hua bit Molly, while the puppies fought the others, turning into a chaotic scene. The puppies had been hunting in the mountains with mother tiger since they were young, so they were very skilled, matching tigers and wolves. Despite over 10 people with sticks and some with knives and guns, the puppies fought back fiercely, injuring many. They also got hurt themselves. Molly was even more badly injured, bloodied and battered, and had fainted. Hua finished off Molly and then collapsed to help the puppies. Little Baozi also helped the puppies in the crowd. He was small and weak and had already been beaten up, his face swollen and nose bleeding. If little Baozi hadn't caused trouble, the puppies would have been quicker. Because he was there, the puppies had to protect him, so they got hit a few more times. People crying and dogs barking drew the attention of old Marquis and others. Someone was already shouting, "Get out of the way! Shoot those two beasts!" Old Marquis shouted loudly, "Stop everything!" He went over, picked up little Baozi from the ground, and comforted the two badly injured dogs. Seeing little Baozi's face all bruised and swollen, tears streaming from his eyes, the old man was heartbroken. He shouted, "If anything happens to him, I will make sure all of you and your families are wiped out." The servants who had been hitting realized they had caused a big trouble. Those uninjured quickly knelt down, begging, "Please spare us." Lin Yicheng and Lin Yizong hurriedly sent someone to call the doctor and made arrangements for the injured people and dogs. The two injured dogs were very restless, circling little Baozi and refusing to leave. No one dared to approach them. Lin came over to bandage their wounds, and only then did they stop resisting. At this moment, Madame Old Lady, her 5 grandsons and 3 daughters-in-law arrived, attracted by the noise. The old woman, who was crying over Molly, saw Madame Jia, the lady of the county, coming and shouted, "Madam, you must help. I was almost bitten to death by those two beasts, and now my grandson has been badly hurt by them too." Madame Jia saw the yard full of people lying on the ground, bloodied and crying, and Molly was already covered in blood, looking terrifying. She also saw the 2 dogs, both badly injured, and shouted, "Quick, drag these beasts out and cut them to death." The old lady asked, "Who was so bold to bring these wild animals here to attack?" Old Marquis ignored her. When he saw the servants holding knives, ready to drag the dogs away, he loudly warned, "I'll see who dares to move." The servants planning to take the dogs back dared not make a move. Grandpa Lin Yu saw that the old man was about to get angry again, so he quickly stepped forward to support the old lady and said, "Grandmother, this place is too messy. You should go back first to avoid getting hurt." The old lady didn't know why the old man was angry again, so she led the women and left. Seeing her face, the eldest daughter-in-law couldn't bear it and asked the person supporting the second grandson, "What's going on? Why are there two stray dogs in the inner courtyard, and no one is taking care of them?" She also told the housekeeper, who is on duty at the second gate today, "Take him out and give him 10 beatings first." Lin Yu wasn't very clear about what happened. He had been out visiting friends these days and only returned last night. He heard that the old marquis had brought back 2 small children with 2 dogs, one of whom looked like the eldest brother, Lin Changqi. He shook his head and said, "I don't know much. I only heard that these 2 children and the dogs were brought back by the grandfather." The master of Jiaping County was standing behind, snorting coldly, but not speaking. He was secretly annoyed that the old man couldn't tell the difference between inside and outside, and for the sake of 2 outsiders, he had embarrassed her in front of everyone. The old man personally held the little bundle, Lin Fu held the second spring, and Lin Jin and Lin Chu each held a large dog, returning to the old marquis's courtyard. The imperial doctor also arrived and finished dressing the little bundle, saying, "Young Master Nian is fine, just needs some rest." "Will there be scars?" Lin Yicheng asked. Such a beautiful child would be a pity if there were scars on his face, and large scars could prevent him from entering official service. No, his face looks scary, mostly bruised, with minor skin injuries. "It will heal in time," said the doctor. Since they couldn't find a veterinarian to treat the dogs, they only asked the doctor to help bandage the dogs under the bed. After finishing, the doctor said the 2 dogs are fine, just external injuries. Rest, and they will recover. Seeing that his own injury was treated, the little bundle struggled to go see Chun. The old marquis carried him to a side room, where Chun was lying on the bed crying. The young doctor dressing Chun said, "This little boy is a bit troublesome. His right leg is broken and needs to stay in bed for a few days to recover." The little bundle cried and said to the old master, Chun did it to save me, took a kick for me. Otherwise, my leg would be broken." The old marquis asked Lin Fu what happened. Lin Fu didn't dare hide anything and told everything plainly. "These dog servants are really fed up. They dare to hit even the people I brought back," the old man scolded. He ordered Lin Jin take that Molly out. "No matter if he's dead or alive now, give him 50 beatings. If he dies, so be it. If he doesn't, sell him to the salt farm. That Huang woman gets 50 beatings too. Sell her whole family to me." The mischievous old woman was whipped 50 times, and all the servants involved in hitting people or dogs were whipped 30 times and had half a year's wages deducted. Those injured would be recorded first, and after they healed, they would be whipped again. Lin Jin softly said, "Madame Huang is the county master's nursemaid. She can't handle 50 whips. Isn't that right? No matter who it is, anyone who dares to hurt my great-grandson will face death," the old master said through gritted teeth. At the same time, the old master asked Lin Jin to deliver his message. "These 2 wolf dogs are Ning Xiao's pets. They can go wherever they want, and no one is allowed to stop them. Anyone who harms them again will be killed immediately." Later, Lin Fu reported that Molly died after receiving less than 10 whips. The troublemaker old woman couldn't withstand it and also died, and Madame Huang was whipped 50 times, but was still alive. The little bundle of joy was in pain from his wound. After Lin Jin carried him back to the warm pavilion, he kept crying and wanted to go to the Zhou residence to find his mother. The old master, rarely patient, comforted him, saying his mother would come to see him the day after tomorrow, and she would stay with them in the residence. Lin Yicheng and his brother had never seen their father so gentle in comforting a child before. After the great-grandson fell asleep, the old master came out and told his 2 sons, "I was planning for Ninger to recognize his relatives today and bow to the elders. Sai, now go to your wife's place. There are some things you need to discuss with her." At this moment, Lin Jin brought in a letter and handed it to the old master. The old man read it and burst into happy laughter. Lin Yizong asked, "Is it from the eldest brother? Any good news?" The old master nodded and said, "Yes, it was sent quickly by horse. It seems the emperor has also received the news. The war is over, and Beliao has agreed to retreat north of Jinlian Mountain. Your eldest brother will wait until the 2 countries sign the treaty before leading the army back, to the capital. Cheer is already on his way back with the second prince of Baliao, Yelu Gongyan. The brothers, Lin Yi and Lin Cheng, were excited and eager. This time, Lin Yiqian led the army to defeat Baliao, at least preventing Taizi from invading Dakong for decades. The Lin family would prosper again because of this achievement. But thinking about the old master's decision, they felt a bit sad. The old master packed the letter and said, "Let's go to your wife's place. It's a good chance for her to be happy too." The old master rarely visited Fuluan courtyard, only during festivals or important matters. After seating the three elders, the old lady asked, "You look so happy. Is there some good news?" Lin Yizong smiled and said, "Yes, very good news." Then he told them about the letter from his elder brother. The old lady was so excited she shed tears, clasped her hands together, and repeatedly said, "Thank you, Bodhisattva. Thank you, Bodhisattva." Their father and son both returned safely, and they achieved such great accomplishments. Our Lin family can prosper for many more decades. The old man stroked his beard and said, "Yes, our Lin family can thrive for many more years. I think if the emperor grants the eldest son another reward, he should step down from the position of left commander. Having too much power is not good, and being too outstanding can cause trouble. This way, the second and third sons, as well as the younger generation, can have their turn." The old lady thought for a moment and nodded, saying, "You're right. When things become too extreme, they turn around. When the moon is full, it wanes. It's time for the eldest to rest." The old man nodded happily. Having a wise wife is good. At least she won't cause trouble for the family over small gains. They all enjoyed themselves and talked about the current political situation. The old man then asked the old lady, "Do you remember the boy who gave you the lucky pouch?" Whenever he thought of that boy, the old lady smiled. "Yes, I remember. That little monkey was thin and small, with a little mouth that could talk. He was very clever. Although he wore old, patched clothes, he was clean and tidy. I heard recently that he was the young child of the family that was taking care of Cheer while he was injured. I already told him to bring 100 taels of silver when Lin Haizi returns, because their family seems to be having a hard time." After saying this, the old lady looked a bit puzzled.
Why do you ask about him?
Could he be one of the 2 children who were beaten today? The old man sighed and said, "The child who was hurt is him. I was planning to bring him to see you today to kowtow."
Oh, poor thing.
"That little monkey is very likable," the old lady said. "That family has helped us before, so we must take good care of them. It's more than just kindness, it's fate," the old man sighed.
How so?
The old lady asked in surprise. Lin Yicheng then explained everything. "You mean he might be Cheer's son, born the year Cheer went missing, and the jade pendant from Ruhu is still with him?" The old lady asked in shock. "Not just possible, but certain. The little boy looks exactly like Cheer did when he was young, and Cheer already knows about this and has verified it. I heard that a few months ago, he sent the woman from Wui Mountain back to the countryside," the old man said. "I wondered why that child looked familiar at Lingji Temple. Now I see. He looks just like Cheer when he was young. But back then he was too thin with a pointed face, so I didn't think much of it." The elderly lady suddenly realized, and tears welled up again. "I never thought our Lin family's child would suffer like this, living outside selling jewelry to make a living. You didn't see how he looked then, thin, short, with patched clothes." Lin Yizong quickly comforted his mother. "Mom, don't be sad. We've already brought him back home. From now on, we'll treat him well." The old lady wiped her tears and nodded. "Yes, he's our Lin family's child, and he must come back. He can't stay out in the countryside anymore. But I didn't expect Aunt Qing, who looks honest, to be so cunning. She even tricked Cheer. The child must come back, but the question is what identity he will have when he returns and what status his birth mother will give him," said old Marquis. "A woman raised in the countryside, giving her the title of aunt is already a favor," said the old lady. "That child, Nyener, is a commoner." "Can a commoner have the Rui Tiger Jade pendant?" asked old lady. "How could the Rui Tiger Jade pendant be on him? It needs to be taken back. That jade pendant is a treasure of our Lin family. It's not good for a child to have it, said old lady. Old master waved his hand. The jade pendant coming to him, traveling all the way from Sichuan and being brought here. That's fate. If we forcibly take it back, isn't that going against heaven? Plus, that child is very smart, talented in both literature and martial arts, far better than you are. It would be a real pity to have him as a commoner. Lin Chongyu was the pride of the Lin family. At 14, he became a scholar. At 17, he became a top candidate. He could have gone straight to take the imperial exams, but his teacher said he should gain more experience and aim for a better ranking, so he was waiting to take the big exam next year. When the old lady heard that he was even smarter than her favorite and proud grandson, she found it hard to believe. Really? A child raised in the countryside can be that clever? Without proper teachers, it's impossible. It's true. That little boy has extraordinary talent, with a memory like no other, said Lin Yicheng. When Yu was his age, he was far behind him. Yu is far behind him. The old lady was quite surprised. For decades since she married into the Lin family, she had worked hard to change the rough, unrefined image of the family. She was strict in teaching the younger generation, hiring the best teachers from all over the world. Every boy was sent to school after age 5. Sometimes, because of disagreements with the old master over how to teach the children, he grew more and more displeased with her, but she never backed down. Apart from the eldest son, the second and third sons entered official service by passing the imperial exams and becoming jinshi, unlike some young noble children who relied on family connections to get official positions. Especially when you passed the exam to become a top scholar, it was a big face-saver for the old established families, which made her very happy. If the family had another child who was good at studying, that would be great. Maybe in 10 years, the Lin family could have another top scholar or even a champion. She said, that child is so good. We should find a good way to settle him properly. But we can't just make that rural woman the main wife of Cheer for his sake. Our Marquis's house would be laughed at again. Today, the eldest daughter-in-law told me she already found a girl from a good family, pretty and gentle, and it seems her family also likes Cheer, said the old lady. You women only talk about family background and rural roots all the time. I was born in the countryside, so what? The old man snapped again. I think that young girl is good. She raised Nienu so well. Besides, the lucky pouch she made helped us get through a tough time. The old lady blushed at his words. Lin Yicheng quickly stopped the conversation. The lucky pouch my mother brought back from Lingji Temple was made by Niener's birth mother. That pouch involved bloodstains, which ultimately saved the crown prince and Cheer. She is truly blessed. The old man continued, since 50 years ago when I met that wandering monk and he gave me the Rui Tiger Jade pendant, it saved my life many times from dangerous situations. Without it, I don't know how many children I would have lost. Now, it also protects Cheer and our family from danger. Cheer mentioned in his letter that Lin Heizi saw it too. They have 2 tigers and that redmua, a type of stone, belongs to their family. Without the redmua, what would happen to us or Cheer? You can guess. Also, I have this illness. Before, I would be bedridden for days when it flared up with acupuncture and medicine. So annoying. But this little girl's mother gave me some herbal medicine soaked in 1,000-year-old spring water. After taking it, I felt better in just 15 minutes. Even Dr. Lee said my health is better than before. I think this mother and son are extraordinary, maybe because of the tigers they keep. The old lady looked serious when she heard this. If that's the case, we really shouldn't suppress them. But the eldest daughter-in-law is from a noble family and very picky about background. She might not like a rural woman marrying Cheer. This is a big matter for our Lin family. We can't let her decide, said the old man. The crown prince's wife must oversee the household affairs. Can a village girl do that? The old lady asked doubtfully. Who says Chiener's main wife must oversee the household affairs? Now the eldest daughter-in-law manages it. In 10 years, when the boy grows up, we can marry him to a capable noble lady, and then the daughter-in-law can take charge. That's a good idea, the old lady nodded. The old man then discussed plans he had talked over with his sons. The old lady was surprised and said, "Old man, you need to think carefully about such a big decision." The old man replied seriously, "I thought about it almost all night last night and have made up my mind. I was wandering and without roots for most of my life. Since I was 23, I settled in the capital, married you, and had many children and grandchildren. But I know this place isn't my true home. My sons have wanted to buy land in the south of the capital to build ancestral halls to continue our family line in Lingao. I never agreed because I felt this isn't where our family belongs. There are better places for our Lin family to settle and find our roots. Now I have found it. Our family will build a shrine and hall there. I don't want to register it under anyone's name. I want it to be the ancestral home of our Lin clan. I heard the place is beautiful, and it's protected by a lucky tiger that watches over us. It's connected to our family's red millstone, which has helped us through tough times. I plan to bring Master Xuanji along. If the place truly has a connection to us, then in the future, our old bones will have a good place to rest." The old lady was moved to tears and said, "How could your heart be so cold? How could you leave our whole family behind? I know you've never liked us women, thinking I raised the children too delicate and refined. But I had no choice. Children from noble families should be graceful and learned, appreciating ancient culture. You can ignore others' opinions and jokes, but our grandchildren can't." The old man patted her hand and said, "Aluo, for decades I know I've wronged you. I understand you're doing this for the good of our Lin family. You raised them well, and they are all promising." This was the first time since their marriage that the old man called the old lady by her maiden name. She cried even harder. Their children and servants had already left the room, and the couple talked deeply for the first time in many years. Finally, the old lady said, "Since there are children and daughters-in-law to take care of the household here, I will go with you to that place." The old man shook his head and said, "The eldest daughter-in-law is too impulsive and naive. The household still needs you here for now. Wait another 2 years, and I will come to bring you. 2 more years, and I'll be just bones by then. Even if you come, I'll be dead," the old lady said through tears. The old man waved his hand and said, "No, I've heard that the spring water from Nailing Mountain is very nourishing. When I go there, I will regularly send some to you. You need to take good care of your health. In 2 years, I will take you outside to see the world beyond the big estate." At this moment, the master of Jiaping County arrived. Molly had already died after fewer than 10 beatings. The person who hit Huang Mama was spared under her orders, leaving her alive. She hurriedly came here to plead with the old man, hoping to save that family. She was angry inside, feeling that the old man had embarrassed her. For a trivial rural boy, he dared to humiliate her. She found it very upsetting. She had lived so long and had never felt so humiliated before. The master of Jiaping County first bowed to the elderly couple and asked after their health. Then he said to the old man, "Father, that Huang Mama is my wet nurse and has been with me all along. Today's matter was her mistake. She has already learned her lesson. My grandson was beaten to death, and she was beaten so badly she's barely alive. Can you please reconsider and forgive Huang Mama and her family?" A bunch of unruly servants, daring to hit even the guests I invited. They are truly lawless. If it weren't for your usual indulgence, how could they be so bold? "Not killing this servant who disrespected his master shows my mercy," the old man said with a stern face. Jiaping's face turned red instantly. The old marquis had never spoken to her so harshly before. Suppressing her displeasure, she spoke softly, "Father, I've heard that the rural boy looks very much like Cheer, but he is not Cheer after all. Even if the servants call him young master, can he really become the master?" The old marquis snorted coldly. "He is indeed the master." The old lady quickly explained that this little boy was the child left behind by Lin Chongqi when he went missing. Jiaping hadn't expected things to turn out this way. Cheer's son was her grandson. Beating her grandson, the old marquis's great-grandson, she truly couldn't plead anymore. She signaled to the maid, Luer, who understood immediately. Lua went out and ordered someone to find a way to buy the family of Huang Mama and rehome them. It couldn't be that the county princess's wet nurse, already so old, would be sold and suffer. However, Jiaping was still reluctant to recognize the child. She thought he was just an illegitimate son and suggested leaving him with the common people for now. After Cheer got married, they could bring him back. After all, with such a big illegitimate son, who would want to marry a daughter from a good family? Cheer's marriage was already difficult, and she was quite old. It wasn't easy to find a girl who was good in every way. Bringing back such a big illegitimate son also made her marriage harder. She shared her ideas, but the old master didn't support her at all. He angrily said, "Nonsense. How could a descendant of the Lin family not be recognized? Even if Nyener is outstanding or average, as long as he's confirmed to be from the Lin family, he must be acknowledged. As for the child's biological mother, your mother and I have already agreed. She is Chier's lawful wife, and no one can change that." He even wanted that village girl to be the son's lawful wife, which Jiaping couldn't accept. She cried and said, "No matter how hard Qian's marriage is, I can't let her marry a village girl as her wife. Otherwise, people will laugh at us. I absolutely refuse to let that village girl be the wife. Such an uneducated and crude girl isn't worthy of my talented and handsome Chier." But the old master was stubborn and said firmly, "Whether you agree or not, this decision is final. If you cause trouble, I will go to the Grand Princess's residence and apologize to her personally." His words were serious. Jiaping was so frightened she forgot to cry. She quickly stood up and said, "Father, you're being too harsh. As juniors, we can only listen. I only oppose because I care about Chier, and I can't bear the thought of such a daughter-in-law serving me." Tears welled up again. "Don't worry, I won't let her interfere in the household. I will take her back to her hometown. I have decided on the main grandson. After the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet tomorrow, when everyone is gathered, I will have him bow to the elders and officially acknowledge the family." "Who dares to bully him then?" the old master said. "Hometown? Do we even have a hometown?" Jiaping asked in surprise. "No, we don't. But won't we have one in the future?" the old master snorted. It sounded like he was reversing his words. Hearing this, Jiaping felt relieved that the country girl wouldn't bother her in the house. It would be fine to find Chier a talented and beautiful wife. But it was impossible to find a noble daughter from a very prestigious family. She could only look for a daughter from a lesser noble family or a noble family's illegitimate daughter. She started to consider suitable candidates. At that moment, a servant reported that Jiang Xiaolan and old Mr. Jiang had arrived. Why was that old man here now? The old master went to the side courtyard study. After hearing Mr. Jiang's ideas, old Master Lin burst into loud, hearty laughter that seemed to shake the roof. However, Jiang Yumei from the Zhou family was in a very bad mood. She kept thinking that the best outcome would be for the Lin family to voluntarily give up the little one and herself, but now that seemed impossible. At least, the little one would definitely be taken back and fought over by the Ho family. She knew her own worth. So, she needed to find a good identity for the little one and figure out how to leave. It would be best if the Lin family declared her dead, then she could go live freely. But why would the Lin family agree to that? During the night, she kept thinking about these things, and during the day, she felt a bit distracted. The eldest madam was very worried. "Lin family's lady, tomorrow is the Empress Dowager's birthday. If you keep losing focus like this, you won't be able to speak clearly. If you don't say anything, our whole family might be harmed." Jiang Yumei tapped her head. The big day was coming, so she had to focus and complete her task well, then find a way to leave quickly. The eldest madam also cautiously asked if Lin Changqi really had been sick at her house, and about the medicine the old Master Lin mentioned. Jiang Yumei acted as if she hadn't heard and didn't reply. The eldest madam was very confused and went back to tell Zhou Zhenhua. Zhou Zhenhua said, "If the Lin family's lady won't say, then forget it. But now it seems these two mother and son are not simple. It's better not to offend them lightly. After saying this, A question that had puzzled him for a long time finally found an answer. Even the old Marquis Lin said her son looked like Lin Changqi when he was young. Thinking of what the old Marquis said that day, he began to understand. At the same time, he was a bit worried. If they brought the child's biological mother to make a cake, would the Lin family be happy? Early on March 15th, Jiang Yumei and Zhou Shi made the birthday cake called Monkey Offering Peach and handed it over to the second son of Zhou Elder. Jiang Yumei didn't see the scene herself, but she heard from the Zhou family that those qualified to attend the birthday banquet excitedly told the story over and over. When the Monkey Offering Peach birthday cake was presented, even the Empress Dowager was stunned. The adorable monkey, holding a bright red peach, knelt among a sea of flowers. At first glance, the flowers looked colorful, but upon closer inspection, they were the characters' blessings as vast as the East Sea, longevity as the South Mountain, written in big characters. It was exactly like the scene in her dream. The cake, as big as a small round table, was so beautiful that it outshone any treasured gift. As soon as it was brought into the hall, a sweet, fragrant aroma filled the entire space. The cake was delicious, sweet, smooth, and creamy, with a long-lasting milky flavor, better than anything she had tasted before. The Emperor and the Empress Dowager praised this birthday gift highly, and the Zhou family was rewarded with a white jade Rui scepter for Madame Zhou. The Zhou family stole the spotlight at the birthday banquet. Everyone who knew about the event was amazed by the extraordinary, delicate, and unmatched large cake. The village girl was so clever, her intelligence beyond imagination. No wonder her son was also exceptionally smart. Even Lord Jiaping couldn't help but praise her cleverness. Before the banquet ended, the emperor happily announced that the Northern Expedition Army had achieved a great victory and would return to the capital soon. This news confirmed the auspicious signs predicted by the Celestial Observatory. He also rewarded Lady Lin with a white jade Rui scepter. After returning to the residence in the afternoon, Old Master Zhou and Old Lady Zhou were very happy. After celebrating, they remembered the cake maker and called Jiang Yumei over to praise her verbally. They also gave her 100 taels of silver and a full set of green jade jewelry, including hairpins, earrings, bracelets, and rings. Later, Jiang Yumei told Zhou Zhenhua and his wife that she planned to return to Western Sichuan first and wouldn't wait for them. Zhou Zhenhua and his wife only urged her to be careful on such a long journey. Jiang Yumei explained she had urgent matters and insisted on leaving. Zhou Zhenhua then gave her the remaining 500 taels of silver notes. They thought Jiang Yumei must have some connection with the Lin family. Jiang Yumei and Mrs. Zhou also went to Zhou Yan's courtyard to say goodbye. Zhou Yan's eyes filled with tears. Sister Jiang, I've grown up with you, and you're my first friend. I never thought our friendship would only last a few days. Jiang Yumei also felt sad. Seeing her cry so hard, her own eyes turned red. She kept reminding her not to hide herself anymore, to find a way for Zhou Zhenhua or Old Lady Zhou to remember her and help her find a future. After all, she was still young and had plenty of good years ahead. Tonight, the Zhou family was holding a banquet to celebrate the Emperor and Empress's reward for the birthday gift. All the ladies, including some daughters of noble families, received invitations to join the feast, but no one told Zhou Yan. How could that be fair? Jiang Yumei helped her think of ways to gradually step out of her small world. After talking for a while, Jiang Yumei was in a hurry to go back to her courtyard. She needed to pack her things quickly because she planned to leave early the next morning. When they returned to the courtyard and were about to close the door, they saw the puppy dragging its injured leg through the gap. Jiang Yumei knelt down to look. The puppy's back and legs were wrapped in bandages, and part of its long fur on its head was bald. She was shocked and exclaimed, "What happened to you?"
My child, how are you?
"How is my child?" Mrs. Zhou also became anxious and shouted, "Heir Chun, how is my Heir Chun?" The puppy's eyes showed sadness and anger as it bit Jiang Yumei's pants and pulled to go outside. Jiang Yumei gently stroked the puppy's fur and said, "Wait a moment, I'll go get something." At the Lin residence, early in the morning, The old master had already told the little boy before going to the palace for the birthday banquet that in the afternoon, he would bow to the elders in the household. The little boy's mouth looked like he had a walnut in it, and he asked unclearly why. In our village, only when elders celebrate birthdays do we bow to them. The old master couldn't immediately tell him about his background, because it was better for his biological mother to explain it to him, so he would accept it more easily. He said, "If you recognize them as elders, no one in the house will dare to bully you. The details will be explained to you tomorrow when your mother comes to the house. They are all family of great-grandpa and are your elders. It's right to bow to them." The little boy thought this made sense. Since they were great-grandpa's family and indeed elders, he decided to bow. After the old master left, the little boy took his 2 crippled dogs and went to Chun's room. Chun was already awake. He was lying in bed unable to move, and Chun Tao was feeding him medicine. When Chun finished his medicine, the little boy took out 2 rose-flavored candies, one to feed into Chun's mouth and the other to put into his hand. He said, "This is rose-flavored candy. Great-grandpa said it's made by the palace's royal chefs." While eating the candy, Chun cried and said, "Brother Nien, I miss my mother. I want to go home." The little boy helped wipe Chun's tears and said, "I told great-grandpa yesterday that I want to find my mother and your mother, but he didn't agree. He said tomorrow your mother and mine will come to pick us up. It's just one day, so let's wait a little longer. Brother Nien, I think Beijing isn't good at all. The courtyard is better than the countryside, but it's not as open as our village and people are too mean," Chun said with a pout. Chun Tao was helping Chun wipe his mouth, which was stained with soup, and pretended to be angry, saying, "Are all people in Beijing bad? You little ungrateful kid. I've taken care of you for so long, and now you say that. Humph, I won't feed you anymore. Let's see if you go hungry." Chun quickly said, "Not everyone is bad. Sister Chun Tao, Sister Chun Xing, Uncle Lin Jin, and Uncle Lin Chu aren't bad. Many others are bad, but most are good. Anyway, it's better in our West River village. The people there wouldn't just hit others like here. Yes, people in our countryside are much simpler. Once my mother finishes making the cake tomorrow, we'll hurry home. I don't want to stay here even for a moment." The little boy nodded in agreement. Soon, Chun fell asleep again, while Xiao Baozi watched him from the bed. They usually ate lunch here. After waking up from his nap, Chun Xing told him that the masters were waiting at Fuling Courtyard, and old Marquis asked him to bow and greet them. Actually, Xiao Baozi didn't really want to go, but for Grandpa Tai's sake, he had to endure it. Chun Xing found a set of light blue clothes for him to wear and styled his hair nicely before leading him outside. On the way, she reminded him how to bow and what to say. After the Empress Dowager's birthday feast, all the qualified members of the Lin family returned. Soon after, everyone was told to go to Old Madam's Fuling Courtyard. Old Master Lin and Old Madam sat at the main seat, with their children, daughters-in-law, grandchildren, and unmarried grandchildren sitting in order, waiting for the famous person to come and recognize them. Soon, they saw Chun Xing, the maid, leading in a boy with a face swollen like a pig's head. His face was bruised with purple and blue marks, his upper lip was swollen and shiny, and his eyes were barely open. Is this the clever, handsome, talented child prodigy that Old Master, Second Old Master, and Third Old Master mentioned? Not to mention the masters thought it was an exaggeration. Even the maids and maids thought that, even if he wasn't hurt, he wouldn't look that handsome. Xiao Baozi entered and saw Grandpa Tai and an old lady sitting at the head, with about 10 men and women sitting below them. The maid placed a cushion in front of the old master and the old lady. Xiao Baozi knelt and said unclearly, "Lin Yan greets Grandpa and Grandma," then bowed 3 times. Because his legs and waist hurt, his movements were slow and uncoordinated, and he sounded like he was holding a nut in his mouth. Chun Xing had told him to call himself a great-grandson, but he decided to change those 2 words to Lin Yan himself. Although he was young, he was very stubborn and principled. The old master smiled and nodded, and the old lady happily beckoned him over, saying, "Good grandson, come here, let Grandma take a good look." Chun Xing led Xiao Baozi over to the old lady. She held his hand and carefully examined his face, touching it gently. Xiao Baozi winced in pain a few times, and the old lady felt sorry for him. Her eyes turned red as she said, "You poor child. You deserve to be beaten. Such a handsome little boy, beaten like this. Grandma knows you're upset, but from now on, Grandma will take good care of you and won't let anyone bully you anymore. You should also study hard, like your second uncle, and become a top scholar." And maid behind the elderly lady holds a tray with a carved jade brush washer and pen holder for the young boy, and Spring Peach takes it from her. The boy mumbles, "Thank you, great-grandpa."
Thank you, great-grandma.
"I will study hard. I not only want to be a top scholar, but also the #1 scholar. I want to earn a beautiful wedding dress for my mother." His words are unclear, and with a strong local accent, his big dreams sound a bit awkward. Some people inside the house can't help but shake their heads, and someone laughs softly. The elderly lady's eyes smile warmly. "Good child. Such a good child." The maid places a cushion in front of Jia Pingping. Spring Apricot whispers to the boy that he should call her grandmother. The boy kneels and says, "Lin Nianjian greets grandmother." After that, he slowly bows 3 times, intentionally leaving out the words grandson. Jia Pingping, seeing the small child with a bruised face, feels that Ma Huang has been too harsh. Although he wasn't raised close to the family and has little emotional connection, he is still his grandson. He says kindly, "Good child, work hard and be respectful in the future." The boy nods in agreement. The maid then brings a yellow jade bracelet for Spring Peach, standing behind the boy. Next, she presents gifts to Lin Yicheng and his wife Cui, and to Lin Yizong and his wife Su, who bow and receive some rewards, mostly jade items for studying. She also bows to the married uncle and aunt, as well as the unmarried uncle and aunt, receiving small gifts in return. Finally, a 4-year-old boy and a 2-year-old girl, carried by a nursemaid, come to pay their respects. They are 2 of Lin's other children, besides the boy, named Xingge, son of Lin Chongxiu, and Xu Jie, daughter of Lin Chongyu. The boy already knew he had 2 younger siblings to greet and prepared gifts in advance. He signals, and Spring Peach hands him 2 presents, a white-furred, red-eyed rabbit backpack and a plush bear dressed in a puff skirt and a small red hat, holding a basket on her wrist. The backpack was brought to him by Jiang Yumei and is brand new, so it looks fresh. The bear is a toy he used to sleep with because his mother isn't around. He doesn't want to give these gifts away, but has no other options at the moment. Xingge, holding his new backpack, says thank you, and then begins to study it carefully. Sister Shu happily held Mama Bear and said softly, "Thank you, big brother. I like it very much." She was the warmest person besides the old master and the old lady who smiled at him. Little Baozi rarely smiled sincerely and said, "I'm glad you like it. One day, Big Brother will bring you a bigger, better plush toy to play with." "Okay, don't forget, Big Brother," Sister Shu happily reminded him. The old master was so happy that he kept stroking his beard. After a round of greetings, Little Baozi sat down on a small stool led by Chunxing at the very bottom. Seeing his great-grandson sit down, the old master waved at him. Little Baozi walked over. The old master took his small hand and said, "From now on, Lin Nian will be the 4th-generation direct grandson of our Lin family." Before he finished speaking, a commotion outside was heard. A woman hurried in to report, "Old Marquis." A woman came outside holding the Marquis's token, claiming to be young Master Nian's mother. She also brought that big wolf dog of young Master Nian and barged in. The gatekeeper and servants couldn't stop her. Before she finished, a woman with messy hair, holding a fire stick, and her injured big wolf dog burst into the room. Jiang Yumei followed the dog to a large hall. She saw Little Baozi leaning against the old master's chest, his face bruised and purple, while a large group of men and women looked at her in surprise. A few maids tried to stop Jiang Yumei, but the old master waved his hand and said, "Let her in." Little Baozi broke free from the old master's hand and threw himself into Jiang Yumei's arms, crying, "Mother, mother, my face hurts so much." Chun's leg was also broken by them.
Boo-hoo.
Little Baozi raised his voice and started crying loudly. Jiang Yumei gently held little Baozi, looked at his bruised face, and felt relieved that it was only superficial injuries. She softly comforted him for a few words before asking, "Son, who beat you like this?" "The leader who hit me was already beaten to death by great-grandpa," little Baozi said, crying. "Mother, I want to go home with you and bring Chun with me. I don't like it here."
Boo-hoo.
Jiang Yumei straightened up and pointed at the old master, loudly saying, "Old master, you promised to return my son to me safe and sound. Now look at him, he's been beaten like this. How do you explain?" The old master sighed helplessly. "I broke my promise. But the servant who led the trouble has already been beaten to death or sold. Beating him to death is useless. Do you think if he's dead, my son won't be hurt? Son, let's go home. We can't stay here being beaten," Jiang Yumei said, pulling little Baozi as she headed outside.
Hold on, the old man shouted.
His shout brought some people to block the door. "What do you think this place is? A market where you can come and go as you please?" Jiang Yumei turned around and asked, "What do you want?" "Forcing my son back to your house, and then beating him up like this. Old man, you're too unreasonable. What's the point of holding on to someone's son and not letting the mother take him? You say no one would bully my son, but then you end up hitting your own mouth. What's the matter? Do you have a grudge against my son? Or are you trying to keep him here, so he can be bullied further? Are you not satisfied until you hurt him badly? Humph, a stubborn shrew. This is the Marquis of Northtown's residence, not your playground. We only tolerate you because of your son and because of the kindness we've shown to the Lin family. We won't bother with you anymore. Do you really think we can't handle you? Even my father dares to disrespect." Lin Yizong stood up loudly and shouted, pointing at the people at the door. "Believe it or not, I can order them to tie you up and beat you. Let's see if your mouth is tougher than our sticks." Hearing this, the little boy started crying loudly again. "You can't hit my mother. You can't hit my mother. You're all bad people. Even if you beat me, it doesn't matter, but you want to hit my mother too."
Boo-hoo.
Jiang Yumei looked at the old man and said, "What do you think? Is this the kind of noble family that claims to be righteous and never oppresses good people? Are you going to let your grandson's savior be beaten to death? Old man, I saved your family, and instead of thanking me, you beat my son into a pig's head. Now, you even want to kill me. This is truly unjust. Good people can't do anything. Such a shameless woman, coming here to cause trouble," the master of Jiaping County also said angrily. "This shameless woman even wants to be her son's wife. That's impossible." Jiang Yumei turned her head and saw a noble lady sitting at the bottom of the old lady. She thought it was Lin Changqi's mother, the county lady, so she said, "Madam, I didn't want to cause trouble here. I'm also afraid. Please, quickly tell the old man to let me take my son and leave. We will disappear immediately." Hearing this rustic way of speaking, the county lady became even angrier. Calling her madam, what does she think of herself? Furious, she scolded the maids behind her. "You useless people, are you waiting for me to tear her apart?" The maids immediately rushed forward to tear Jiang Yumei apart. Jiang Yumei dared to do this because she had some backing. She believed that the old man, considering the kindness shown to her son and the 2 times she saved Lin Changqi, wouldn't really harm her. Even if I really hit her or even killed her, she would still accept it, because she would never sit and wait to be locked in the Marquis's residence as a concubine or something similar. Seeing a fight about to break out, Jiang Yumei also prepared to swing her fire poker. The old man shouted loudly, "Stop! All of you get down." The maids and servants glared at Jiang Yumei, but reluctantly stepped back behind the master of Jiaping County. The old man said to Jiang Yumei, "I know you're not an ordinary woman. Don't pretend to be crazy or stupid. You knew from the start that Nian Nian is Qi's child. Today, neither of you is allowed to leave. Old man, you can't say that casually. It's not right to ruin someone's reputation, and it could even lead to serious trouble," Jiang Yumei replied. The old man said, "I have proof of what I say, and you can't deny it. Our Lin family's heirloom jade pendant is on this little kid. After my grandson was badly injured and lost his memory, He called himself Lin Daliang and lived with you in Shiha village for nearly half a year. Before he was injured again, you were already pregnant. Many people in Shiha village have confirmed this. Since this kid is Lin Daliang's son, he must be my great-grandson. Jiang Yumei was surprised that jade pendant was found by my son when he was playing on Nailing Mountain. Why do you say it's yours? It's even more ridiculous to say Lin Daliang is Lin Changqi. That's lying for sure. It's nonsense. Daliang's bones are still buried on the mountain, and everyone in our village can confirm that. If Lin Changqi wants a son, he can just find several women to have children with him. When he has 10 or 8 children, he can form a team. Why come to steal my son? Please, old man, just forget about my son. Let him go. The little boy, who had stopped crying, heard his mother say this and opened his mouth wide, crying again. Mother, how can you say that about me? How can you say that? Wah wah. The old man was so angry, he almost laughed. I told you, Nian Nian's mother, I know you're thick-skinned. You think a few dirty words can make me kick you or Nian Nian out of the house. You're wrong. My family's bloodline must be recognized.
No one can stop that.
My grandson's woman belongs to my grandson. Even if he doesn't want her, no one else is allowed to touch her. Try it if you don't believe me. When Jiang Yumei heard him say this, her temper flared up. What? I saved your family, saved your grandson. Did I do something wrong? You can't repay evil with kindness, but at least don't repay kindness with evil. I am your benefactor, so how can you treat me badly? You have no conscience. Why didn't I be cruel back then and let your grandson drown in the Flower Water Creek or break his leg and become... In my anger, I revealed the story of saving Lin Daliang. Jiang Yumei desperately wished she could slap herself. Do you admit that my son fell into Flower Water Creek? It seems you knew all along, and are just arguing now. Mother Nian, I have never forgotten how you saved Cheer, and you are his birth mother. We won't mistreat you. We've decided to make you Cheer's official wife to make up for the hardships you and your son have suffered these years. The old man thought that saying this would make Jiang Yumei grateful, but instead, she responded with a string of village slang. Nonsense, an official wife.
I don't care about that.
I don't want to be the wife of a man with many women. What's the use? They took my son, and now want to take me too. The Marquis of Beijan's family is too overbearing. They want to catch everything, knows everything. That's just too much. These few words made everyone present blush with embarrassment. She was just a rustic village woman, and shameless. A young woman could say such things openly in front of everyone. Lin Yiqing blushed and said, You're such a rude village woman, shameless. The old man snorted coldly. Humph, I used to think you could take care of yourself and your child, start a new life. Besides being clever, capable, and sharp, you're also fierce and strong-willed. Today, I realize there's another reason. You're utterly shameless. As the saying goes, people who have no shame scare even ghosts. For a woman to say such things in public is truly remarkable. But your efforts are in vain. Don't think that ruining your reputation will make the Lin family abandon you. You can still fool these women. But I won't be fooled. I'll say this clearly. You are my grandson's woman, and that will never change. Don't even think about breaking up with my grandson to go find that Chun or whoever.
Dream on.
If I didn't know the real you wasn't so bad, you wouldn't be getting away with this today. I am just a rough village woman. I never had any intention of climbing up to your family. I married Lin Daliang, a man with clear eyes and a pure heart who only loved me, not this Lin Changqi, who has many women. If I had to marry him, I might as well be dead. Jiang Yumei shouted and threw a tantrum. The old man was so angry that his head hurt. He said, You can go die. Since you raised our Lin family's grandsons so well, I will send all the people you care about to be with you. The Jiang family and the Qin family. Not a single one will be left out. I promise you, even in the afterlife, you won't be lonely. Jiang Yumei grabbed the small boy's collar and cried loudly, Son, did you hear that? Did you hear? They not only want to force my death but also want to hurt my family. We are all going to die, and you living alone in this world is pointless. Let's die together, and we will have each other in the next world. She then said to the old man, actually, the person I care about most is my son. If you push me too far, I will hold my son and die together. Don't think I can't do it. When Lin Dawang died a few years ago, my son and I were bullied many times. We won't hesitate to die. The small boy also cried loudly, Great-grandpa, please don't force my mother to die. What will I do if my mother dies? I'll have to die with her. If we all die, it's okay, but please don't force my grandma's family and brother G's family to die. They have helped us. And my tiger mother and tiger brother, if my mother and I die, they will only see South Spirit Mountain as their home and will never come down again. He then cried to the puppy beside him, Great-grandpa forced me and my mother to die. Don't hate Great-grandpa's family. Take your wife back to South Spirit Mountain to find Tiger Mother. Boo-hoo. Awakened from his shock, Lin Yicheng quickly stood up to interrupt. Haha, we're all family. Why keep talking about dying? It's bad luck. Let's not say such hurtful things.
We should sit down and talk calmly.
Is there anything we can't solve? The old man was almost furious. He took a few deep breaths, thinking that this woman was really hard to deal with. She was throwing tantrums and being unreasonable. Plus, she was holding his great-grandson and Ruehu. Thinking about the future of the Lin family, he knew he couldn't push her too far. His face suddenly changed, and a faint smile appeared on his stern face. He said, Nyenner's mother, don't get excited. Let's sit down and talk calmly. The Dakong dynasty and the Daliao kingdom have been at war for many years, but they can sit down and negotiate now. Besides, we are all family. Let's go to the outer study and talk. There's nothing we can't discuss. With no other options, Jiang Yumei also nodded in agreement to negotiate, secretly calculating how to maximize her own benefits. When leaving the main hall, Jiang Yumei saw that the old man still wanted to bring both of his sons along, and she refused. He said, the first thing in negotiations is fairness, right? Seeing the old man's nod, he continued, I've already suffered a big loss in negotiations with you. Everyone in the Dakong dynasty knows that although you seem rough and can't read many characters, you're actually very cunning and clever. It's already hard enough for me, a woman, to deal with you. If you bring two high officials from the court, I have nothing left to say. Just tell me what you want directly. The old man cheerfully waved his hand. All right, you can also find helpers if you want. I don't have helpers, and I don't need them. I can be the master of my own house, and you can be the master of yours. Let's just talk between the two of us, Jiang Yumei said. The old man nodded, a hint of admiration in his eyes, and led the way out. Jiang Yumei followed closely behind. Little Baozi still wanted to follow his mother, but Jiang Yumei shook her head and said, Son, if I don't come out, it's because they harmed me. You know what to do. Little Baozi nodded and said bravely, I know. I will go seek death. The old man snorted coldly. You're such a scheming woman, wanting to take your life. If you really wanted to die, you'd have seen the king of long ago. But inside, he thought, this great-grandson of his is even more cunning. Threatening him along with his mother is truly hateful. However, not only does he want to fix this eldest grandson, but he also plans to fix this daughter-in-law. No matter what, these two women won't escape. Jiang Yumei also told little Baozi that Song Wangkai and his wife were waiting outside the mansion, and someone should take them to Air Chun. Little Baozi then asked Chen Tao to quickly bring back the things he received from his previous life, and also to lead Song Wangkai and his wife to Air Chun's room. Seeing the old master and Jiang Yumei leave the hall, the people inside finally relaxed. Mrs. Jia Pingping, covering her face with a handkerchief, burst into tears. My poor Cheer, marrying such a shameless, reckless person from a fallen family. What can I do? The old master is too cruel. He already knows this shameless woman's true face, but still insists Cheer marry her. Oh my heavens, what's the point of me living? I might as well die. Mrs. Lin Chongyu and her husband quickly went to comfort Mrs. Jia Pingping. The old lady was almost out of breath, and her maid was helping her breathe steadily. Lin Yicheng hurriedly ordered someone to call the imperial doctor. The two brothers helped to massage her chest to help her breathe, while one gently advised her in her ear. "Mother, you must trust father. Since he's doing this, he must have his reasons.
Everything will be fine."
Everyone else shook their heads and sighed. If the Marquis's mansion really had such a troublemaker as the current son-in-law, Lin Changqi, the image of the Marquis's house that they had worked so hard to build over the years would be ruined. I don't know what the old master is thinking, why he insists on bringing in this reckless person. 15 minutes later, the imperial doctor hurriedly gave the old lady an injection, helping her breathe easier after nearly fainting, and she finally burst into tears. She kept crying, "Cheer, cheer. Poor child, grandfather and grandmother have harmed you." Little Baozi hid to the side, lowering his head, his face red and veins bulging as he listened to others scold his mother. He really wanted to defend her because she was not like that normally. But seeing his mother make the great-grandmother so angry she got sick, and make the old woman, whom he was told to call grandmother, cry uncontrollably, he worried that the home mansion would lose its brightness. After much inner struggle, he decided to stay quiet and not stand out. Also, his great-grandpa and mother said that his biological father, Lin Daliang, was not dead after all, but had become Uncle Lin. He didn't fully understand why, but he felt a little happy inside because he liked Uncle Lin. However, after that happiness, he also felt a bit sad because Uncle Chen was very good to his mother and to him.
Especially Brother Ji, who was so kind to him.
The image of the chubby little boy appeared in his mind, and he felt sad again. He overheard someone say, "This woman is too shameless. When Big Brother comes back, he'll make her pay for this. Better yet, pull out her teeth and see if she still dares to talk back." Little Baozi was upset. The great-grandmother was scolding, and that old woman he was told to call grandmother was also criticizing him. They were elders of his mother, after all. But he thought this person shouldn't be allowed to scold his mother like that, and she was so mean. He shouted loudly, "Why are you so mean? When your big brother comes back, he'll pull out all your teeth and make you a toothless old man. You talk and let the wind leak out. Can't even keep your mouth shut." That person got angry and cursed, "You country bumpkin, just like your uneducated mother." "Grandpa is also from the countryside," Baozi said loudly. Though his words were unclear, his voice was loud. The person wanted to reply but was glared at and scolded, arguing with a kid, "You've got no brains." "He's right, your grandpa is from the countryside, and you're just a descendant of country folk. Don't say such things again." The person didn't dare to speak anymore and glared fiercely at Baozi. Baozi and the others waited in the hall for the negotiation results. The old man and Jiang Yumei went to the study at dusk, when the sun was already setting in the west. They waited until the sun disappeared, the moon rose, and stars filled the sky, but they hadn't come out yet. Lin Jin and Lin Chu brought some food inside, and then stepped back out. The people in the main hall also ate there. Little Baozi hid alone in the corner. Lin Yicheng and Lin Yizong called him to eat, but he stubbornly shook his head. He didn't want to eat with the people who scolded his mother. His stomach was growling loudly. The smell of the food made him breathe in deeply, but he still kept his lips tight and sat quietly under the large red-glazed porcelain vase, not looking at the two tables of diners. Spring Apricot secretly took a few pieces of pastry for him to eat. He softly asked if the three members of the Song family had eaten. Spring Apricot said that Chun Tao had asked for their food and told him not to worry. At the hour of dog, around 7 to 9 p.m., Lin Jin left the house to invite Jiang Xiaolan and old Mr. Jiang to the outside study. Around the hour of pig, 9 to 11 p.m., old Mr. Jiang returned home with a look of great interest. The old master and Jiang Yumei, however, looked very serious as they arrived at the hall. The old master told everyone the result of the negotiations. Jiang Yumei was still the main wife of the Marquis of Jinbei, Lin Changqi, but they would live separately and manage their own lives. He said this was his decision, and if anyone opposed it, Jiang's family wouldn't be able to keep him. Immediately, the sound of Gao Ping County's master crying loudly and the old lady weeping could be heard in the hall, along with other people talking. Actually, this wasn't what the old master wanted, nor was it what Jiang Yumei hoped for. but it was the only result both sides could accept after tough negotiations. What the old master hadn't said was that the two of them had written a detailed agreement, over 20 pages long, in duplicate, each signing and stamping it. Moreover, at Jiang Yumei's strong request, they also invited a witness, or it would have been filed at the official office. The old master didn't want to embarrass himself by letting it go to the government office, so he suggested that Jiang Xiaolan, who was very discreet, act as the witness. Jiang Yumei agreed, as he was principled about resigning his official position to seek justice and refused to return to government service. Jiang Xiaolan only learned why he was called to the outside study after arriving there. His proud nature disliked these mundane matters, but he was attracted by the detailed agreement written by Jiang Yumei. The contract was very thorough, protecting the wife's interests well, and even included some subtle traps. Normally, clever old Fox Lin would have seen through it. It's unclear whether he was pretending to be confused or truly didn't notice, but he surprisingly agreed. Whether this old man saw through it or not, it was satisfying to see this domineering and unreasonable old man suffer a small loss. So, he was very happy and honored to be a witness, and he clearly stated that he would urge both sides to follow the agreement. Otherwise, the agreement detailed punishments for the party that broke the rules. Jiang Yumei was so angry, she almost fainted. That old fox clenched his teeth tightly and was especially shameless, ruthless, and cunning. She proposed fake death or divorce, even being abandoned, but he firmly opposed her ideas. In the end, he even threatened her with someone she cared about. Jiang Yumei cried, made a scene, scolded, and smashed things, but nothing could change his mind that she must be Lin Changqi's woman. Since she couldn't escape her fate as a woman of the Lin family, she could only argue logically to get the most benefit for herself. So, she suggested dividing the property and living separately, with many conditions. Luckily, the old man was less knowledgeable, so he used vague language in the agreement. From now on, besides losing love, her life should still be manageable. The old man was also not in a good mood. On the surface, it seemed he had won because both people he wanted to keep remained, but his eldest grandson's wife was dividing property and living separately. This made it hard for his talented grandson to save face. Also, he knew he didn't gain anything from the agreement. He didn't understand how this woman was so sharp-tongued, more difficult and unreasonable than him. After crying and making a fuss, she calmly produced such an agreement. It was the first time he felt like someone was pulling his nose, and he felt very uncomfortable. But for some reason, he was willing to step back a little. This negotiation made an outsider laugh at the joke. It turned what seemed like a family into a battlefield of wits and tricks, and it also made Jiang Yumei entangle herself with 3 generations of the Lin family's troublesome men for a lifetime. According to the agreement, Jiang Yumei had to serve tea to the elders of the Lin family. She had to grit her teeth and bow to the old man and the old lady first. The old man nodded with satisfaction and gave her a big red envelope, saying, "As a daughter-in-law of the Lin family, you must remember your duties as a wife and daughter-in-law." The old lady, feeling wronged and with red eyes, still accepted the tea and said, "You have a good reputation. With a granddaughter-in-law like you, even the king will be worried about me. From now on, you must take care of yourself." Then she went to serve tea to Jia Pingping's master. Jiang Yumei held the teacup for a long time, but no one took it. When she was about to lose patience, the old man coughed, and Jia Pingping's master angrily took the tea. But before it reached his lips, he set the cup down on the tray. He snorted coldly and said, "In the future, mind your words. Don't say dirty or disgusting things. You have no shame, your husband has no shame, and our marquis residence has no shame." The old man coughed again, and Jia Pingping's master stopped talking. Then, they offered tea to Mr. and Mrs. Lin Yicheng and Mr. and Mrs. Lin Yizong. From that moment, Jiang Yumei officially became the wife of Lin Changqi's family. After serving tea, Jiang Yumei held her little son, carried Xiao Baozi, and with Song Wankai holding Heir Chun, along with Mrs. Zhou and 2 injured dogs, they left the Lin residence. The agreement stated that Lin Yanxiu, the legitimate son of the Lin family, would live with his biological mother until he reached adulthood. Naturally, Xiao Baozi would go with Jiang Yumei. They boarded a carriage sent by the Marquis's estate. Jiang Yumei held her son with one arm and touched her chest with the other, where she kept a document about dividing property and a silver note worth 10,000 taels. That night, she exchanged her marriage for the safety of the Jiang family, the Qin family, and her son's sole status as the legitimate heir. The old master used 10,000 taels to secure his right to live in Nanshan residence for the rest of his life, and the property in Nanshan residence belonged to Lin Yanming, the legitimate heir of the Lin family. The carriage stopped at the gate of Zhang's big house. Song Wangkai went to knock. The gatekeeper, Old Yu, recognized Song Wangkai and quickly invited them in. Jiang Dach and Jiang Yushan saw that they arrived so late, and Xiao Baozi and Heir Chun looked clearly injured, so they were very surprised. Jiang Yushan picked up Xiao Baozi and asked angrily, "Who hit him? What happened?" Jiang Yumei said, "Let's settle in first and talk about everything tomorrow. I'm too tired now." That night, Xiao Baozi was awakened by crying. He turned his head and saw his mother covering her mouth and crying painfully, her shoulders and body trembling intensely. Crying, Xiao Baozi hugged his mother and said, "Mother, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have stopped you, and Uncle Chun. I only just realized I like Uncle Chun too." He now understood the biggest good thing about Uncle Chun. His family is kind, Brother Ji is good, and Grandpa Chun is also good. But Lin Uncle's family seems to hate his mother. The people who hate his mother are the people he doesn't like. Jiang Yumei ignored him and continued to cry with her hand over her mouth. Xiao Baozi also hugged her back and cried, "Mother, I will work hard in the future to earn a phoenix crown and a beautiful wedding for you. Then, neither of us will have to suffer anymore, and we can do whatever we want. I will take good care of you, Mother."
I'm sorry.
As he cried, Xiao Baozi fell asleep again. Jiang Yumei kept crying until dawn. Zhang's family got up to cook, then she drifted into a dazed sleep. The Jiang carriage and Jiang Yu learned from Mrs. Zhou that the original Lin Dawang might be Lin Changqi, and Xiao Baozi might be taken back by the Lin family. They didn't know anything else. They understood that Jiang Yumei and her son were very sad, so they didn't disturb them even when morning came. After the Jiang family finished breakfast, Jiang Yuqin and Jiang Yuru went to Chui's clan school, while Jiang Dach went to the workshop to work. The house also became quiet. Jiang Dach's family now included his wife, Old Man Yu and his son and daughter-in-law, as well as a 12-year-old grandson. After Jiang Yumei got up, she asked Zhou to go to Zhou's residence to pick up their belongings and sent Song Wangkai outside to find a doctor to check Heir Chun's injury. Jiang Yumei's swollen, red eyes made Jiang Yushan feel very sad. He thought that the Lin family only wanted the children, not the adults, to make his sister so upset. He said, "Sister, although Lord Ho's family is very powerful, with our status, we can't become the official wife. It's better if we don't go in. When we go back, you can settle things with Brother Chen. Little Nian is smart and clever, and he won't suffer if he enters the family." Jiang Yumei shook her head and said, "That's not how it is." Then she explained what had happened, sharing only the parts she could talk about with Jiang Yushan. Jiang Yushan was very surprised and also felt angry for his sister. He clenched his fists and said, "This is too unfair. If they dislike my sister, they should let you go and live your own life. If they still want you to be the official wife, why do they need to divide the property and separate? That's just making my sister a widow for life."
No, I will go talk to them.
"You are their benefactor, and they can't argue their case properly." He stood up and headed outside. Jiang Yumei quickly held him back and said, "Dividing the property and separating was my idea. I would rather live alone than be involved with that man and his family." "Foolish sister, old Master Lin went to Nanshan residence with you. If they build a shrine there, Nanshan residence will become the Lin family's old house. When the Lin family returns, they will interfere again," Jiang Yushan said. "That won't happen. Old Master Lin initially had this good idea, but I definitely won't agree. Nanshan residence is where I worked hard to build. He can't just take it for himself. I've discussed this clearly with old Master Lin. Even if Nanshan residence can't be my private property, it must be my son's private property and not belong to the Lin family. Only direct relatives of Nyener can live there. Others are not allowed. In the future, maybe Nyener's great-grandmother can stay there if she wants, but the Grand Marshal and the County Princess won't look down on that place. As for Lin Chongqi, his mother will find him a woman, and he won't come back. Also, after old Master Lin goes to Nanshan residence, he will buy land nearby to build a shrine and a big house for the Lin family to return to, Jiang Yumei explained. Jiang Yushan said, although I haven't met old Master Lin from what you say, he's also a domineering and unreasonable person. If he goes to Nanshan residence in the future, your days won't be easy. Jiang Yumei snorted and said angrily, Nanshan residence is my territory. Watch me give that old man a hard time. Will old Master Lin go with us or alone? The carriage we booked a few days ago is ready, and we can leave in the next couple of days, Jiang Yushan asked again. Jiang Yumei helplessly replied, old Master Lin wants us to go with him, and I agree since the journey is long. He plans to wait a few more days because Lin Chongqi is bringing back prisoners from the Great Liao Empire, and they are almost in the capital. I think Yitzi might come back with them, and we can see him. Hearing that there was a chance to see Jiang Yuyu, Jiang Yushan was very happy and said, then I'll go cancel the carriage. We can leave in a few days. Then Jiang Yumei added that Jiang Dach's family was too small, with 6 people living there, it was too crowded. She suggested buying a small courtyard in the capital, which would also be an asset. Later, when Jiang Yushan came to take the imperial exam, he would have a place to stay. Jiang Yushan also thought that so many people living in Jiang Dach's house was too cramped. Their family was just a small 2-entry courtyard, originally housing 7 people, plus himself and his sister's family, making it very uncomfortable. But he was surprised to hear that his sister could buy a house in the capital, as the small courtyard in Jiang Dach's house cost over 500 taels of silver. Seeing Jiang Yushan's surprised look, Jiang Yumei said, Zhou Mansion paid me 1,000 taels for making cakes, and old Master Lin also gave me some money. Buying a small courtyard worth a few hundred taels is enough. Jiang Yushan then took a letter from inside and said, Brother Chen's grandfather was injured. It seems that Grandpa Chen's injury was probably caused by the Lin family. It turned out that his grandfather had broken his leg and couldn't come to the capital to pick up Jiang Yumei and her son, so he went directly back to Qinghua County. Jiang Yumei asked Jiang Yushan to find time to write a letter to Chen Jihong, mentioning her current situation indirectly. She told him that they would never be together in this life. Thinking of Chen Jihong, Jiang Yumei believed he was the only man she wanted to marry in her past and present lives. But yesterday's negotiations had completely shattered that hope. From now on, she would live under the name of another woman, raising her son, and she would also have to deal with an annoying old man. Fortunately, she managed to negotiate a division of property and separate residence, so she could continue her peaceful life in Nanshan residence. Although she had lost love, wasn't life still the same without love from her past life? Just thinking about Chen Jihong makes my heart feel sour. He is the kindest man I've ever met in my life. But for his sake, I have to cut ties completely. Last night, I cried all my tears for him. From now on, we can only cherish each other from afar. Everyone needs to look forward, right? Jiang Yumei knows she is a stubborn and self-centered person. She used so much emotion to be with him, and now she can only end it. Although she feels helpless, she can be so decisive in cutting her feelings that shows she is truly strong-hearted. Only in her dreams at midnight, when that warm, spring breeze smile appears, and she remembers a love that feels even more distant than in her past life, does her heart feel a sharp pain and deep helplessness. But that's a story for another time. After Jiang Yushan left, Jiang Yumei went to Er Chun's room. At this moment, Xiao Baozi was with Er Chun, and Zhang was feeding him medicine. Jiang Yumei took the bowl from Zhang's hand, and while feeding him, she said, Annie knows you got hurt because of Brother Nian.
Thank you.
I will remember this kindness for my whole life. Er Chun's eyes turned red again, and he said, Auntie, I want to go home. I don't like the capital. Jiang Yumei helped wipe the medicine from his mouth and nodded, saying, "Okay, I promise. We'll leave in a few days. You need to rest well, so you can walk again and go to school with Brother Nian." Zhang, holding Xiao Baozi, said, "The people at the home mansion are really terrible. Even the servants are so rude. But you, Nian, need to be careful when you go there alone later. Don't get into trouble again." "I won't be there alone.
My mother has already talked with them."
"I will go back to Nanshan with my mother," Xiao Baozi said. Jiang Yumei nodded and briefly explained her plans to buy a house and move out. Zhang said unhappily, "Is Maisie upset because uncle and aunt didn't treat you well? When your uncle comes back, he'll be sad. Your cousins came all this way, and now you're being sent outside to live. We can't let people see us as unkind." Just as Jiang Yumei wanted to explain, Xiao Baozi, who was anxious and pounding his chest, suddenly raised his voice and shouted, "Mother, is that silver worth holding a grudge against you? We came all this way to earn that 1,000 taels of silver, and we suffered so much. I got beaten, scolded, and Chun even broke his leg. Our dogs were also badly hurt. That money is hard to earn. My daughter doesn't know to save that silver money for our future needs. Why buy a house in this capital city? I can't stay here even for a moment. Besides, what's the use of buying a house if all it does is gather dust? You said that everything at home should be discussed with me first, but you made such a big decision to buy a house on your own. I do not agree. Last night, I was too upset to talk about the 10,000 taels of silver, nor did I discuss the house purchase with the little kid." Seeing Zhang's surprised expression, Jiang Yumei awkwardly smiled. "It's just us mother and son at home, so we usually discuss everything between us." Then she said to the little bun, "You look so anxious. If you have something to say, don't hide it. You even scared Grandma San." The little bun, so worried he was jumping around, suddenly remembered there were others present. He felt shy and calmed down, quietly saying, "I was just worried earlier, Mother. I think we should think carefully about buying the house." Jiang Yumei nodded slightly, planning to explain more to him when they got back. At this moment, Song Wang had the doctor come. After examining, the doctor said the bandaging was proper, the medicine was correct, and with some rest he would recover. Originally, they planned to prescribe more medicine, but since the injury was treated by the imperial doctor, they decided not to give any more and just use the current medicine. Everyone felt relieved. Jiang Yumei asked Sister Yu to go to the market and buy 2 jin of the candies that Chun liked. She also rewarded Song Wang with 50 taels of silver. Then she went to the kitchen to prepare the braised rabbit that Chun loved. Zhou Shi brought back Jiang Yumei's package and told her that the Zhou family had already learned that Jiang Yumei was the biological mother of Lin Chongqi's son. Old Zhou had gone early in the morning to apologize to old Master Lin at his house. This was none of her business anymore. At this moment, Cui Qing suddenly came to the door. The sharp young man who had been quite clever before now seemed more reserved. When he saw Jiang Yumei, he still opened his mouth wide and smiled sincerely, saying, "I heard from Jiang the accountant that you came to the capital. I wanted to see you, but the Granzhou residence is really hard to get into." Seeing an old acquaintance, Jiang Yumei also felt happy, and her suppressed mood improved. She smiled and said, "Cui the boss is now a famous business genius of the Dakong dynasty. It's truly an honor that you still remember this humble woman." Cui Qing waved his hand and said, "Haha, you know very well what kind of genius I am. If you hide behind, I'll have to step forward." Seeing a boy with a face swollen like a pig's head calling him Uncle Cui, he looked puzzled and asked, "Could that be my nephew? Why does he look like this?" The little bun mumbled, "Uncle Cui, it's me. I got beaten up. However, my family's puppy and Huahua also helped me bite them. Tell me, who is so careless that they dared to hit my nephew? Watch me find someone to teach him a lesson," Cui Qingxing said with a stern face. "Forget it, don't mention his family. They're all fierce. You can't afford to offend them," Xiao Baozi said practically. Jiang Yumei sent Xiao Baozi away and asked about the shoe factory. The profits were extremely good, but most of the money was divided among 6 powerful families, including the Crown Prince's residence, the Duke of He's residence, the Duke of Jin's residence, and the Marquis of Jinbei's residence. However, Cui Qingzheng and Jiang Yumei weren't aiming to make big money from military boots. They saw that money as buying protection and building connections. The other shoes produced by the Qi Jian factory were their real source of income. In any era, having strong backing makes business easier. Jiang Yumei had heard from Li Huayun that Cui Qingzheng's grandfather was a minister of rights, and his father, because of favoring a young concubine and cousin, forced his mother into a Buddhist temple. When he was young and naive, he was framed and hid at his maternal grandmother's house outside Sichuan province. Now, he probably lives quite comfortably in the residence, or he wouldn't have sent the Jiang brothers to study at Cui's family school. Cui Qingzheng also briefly explained that after he returned, his father, incited by his young concubine and cousin, even wanted to turn his shares in Qi Jiyun into family property, causing quite a fuss. Cui Qingzheng refused outright, and the matter escalated to the authorities. It was discovered that it was actually his mother's dowry, and the scandal about Cui family's bride price caused some mockery. Angered, Deputy Minister Cui slapped his father twice and ordered someone to whip the young concubine 5 times. Although Cui Qingzheng was in business, he held a semi-official position at court and had very good relations with several powerful families. Deputy Minister Cui now valued him greatly. With his interference, his mother had left the Buddhist temple. Jiang Yumei couldn't understand and said, "Why doesn't your mother divorce? What's the point of living with someone like your father? She's always suffering and being bullied by the young concubine. It's much better for her to leave and live her own life happily." Cui Qingzheng sighed and said, "I also told my mother to move out and live with me. But she's very stubborn. She insists on keeping her position as the main wife, and that S-child will always be a concubine's son. My father will only have me as the legitimate son." Jiang Yumei started to feel that she was lucky not to have entered that big household. After being around such circles for a long time, her thoughts became quite unbelievable. That evening, Zhang prepared a table of food and drinks. Cui Qingzheng, Jiang Dach, Jiang Yushan, and Jiang Yumei sat together, eating and chatting. The birthday cake at the Empress Dowager's banquet shocked everyone in the court. People were eager to find out who made the cake. "Shall we set up another stall?"
Cui King asked.
Jiang Yumei smiled and shook her head. "You've already earned all the money. What's left for others to earn? You should let others have a way to make a living too." Cui Qing heard that Jiang Yumei had already partnered with Zhou Xuanfu's family to make this business, so he didn't dare to ask for more. He just said, "No wonder Zhou's family keeps everything so secret. Anyone who tries to find out who made the cake, they refuse to say." After Cui Qing left, Jiang Yumei felt much happier. That night, Jiang Yumei told Lin Changqi that he was Lin Delang, the father of little Baozi. She explained that although he was officially a father now, he was really no different from having no father because they wouldn't live together. His father would have other women, other families, and more children. But his father could only keep concubines. He wasn't allowed to marry a wife. So Lin Changqi's children from other women would be considered illegitimate, and only little Baozi was the legitimate son. She also said that in the future, old Master Lin would move with them to Nanshan residence. She opened the package brought from Zhou's house and started to count the money with little Baozi. Zhou Zhenhua paid 1,000 taels, Zhou Galao and his wife gave 150 taels, and the Song family gave 70 taels. They had a total of 1,080 taels, plus the 10,000 taels from the Lin family. Now, she felt like she had become very rich. What surprised Jiang Yumei was that little Baozi didn't seem as excited about the money as before. She asked, "With so much silver, why aren't you happier?" Little Baozi said, "No matter how much silver we have, it can't buy my mother's happiness. Last night, she cried so sadly. She must have been bullied badly. Mother, when we lived in that thatched hut, I never saw you cry like that. As soon as I finished school, I could see you waiting outside the yard. You smiled so happily. As long as you're happy, I'd be willing to eat corn porridge every day." His eyes turned red as he spoke. "I think, in the future, we should live simply. We'll stay in Nanshan residence and not go out. We won't buy houses in the city either, so we won't get hurt. When I pass the imperial exam and become a top scholar, then you can come out with me. No one will dare to bully us then. The little boy was scared. But Jiang Yumei was deeply touched. She hugged him up onto her lap and kissed him. Thank you, my son. In your heart, I mean more than 10,000 taels of silver. Little Baozi pouted and said, Mother, you're so unfair. When did I start to value you less than silver in my heart? Although I love silver a little, I prefer my mother more. Yes, it was a misunderstanding on my mother's part, Jiang Yumei chuckled. However, it's not good for a boy to only think about hiding in his shell. If he wants to serve in official positions in the future, having a narrow view can lead to poor decisions. Major mistakes in important decisions can be very destructive. So I also talked about how most setbacks are part of life, and great achievements often come after big failures and hardships. Just like steel needs to be refined in fire, people need to go through tough times to become strong. These are inspiring stories and examples. Children should be guided positively. His life is long, and being too negative isn't good for his growth. Later, Xiao Baozi also agreed to buy a house. These days, Jiang Yumei didn't feel like wandering around Beijing. Instead, she asked Jiang Yushan to take Xiao Baozi out to play and bought some things. Now they have money, and when they go back, they have a special car and boat to bring back more good things. They bought a house not far from Jiang Dach's home, just 2 streets away. It's in a middle-class area. Although it's not as wealthy as the biggest mansions, it's not affordable for the poor either. The house is a bit bigger than Jiang Dach's, with 2 courtyards. It cost 600 taels of silver. It's a relatively new house, recently renovated. Because the man owed a lot of gambling debts, the family had to sell it. The price is high, but it's newer and fully furnished inside. This house is under Jiang Yumei's name. Now, her and Xiao Baozi's property should be kept separate, or it might cause problems later. On March 18th, the heir of the North Town Marquis family, General Lin Changqi, led people to the second prince of the Liao Kingdom, Yelugong, back to the capital. The Crown Prince Li Zongxiu went to the city gates to participate in the surrender ceremony. Many people went out of the city to watch, and even more crowded along the roads where the prisoners' convoy passed, especially at tea houses and taverns, where all the seats had been reserved days earlier. Zhang Yilu and Zhang Yuqin also went. After returning, they talked about how handsome and impressive Lin Changqi looked, and how the young women and wives in the city praised him. Jiang Yu was surprised to see that he was riding a horse at the back of the convoy. Yuzi is now tall and strong, dressed in military clothes on horseback. He looks very impressive, Zhang Yuqin praised. Especially Zhang Yilu, who regretted not joining the army himself. Maybe he could have earned military merits like Yuzi and entered official service too. Jiang Dach said, one general's success costs many lives. Not everyone can earn military merits and come back alive like Yuzi. Jiang Yushan sighed and said, yes, last year in December, the village received a notice of mourning. 29 people from our village died on the battlefield. Some children only got good jobs because they knew the right people, and with a bit of luck, they managed to survive. In that case, we should thank General Lin, Zhang Shi suddenly said. Then she realized she might have spoken out of turn, blushed, and quickly went to the kitchen to cook. That night, Lin Chu came to Jiang Dachao's house and told Jiang Yumei that old Marquis had decided to leave in 5 days, on March 22nd, and to prepare accordingly. March 20th was an auspicious day for moving. Jiang Yumei and her family happily moved into their new home. Besides Jiang Dachao's family, Cui Qingzeng also came to celebrate the move. As soon as they sat down, Song Wankai shouted from the yard, "Second master is back. Second master is back." It turned out Jiang Yu had come looking for Jiang Dachao's address, and was led here by old Yu. Jiang Yumei and the others rushed outside and saw a tall, strong black man standing in the yard, grinning widely. With single eyelids and a small dimple at the corner of his mouth, it was none other than Jiang Yu. Jiang Yumei, Jiang Yushan, and little Baozi all went to hug him, crying and laughing. Jiang Yu picked up little Baozi and kissed him fiercely twice, happily chatting with his brother and sister. Jiang Dachao happily patted Jiang Yu's shoulder and said, "Good boy, you've grown into a fine man." I almost didn't recognize you. Come inside. Let's sit and talk. Jiang Yushan nodded and said, all right, then pulled Jiang Yumei aside and said, General Lin is waiting at Mingxian Tea House. He wants to see you and Nian Xiao. Jiang Yumei thought for a moment. Since he wanted to see her son, she couldn't stop him. She also wanted to see his attitude, whether he would forgive her, because she had saved him. She nodded in agreement. Lin Hu brought them to a carriage parked at the entrance. In a short while, the carriage stopped in front of a tea house. They entered a private room, and inside, Lin Bao and Lin Hu stepped back. They saw a handsome young man with deep features sitting at the table, gently tapping on it with long fingers. If not for his resemblance to the little bun, and knowing that Lin Changqi was looking for them, Jiang Yumei would never connect the handsome man before her with the bearded man recovering at Nanshan residence. He was dressed in a dark blue embroidered robe with narrow sleeves, a pearl and purple gold crown on his head, looking like a noble. Even his gentle tapping on the table looked elegant. Lin Changqi saw them come in and smiled, waving at the little bun. Nianer, come here. His clear voice confirmed he was indeed Lin Changqi, who had stayed at his house for over 2 months. This also made the stunned little bun breathe a sigh of relief. He shyly walked over and called out Uncle Lin. Lin Changqi looked at Jiang Yumei with some displeasure and said to the little bun, your mother didn't tell me who you are, so why do you call me Uncle Lin? The little bun blushed and fidgeted, then softly called out, Daddy. Lin Changqi smiled, his face softening. He picked up the little bun and held him on his lap. Ah, my son. Then he looked at Jiang Yumei and said, sit down too. Besides Lin Changqi, only one chair was left in the room. Jiang Yumei had to sit facing this stranger. The feeling was uncomfortable, and she had the urge to speak quickly and leave. Seeing Lin Changqi take a piece of snack from the plate and give it to the little bun, then pick up his tea and take a sip, he kept watching the little bun with gentle eyes. Perhaps out of natural fatherly instinct, the little bun sat on his lap, showing a little happiness. After eating a snack, he would secretly glance at him. Since the man didn't seem to realize he should speak first, Jiang Yumei had to nervously speak first. General Lin, today we are hosting a housewarming. It's not polite for the host to leave for so long. If you have something to say, please do so quickly, so I can go back and entertain my guests. Lin Changqi snorted, then frowned and said, you are quite impatient. Seeing your long-lost husband, you don't even say hello first, and as soon as you sit down you want to leave. How can that be considered a wise wife? This statement seemed off. Jiang Yumei hurriedly replied, General Lin, that's not right. My grandfather and I have already agreed. We are only nominally married. In fact, we have separated property and live apart, each leading our own lives. From now on, please don't say such things about being a good husband or a virtuous wife to me. Lin Changqi heard this and became angry, sneering, you're so capable. While I was away, you handled the division of property and moved out, and you even took my son and grandfather away. You really don't like me, do you? You couldn't wait for me to come back and decide for myself? Jiang Yumei, already upset because her father-in-law threatened her, was even more furious when she heard this. She raised her voice and said, it's your family's old man who's so powerful, shouting and forcing me to do things I shouldn't. If you want to move out and stay away, then do so. In your backyard, my son and I might be eaten up by others. She pointed at the little boy's face and said, look at his face. After just 3 days at your house, he was beaten like this. They almost broke his leg, but Er Chun protected him. Now Er Chun is still in bed and can't move. And I swear, I would never kidnap your grandfather. He insisted on coming with me. If you don't like it, tell him to stop following us. I'm really worried I won't be able to take good care of him. Lin Changqi blushed and said, woman, I say one thing, and you say 10. You're so talkative. This is a tea house. Speak more quietly. He took a deep breath and lowered his voice. I'm also very angry about Nianer being beaten. It's because we didn't discipline the servants well. Those servants deserve to be punished. But is it right for you to say such rude words in front of elders? I know you're not that bad. You're just doing it on purpose, trying to make my family dislike you, right? I wouldn't say those words, but my family still dislikes me, Jiang Yume replied stubbornly. Lin Changqi looked at her and said, at least my grandfather, and I don't dislike you or Nianer. Then he lowered his head and spoke to the little boy, son, from now on, Grandfather Tai will stay with you at Nanshan residence. Remember to be good and show filial piety to him. The little boy pouted and said, I know. Grandfather Tai is very kind to me, but he's very strict with my mother. That's because Grandfather Tai is scaring your mother. He actually likes her very much, Lin Changqi explained. You and your mother should go back to Nanshan residence first. Daddy will find time to visit you, your mother and Grandfather Tai. Jiang Yume felt that he was talking more and more nonsense and couldn't help but say what she had prepared before coming. General Lin, you are so handsome, elegant, and promising. You come from a noble family. I'm just a village girl. I can't match you. Even if we move out and split the property, having me as your wife would be embarrassing for you. Besides, your other women probably aren't lacking, and they wouldn't care if I, a rough and simple village girl, was missing. Can you talk to your grandfather and ask him to give me a way out? Whether it's separation or divorce, just let me and my son go. Lin Changqi blushed and said, who said I have many women? Besides Chingu, I don't have any other women. I took Chingu as a concubine because she said she had taken care of me for so long and had damaged her reputation. I married her, but it turned out she was a woman who appeared loyal but secretly harbored bad intentions. After reading my message, she lied to me, saying I had lost my memory for over half a year and had been living in her house, taking care of me day and night. When I found out the truth a few months ago, I sent her away. Of course, I also blame myself for being careless and trusting others too easily. If I had found you and your son earlier, you wouldn't have suffered so much. How did his words get sidetracked? Jiang Yume quickly changed the subject. As for Chingu or any other women, I don't care. General Lin, can you please forgive us, mother and son, for what we've done, because I saved you and your family? Let us live our own lives. Don't worry, Niena will still carry the Lin family name. When he grows up enough to protect himself, he can also return to the Lin family. Lin Changqi felt a heavy pain in his heart and glared at Jiang Yume fiercely. You just want to leave me, don't you? Are you still thinking about that Chen family member? I advise you, for his sake, it's better not to say such things. Jiang Yume, who had been holding back her anger, finally broke down when Lin Changqi threatened her again. Her last line of defense collapsed, and she no longer wanted to beg him. She burst into loud crying, Lin Changqi, I saved you twice, and I also saved the crown prince once. Is this how your family repays me? You hurt my son and heir Chun, and you injured 2 dogs. You threatened me with my family and Chen Jihang's life. Boo-hoo. Her crying was not enough, and she grabbed a plate from the table and smashed it on the ground, continuing to scold. The first time I saved you, you left me with a son and disappeared. We, a mother and orphan daughter, endured endless hardships. Those years I went crazy, and my son, only 2 or 3 years old, had to fend for himself, gather firewood, cook. How pitiful. The second time I saved you, you brought a wicked woman into my home, and you learned everything about my family. Your old man threatened to kill everyone who had ever been kind to me.
Boo-hoo.
Without our Jiang family, your son would have died many times. And Chen Jihang, he helped me and my son selflessly, without regret. Boo-hoo. I can't be as ungrateful as you and your family. I can only obey you to protect their lives. Your family is so unkind and heartless. Boo-hoo-hoo. Jiang Yume cried, scolded, and slammed the table and broke things. Little Baozi ran over, hugged Jiang Yume, and cried together. Please don't kill my grandma's family. Please don't kill Brother Ji's family. Lin Changqi usually maintained his usual strong man image and had never lowered himself before. But seeing the situation turn like this, he quickly stood up, picked up the crying little Baozi, and gently said to Jiang Yume, Stop crying. I was just saying that casually. I didn't really mean to kill them. From now on, I won't say such things. Lin Hu and Lin Bao, hearing the noise of table slamming and dishes breaking inside, pushed the door open. Lin Changqi, with a stern face, signaled for them to leave quickly. He continued softly, Ame, I know you and your son have suffered a lot. Don't worry, I will treat you well. Actually, my grandfather and I are not as bad as you think. Just like you don't think my mother and her family are as bad as you imagine. Since it's not that bad, let us go, and we can live on our own, Jiang Yumei said, pulling her clothes out of his hands and continuing to cry. Lin Changqi turned around, sat down with little Baozi on his lap, and hardened his heart to say, this can't happen. I won't agree to let you go, but everything else can be discussed. Seeing Jiang Yumei crying even harder, he softened his voice and said, Ame, think back to the days 8 years ago in Xia village. I don't remember much, but I do remember some moments. I felt that those times weren't just happy for me. I think you were happy too. You also said that was 8 years ago. Back then, you were a homeless person who didn't even know your own name, and I was a country girl kicked out of my family. We were both helpless, only comforting each other because we shared the same hardship. But now, you've become a noble young master, and I am still a country woman. Our backgrounds are so different. How can we still be happy together? Jiang Yumei said. Lin Changqi seemed not to hear her words. His gaze was distant, as if he was talking about a very old story. Ame, I remember that time I got hurt and lost my way. I crossed countless mountains and forests. I can't remember exactly what fruit I ate when I was hungry or what water I drank when I was thirsty. Those memories are all fuzzy now. But I remember the moment I fell into the water and thought I was about to die. I vaguely saw a woman in a blue dress with red flowers helping me up, tears in her eyes as she cleaned my wounds, bandaged them, and softly comforted me. Her voice was gentle, like the lullabies my nurse used to sing to me when I was a child. Then she took me to a broken hut inside the mountain where a hunter was staying temporarily. She brought me bread from her home, helped me buy medicine, and brewed medicine. Later, I learned her name was Ame, and she lived at the foot of the mountain. Once, when she brought me food, some women saw her, and her reputation was ruined. When she defied her family and married me without hesitation, I swore to the sky that I would treat her well for the rest of my life. Her voice grew warmer, no longer as clear and sharp as the mountain wind on an autumn night. Lin Changqi's eyes returned to Jiang Yumei, and they were a little red. His voice became more passionate. Ame, these memories have often appeared in my dreams over the past year. I remember after I healed, we built a small house near Nailing Mountain, far from the village. It was just a thatched hut, but you smiled so happily. You loved to laugh back then. Your eyes curved like crescent moons, and you had 2 small dimples at the corners of your mouth. Whenever I returned from hunting in the mountains and saw you smiling and waving at the gate, calling me big brother, all my fatigue disappeared. I felt those 6 months were the happiest and easiest days of my life over the past 20 years. Jiang Yumei turned her face toward the window, tears silently falling again. If only she were alive, how wonderful it would be for her to hear her crazy husband still remembering their beautiful past. But she was not her anymore. Lin Changqi's gentle words moved her, but did not resonate with her. So what? That was 7 or 8 years ago. All those years have passed, and everything has changed. Jiang Yumei wiped her tears and said, Besides, your family hates me and looks down on me. Even if we stay together, it will only bring pain. Lin Changqi said, I know my family misunderstands you now, but time reveals people's true hearts. When they get to know you better, they will accept you. Also, my grandfather made the decision. He likes you. In a few days, he will go to Nanshan with you and the others to live. I want to transfer to Jinzhou Prefecture so we can be closer, take care of Grandpa and you and the child, and stay away from my family. Their conversation was becoming calmer, but when the old man was mentioned, Jiang Yumei's anger flared up again. Your grandfather likes me? Are you joking? That old man holding my family's life and shouting threats is truly hateful. Lin Changqi, remember how much suffering I endured to save you, right? Since you remember, consider this my repayment for saving your life. Let me and my son go. Why do you insist on leaving me? I've said everything I needed to. Begged enough. I've never been so humble before. That Chin family member is so good, yet you ignore our past friendship and the bond between me and Yener? Lin Changqi also got angry, his voice returning to its clear tone. Jiang Yumei cried and begged for 2 long quarters, but Lin Changqi kept a firm face and refused to give in. Seeing that her pleas were hopeless, Jiang Yumei stopped crying. She looked up, clenched her teeth, and said bitterly, "I don't understand why you must keep me at the Lin family. If you're determined to force us together, then we have no choice but to accept it, be humiliated, and make a fool of ourselves. If your family isn't afraid, we'll see what happens. Also, your old man insists on coming with me to Nanshan residence. Just go if you want. Don't say I'm causing trouble if you're unhappy." She then pulled the little boy and walked out the door. Hearing the door slam shut, Lin Changqi finally reacted. His face reddened as he thought, this woman really dares to say that. No wonder Grandma nearly fainted from anger. Although they had been married for half a year, they hadn't seen each other for many years. How could she speak so casually about such things? After returning to the residence, Lin Changqi went straight to the old man's courtyard. "How is it?" the old man asked. Deep resentment, Lin Changqi replied helplessly. The old man sighed and said, after living so long, fighting in wars, killing countless people, I've done many cruel things. But this matter is the most dishonorable and makes me feel the most guilty. Nyena's mother has done us a great favor, yet I used every trick to pressure her. She's smart but still too naive. Her psychological tactics can't beat me, and she was quite frightened. "Grandpa, you should wait for me to return before making any decisions," Lin Changqi disagreed. "You want to wait for me? That's a long detour." Nyena's mother was too impatient this time. She rushed in after Nyener was hurt, without thinking carefully about how to handle the situation. Psychological tactics are better than brute force. I used threats and intimidation to break her mental defenses, and after more than 2 hours, we won the fight. Otherwise, if she knew you couldn't bring yourself to hurt her, she'd refuse to be your wife. We definitely couldn't touch the Jiang family, and the Qin family would suffer some hardship. That would only deepen her resentment. But I still think you speak too harshly, Ame. Ninger's mother, now holds deep resentment against us. Lin Changqi still feels some resentment towards the old master. This is the first time he openly complains about him. Kindness of a woman. If she spoke nicely, could she compromise? Lin Heizi says she's very close with that Qin family, writing letters and sending gifts every few days. She even beat Ninger badly, just to marry the Qin man. This time, she came to our house acting wild and stubborn, just to avoid becoming a daughter-in-law of the Lin family. But this child is clever. She even thought of dividing the property and living separately. She wrote many rules and conditions. "Old Jiang Xiaolan has had enough of our family's jokes," said the old master, shaking his head. Hearing this, Lin Changqi hated the Qin family even more, grinding his teeth as he said, "I've met the Qin man. I don't understand how he's so completely captivated her." The old master waved his hand in disagreement. She doesn't know that the so-called Lin Daliang isn't dead. A widow wanting to remarry is understandable. As long as Ninger cuts ties with the Qin family, she shouldn't trouble him when she sees him in the future. I've always taught you not to oppress good people or compete unfairly. Remember this. Seeing Lin Changqi nod, he continued, "Actually, if Ninger was just an ordinary woman and didn't want to join our Lin family, I would not only support her, but also give her a generous dowry." Lin Changqi didn't like hearing this. He thought to himself, "My son's wife, how can you decide her fate?" He replied unhappily, "Grandpa, that's not right. Whether my wife stays or leaves is my decision. No matter if she's ordinary or not, I won't let her go." The old master disagreed. "You are too emotional. Everything should be based on benefits and disadvantages. If Ninger's mother can't serve our family, why keep a resentful woman around you? There are many women in the world. Find one who truly loves you. But she's not just an ordinary woman. Even if she resents us, we must keep her. I do this for the sake of our family. Our family is now too prosperous. We must be cautious. Nanshan residence is our place to rest and hide. Ruehu falls here. This is our route. Although the emperor is strong now, the signs of palace power struggles are already appearing. The crown prince is the son of Empress Yuan, favored by the emperor, but the second prince of Queen Wang and the fourth prince of Consort Zhou are not willing to give up. Let me tell you, I don't trust any of these three. Emperor Jianren is much wiser than the two former emperors. His mind and heart are comparable to Emperor Gaozu. They cannot help but play petty tricks behind the scenes. Their family still doesn't realize the danger and has tried to win me over many times. I am tired of pretending and will take this chance to return to my hometown. You should also stay away from the capital and take up your official duties. I will gradually pass on my connections to you. Lin Chongqi was surprised to hear this. Old master, handing over your contacts directly to me might not be a good idea. Shouldn't I first pass them to my father? Your father is under watch by everyone. If he shows any sign of trouble, not only the emperor, but also those families will keep a close eye on him. I've already written him a letter. Once he returns to the capital, he will resign from his official position. His current prestige isn't enough to hold real power or command armies. Let him stay in the capital to guard the Marquis' estate, and those people won't bother our family anymore. Plus, the emperor, seeing that he lost the battle but handed over all military power, will make their lives easier. When the court situation stabilizes, your wings will be strong, and Nyener will be grown. Then you can support the new emperor and continue the glory of the Lin family. Nyener's mother isn't as simple as she seems. She has the skill to keep Ruehu with her, possesses rare medicinal herbs like blood demon red powder, and can cure my illness with special herbs. According to Lin Heizi, the spring water from Nanning Mountain isn't easy to obtain. She can also make exquisite cakes like the monkey offering peach, design practical yet beautiful military boots, and teach Nyener to be as clever as he is. She is not just an ordinary woman. I used all my means to keep her in our Lin family. Even if it means dividing the estate or living separately, she is still our family's wife. You must not be short-sighted like others. We must keep her. Lin Chongqi nodded and said, I understand. For the benefit of the family and my own heart, I won't give up on them. But what we did before was quite ruthless. It won't be easy to win their hearts back. He blushed unconsciously after speaking. The old master smiled knowingly and said, Oh, a lifetime is long enough. As long as you put your heart into it, nothing is impossible. And don't listen to your mother trying to find you a noble concubine. Those women are troublemakers, always causing chaos. Lin Chongqi replied, It won't happen. Besides Chingu, I have no other women. I've already sent Chingu to the estate. Since she truly saved me, I'll let her live her remaining days there, free from worries. From this point, it seems that your lack of careful thought and failure to verify things clearly allowed someone to take advantage of you, even being deceived by a rural woman. This incident also serves as a lesson. Never trust others too easily, and never judge a person by their appearance. The old man said, Indeed, my grandson admits he was careless this time. In the future, he will think things through more carefully. However, Ame now harbors a lot of resentment toward Grandpa. Do you think it's appropriate for you to go live in Nanshan with them? I'm worried she might disrespect you, or make you angry. Ame has probably suffered a lot, and her personality has changed a lot. I vaguely remember her as gentle and kind, but now she seems a bit tougher. Not just a little tougher, she's quite sharp now. I think she's been pushed to this point. As an orphan and a single mother, if she weren't strong and tough, she might have been bullied to death. Besides, she's managed to raise Nyener so well. You don't need to worry about my affairs in Nanshan, Grandpa waved his hand. Nyener's mother, though I haven't interacted much with her, I can tell she's a kind-hearted person with a cold appearance. She wouldn't poison me. At most, she'd just cause some trouble. If she causes trouble, so be it. We've wronged her first. Also, once we move into Nanshan, a little trouble is worth it. My old bones are still quite strong. Yesterday, I visited the palace and mentioned my plans to the emperor, including the idea of returning to my roots. The emperor didn't approve of your father resigning but tried hard to keep me in the capital to enjoy life. but I could see he was actually quite pleased. The person you're scheming for has already received the emperor's approval. When your father returns, you can come over. Lin Changqi nodded in agreement. He also wanted to leave this home as soon as possible. His mother used to pressure him to marry quickly, and now she's forcing him to take a concubine. He didn't understand why he simply didn't want a woman, always finding reasons to delay. Now he realizes it was probably because he deeply remembered Ah Mei's smile and her crescent-shaped eyes. March 22nd was the day to return home. Jiang Yumei and her son were so excited the night before that they couldn't sleep. Early in the morning, they got up. After breakfast, Jiang Yuyu, Jiang Dachifu and his wife, and Cui Qingzhen came to see them off. They brought many things, gifts for the mother and son, and for their relatives back home. Especially Jiang Dachifu and his wife, who brought gifts not only for the Jiang family, but also for the Zhang family. The car was packed full. Zhang's wife blushed and said, "Thinking that the Lin family has a boat and a carriage, I brought more things." In the morning, the yard became lively. Several carriages arrived from the Lin residence and Lin Jin, Chuanqing, and Chuntao came to pick them up. Jiang Yumei and her son tearfully said goodbye. When they reached the city gate, Lord Lin's carriage was already waiting there. The old master lifted the curtain and loudly said to the carriage where Jiang Yumei and her son sat, "I thought my granddaughter-in-law might not be used to the food in the capital, so I arranged some spicy snacks that people from Western Sichuan like. Lin Chu, go quickly and deliver them to the eldest lady." He then smiled and waved at Xiao Baozi, who had lifted the curtain of his carriage. "Good grandson-in-law, come over." Jiang Yumei watched the old master, who was smiling happily with a dark face, and rolled her eyes at him. The old master didn't notice and kept calling for Xiao Baozi, "Good grandson-in-law, come here. Grandpa has something good for you. I managed to get a rare book from the previous dynasty with annotations from the former imperial teacher. It will be very helpful for your imperial exam." Lin Chu had already taken a food box and handed it to Mrs. Zhou, who was in the same carriage as Jiang Yumei. The old master raised his voice again and spoke to the carriage where Jiang Yushan was sitting. "Nephew-in-law, come over too. I also specially asked someone at the Imperial Academy for past exam questions and explanations from scholars, which will be very helpful for your exam next year." Xiao Baozi looked back at his mother. Jiang Yumei could only nod in response. He then said goodbye to his mother, led the two dogs, and got into the old master's luxurious carriage, which was as long as a limousine from the previous era. Jiang Yushan was in another carriage. At first, he was proud and reluctant to go, but thinking that passing the imperial exam could help his sister, he decided to join the old master's carriage. Jiang Yumei thought angrily, no wonder people say this old man is a legend of the Dakong dynasty. His flexible and shameless ways are rare for someone in power. 2 days later, the group and the two dogs boarded a large ship. Only then did they learn that a very important person was also going to Nanshan residence, old Jiang Xiaolan. His flowers and plants almost filled half of the ship's deck. Jiang Yumei suspected he had brought his entire garden along. Old Master Jiang joked with Jiang Yumei, "I don't know why my treasures have been looking sad and drooping since late last year. The flowers should bloom in February, but they haven't bloomed yet. I thought about moving them to your place and using the 1,000-year spring water from Nanaying Mountain to treat them. Recently, I found out that you and General Lin are related. He warmly invited me to stay at your home for a while. Hee, I just took the liberty of dropping by." Jiang Yumei chuckled and welcomed him. "I feel not only contempt for that old man who hasn't even moved into Nanshan residence, but already acts like the owner. I also admire how Lord Jiang is truly a free-spirited and unconventional gentleman. He can move half the family there without even knowing the proper etiquette. This feeling is uncomfortable. I need to find a time to clarify things with that old man. Nanshan residence is only a place to stay, not a place to speak with authority." Little Baozi saw Lord Jiang and happily called out, "Grandpa." Lord Jiang pretended to be angry and said, "Little kid, you called me the wrong elder. You should call me great-grandpa. I am the same generation as Brother Lin." Quickly, little Baozi corrected himself. "Hello, great-grandpa." Lord Jiang was pleased and agreed, reaching out to give little Baozi a gift as a greeting. Lin Lao, who was following, said, "I say, you old fellow, you're not very sincere. You brought so many flowers and plants to trouble my granddaughter-in-law and great-grandson. You should bring a proper gift for the meeting." Lord Jiang snorted and said, "I know, you old thing. You never suffer any loss. I really can't bear to give you bad things." He patted little Baozi's head and said, "But this little kid is truly adorable and likable. I will trouble you for a while, so I will give you a good gift." Then he called out, "Jiang He, prepare the table, bring the brushes and ink." The talented Jiang Xiaolan, who had not written for a long time, was about to start again. When Jiang Yushan learned of Lord Jiang's true identity, he was very excited. Jiang Yumei was also very happy. This was a big opportunity for them. At this moment, the green river surface rippled gently, and a large stretch of dawn clouds covered half the sky. The fiery sun was rising, and distant green mountains looked like ink-wash paintings. A few small boats floated on the river. An hour later, a painting called Sunrise over the River and Flowers was finished. Lord Jiang stamped a seal on it and handed it to little Baozi. Because the painting was large, little Baozi had difficulty carrying it, so Chun Xing and Chun Tao helped pass it over. Jiang Yumei happily said to little Baozi, "Quickly thank Lord Jiang. His paintings are rare treasures worth a fortune." Little Baozi hurriedly bowed and said, "Thank you, Lord Jiang, for the gift." He didn't yet know that this was the first painting Lord Jiang created after 10 years of not painting, and it was also his last masterpiece in his lifetime. In the future, it would become a priceless treasure in the art world. This time, Lord Lin brought 7 people: Lin Jin, Lin Chu, Chun Xing, Chun Tao, as well as Lin Heizhuang and his wife Wan, and their 10-year-old son, Lin Xiaodao. Upon hearing about Lin Heizhuang, Jiang Yumei couldn't help but feel a sharp pain in her heart. This person knew she had offended him badly and was leading his wife and son to hide somewhere she couldn't see. Old Master Jiang brought 4 people: Jiang He, Jiang Ping, Jiang Bo, and Jiang Leng. That made a total of 13 people, but their house wasn't that big. They could only squeeze in first, and then buy a piece of land on the west side of his house to build a garden. Jiang Yumei quietly asked Chun Xing and Chun Tao, "Old Master Jiang is so old now. How can he leave so suddenly without his family stopping him?" Chun Xing said, "Old Master Jiang's wife passed away a few years ago. He only has a son working as a provincial governor in Guangdong. He doesn't like Guangdong because it's too hot and humid there. His son has tried to bring him there several times, but he refused, preferring to stay at home tending to flowers and plants. He has many rare tea and flowering plants, and I heard some are worth thousands of silver taels, but he's reluctant to sell them." It turned out that Jiang was a flower enthusiast. Chun Xing led Jiang Yumei into her room. This time, their accommodation was much better than before, a 2-story house with larger rooms, beds, tables, chairs, small tables, cabinets, and many household items. There was a pot of hanging ivy on the table, and some snacks were placed on it. Now she was enjoying first-class treatment. Old Master Lin insisted on having little Baozi sleep in the same room as him and had already taken him away. Jiang Yumei had to pack his things and ask Chun Tao to take them over. She thought that with so many people and so many eyes on the ship, it was better not to argue with that old man now. She would settle the score when they returned to Nanshan residence. Meanwhile, Old Master Lin proudly took little Baozi to Old Master Jiang's room, showing off that his great-grandson was a rare genius born once in 1,000 years. Little Baozi's face turned red from embarrassment. Old Master Jiang gave a perfunctory smile. "Hee, this child looks quite clever." Old Master Lin, seeing his dismissive attitude, felt quite upset. He truly wasn't bragging this time. He said, "Good great-grandson. Have him recite that essay." "Oh, the one you recited for second and third grandfathers that night." Seeing that great-grandpa Lin was bragging too much, little Baozi could only muster his courage and say, "Old Master Jiang, I've heard you are very talented and knowledgeable. I'm afraid I'm showing my ignorance by reciting in front of you." Hearing little Baozi's modest words, Old Master Lin smiled proudly. Don't judge my great-grandson by his age. He's not only smart but also knows how to behave. Old Master Jiang chuckled. He's more well-behaved than his older brother. At least he's not so shy. Old Master Lin had long been secretly planning his schemes. He paid no attention to the sarcasm, urging little Baozi, hurry up and memorize your lessons. Scare that old man so he won't go around boasting about raising a top scholar son. Mr. Zhang's son, Zhang Xuanfu, became the top scholar at just 19, making him the youngest in the history of the Dakong dynasty to achieve this honor. Little Baozi was naturally stubborn about becoming a top scholar. It was his greatest personal goal. When he heard that Mr. Jiang had trained a top scholar, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Grandpa Jiang, when I grow up, I want to be a top scholar too. Then little Baozi straightened his back, ready to recite his lessons, but just as he was about to start, Jean and Ping came in to say that the meal was ready in the dining hall. So, he didn't finish his recitation and went to eat with the two old men. Yueming Jiang was eating alone in her room, enjoying 4 dishes and a soup, which was quite nice. As she was eating, she heard Chun Tao say that the two old men were arguing. She paid no attention. Whether they argued or not didn't concern her at all. Spring Xing was laughing nearby. Our old Marquis often argues with Mr. Jiang, and most of the time, it's old Marquis who starts the trouble. But usually they argue today and make up tomorrow. Chun Tao shook her head. This time, it's worse than usual. They're arguing fiercely. Then she told Yueming Jiang, old Marquis wants Mr. Jiang to accept the eldest grandson as a disciple. Mr. Jiang refused, saying that besides teaching at the Imperial Academy, he never takes disciples privately. Even when he explained scriptures to the current emperor's second son, he refused to be called a master teacher. Old Marquis tried to flatter him for a long time, but Mr. Jiang wouldn't budge. Old Marquis got upset and said he eats and drinks at our house, will live here in the future and relies on Grandma for his health treatments, but he doesn't return kindness with kindness and is too shameless to remember favors. This made Mr. Jiang angry. He slammed the table and said he would return to the capital. The eldest grandson was also trying to mediate. It turned out that the old man was doing all this for little Baozi's good. If Mr. Jiang could accept little Baozi as a disciple, it would be a great thing. Mr. Jiang was truly talented and well-known across the country. Many pillars of the Dakong dynasty were his students. Little Baozi wouldn't need to go to the county town to find a good teacher. He could study right under his nose every day. The benefits were numerous. However, the old man's words were indeed harsh, and Mr. Jiang was probably quite angry. It seemed I still needed to go and mediate, at least to keep Mr. Jiang from leaving. The matter of accepting a disciple could be discussed later. Jiang Yume thought for a moment. The old gentleman liked painting, so she decided to first show him some skills to keep him interested, then think of a way to make him accept little Baozi as his disciple. She asked Chun Tao to go to the kitchen and find some charcoal, then cut it into strips with a knife. On a large piece of rice paper, she drew 3 cartoon characters with big heads and small bodies: Grandpa Lin, Grandpa Jiang, and little Baozi. The first 2 were arguing loudly with open mouths, while the innocent and confused little Baozi looked on. The characters were exaggerated and funny, full of teasing humor, but everyone could tell who they were. Especially the way she drew Grandpa Lin's dark face, which was quite hateful, but everyone knew it was him. Chun Xing and Chun Tao laughed so hard they held their stomachs. Then they took the drawing to give to Grandpa Jiang. After Chun Xing and Chun Tao left, Jiang Yume started sewing and mending. Little Baozi had grown tall, and his old summer shirt was now too short. She made all her son's clothes herself, never letting outsiders do it. Soon, Chun Xing hurried back and said, "Grandma, Mr. Jiang wants to see you. He's very interested in that painting and wants to discuss it with you." Jiang Yume put down her sewing and was invited by Jiang He into a room. Grandpa Lin and little Baozi were also there. Mr. Jiang was happily looking at the painting. When he saw Jiang Yume come in, he quickly greeted her. "Niece-in-law, your painting is very interesting, but it's not like any style I know. Who is your teacher?" "Oh, Mr. Jiang, you're joking. I've never learned painting from anyone. I just doodled while cooking or burning charcoal, using the colored soot because it was easy and convenient. Sometimes I drew embroidery patterns, and over time, I developed some techniques for this kind of hard pen drawing, Jiang Yume explained casually. Mr. Jiang was very surprised and said, "Show me more paintings." There was already rice paper prepared on the table. Jiang Yume took her charcoal and thought for a moment, then started drawing. In a short while, a cute mouse with a bow on its head and a long tail appeared on the paper. Everyone looked at the silly little mouse and laughed. Even mice that everyone usually hates could be so adorable. Grandpa Lin's face turned red with excitement. He said to Grandpa Lin, "You guys from the Lin family have found a treasure. Your granddaughter-in-law has great talent for painting." Then he shook his head and sighed. Who would have thought that burning charcoal and scribbling could create a new style? Truly, every trade has its master. After expressing his amazement, he said to Jiang Yume, "Your paintings are very lively, but since you haven't had expert guidance, they still look a bit rough." Jiang Yume thought to herself, "What do you mean rough? You just don't appreciate good art, that's all." Old Jiang continued, "My painting skills, I haven't even passed them to my son. Not just because he only studies economics, but also because he has no talent for painting. Now I finally want to take on a disciple, so I won't let this skill go to waste." After saying this, he stroked his beard and smiled, looking at Jiang Yume, implying she should quickly bow and become his apprentice. Jiang Yume was stunned. This wasn't her original intention. Old Master Lin burst into hearty laughter. "My daughter-in-law, are you silly?
Hurry and bow."
Jiang Yume hesitated and said, "But my son." "Foolish girl, you should bow first. Being this old man's disciple has many benefits. We can talk about your great-grandson later. For now, just bow and become a disciple," Old Master Lin urged loudly. Jiang Yume quietly knelt down, bowing 3 times. Jiang He handed her a cup of tea. Jiang Yume cupped her hands, raised the tea over her head, and said, "Please, master, have some tea." At this moment, Jiang Yume didn't realize how this act of becoming a disciple would influence her life deeply. She was just like a puppet, following orders to bow and serve tea without question. After the ceremony, the 2 old men, as if they hadn't just argued, joined hands and went to the window to drink and enjoy the scenery. Before leaving, old Master Jiang reminded her, "Starting tomorrow at dawn, you'll begin your painting lessons." Jiang Yume returned to her room, still a bit dazed, feeling something was not quite right. She was at an age to enjoy life, not to learn. It should be her son who was learning, not her. Spring Apricot and Spring Peach saw that Jiang Yume still looked unhappy and started chatting excitedly. It turned out that many children of noble families in the capital wanted to apprentice under old Master Jiang, whether to learn economics or painting. But the old master refused all of them, which offended many nobles. Still, he couldn't be blamed because he had once given lessons to the emperor, but he never claimed to be the imperial teacher. Even such an important figure refused to acknowledge his students, so how could they? Moreover, the emperor also respected him and didn't blame him. Third young master Lin Chongyu from the Lin family tried to use his grandfather's connections to become a disciple. Old Master Jiang talked for a long time, praising him, and the county magistrate even sent a rare tea flower as a gift, but he still didn't agree. This left the 2 old men silent for about a month. Their unspoken meaning was that Jiang Yume had found a treasure, but didn't realize it. Indeed, if the Lin family knew that even their 3rd young master, Lin Chongyu, couldn't become old Master Jiang's disciple, but she, a village girl, had become his apprentice, they would be very pleased. Jiang Yume's mood lifted significantly. "But then I thought about how I took away my son's mentor. What will my son do? It's unlikely that our family has a highly talented, nationally recognized teacher, so he might have to find a first-class teacher in Qingchun County. I also need to find a way for my son to take my place." Jiang Yushan heard that Jiang Yume had asked the famous calligraphy and painting master Jiang Xiaolan to be her teacher. He was so excited that he came over to congratulate his sister. When Jiang Yume said she wanted to give this opportunity to her son, Jiang Yushan hurriedly said, "Silly sister, Forget that idea. I heard that Mr. Jiang has a bit of a temper and never takes apprentices, especially in painting. He thinks his son has no talent and doesn't teach him. You should cherish the chance if he shows you kindness. Your son is still young and will have other opportunities. Don't upset him. If your son doesn't become his apprentice, you won't be his disciple either. Just then, little Baozi came back and pulled his mother, saying, "Mom, great-grandpa is so happy. He's drinking a lot. He said that Jiang Xiaolan, the famous master of painting, only accepted our Lin family as his disciple. In the future, our Lin family will be respected by the scholars. It's a big honor to be his disciple. Mom, don't think too much about other things." "Yes, sister. You should learn well from Mr. Jiang and become a respected master painter like him," Jiang Yu confidently said. "But I feel like great-grandpa doesn't respect Mr. Jiang. He even spoke rudely to him." Little Baozi told the truth. "Humph, that old man only dares to offend the emperor. Who else does he respect?" Jiang Yumei snorted. "Your son shouldn't learn from him. He's impolite and doesn't respect others. He's annoying wherever he goes." Little Baozi pursed his lips and mumbled noncommittally. Old Master Lin found Jiang Yushan's materials very useful. Jiang Yushan treated them like treasures, reading every day and enjoying it. If he didn't understand something, he could ask Old Master Lin for help in the afternoon. He wasn't a student who insisted on becoming his disciple, but Old Master Lin was happy to give some guidance now and then, which benefited Jiang Yushan a lot. After finishing the homework, Mr. Wang left. Little Baozi was caught by Old Master Lin to practice boxing and martial arts, also to build a better relationship. The bond between grandfather and grandson quickly grew stronger. Even the puppy and Hua Hua, who always followed Little Baozi, started to like Old Master Lin a little. In the remaining time, Little Baozi went to Er Chun's room to keep him company. Since he couldn't get out of bed to move around, it was hard for such a usually mischievous boy to stay in bed all day. Jiang Yumei didn't ask Zhou Shi to do anything else. Just taking good care of Er Chun was enough. Everyone was busy, and the 12 days on the boat went by quickly. The big ship finally arrived at Jinzhou Prefecture's dock. As they neared the shore, they saw high-ranking officials from the Western River Province, led by Zhou Ling, waiting on the bank. After the ship docked, Zhou Ling went aboard alone to greet Old Master Lin with a bow. Old Master Lin looked displeased and said, "I'm returning to settle down in my hometown, and don't want the local officials and people to know my true identity. Why are you making such a big fuss?" Zhou Ling apologized and quietly explained that due to his oversight, he didn't know Lin Yan was from the Lin family, so he sent her mother to Beijing to prepare a cake for the Empress's birthday banquet. Recently, he felt very guilty and was suffering greatly, feeling he had let down Uncle Lin and nephew Lin Chongqi. Old Master Lin waved his hand and said, "Those who don't know are not at fault. I won't hold this against you. Besides, your father has already explained everything to me. Our two families have had a long friendship, and such a small matter shouldn't cause a rift. But now I need you to do me a favor." He called Jiang Yushan over and said, "This is my granddaughter-in-law's older brother. He's talented and was the top student in Qinghua County a few years ago. He will take the provincial exam this fall. I heard that Looming Academy in Jinzhou Prefecture is good, so I want him to study there for a few months." Zhou Ling nodded and agreed, saying he would speak with the head of the academy and arrange for Jiang Yushan to go in a few days. Looming Academy was established by the local government of Western River Province. It had the best teachers in the area, and every provincial scholar would give regular lessons there. The academy was very strict in selecting students, with limited spots. Every September there was a unified exam, and those who passed could study there. It was the most desirable place for students in Western River. Last year, Jiang Yushan missed the entrance exam because he was studying in Jiangnan. He never expected that one day he would be able to study at Looming Academy, even if only for a short time. That was already enough to make him feel proud. Jiang Yushan bowed respectfully to Prefect Zhou and then to Old Master Lin. The old man waved his hand and said, "You are my granddaughter's brother-in-law, just like my grandson." After hearing this, Zhou Ling looked at Jiang Yushan with even greater respect. Old Master Lin nodded politely at the officials on the boat and waved his hand. The officials bowed deeply to show respect, and then Zhou Ling led them away. Old Mr. Jiang didn't come out of the boat cabin, so the officials who wanted to see the famous talented man of the great Kong dynasty didn't get to see even a strand of his hair. Although it was a bit disappointing, seeing the legendary figure Lin Jian, the old marquis of the great Kong dynasty, made them very happy. Lin Jian was a role model that all officials admired and learned from. The big boat was too flashy for the village, so Lin Heizhuang had already rented 2 small passenger boats in advance. One was for people, and the other was for flowers and plants. They carried their things onto the boats, didn't even go to the dock, and headed straight for Qinghe town. It was noon now. The 2 old men, along with the little boy, went out to enjoy wine and scenery. Jiang Yushan went to Jiang Yumei's house and awkwardly said, "Sister, I know old Master Lin forced you, which made you very sad. I should have refused his help, but why refuse? Things that benefit us, only fools would turn down," Jiang Yumei said. "That old man, even though he can't read much, is very clever. He turns his attitude faster than flipping a book. Now he's trying to win over the people I care about, forgetting that half a month ago he was shouting and fighting with you guys over your lives. Since we can't change it, just accept the benefits he gives you. I have my own plans on what to do." On April 6th at noon, the passenger boat arrived at Donghe village dock. Lin Heizi and Zhou Wankai had already arrived early and rented 3 horses, 6 ox carts, and 20 porters waiting there. After getting off the boat, the items were carried onto the carts under the direction of Zhou Wankai, Lin Heizhuang, and Jiang Ping. Er Chun was lying on a cart, and the flowers and plants that didn't fit were carried by the porters. The journey was not far, so they walked. This group of 39 people, 9 carts, and 2 dogs set out loudly from the back alley of Donghe village heading south. It was noon now. The village was noisy with chickens and dogs. Dust rose from the carts as they passed, and farmers, hearing the noise, came out with their bowls to watch the lively scene. This scene was quite remarkable. Among this group, some unfamiliar people dressed elegantly and carried themselves with great dignity, clearly not from the countryside. There were many spectators, so the 2 old men didn't pay much attention to the scenery and instead greeted the farmers kindly on both sides. Zhang the butcher, who knew little Baozi, was also among the crowd watching and boldly asked little Baozi, "Nian, do you have visitors at home?" "Yes, indeed. My great-grandfather and Lord Jiang are here," little Baozi replied happily and loudly. "Great-grandfather Nian, that must be Lin Dalong's grandfather, right?" Thinking of the homeless Lin Dalong's small tree at his grave growing into a big tree, and that his family finally came here, it's clear they are wealthy. Although Lin Dalong was a bit slow when alive, he was handsome and noble-looking. Turns out he was from a rich family. No wonder. It's a pity he died so young. After the procession left, the people of Donghe village discussed Lin Dalong excitedly. Soon, the news spread very quickly to Shihe village. This matter quickly became a big topic in both Donghe and Shihe villages, causing a huge stir. It also put the orphaned woman from Nanshan residence at the center of gossip. Unexpectedly, that young widow was quite lucky. She married a simple-minded man, but he turned out to be a wealthy son-in-law. Although the man had been dead for many years, his family had come looking for him. His demeanor was impressive, far better than Zhao the landlord or Li the scholar. In the future, that widow would enjoy a life of wealth and comfort. Meanwhile, Jiang Yumei and her group continued southward. When they reached Basui Bridge, they had mostly left Donghe village. The crowd thinned out, and fewer spectators watched. Jiang Yushan led 2 carts across the bridge back to the Jiang family estate. Jiang Yumei and the others continued south to Nanshui Bridge, which is between Nanshan Residence and Apple Orchard. Later, it was named Nanshui Bridge. Zhou Shi had already run ahead to Nanshan Residence to prepare. Actually, Zhou Wang and Lin Heizhuang had taken a small boat back here 2 hours earlier, having already informed their family to prepare enough food for so many people. Song Wankai led the carts and porters outside the orchard wall. The group was led by little Baozi, walking through the orchard. Although the trees hadn't bloomed yet, They were lush and full of leaves. Walking on the small dirt path inside, the fragrant green scent of the leaves filled the air, and the weather was much cooler than outside. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, creating a very pleasant atmosphere. Li Changfeng and Mrs. Zhu, who were cooking, hurried out to stand respectfully by the roadside, ready to be inspected by the officials and guests. Old Master Lin was very happy. Although the apple orchard was registered under his granddaughter-in-law's name after the inheritance division, it was also his great-grandson's property. Since it belonged to his great-grandson, it was also his. As the old master passed by Li Changfeng and his wife, he paused to greet them and said thank you for their hard work. His proud expression made Jiang Yumei feel uneasy. This was their property, but it looked like it belonged to him. Outside the apple orchard, Nanshan residents across Bihu Creek came into view. Seeing this home brought tears to Jiang Yumei's eyes. Less than 3 months after leaving, she felt like she was from a different world. She had almost built this house herself, and she almost returned home. Little Baozi pointed at the big yard across and said, "Great-grandpa, Grandpa Jiang, that's our home." The 2 old men nodded happily, saying it was good or nice. Then little Baozi started telling stories about the mountain, the water, and the village. The 2 old men listened with great interest, especially the legend of Wanyan Mountain, which made them feel that coming here was truly worthwhile. Less than 100 meters away, they reached Nan Shui Bridge. The group stopped on the bridge, looking out over Nanling Mountain, Dongling Mountain, and Xiling Mountain. It was early April, and the grass and trees on Dongling and Xiling Mountains were lush and green, with some pink, white, and red flowers scattered among the greenery. Nearer to them, Nanling Mountain was covered in solid green, with no other colors. The peaks stretched on, with wisps of clouds and mist swirling around the middle of the mountains. The mysterious, gloomy atmosphere from the mountains could be felt even from a few hundred meters away. The clear green creek below the bridge flowed happily down from the mountain, heading north to join the Shuehe River between the 2 villages. In the distance, the villages were hidden among bamboo groves and trees. After crossing the bridge, little Baozi pointed at the wooden door facing Bihu Creek and said, "That's the yard where my mother and I used to live." Dad said he also used to live there. Old Master Lin stood there for a while, looking at the yard door. Many years ago, his favorite eldest grandson had lived there. Then they headed toward the main gate of Nanshan residence. At that moment, Old Man Song was already at the door, leading Song Xiaochun to greet them politely. Old Master Lin went in first, then Mr. Jiang, followed by little Baozi and Jiang Yumei. Jiang Yumei had already told the Zhou family on the way that the 2 rooms in the east wing of the new courtyard would be for the 2 old men to live in. The 2 rooms in the old courtyard could accommodate 4 men, and just 2 more rooms needed to be freed up. They decided to squeeze in for now, and planned to buy land tomorrow to build a garden. As for Lin Heizhuang's family, they could live wherever they wanted. There was no room for them in Jiang Yumei's house. Dinner was already served, and both old men said they wanted to walk around the yard before eating. Jiang Yumei led people to tidy up the things they brought back. Little Baozi took the 2 old men from the front yard to the backyard, then crossed the small wooden bridge to the old courtyard. Because the family was busy today, no one went to let the geese and chickens out. Also, Old Song didn't expect that once people returned, they would head straight to the old yard. So, at this moment, the sheep mother, her 2 lamb daughters, a group of geese, and a group of chickens were wandering lazily in the yard. When these little creatures saw little Baozi return, they happily ran over, eager to greet their young master. Little Baozi chuckled, squatted down, and lovingly petted them. After showing affection, little Baozi introduced the 2 guests. "This is my great-grandpa, and this is my Jiang great-grandpa. You should treat them as well as you treat me." The 2 old men were amazed, watching the interaction between these little animals and little Baozi as if they were watching a big show. After little Baozi introduced himself, the animals stretched their necks toward him, showing friendliness and welcome. The old men didn't know how to get along with chickens, geese, and sheep, but they just smiled and accepted their kindness. The 3 of them, along with the small animals, moved from the front yard to the backyard. The large vegetable fields were lush and green, with yellow flowers blooming on the climbing vines, looking very healthy. Suddenly, a few chickens ran wildly into the vegetable garden to relieve themselves, ignoring whether anyone was watching. Nearby, 4 black pigs grunted as they ate pig feed, and 2 cows in the barn were munching on tender grass. This yard felt lively and full of farmyard charm. Both old men agreed, in unison, that they wanted to live in this yard. Old Mr. Lin pulled little Bowsy aside and quietly asked, "Good great-grandson, where are our 2 tigers?" "I didn't see them. Tiger mother and tiger baby went up the mountain. I don't know when they'll come back. When we were at home, they sometimes returned after a few days, and sometimes it took 2 or 3 months," little Bowsy replied. The old man nodded, looking a bit disappointed. After thinking about the tigress for so many days, he had hoped to see her immediately but hadn't. Little Bowsy hadn't finished playing with the chickens and geese when the 2 old men returned to the new courtyard. Just past the small wooden bridge, I heard crying and begging from the front yard. The 2 of us hurried over and saw Jiang Yumei forcing Old Song to drag Lin Heizhuang to the town to be sold. Lin Heizhuang and his family were begging for mercy. Lin Heizhuang kept kowtowing and explaining, "Grandma, I know I've wronged you. But when Old Ho asked me, I had to tell the truth. Old Ho saved my life, brought me back to the mansion, and even married me a beautiful wife. My life belongs to him." Mrs. Wan knelt on the ground, crying and begging, "Please, Grandma, forgive him. Please forgive him." Little Lin also knelt nearby, crying and begging. Seeing this, Old Master Lin understood that Lin Heizhuang's confession had angered Jiang Yumei. He quickly stepped forward and said, "Young daughter-in-law, if you really want to sell him to me. This person is my servant. I can sell him wherever I want."
To you?
"That's impossible. I want to sell him to the salt mine so he can see what happens to those who betray their master," Jiang Yumei said angrily. This wicked woman was too hateful. She hated him so much, she wouldn't sell him to Old Master Lin. "Young daughter-in-law, some things are because I forced Lin Heizi to tell. When he was 5, he was a beggar and almost beaten to death. I saved him and brought him home. Later, I took him to war and kept him by my side. Then, I let him follow Cheer. So he's always grateful to me. Whatever I ask him to do, he will do," Old Master Lin explained. Jiang Yumei sneered, "Old Master, even a chatterbox knows to repay kindness."
What do you think about that?
Old Master Lin chuckled. "People who are grateful are naturally liked. That's why I don't want to sell him elsewhere. Young daughter-in-law, just sell Lin Heizhuang to me." This shameless old man pretended to be innocent, which was really disgusting. Jiang Yumei rolled her eyes and said, "Wow, it's really new that you can say such things. You know that grateful people are liked, but those who betray kindness should be despised. Why should I listen to someone who betrays kindness?" The old man said seriously, "Young people only see the surface. Some kindness isn't unreturned, but the way to repay it is different. Young daughter-in-law, I know you're a good girl.
Just sell him to me.
I'll pay any price." "No, I won't sell him." Jiang Yumei refused. The old man looked a bit unhappy. "Nianer's wife, you're my granddaughter-in-law and my junior. How can you be so disrespectful to your elders?" Jiang Yumei waved her hand and frowned, saying, "Old sir, please don't keep talking about my daughter-in-law's short and long visits. What kind of daughter-in-law do you think I am? You know the situation best, yet you keep making it sound so painful. Your real daughter-in-law is in Beijing. If you want her to be filial, you should go back to Beijing quickly. There, many loyal and filial children are waiting in line to serve you. Why are you still bothering my family?" Old Mr. Lin was so angry that his beard puffed up, his face turned red, and he was about to curse loudly. But he hesitated, took a few deep breaths, and said, "If you want to sell your servant, I can't stop you. Fine, let Lin Heizi take me to the old Jiang house. Since I'm here, I should go see my future father-in-law first." Then he turned around and told Lin Jin, "Bring the gift I prepared for my father-in-law. Let's go now. You haven't eaten yet. Don't go hungry. How about eating first?" Lin Jin suggested. You're talking like that. I've come to visit, and my future father-in-law wouldn't refuse to give me a meal, would he? Stop talking nonsense, just bring the things, and let's go. The old man said as he walked out, cursing Lin Haizhuang, who was kneeling on the ground. Lin Haizhuang, aren't you going to lead the way? Are you waiting for me to invite you? Lin Haizhuang quickly got up and followed the old man. Old Mr. Lin felt that going to see Zhang Leoi and Zhang Yumei was probably not a good idea, but he couldn't force them not to go. So he could only be angry and not interfere, leaving little Baozi to go with Zhang Leoi to the dining hall. Because Zhang Leoi was the witness in their agreement, he knew very well about the conflicts between old Mr. Lin and Zhang Yumei. So he didn't think Zhang Yumei's attitude was unfilial or disrespectful. Instead, he felt very happy and refreshed. Sometimes, old Mr. Lin was truly annoying and unreasonable, and it was right to have someone to teach him a lesson. This is what they call karma. It's not time yet, or justice will prevail. Mr. Zhang was very happy and even ate half a bowl more rice. He had wanted to eat another half bowl, but Zhang Ping and others persuaded him, worried that eating too much might cause trouble. Mrs. Lin's wife and children were kneeling in the yard, but no one paid attention to them. Later, after Chen Xing discussed with Zhou Shi, they called them into the back room to eat and rest temporarily. Zhang Leoi's flowers and plants were also temporarily placed in the new yard. The front yard was too small, so some were moved to the backyard. Zhang Yumei originally wanted to put them in the old yard, believing her chickens and geese were obedient and wouldn't cause trouble, as seen in the vegetable garden. But Mr. Zhang was still worried. What if they got naughty? Kids can be unruly sometimes too. Zhang Yumei thought about it and agreed. Thinking about building a garden and planting all these flowers there someday, but for now, this is the best I can do. After dinner, Mr. Zhang went back to the old house to rest, and little Baozi took a nap. Zhang Yumei organized some things. Some were her own, and others bought for relatives and friends. Tomorrow, she plans to take little Baozi to deliver them. Now that there are more people at home, the servants need to divide their work. They will handle it later in the evening. Zhang Yumei also called Old Man Song and Song Wangkai to come. First, she listened as Old Man Song told her about the family affairs while she was away. The seedlings have been fully grown, and the wheat is better than others and ripening earlier. In about 2 weeks, they can harvest it. 10 days ago, Mother Tiger and her son came back. Seeing Zhang Yumei and her son hadn't returned, they didn't even enter the bedroom and left again. They are waiting. After hearing Old Man Song's report, she also instructed Song Wangkai that future outside business dealings should be handled by him, especially the dealings with Qin Jihang. She must not get involved herself. Also, in a while, they will harvest the winter wheat, and then they will plant a large area of Qinghua fragrant rice. These are collaborations with Qin Jihang, and she can't delay important matters because of personal issues with him. She asked Song Wangkai to prepare, and in a day or two, he should go to the county to meet Qin Jihang face to face. Song Wangkai thought for a moment and hesitated, then said, "Grandma, are we still doing business with Mr. Qin? Are we afraid of old Master Lin and General Lin?" "No need to worry," Zhang Yumei replied. "I've made it clear in the agreement that as long as I don't directly handle the rice and grain business, they have no right to interfere." After they left, Zhang Yumei's mood sank again. Qin Jihang. She kept thinking about that name. She went back to her room, took out a jade hairpin and a jade bracelet from the cabinet, and kept rubbing them in her hand. Tears couldn't help but flow again. She silently shed tears for a while, then wrapped the bracelet and hairpin in silk cloth, put them into her purse, and locked the purse deep inside the cabinet. Meanwhile, at the old Zhang house, during noon, Zhang Yushu returned to pick up some handcrafts. Zhang Deshui invited the old master and Mrs. Wei to eat in the East Wing. Before the meal was served, Zhang Yutao suddenly ran back home and told them the sensational news from Donghe village. The rich grandfather of the dead Lin Daliang had come to visit, bringing 9 large carts of goods, but they still hadn't finished loading. They even hired 20 porters. There were many maids and young servants at home, and many people were taken away by the boy to Nanshan residence. Is this true? The Jiang family was shocked. Old Master Jiang stood up excitedly, ready to go ask Jiang Dafu's family. But then Jiang Dafu and his wife, along with Jiang Yushan, arrived, bringing a cart full of goods. First, they unloaded the items, which were gifts from Jiang Dafu's family and Jiang Yushan, as well as some gifts from Jiang Yu. After sitting down, Jiang Yushan explained their trip to the capital. He briefly told Jiang Dafu's family about it at home, mentioning he would talk more about the old house later. He first praised Jiang Yumei for successfully making a birthday cake for the Empress Dowager and meeting Jiang Yuyu, who was returning to the capital. Jiang Yuyu is now much taller than when he left, dark and strong, returning with the troops. If nothing unexpected happens, he will probably be promoted again. The most surprising news was that the so-called Lin Dawang, father of Nian Xiaozi, was not dead. He was saved 8 years ago but had forgotten everything due to amnesia, so he hadn't searched for Nian Xiaozi and his mother all these years. Now he remembered the past and recognized Jiang Yumei and her son, and Nian Xiaozi also acknowledged his ancestors and family. The family was stunned by this big news. Li was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down her face, repeatedly chanting Ba. Jiang Yushan comforted Li. Then he recounted some details Jiang Yumei asked him to share. The Lin family was a wealthy family in the capital. Due to certain issues, Jiang Yumei and Nian Xiaozi's father had to divide their property and move away, returning to Nanshan to live with her son. The first part of the story was very exciting, but the later part made everyone feel very sad. Li, who had just been crying tears of joy, suddenly burst into tears again, crying out, "My poor girl. Why is her life so hard?" Dafu Zhang's face turned red with anger, and he scolded loudly, "You beast, truly a beast. We saved him, and how could he treat Maisie like this?" Old Master Jiang was also furious, cursing, "There are still ungrateful families like this. We saved him, and this is how he repays us?" Jiang Yushan told them not to get too upset. He explained that dividing the property and moving away was Jiang Yomei's own choice. She didn't want to live in the big house, fearing she and her son would suffer if she moved in. Xiao Wei's wife found this unbelievable and shouted, "Maisie has lost her mind. She's tired of the wealthy life and wants to come to the countryside to suffer." Others also found it hard to believe. They thought Jiang Yumei was too unlucky to enjoy her good fortune and was too unkind. Old Master Jiang was even angrier and cursed loudly Maisie, that dead girl. How could she be so unfilial and ungrateful? She should serve her husband and be filial to her in-laws, but instead, she runs to the countryside to be lazy. "Just wait, I'll give her a good spanking with my shoe." Jiang Yushan explained, "Don't blame my sister. That family is hard to deal with. How could a wealthy family want a village girl like my sister to be their main wife? Especially Linda Lang's mother, who is very noble. If my sister married into their family, she would be mistreated and hurt. Except for Linda Lang and his grandfather, the rest of the family doesn't like them." 3 days after Nian Xiaozi went to their house, he was beaten and hurt all over. Er Chun protected Nian Xiaozi and broke her leg. She still can't walk. So, my sister brought Nian Xiaozi back home. But Nian Xiaozi's grandfather really likes him and promised that Nian Xiaozi would be Lin Delang's only legitimate son. Now, old Master Lin has come too, and he will live with my sister and Nian Xiaozi at Nanshan residence. Old Master Lin told Jiang Yushan not to reveal his true identity. So, Jiang Yushan only said that Nian Xiaozi's grandfather is an old general who has retired. He went out to seek a life when he was very young and can't remember where his hometown is. Now he wants to return here with his great-grandson to settle down, buy land, and build a shrine and hall. When the Jiang family heard this, they felt relieved. At least the head of the Lin family approved of Jiang Yumei and her son, so their lives wouldn't be difficult. Since he lives at Nanshan residence, Linda Lang would come to see him. Maybe Jiang Yumei and Linda Lang could rekindle their relationship. As the saying goes, if there's one decent person among a group of bad people, that person's goodness is very high. So, the Jiang family praised Nian Xiaozi's grandfather as very kind and grateful. Jiang Yushan thought to himself, "You don't know how the old master controls your lives with threats and commands. If you knew, you might not praise him so much. However, Jiang Yumei had already greeted Jiang Yushan. She couldn't tell them much about her dispute with old Master Lin. Their ideas didn't align. They might think that Lin's family had already given her the position of main wife as a favor, and she refused. Or they might think her behavior was inappropriate, which caused old Master Lin to threaten her. Only someone like Jiang Yushan, who truly cares for his sister and is happy as long as she's happy, would fully support Jiang Yumei's actions. While the family was chatting happily, old Master Lin suddenly came to visit. When Jiang Yushu went to open the door, he saw Lin Heizhuang leading an old man. Lin Heizhuang introduced him. This is our old master, the eldest son, and Nian Go-er's great-grandfather. Jiang Yushu quickly invited them in and called out to old Master Jiang, Grandpa, Nian Zi's great-grandfather is here at our house. Old Master Jiang and a few others stepped out of the hall and saw a tall, dark-haired man smiling at them. Old Master Jiang felt a bit nervous when he saw a high-ranking official. He was about to kneel to show respect, but old Master Lin stepped forward sincerely, took Jiang's hand, and said with a smile, "Haha, dear father-in-law, I came to visit you first thing after returning home. Thank you for raising such a good granddaughter, who saved my grandson and also gave us a clever and obedient great-grandson. Over these years, you've helped my daughter-in-law and my grandson a lot. Thank you so much." This was Jiang's first time meeting such a high official. Although he had retired from official duties, he had once been a high-ranking officer. His grandson also mentioned that he used to meet the emperor often. Hearing this, Jiang felt both nervous and touched. He bowed slightly and said, "Old General, you are too kind." Old Master Lin waved his hand and said, No, Jiang brother, just call me Lin. We're like brothers, no need for formalities." Excited, Jiang quickly invited him inside to sit and asked some women to prepare a proper lunch. Jiang introduced his two sons and grandson, Jiang Yushu. Old Master Lin then expressed some thanks to Jiang Defu, which made Jiang Defu nervous and only nod without speaking. After everyone sat down, they had a friendly and warm talk. Old Master Lin was sad and said that because he had been careless, his great-grandson had suffered some hardship, which caused trouble between his daughter-in-law and grandson. Then he spoke hopefully, saying, "Time is on our side. The young couple are still young and have hope to get along well. As elders, we should create good conditions for them. When the time comes, let them have more children, and your great-grandchildren will grow up happily at home. Life will be very joyful." He also asked them not to tell others in the village about their plans to split the property or move apart, because there's still a good chance they will reconcile. Jiang and Jiang Defu nodded repeatedly, and Jiang's sons, Jiang Deshui and Jiang Yushu, also nodded. Only Jiang Yushan shook his head and sighed inwardly, thinking that his sister's attempt to compete with this old man was still too naive. Then, they discussed the future of Jiang Yushan and Jiang Yuyu, who had brothers. Old Master Lin said that his eldest grandson, Lin Delang, would soon go to Jinzhou to work and would bring Jiang Yuyu back with him. He also confidently promised that the Lin family would take care of Jiang Yu's future. At least, they would help him get a 6th-rank official position. He also hinted that Jiang Yushan's help in entering Looming Academy was not the only favor. If he passed the imperial exams and became an official, the Lin family would help him find a better position. If he didn't succeed, they would find a way for him to study at the Imperial College. This news made old Master Jiang very happy, and he was so excited that tears came to his eyes. A 6th-rank official was higher than a county magistrate. Moreover, Jiang Yushan's future was now secure. Although old Master Jiang was not very worldly, he understood that having connections in the court made it easier to become an official. It seemed that the Jiang family was finally going to become a big family in the area. The Jiang family was thriving because of him. Old Master Jiang was so excited that he wanted to thank his father-in-law for his support, but he saw Jiang Yushan stand up and refuse the kindness offered by old Master Lin. Jiang Yushan bowed and said, "Thank you, General Lin, for your kindness. I believe that my brother and I should rely on our real talent and hard work to achieve our future. We really can't let you, General Lin, be affected by us brother's actions and damage your reputation for life. Old Master Lin waved his hand and said, "My nephew's words are not right. I am not using my connections to promote mediocrity. I've never done such things. The emperor is wise, and recently he suggested that officials should consider talented students from humble backgrounds. They shouldn't be overlooked just because they lack money or connections. You and your brother are talented farmers' children. You shouldn't be held back just because you come from the countryside and are not recognized. That would be a loss to our great Kong dynasty. I am also helping the court select talented people and relieve the emperor's worries." Originally, Old Master Jiang was angry that his grandson was ungrateful and made the general angry. But the general was not angry. Instead, he treated them kindly and even moved Old Master Jiang deeply. Jiang Yushan saw that Old Master Lin was pleased when talking about his grandfather, father, and eldest uncle. He thought Lin Laoye's decades of military service and experience in official circles were far beyond what his sister could compare to. The meal was ready. Mrs. Wei led Jiang Yozhao and Jiang Yutao to set the dishes on the table. Mrs. Wang had already gone to buy the best wine from the shop, a few jin of the finest liquor. The men in the family sat with Old Master Lin in the main room, drinking and eating. The rural flavors suited Old Master Lin's taste very well, especially the dried pickled vegetables stir-fried with meat and dried long beans, most of which he ate. When he put the last piece of dried pickled vegetable into his mouth, he smiled and said to Old Master Jiang, "Dear father-in-law, please forgive me. I just love this taste." Old Master Jiang was surprised and said, "This is the most skillfully cooked dish by my wife. If my older brother wants to eat it in the future, just come over. I'll ask my wife to cook more for you." Old Master Lin chuckled happily and accepted the invitation. "All right, Brother Jiang, don't laugh at me for being greedy." Shower, who had been hiding outside the hall door, overheard and said, "Old Grandpa is so old, yet still so greedy. Just like my younger brother, so shy, so shy." Old Master Jiang's face turned red with embarrassment. He shouted at Jiang Yushu, "Quickly take that girl away. Such a shameful thing." Then he hurriedly apologized to Old Master Lin. Old Master Lin laughed loudly and said, "Kids speak without thinking. I, old man, am just greedy." Mrs. Wang quickly pulled Shota away. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, Old Master Lin asked Lin Jin to bring out the gifts. The first was a gold-threaded Namu pipe and tribute tobacco from Chuanzhou, given to Old Master Jiang. When the old man heard it was tribute, his hands trembled as he held the pipe and tobacco. Instinctively, he wanted to place them on the 8 immortals' table and bow in respect. Jiang Yushan quickly helped him and said, "Grandpa, please don't do that." Old Master Lin also hurriedly said, "Dear father-in-law, there's no need for that. Although this tobacco is a tribute, it was given directly to us elders before it even entered the palace." Then he gave Jiang Deshui and Jiang Defu each a jade ornament, especially Jiang Defu's, which looked extraordinary. He also presented Shower and Jingzi each with a small pouch containing 10 taels of silver as a gift. Xiao Wei's wife was so happy she almost had trouble breathing. Finally, Lin Jin handed over a gift list to Old Master Jiang, which included 20 jin of refined white sugar, 10 jin of famous Beijing snack sanweiguisu for hams, and 4 rolls of fine silk. Old Master Lin then called over Lin Heizhuang and said to Old Master Jiang, "This time, I brought some people to serve us. My son and I feel that we now have servants, but you, being so old, still have no one to serve you. I feel a bit guilty. I brought Lin Heizhuang here to serve and protect you. His wages and meals will be paid by us. You should also enjoy some peace and happiness." Hearing this, Lin Heizhuang quickly knelt down, kowtowed to Old Master Jiang, and called out, "Greetings, Old Master Jiang." Old Master Jiang thought to himself that he would also become an old master someday and indeed needed someone to serve him. He happily accepted this gift-like responsibility of caring for a person. From then on, Lin Heizhuang stayed at the Jiang family's old residence to serve Old Master Jiang. Old Master Lin returned directly to the old courtyard of Nanshan residence. Lin Jin went to the new courtyard and told Jiang Yumei that Lin Heizhuang had already been sent to Old Master Jiang. He also said that the Wang family and their children would stay temporarily in the new courtyard at night and serve in the old courtyard during the day. Jiang Yumei was very angry and felt a headache coming on, but she could do nothing. She dared not go to the Jiang family's old house to ask for people. At the same time, Lin Jin also handed over the contracts for Chuanxing and Chuntao to Jiang Yumei. She said unhappily, "Is the old master sending spies again? I've already suffered enough from Lin Heizhuang. I won't foolishly keep these two people around anymore." Hearing this, Chuanxing and Chuntao were so frightened they knelt down and said, "Big Madam, we dare not be like Lin Heizi. From now on, we are loyal to you. If we dare betray you, we will not have a good ending." They also told her about their backgrounds. Now they are both 14 years old. When they were 10, they were sold to the Marquis estate. Last year, they were transferred to Old Master Lin's yard to work. They are not personal attendants, but only responsible for cleaning. It was only after the eldest young master was brought back to the Marquis estate that they began to serve the master closely. So, technically the little bundle is their first master. Jiang Yumei also heard from the little bundle that when they were at the Marquis estate, Chuanxing and Chuntao were very attentive to him and not as domineering as other servants. She was testing them just now. Seeing their sincere expressions, Jiang Yumei nodded and said, "If you betray me again, I won't be so kind. I will beat you to death." They were so frightened they kowtowed and expressed their loyalty again. Only then did Jiang Yumei let them get up. As for Wang Shi, known as Lin Heizhuang's family, she was indeed pretty and of moderate build. Although she was a bit older, her youthful charm was still visible. It was really a good cabbage being snatched by a pig. Jiang Yumei then asked Chuanxing and Chuntao about Wang Shi's character. They both said she was good, very different from Lin Heizi, quiet and not fond of gossip. She was not skilled at embroidery, even in the Marquis estate. Lin Xiaodao was only 10 years old, handsome like Wang Shi, a very delicate little boy. Jiang Yumei couldn't bring herself to give them even a bed, so she let them stay in the back room. Jiang Yumei called all the household servants and appointed Song Wang as the chief manager of Nanshan residence, responsible for both the estate and outside business. Old Song was in charge of the gate and handled greetings and farewells. Old Song also managed the fish and lotus roots from Nanshui Lake and helped his father, working as a driver too. Li Changfeng still managed the apple orchard. Mrs. Zhou oversees the kitchen and shopping with Dia, while Mrs. Zhu manages laundry and pig feeding. Chun Tao, Chun Xing, and Xiao Xia are responsible for caring for the master's daily life and household cleanliness. Since Mrs. Wan lives and eats at Nanshan residence, she also needs to work, so she is in charge of sewing and some affairs in the old courtyard. Lin Xiaodao manages the chickens, geese, and sheep. Lin Jin, Lin Shu, and Jiang Ping cannot just serve the old master. That would be too easy. Jiang Yumei assigned them a task, taking turns fetching water and watering the vegetable fields. Old Mr. Jiang asked when the 1,000-year spring water from Nanshan Mountain would be used to treat his flowers and plants. Jiang Yumei said there was still a small bowl of the spring water at home, which she had diluted in water to water the flowers. To fetch more water, they would need to wait for Hunyang to return and lead her into the mountain, as she was too afraid to go alone. Hearing that the last bit of water was used to treat the flowers, old Mr. Jiang didn't say much. At night, Jiang Yumei thought dinner was late, and the two old men ate quite a lot. She ordered the kitchen to prepare a simple, easy-to-digest fishball soup, along with scallion oil pancakes, sweet crispy pancakes, and 2 small side dishes. Old Master Jiang was her teacher, and she wanted to show respect and filial piety, so she personally made the fishball soup. The fish was raised in Nanshui Lake, and she added some spring water to the broth, making it delicious and nourishing. As soon as it was served, the aroma filled the air. Dia sniffed deeply and said, "Grandma's cooking smells so good. No matter how we cook, we can't match that flavor." Just then, Wan arrived to serve the meal. Jiang Yumei placed a tray in front of Wan, holding a bowl of rice porridge, 2 crispy sweet pancakes, and 2 small side dishes. She said, "This is for old Master Lin." Jiang Yumei then carried her own tray, which had a bowl of fishball soup, 2 scallion oil pancakes, a small bowl of rice porridge, and 2 small side dishes. They went to deliver the food to the old courtyard one after the other. On the way, Xiao Xia stopped Wan and asked a few questions about embroidery. When Jiang Yumei entered the main hall, both old men were already waiting at the table. She approached old Mr. Jiang, placed the tray down, and said, "Master, this fishball soup was made especially for you by your apprentice. It contains the last remaining bit of spring water from the house. Not only is it delicious, but it can also prolong life. Please try it and tell me if you like it." Upon smelling it, the 2 old men indeed detected a particularly fragrant and fresh aroma. Old Master Jiang saw only 1 bowl of fish balls on the tray and asked, "Where are my fish balls?" Jiang Yumei pointed to Wan, who had just entered the room, and said, "Your meal is with her." When the Wang family put down the tray, old Master Lin saw that the items were different from those of Mr. Jiang, and there was no fishball soup. He became anxious and frowned, asking, "Why does only old man Jiang have fish balls? I don't have any fish balls. This fishball soup is a gift I made for my master." "Not everyone has it," Jiang Yumei said, urging old man Jiang, "Master, please try it. These fish balls are my specialty." Old Master Lin slapped the table loudly and shouted, "Nian, is this how you treat elders? You can't even spare a fish ball for me? You're so unfilial and disrespectful." Jiang Yumei looked down on him and said, "Why are you shouting at me? Look at you, so old but still fighting over food. Aren't you ashamed? My son is so young and wouldn't act like this." Hearing this, old Master Lin's face turned red with anger. He reached out to flip the table. Jiang Yumei said, "Calm down. The tray from the Black Zhuang family is too small to hold everything. Your fishball soup is behind." As soon as Jiang Yumei finished speaking, little Xia brought in a bowl of fishball soup. "Sorry, old master, I was delayed by something just now," she said, placing the bowl on the table. Old Mr. Jiang also forgot about eating fish balls. He burst into hearty laughter, tears streaming down his face from laughing so hard. Old Master Lin's face was almost purple with anger. He tried to flip the table again. Jiang Yumei pressed down on the table and said, "The last bit of 1,000-year spring water is inside. There are only these 2 bowls. If you flip it over, don't blame me for not warning you. This stuff is not only fragrant but also good for health. The herbs I gave you are effective because they were soaked in 1,000-year spring water." Old Mr. Jiang quickly picked up the bowl and said, "If you're going to flip it yourself. I want to live a bit longer." After taking a sip of the soup, he found it incredibly fresh and delicious. He scooped another fish ball, and the aroma filled his mouth. He squinted happily and said, "There really is something this good in the world. So delicious." Old Master Lin was torn between wanting to flip the table and not wanting to. He was in a terrible dilemma. Seeing that it was almost time, Jiang Yumei decided it was enough and turned to leave with little Xia. After Jiang Yumei and little Xia left, old Master Lin still couldn't resist the temptation of the fish balls and sat down to eat. The aroma was wonderful, and luckily, he had restrained himself earlier from flipping the table. Seeing the amused look in old man Jiang's eyes, old Master Lin decided to hide his pride. How much is face worth? He's so old and has never understood that. As long as he eats good food, a little shame doesn't matter. Who made him anxious and disrespectful to others? At worst, next time I will find a way to get the place back. The 2 old men not only ate all the fish balls but also finished all the other food. When Mr. Jiang saw Mr. Lin endure his anger and still eat the fish balls, he smiled and said, "My disciple is really good. He made fish balls to honor me, and I get to enjoy a good show at the same time. You, old fellow, are bossy and unreasonable, bullying me for over 20 years. Later, I want my disciple to help me recover everything with interest. This is what we call not avenging now, but when the time comes, it will be paid back." Mr. Lin looked unhappy and said, "You think this is good stuff? You're narrow-minded and hold grudges. You remember things from many years ago. Truly, an old dog remembers a 1,000-year-old story. While the two old men were arguing, old Mr. Song brought two notices and handed them to Mr. Lin. The old man took a look and cursed loudly. That little brat Zhou Ling is becoming more and more like his father. That old guy, always into tricks. We came with such a big show, and now I can't even enjoy some peace and quiet. What's going on? Mr. Zhang asked. County Magistrate Wang Shishan from Qinghua County and County Magistrate Li Fengxian from Hanhua County have arrived, Mr. Lin spat out the notices and cursed. Mr. Zhang waved his hand and said, "If these officials are looking for someone, it's probably you. It has nothing to do with me. Jiang Ping, bring a small stool, help me to the backyard to see the vegetable garden and play with the chickens and geese." Mr. Lin didn't really want to meet these minor officials he had never seen before, but after some thought, he had old Mr. Song bring them in. The next day, after breakfast, little Baozi took the two old men for a walk, with the two dogs happily following behind. Mr. Jiang and Jiang Yume had already agreed that in the next few days, they would put aside their studies. The old man wanted to enjoy the scenery, and Jiang Yume needed to handle household chores. Today, little Baozi didn't go to school. He first took them to get familiar with the roads and people, and they planned to go to school tomorrow. Jiang Yume asked old Mr. Song to deliver gifts from Beijing. Each family received a package of Beijing-style preserved fruit and a package of 3-flavor crispy fruit to Sun Daqiang's family, Zhao Tiekui's family, the Hong family, the Tan family, and Magistrate Zhao's family. She herself rode a loaded ox cart into the village. Passing by Jiang Dafu's house, she got off the cart, asked Dajin to drive the cart inside, and then led Xia to the old Jiang residence. Only Wei Shi, Zhang Youzhao, and Wang Shi with the children were there. Lin Heizhuang went to the fields with Jiang Daxue, and Mr. Jiang was also taken for a walk by the two old men. Wei Shi went to visit others. Jiang Yume handed the big gift for old Master Jiang and the Wei family to Mrs. Wei, then gave the gift for the main household to Mrs. Wang. After chatting about her sights and experiences in the capital, she left to go home. Just as she reached the yard, little Mrs. Wei returned. Little Mrs. Wei beamed and said, "Oh, here comes Grandma Lin. Come inside and sit. Lunch is at Auntie's house. Auntie will also teach you a few tricks on how to secure your position as the main lady in a wealthy family and how to handle those little wives and scheming women." Hearing this, Lin Yume got angry but didn't say much and left the yard. Seeing herself ignored, little Mrs. Wei muttered unhappily, "We got kicked out of the house, and she's still so proud." "What did you just say?" "I didn't hear clearly." "Say it again." Mrs. Wei shouted from the main door, glaring at little Mrs. Wei. Little Mrs. Wei chuckled. "Mother, I didn't say anything. I just wanted to invite May to eat, but she didn't accept. Now she's the big lady, and she probably isn't used to our countryside food." "Are you stupid? You can't keep your mouth shut? When my eldest son comes back, I'll send you home for a couple of days. When you learn to speak properly, come back," Mrs. Wei scolded. Jiang Youzhao hurried out and pulled little Mrs. Wei into the house, looking unhappy. "Mother, just watch your words. Grandpa specifically said not to talk about May. If you keep blabbing, Dad will send you back to your family. Then see what you'll do." Little Mrs. Wei rolled her eyes and smiled at Jiang Youzhao, saying, "Zaozi, that silly girl May became Grandma Lin's daughter-in-law. Doesn't Uncle Chen also have no one now? Perfect. Maybe you two can match." Jiang Youzhao's face turned red with embarrassment. She whispered, "Mother, please, I beg you, don't cause trouble again. Uncle Chen is not someone I can easily pursue. Don't embarrass me anymore." "Stupid girl, I do all this for your good. Don't worry. I have my own plans," Mrs. Wei said. "Our family is different now. Your second uncle is related to a high-ranking official in the capital, one cousin is a 6th-rank official, and another is about to become a successful scholar. One day, you'll be a lady of the household. Uncle Chen, a merchant, marrying you is quite an achievement. Besides, May can marry into a noble family. What's wrong with you marrying a merchant?" Jiang Youzhao stomped her feet in frustration, unable to explain to her mother. Jiang Yume and Xiao Xia arrived at Jiang Dafu's house. Xiao Xia went directly to Nanshan residence, while Jiang Yumei entered the house. At this moment, Jiang Dafu and his wife, along with Jiang Yushan, were all present. They had also hired a long-term worker to help on their land, so they didn't need to go to the fields all the time. Mrs. Li was very happy to see her daughter return and said, "You came such a long way and brought us so many things. Those items are not just for us. Some were given by old Master Lin, and I also asked my brother to bring some to the Qin family," Jiang Yumei explained. The gifts from old Master Lin for Jiang Dafu's family were exactly the same as those for the old house. Jiang Yushan pulled his sister aside and told her about old Master Lin's gentle policies. Now, everyone in the Jiang family spoke well of him, so he advised his sister to be careful with some matters and not to be too disrespectful in front of old Master Lin. If old Master Lin found out, she might not get good treatment. Jiang Yumei was a bit afraid of him, especially since old Master Lin sometimes used his pipe to hit people. However, they had already gained some benefits yesterday and made that old troublemaker lose face, which made them feel better. After sitting down, the Jiang Dafu and his wife gratefully talked about old Master Lin's arrangements for the Jiang brothers, praising how he was unpretentious, and so on. In short, after spending some time in the Jiang family, old Master Lin had earned everyone's good opinion. Jiang Yumei felt quite helpless about this. "Maisie, they call us old master, great uncle, and madam, but we're not used to it," said Dachuan, who had just entered and called her husband old Master Jiang, her son great uncle Jiang, and also called her madam. Mrs. Li blushed and felt a bit embarrassed. Now, their way of addressing family members had changed. Jiang Yumei said, "Having a son who's an official now, you're basically old master and madam, too. When you have a grandson, maybe he'll give you a phoenix crown and a wedding dress, and you'll become the lady of the house." Mrs. Li smiled broadly and said, "Oh, that's nice. I'm really looking forward to that day." Jiang Dafu added, "We should remember this kindness. Without the Lin family, our son wouldn't have advanced so quickly." Jiang Yumei snorted and said, "Old Master Lin's grandson is someone I saved. His great-grandson is also raised with our help. He's doing this to repay our family's kindness. Some things you just have to accept. There's no need to be so grateful to him." Jiang Dafu, who always listened to his daughter, disagreed and said, "That's not right. He helped us, so he remembers our kindness. We should also remember his help. You can't just ignore the fact that we saved his grandson and disrespect old Lady Lin." Mrs. Li also said, "Old Lady Lin traveled a long way with you and your son to settle here. She must trust you a lot. You should show her proper respect. Again, I must say that the Lin family is very fierce. Luckily, the old master is on your side, so you should take good care of him." Jiang Yumei said, "I really don't want him to come with us. I also don't want to be his daughter-in-law. I only married him because he forced me through threats and violence." When Li Dafu heard this, he became very angry and blushed. He said, "Daughter, once you marry a man, you should stay loyal to him. I thought Lin Daliang was dead and you were lonely, so you wanted someone to care for you and decided to remarry. But now you know Lin Daliang is alive and that you are his wife. You should be faithful to him. Even if you don't want to stay in the big house in the city because of the trouble and want to split the property and live separately, your parents support you. Big families like that are hard for us to live in, and they look down on us. But we can see that the old master treats you well, so you should respect him." Li sighed and said, "Silly Mei, are you still thinking about Uncle Chen? He is really a good man. If only you hadn't opposed Nian Xiaozi so much back then, maybe you would already be together. It's a pity. If you had married Uncle Chen, you wouldn't need to split the property and live separately." Jiang Dafu said unhappily, "You wife, still talking about this? Uncle Chen is good, but so what? No matter how good he is, Maisie can't even think about him. Life is about fate. If it's meant to be, people can come together no matter how far apart. If it's not meant to be, even if they are together, they can still be separated. Looking at it now, it's good that Maisie hasn't been with Uncle Chen yet. If they had been, with the Lin family's influence, Uncle Chen wouldn't have fared well. Wouldn't that be harming him?" He then warned Jiang Yumei, "Don't keep in touch with Uncle Chen. That will only bring trouble." Jiang Yumei softly said, I know it's impossible for us. I stopped thinking about it a long time ago.
It should be like that.
If you want to cut ties, you can't drag things out, Jiang Dafu nodded and said. Then he asked, what about our cooperation with Uncle Chen? We can't do it anymore, right? It should be like that, Jiang Dafu nodded and asked, what about our cooperation with Uncle Chen? We probably can't do it anymore. Originally, I asked about the future in my agreement with old Master Lin. As long as I don't directly deal with him, the business can still go on. From now on, Dad, you should help me more, and the cooperation with Qin Jihong will be handled by you and Song Wang, Jiang Yumei said. Are you willing to continue? And is Uncle Chen willing? Maybe they don't want to have anything to do with you anymore, and they won't continue doing business with you, Jiang Dafu said. No, our grain business has a very bright future. Qin Jihong has high hopes for it. He's a thoughtful person and will keep working on it, Jiang Yumei replied. Jiang Yumei then said to Jiang Yushan, brother is going to the academy to study tomorrow. When passing through Qinghua County, visit the Qin family. There are some things only brother can discuss with him face to face. In a few days, I will ask Song Wankai to go talk to him. She also handed him a small gift and a letter she wrote for Xiao Pengdun, bought in the capital. She also brought 100 small eggs and pickled big goose eggs for old Master Chen. It won't be easy to give these often in the future, so she decided to give more this time. She quietly reminded him of a few things. Around noon, Jiang Yumei returned to Nanshan residence. She went straight to the kitchen to check. Since there were many people at home, only Zhou Shi and Big Sister were busy, so Xiao Xia often helped here too. At this moment, Wan Shi was also helping to light the fire. Seeing Jiang Yumei come in, Wan Shi quickly stood up and called out Grandma, and Jiang Yumei nodded, letting her continue. From this, it was clear Wan Shi was quite good. She followed her man away from the city to the countryside, quietly working without complaints. It's a pity she married Lin Heizhuang, who is quite talkative. Jiang Yumei thought they should hire 2 more people, as there were too many people at home now. Just before mealtime, the 2 old men and Xiao Baozi returned. Old Master Lin immediately called Lin Jin to the old courtyard and said, Granddaughter-in-law, I originally came to bring Master Xuanji to help me look at the feng shui and find a good place to build a shrine and hall. But before I left, I went to invite him, and his disciple told me he had urgent matters in the north. He also left me a letter before leaving. The letter only had 2 words, Yinan, suitable south. I looked around Nanshan residence. The scenery is good, the place is big enough, far from noise, and it's at the southernmost end of this area, just as the master said it should be. So, I want to build the shrine near Nanshan residence. Jiang Yumei immediately objected. If they built a shrine here, wouldn't all the people from the Lin family have to come here? She said, Old Master, we agreed earlier that both the shrine and the old house should be built away from Nanshan residence. Why are you changing your mind now that you've just returned? Yes, we agreed to build it away from Nanshan residence, but the situation has changed now. Master Xuanji said it should be south. The sides here and the south side of the apple orchard. Where else in this area is suitable for the south? Again, the ancestral hall has been built. It's not just for placing the ancestors' tablets, but also to protect the descendants. You also hope that your son and his children will live peacefully and prosperously, right? Don't worry, I definitely won't build the old house here. This morning, I found a piece of land at the northwest corner of the village, bordering Diyuan village. It's a piece of wasteland near the northern side of Shiling Mountain, about 10 acres. I plan to buy that land and build the old house there, the old man said. Thinking about his words, it makes sense. Jiang Yumei is also very superstitious now, truly believing that spirits are above. To ensure her son and future generations live safe and wealthy lives, she wants to agree. But she also feels she shouldn't agree too easily. She needs to fight for some benefits and interest. So she said, Old sir, if the agreement keeps changing, what's the point of making it? You've negotiated many times before with rivals or enemies, right? You've signed many agreements. Do you think you can just change them whenever you want? The old man chuckled. You're right. Those were negotiations with opponents or enemies. But we're not enemies or rivals. We're family. Our goal is to make this family better. Since our goals are the same, whether it's negotiations or agreements, we can reach a consensus. Jiang Yumei nodded gently. That makes sense. But since we're negotiating and signing agreements, it's to make sure both sides are equal and no one gets hurt, right? Seeing the old man nod, she continued, if you break the agreement, I'll suffer. No fool wants to be at a disadvantage, and I'm not that foolish. Let's make it a win-win. You're allowed to break an agreement once, and I should be allowed to break one too, to keep it fair. And this must be written into the agreement, with my master as a witness. The old man was so angry he started puffing his cheeks. Which clause do you want to break? Jiang Yumei smiled and said, time is tight. I haven't decided yet. I'll tell you once I think it through. No. What if it's something I can't tolerate? The old man had never been wronged before, so he was naturally upset. You don't trust me even on this?
I really can't do anything about that.
Think about it. Are you going to build the ancestral hall far away, or agree to my conditions? After speaking, Jiang Yumei turned to go back to the new courtyard. Grandpa, are you trying to threaten me? The old man's face darkened. Anyone who knew him would see that he was truly angry now. But Jiang Yumei was used to negotiating with him, often banging on tables and throwing benches, so she wasn't afraid of his anger. She stopped and said, that's not how you should say it. You were the one who initially called for negotiations. Since it was a negotiation, the results and the matters that must be followed to maintain those results should be written into the agreement. Now, you are the one breaking the agreement first. How can you say, I am threatening you? If you break it, then break it. In urgent times, I am flexible and understanding of your difficulties. I also proposed a solution that benefits both sides, but you refuse. If you keep insisting on doing things your way, then what is the point of us making that silly agreement? The old man was so angry, he jumped in frustration but had no choice. He said to the curious little kid nearby, good grandson, quickly persuade your mother. We need to focus on the big picture. Matters that affect our descendants for generations cannot be decided on impulse. The little kid said, Great-grandpa, yesterday you told me that to be a great marshal, you need to be calm and confident and speak with authority. The old man choked and said unhappily, you little rascal, I love you so much, yet you're helping your mother against me. I'm not helping my mother, the kid said innocently. I'm helping reason, not family. The old man sighed. I used to think that since you're a former marshal, you'd keep your promises and be trustworthy. Now it seems, TSK, you want to change the agreement unconditionally. The rumors might not be true after all, Jiang muttered, clicking his tongue. Although the old man was bossy, unreasonable, and stubborn about not losing face, he still cared about his reputation. He didn't want others to think he was untrustworthy, especially since choosing a site for the ancestral hall was a major family matter. So, he had to compromise. Old Mr. Jiang knew they were talking about family affairs, so he went to the vegetable garden behind to pull out the new wild grass. He had grown fond of this activity. As he squatted pulling grass, the henhouse nearby started clucking. Hens were laying eggs. He stood up, dusted off his hands, threw the wild grass aside, and went to the henhouse. He bent down, reached in, and surprisingly found 5 small, round eggs. He was happily amused when Lin came in to ask him to be a witness. Old Mr. Jiang entered the main hall, ignoring the grumpy old Lin. He said to Jiang Yumei, disciplinarian, why are your eggs smaller and rounder than usual? And the yolks are finer and taste much better. Little grandson quickly said, my eggs and goose eggs are tastier than others, and they're good for health too. My great-uncle ate our eggs and felt much healthier. My great-grandfather used to get sick every winter, but since eating our eggs, he has had fewer illnesses. Jiang Yumei felt a sudden shock. The little kid is smart, but sometimes loves to show off. Now she finally understands, he's just like Grandpa Lin. Your daughter-in-law is very filial, Grandpa Lin snorted. Why would great-grandpa need you to bring eggs to show respect? After speaking, the little boy realized he had caused trouble and quickly said, it's my brother Ji's great-grandfather. Ji and I are sworn brothers, sharing good and bad together. When I get something good, I think of him. When he gets something good, He thinks of me. Our family is poor, and we can't afford sweets or treats, so he brings me things to eat. Jiang Yumei also frowned and said, Old master, you really don't appreciate good people. Knowing these eggs are good for health, I didn't even want to eat them. This morning, I boiled 2 for you, 2 for my master and my son, to show respect. What's wrong? You're still not satisfied? Fine, tomorrow they'll be gone. Good people can't be trusted. Old Mr. Jiang immediately said, I'm not dissatisfied. I still want you to cook for me tomorrow. Such good things, eating more, might help me live a few years longer. My life is precious. Hearing how good these eggs were, Grandpa Lin started to plan and looked upset but said nothing. Jiang Yumei went to the new courtyard to get her own agreement and added a new clause. After both signed, she asked old Mr. Jiang to sign as well. She relaxed, holding the agreement, and turned to leave the new courtyard. Just as she stepped out, her father-in-law said, Daughter-in-law, good things should be kept for our own family. Don't always think about showing respect to outsiders. I advise you to think carefully. Don't cause trouble for some people. Her mood, which was happy from winning the argument, was spoiled by his words. She turned around and told him, Old master, if you really can't stand a quiet life, go back to Beijing. I don't want to serve you. After saying that, Jiang Yumei snorted and went back to the new courtyard. Grandpa Lin was so angry he sat in a chair, panting heavily. Old Mr. Jiang looked at Grandpa Lin, who was furiously blowing his beard, and joked, Old brother, you're thick-skinned and love to take advantage. I guess you didn't get a single benefit this time, huh? This is justice. Retribution always comes.
Haha.
Angrily, old Master Lin scolded, You old man, where have you gone now? You're so stingy and always scheming, and you love to criticize others. At night, Tiger Mother and Tiger Baby returned. Because many new people had moved into the yard, De-chun took them directly to the front yard and knocked on Jiang Yumei's door. Jiang Yumei opened the main door. Her mother and she had already taken a bath outside. When Tiger Baby saw Jiang Yumei, it was so happy that it rubbed its head against her leg. Jiang Yumei bent down to smooth its fur, then they went into the west room together. She also brought out fresh spring water for them to drink. Dog Baby and Flower heard the noise and happily ran over. After the 2 tigers and 2 dogs finished drinking, Jiang Yumei said to Tiger Baby, Tonight, go sleep with the puppies. I have something to talk to your mother about. Tiger Baby looked at its mother reluctantly. Seeing that her mother seemed to agree, it had no choice but to follow the puppies. The puppies, however, were unhappy and thought, We only wanted you to be a big lantern and sleep with us for one night. Is that so hard to ask? After they left, Jiang Yumei sat on the tatami mat facing Tiger Mother. After a moment of silence, Jiang Yumei asked, Tell me, why did you do this? The night I signed the agreement with that old man, I still naively thought you wouldn't hurt me. I didn't think it was your true intention to cause all this. But later, the more I thought about it, the more I felt something was wrong. It seemed like every step I took was part of your plan.
Why?
I trusted you so much, but you treated me like this? Tiger Mother couldn't speak. Of course, she couldn't tell her the real reason. But her eyes showed deep sadness, and anyone could see she was truly upset and sorry. Jiang Yumei continued, Hong Imo was given to me by you before Yuzi went to the army. Green Ji was given to me before I went to Beijing. The jade pendant was also something you told me to wear. These things gradually led that old man here, but they also pushed me into the Lin family. Finally, Jiang Yumei couldn't hold back her tears. She cried, Do you know? I only lived to 35 in my past life. My life was very hard. My parents died when I was very young. The only memories I have of them are the smiles and photos. When I was a child, only my grandparents treated me well. After I turned 18, I never saw them again. From 18 to 35, a total of 17 years, I lived alone. Because of the special circumstances during my growth, I have a tough personality, I am not gentle, I love money, and I don't know how to act spoiled with men. No man has ever truly liked me. Whether during university or after starting work, I have always felt jealous when I see women who are not as pretty or capable as I am, happily showing off how well men treat them. I pretend not to care on the outside. Do you know? Before I died, I never received a single flower. All I got was their mockery, saying I make them wanna when they see me.
Sobi, sobi.
I unexpectedly came here, a widow with a child, and all my hopes were gone. But surprisingly, I found a treasure, a wonderful man who cares for me, helps me, understands me, gives me jewelry, even writes love letters, and wants to marry me. I often think I am lucky to have traveled through time. I believe it's a blessing from heaven.
Sobi, sobi.
Tiger Mother's fierce eyes, surprisingly filled with tears. But I met you, and I blindly followed your instructions step by step, leading to this situation. The only good man I ever wanted to marry in my life, I have forever missed.
Sobi, sobi.
Jiang Yumei cried and vented all her long-held sadness and anger. Tiger Mother gently nudged her leg with her tiger head, as if comforting her or asking for forgiveness. After crying and venting, she felt a bit lighter inside. Seeing Tiger Mother crying so sadly didn't surprise her anymore. Since I've traveled through time, what's impossible? The two of them cried together for most of the night. Jiang Yumei then said, I used to think you were some kind of spirit creature, perhaps someone from the Lin family, who owed you a favor. Maybe you're repaying that kindness. Now I think there might be another possibility. You are part of their family, having traveled into this tiger's body, right? Seeing Tiger Mother silent, Jiang Yumei continued with her guesses from the past days. Maybe you're an ancestor of the Lin family, doing this just to protect them. Or perhaps you're someone from their past who knew about a disaster coming to their family and came early to help them avoid it. Seeing that Tiger Mother only looked sad and didn't react otherwise, Jiang Yumei said, I don't know which situation you're in, but one thing is certain. You sacrificed yourself for the Lin family. Actually, Lin Chongqi is a good man, promising, well-educated, kind to me, Jiang Yumei. But I am not the girl he truly loves. He should marry someone who genuinely likes him. Tiger Mother, I've already brought the old master here. Your goal has been achieved. Could you please signal to that old man to let me go? Mother Tiger shook her head, her eyes showing sadness and a plea for understanding. Jiang Yumei's eyes filled with tears as she asked desperately, Does this family still need me? Have I not done enough for this family? Mother Tiger nodded. Jiang Yumei started crying again, and Mother Tiger also shed tears with her. Both exhausted, they leaned on the tatami mats and fell asleep. In the morning, Jiang Yumei woke up suddenly from a loud scream. Tiger Cub ran into the Little Bun's room, making Little Bun so happy that she hugged it tightly and shouted excitedly. Before leaving, Jiang Yumei quietly said, We've come this far, and I have nothing more to say. But I ask you one thing. She saw Mother Tiger nod and continued, Old Lin often uses Qinjihong to threaten me, whether there's a reason or not. I've already given up on him. Please don't let the Lin family hurt him. No matter what, they must never harm him. I'm afraid that one day they'll be upset or I'll offend them, and they'll take it out on Qinjihong. I can't be with him anymore, but I still see him as family. Even family might not treat me better. I want him to be happy, and I hope there's always a sword hanging over his neck. Mother Tiger nodded again. Jiang Yumei left the West Room. Little Bun saw her eyes swollen like peaches and hurriedly asked, Mom, what's wrong? Who made you sad? Nothing. I was just happy to see Mother Tiger come back last night and was talking to her late, so I didn't sleep well, Jiang Yumei replied casually. The new arrivals, Chun Xing, Chun Tao, Lin Jin, and Jiang Ping, saw the two tigers. Although they were mentally prepared, they still got a shock. But seeing Little Bun riding on one tiger's back, playing with another small tiger and two dogs, they were amazed that nothing happened. Old Master Lin heard that the tiger was back and hurriedly ran to the new courtyard. He saw Little Bun playing on the tiger's back. He approached the two tigers and said, Nyener, come down first. Seeing how serious the old master was, Little Bun quickly got down and was taken by Chun Xing to eat. Mother Tiger looked at the old master, took the lead, and returned to the West Room. He followed inside. Both sat on the tatami mats without speaking, but their eyes seemed to communicate something. After a long while, the old master asked, Was it right to bring the old home here? Ruehu nodded slightly, showing a hint of approval. The old master was surprised and wanted to look more closely, but Ruehu's gaze returned to its usual mysterious state. The old man slightly opened his mouth and slowly, as if exhausted from all his strength, said, "I don't know why, but since 5 years ago, I've been having the same dream over and over. In the dream, I am not there, but the entire Lin family is. Everyone is a few years older than now. Each Xian was implicated in a conspiracy against a prince and sentenced to death for treason. All the other men of the Lin family, including the newborn baby, were taken outside the gate and executed. The women, young ones, were turned into military prostitutes, and the old and young were sold into slavery. The powerful Lin family suddenly collapsed, completely gone. His voice was full of sadness and despair, and tears flowed from his cloudy eyes. Since I started having this nightmare, I have felt my health decline and kept falling ill. I kept wondering if it was because the lucky jade pendant that protected me and our Lin family was lost. Maybe soon I will die, and our family will face such destruction. I was anxious and sent people everywhere to find the pendant," he said, wiping away old tears. "That night when Yenner came, I didn't sleep well. I kept seeing a sad-looking tiger staring at me, and Yenner was right beside it. I got up to check on Yenner, and I found that he had brought back the pendant again. I know there are 2 very intelligent tigers in their family, and Yenna said that even this pendant was given to him by the tiger mother to bring to the capital. As for my illness, even the imperial doctors couldn't find a cure, but after taking Yenner's spiritual medicine, I recovered quickly. I thought that maybe Ruehu was calling me here. If I came here, I would be saved, and our Lin family would be saved too. So I did everything I could to return." The tiger mother seemed to nod slightly again. When Jiang Yumei and old Master Lin went to the west room, she closed the main door to prevent anyone from disturbing them. After breakfast, the little boy, who hadn't been to school for nearly 3 months, started his normal school routine again. Jiang Yumei specifically brought 2 packages. One was for Mr. Wang, containing local specialty candied fruits and a jade inkstone. The other was also filled with candied fruits, meant for his classmates, both older and younger students, 2 pieces each. Jiang Yumei still held her son's hand as she sent him to the door. The tiger boy stayed at the entrance with Jiang Yumei, watching him leave, while the 2 dogs accompanied him as they headed north. Seeing his back grow smaller and smaller, by the pond, his son turned around and waved to Jiang Yumei. I could faintly hear him shout, "Mother, Mother, I will be back tonight." Then he turned back and continued walking until he disappeared into the morning light. This feeling is wonderful. Bright morning clouds, fresh air, warm spring breeze, fragrant grass, and open views. These things are so precious. Only she truly understands. 10 years later, or maybe less, her son might leave her and belong to another woman. But that's enough. This life is much happier than the last. At least she still has her son. This son still belongs completely to her now. She stood there for a while, watching the 2 dogs run back wildly, before Jiang Yumei went back inside. When the old man came out of the west room, his eyes red. It was already noon. The midday sun was very strong. Although it was spring, it still hurt his eyes. He shielded his eyes with his hand to get used to the sunlight. He saw the yard was full of green plants, lively, and full of life. A tiger and 2 dogs were chasing and jumping around. His lovely daughter-in-law was tending flowers with old Mr. Jiang, and some young girls were helping water nearby. The nightmare was over, the disaster at the Lin family was over, and everything was moving in a good direction. That was enough for him. The old man happily paced toward the old courtyard. When old Mr. Jiang saw him come out, he didn't greet him but headed to the backyard. He quickly followed. After a few steps, he turned back and pulled Jiang Yumei aside, whispering, "Disciple, you should let Tiger's wife go with you to fetch the 1,000-year-old spring water. My flowers and plants are waiting for help." Jiang Yumei nodded and smiled in response. For lunch, they had rice, pickled fish from South Lake, braised pork, assorted marinated dishes, fragrant goose leg, and 2 vegetarian dishes. During the meal, old Mr. Jiang said, "Old brother, Why do I always feel this rice tastes so much better than before? Originally, old Master Lin was thinking about Ruehu and was quite proud of his wise decision. But after old Mr. Zhang's reminder, he also felt that the rice was different from usual. He nodded and said, "You're right. This rice is much more fragrant and sticky." Daughter Dia, who brought over the white fungus chicken stew, said, "This is Qinghua fragrant rice, grown by our grandmother herself. Not only is it more fragrant than other rice, but it's also high yield. We harvest much more per acre." Don't underestimate old Master Lin's many flaws, but one thing no one can deny is that he is a good official who cares for the country and the people. When he heard that the rice was both delicious and high yield, he saw it as a great benefit for the nation and the people. While mentally planning, I heard Dia say, "Don't you think our baked bread tastes better than others? Our flour is ground from wheat grown by Grandma herself. Our wheat is both tasty and high-yielding, and it matures earlier than others. In about 10 days, we can harvest it." Old Master Jiang said, "Your bread and soup dumplings are better than anything I've had before. I thought it was your skill, but it turns out it's the good flour." Dia replied, "Our skills are good, and our flour is also good." Old Master Lin told Dia, "Tonight, I want to eat plain steamed buns and noodles." Dia nodded and agreed, then went to the new courtyard. After lunch, Jiang Yumei pretended to take Tiger Mother, Tiger Baby, and the 2 dogs, carrying a jar. She also called Song Wangkai, who was carrying a shoulder pole, and they all went to Nailing Mountain. Tiger Mother, the puppies, and Huahua still had 2 small buckets hanging on them. They followed Bihu Creek up the mountain. It was spring, and weeds were everywhere. The 2 tigers led the way, followed by Song Wangkai, then Jiang Yumei, with the 2 dogs on either side. They reached a deep pond and used buckets to scoop water. A nearly 2-foot-long fish jumped into the bucket, seemingly unaware it was dead, making Song Wangkai and Jiang Yumei very happy. Song Wangkai said, "Grandma, this is a good sign. The god of wealth probably won't be able to resist jumping into our home." Jiang Yumei laughed and said, "Great. We won't stop him. We'll welcome him with open arms." They returned home loaded with fish. Jiang Yumei secretly placed a large water jar in the main hall, filling it with spring water. After a nap, old Master Lin was eager to see the 100 acres of wheat Jiang Yumei had in Dewan village. He asked Lin Jin to go call Old Man Song to bring a bullock cart for the trip. Lin Jin first asked Jiang Yumei for permission, since Old Man Song was her man. She was a bit annoyed, thinking, "What is that old man planning? It's my property, and he has nothing to do with it. Why is he so concerned?" But since he only wanted to look and didn't say anything else, she nodded and agreed for Old Man Song to take her. When Old Man Song arrived at the back courtyard to get the bullock cart, Song Dachuan, the temporary gatekeeper, reported that Li Yuanwei and Li Lijing from Donghe village and Zhao Dizhu and Zhao Lijing from Shihe village had come to visit. Old Master Jiang was impatient but thought that since he would be living here in the future, he should build good relations with the local leaders. He nodded and said, "Please, and tell Song Old Man he doesn't need to bring the bullock cart. We probably won't go until tomorrow. Call the Grand Anne again. Just in time. The official has arrived. We can now buy the land we need." Mr. Jiang was originally planning to go with us to Dewan village to see the wheat fields, but now he can't go. He doesn't like to bother with strangers, so he told Jiang and others, "Let's go see my flowers and plants. Ruehu has returned, but I don't know if my apprentice has brought back the 1,000-year spring water." Then he left with his people. Li Yue's son, Magistrate Hanhua Li Xianfang, specifically informed his father that he must take good care of the relationship with Old Master Lin at Nanshan residence. He used to be a high official in the capital. He didn't dare to say what kind of official, because Old Master Lin had warned him not to reveal his true identity. Li Yui then called his nephew, Li Lijing, to go with him to Nanshan residence, bringing gifts. Just after crossing Bishui Bridge, they saw Zhao Landlord and Zhao Lijing carrying gifts, heading to Nanshan residence, and decided to go together. Zhao Landlord also heard from relatives in the county that Old Master Lin was extraordinary. Although he didn't know exactly how, He thought they couldn't afford to offend someone like that from the countryside. So, carrying gifts, he called Zhao Lijing to visit together to boost their courage. Li Yuai, Li Lijing, Zhao Landlord, and Zhao Lijing went together to visit Nanshan residents. Old Master Lin warmly received them. Seeing how nervous they were, trembling in their legs, he joked kindly to help them relax. After exchanging polite words about the weather and scenery, he directly said he wanted to buy land here to build an ancestral hall and an old house, and also to do good for the villagers by establishing a Lin clan school. When Zhao Lijing and Zhao Landlord heard this, they were overjoyed. If the Lin family settled in Shihe village, there would be many benefits. Having a big figure who could speak with the court would mean they could enjoy favorable policies on taxes and military service. Plus, if oppressive officials tried to bully the people, they wouldn't dare to do so here. Zhao Lijing quickly stood up, trembling as he expressed a warm welcome for the Lin family to settle in Shihe village. He even offered to sell the land cheaply, or give it away for free. Old Master Lin waved his hand. No need for cheap prices. Whatever the land is worth, that's what we'll pay. The Lin family never fights over profit with the common people. Li Yuai and Li Lijing were stunned. How could there be no mention of Donghe village? Such an important figure would be a huge loss if they didn't involve Donghe village. Li Yuai quickly stood up again to express his opinion. He said Donghe village was larger, had better feng shui, and was wealthier. He pointed out that the revered Lingji Temple, which attracts many worshippers, was located on East Spirit Mountain. He strongly urged the Lin family to settle in Donghe village. Zhao Lijing and Zhao Diju were unhappy. They were openly trying to weaken the other, which was very dishonest. They stood up and scolded them for being unkind and selfish, always doing bad things that hurt others. Seeing the two sides about to argue over the Lin family land, Old Master Lin quickly waved his hand, telling everyone to stay calm and sit down first. Then he said, "In my eyes, Shihe village and Donghe village are both my homes because they share water. Look, between the two villages, 3 bridges have been built over a small river, showing how close they are. Nanshan residence is in Shihe village, but my granddaughter-in-law's business is in Donghe village. Our Lin family has ties to both villages. So, let's build the ancestral hall near Nanshan residence in Shihe village. I already found a good piece of land there, about 20 acres of wasteland near the northwest border of Shihe village, next to Dawan village. Our Lin family house will be built there. The Lin family school will be in Donghe village. From now on, children from both villages who go to school will pay half the usual fees. The top 5 students in the school will be exempt from fees and will get free pens, ink, paper, and brushes, with the Lin family covering the costs. If any student from the school passes the imperial exam to become a scholar, we will also give 20 taels of silver to help them go to the provincial capital for the exam." Everyone was very happy. In the future, families from both villages wouldn't have to spend so much on their children's education, especially poor families, who now had hope. Jiang Yumei had already arrived. Listening to the old master's inspiring words, she thought, this old man really knows how to talk, even better than singing. After the old master finished speaking about the promising plans, Jiang Yumei said she planned to buy land south of Bishui Bridge, whether in Donghe village or Shihe village. Old Master Lin nodded and added, "Let's also buy a piece of land north of Bishui Bridge in Donghe village to build the Lin family school." He also mentioned that his grandson Lin Daliang had once been saved by someone and was still alive. So, the grave of the so-called Lin Daliang might contain someone else's bones. Since he had been praying at that grave for many years, it was a kind of fate. He thought the grave was still there, but he wanted to replace the tombstone with one that had no name. Of course, his people would handle this, but it should be announced by the 2 village officials so everyone in the village knew that the grave was no longer connected to Lin Yan. They decided to do it right away. Zhao Yuanwei suggested they start dividing the land now, and Old Master Lin agreed. The 4 of them brought gifts, mostly local specialties or wild game, which Old Master Lin accepted. When they left, he also asked Lin Chu to give them some special products from the capital. They happily accepted and took the items home to show off to the officials in the capital. Song Wankai, Old Song, Lin Jin, and Lin Chu went with them to divide the land and exchange silver, but since it was late, they decided to go to the county the next day to handle the formalities. The Lin family wanted to establish a clan school, which had many good conditions, and they spread the news quickly between the two villages. This was very important to each family's interests. People were very happy, especially the poor, who kept thinking about old Lady Lin. When Jiang Yumei later visited Jiang Dafu's house, she heard Li say that everyone in the village was praising the old master, and some even wanted to set up a long-life tablet for him. She thought this old man really knows how to boost his reputation and gain face. But overall, it was good for the children in both villages. The old man had done a good deed. Jiang Dafu also said nearby, "Old Master Lin really is great. He did a big favor for our village. There are many rich people, but not many who do good for the local folks." Now, old Master Jiang was very proud. He spent his days taking Lin Heizhuang around everywhere. Many people had never seen old Master Lin, or were so scared they didn't dare speak when they saw him. But when they saw old Master Jiang, they showed their respect for old Master Lin by thanking him for finding a good match for the family and doing these good deeds for the village. What was most surprising was that for a long time after Jiang Yumei, whenever she left the house, she could see some vegetables, eggs, wild fruits, and mountain mushrooms at the door. The villagers expressed their gratitude with simple actions. Also, it turned out that Lin Daliang was not dead, but was saved by someone. He had forgotten what happened after losing his memory and hadn't come back to see his mother and son. Now, the news that he had recognized his mother and the family had spread like wings. In the past few days, big news from both villages kept coming one after another, shocking everyone. Especially at dusk, people would come out with big bowls, talking about surprising things happening at Nanshan residence. One morning, Jiang Yumei learned painting with old Mr. Jiang for an hour at home, then went to the kitchen to discuss with Mrs. Zhou how much food to prepare for the two old men. Early that day, Lin Jin and Song Ping said the two old men weren't feeling well last night because they ate too much. From now on, the food for the two old men would be limited, whether staple food or meat dishes. For those who couldn't control their appetites, only limited portions would be served. When Wan Shi brought over 2 small bowls of rice and a few small dishes, both old men were unhappy. "Just have Jiang Yumei go over and speak." Old Mr. Jiang said sincerely, "Apprentice, can't you show more respect by offering more food and meat to your master? We've only eaten well for 2 days before you start being mean to us. If this gets out, it won't look good for you or Yunyener." Old Master Lin was more straightforward. "Granddaughter-in-law, you eat in big bowls and take big bites of meat, but you give us these small bowls and plates, not even enough to fill a gap between your teeth. Take all this back. We want the big bowls and basins we had yesterday." Jiang Yumei snorted coldly. "You really don't know how to appreciate kindness. I'm only doing this for your good. If you want to eat more, your stomach needs to be stronger. As long as you don't have diarrhea at night, we'll give you any size of bowl or basin." Her words made both old men blush. Last night, they got up multiple times to go to the toilet, not wanting to do it inside the house because it smelled bad. They had to ask night guards Lin Chu and Song Lang to help them to the backyard outhouse, and they even argued over it. Shameful. Old Mr. Jiang pointed at Jiang Yumei and said through clenched teeth, "Granddaughter-in-law, can't you speak more politely? Like a village woman, daring to say anything that comes to mind. Aren't you ashamed?" Old Master Lin said with wide eyes, "I'm a village woman. Do you expect me to speak nicely? If you think I'm shameful, go back to the capital." "I don't want to serve you," Jiang Yumei replied. "We've only had this much rice these days. If you want to eat, eat. If not, feel free. There's a big restaurant in Chinatown, an hour's ride by ox cart. You can go there to eat." Hearing this, the two old men decided to stay and eat here. Though the portions were smaller, the food was delicious. They sat down again and picked up their small bowls to eat. After Jiang Yumei left, the two old men pointed at Lin Jin and Song Ping and scolded them loudly. Old Mr. Jiang called them spies like Lin Heizi, always reporting to the master. This made Wan Shi and Lin Xiaodao blush deeply and almost cry. In the afternoon, since old Song hadn't returned from the county to handle the land deed, the two old men asked Daju to drive the cart to Dawan village to check the wheat. When the ox cart entered the village, it took a detour to the Jiang family's old house, and also called Old Master Jiang over. Along the way, they saw large fields of wheat turning golden, which made everyone feel happy. Most of these fields belonged to Zhao landlord, who was inspecting his crops. Seeing their ox cart pass by, he greeted them politely and got on the cart. After passing Dawan village, they saw a large stretch of farmland ahead, with many people gathered in the distance. Daju pointed to the crowded area and said, "Old sir, that's where Grandma's land is." They got off the ox cart and arrived in front of a wheat field. Many farmers stood along the ridge, pointing at the wheat and talking loudly. A few people pushed into the crowd and saw that these wheat stalks were thicker than others, and the wheat ears were larger and heavier, bending lower. Old Tan was standing happily in the field, and when he saw Old Master Jiang and Dachuan, he quickly walked up the ridge and said, "Old Master, you're here. Look at how well this wheat is growing. The yield per acre should be much higher." He then asked Dachuan, "Does Lady Lin have any instructions?" Dachuan hurriedly introduced, "This is old Lady Lin, the great-grandmother of Brother Nian. She came today to see how the wheat is doing." Old Tan, having heard rumors from the village, quickly bowed and said, "Good day, Old Master." The Old Master hummed and, with Dachuan's help, stepped down from the wheat field. He plucked a wheat ear and rubbed it in his hand. Although he was a military general, he knew a bit about farming because the former emperor often took him along when inspecting agricultural work incognito. He rubbed the wheat grains to see if they were larger and plumper than others. He then tasted a few, and indeed, they were more fragrant. He nodded and asked, "How much higher do you think the yield per acre will be compared to other fields?" The old farmers on the ridge chattered excitedly. "It will definitely be higher, at least over 6 sure." 6 sure? Old Lady Lin was excited. This was a matter that benefited the country and the people. If promoted nationwide, the strength of Dakong would greatly increase, and the treasury would fill up quite a bit. Another farmer asked Old Tan, "Will your master sell us the same kind of wheat seed as Qinghua fragrant rice? When Uncle Chun comes to buy at a high price." Old Tan said, "I don't know about that. I'll ask for you. Old Tan, please speak well to your master for us. We want to buy this kind of wheat." The farmers started talking excitedly again. "Why is it related to Qinjihong?" Old Lady Lin snorted coldly, thinking she should go back and find out for sure. After inspecting the wheat field, everyone returned to Xia village. Back at Nanshan residence, they rested for a while. Then it was time for dinner. 2 bowls of vegetable porridge, 2 small steamed buns for the family, and 4 small side dishes. The 2 old men didn't dare complain about the small portions. They ate heartily. Although the food was simple, it was full of flavor. Old Mr. Jiang looked at old Head Lin, who seemed lost in thought, and said with a click of his tongue, "My disciple can be quite refined sometimes. He can paint a tiny mouse so charmingly. But other times he's too, saying all kinds of village slang. Sometimes he is very clever. Look at the wheat and rice. He can tend them better than others grow theirs. Sometimes he is also very silly, not noticing that you, young man, are planning something again." Old Mr. Lin ignored him and said to Lin Chu, "Go invite the eldest grandmother to come here." Then he told Mr. Jiang, who was eager to watch the fun, "My great-grandson has started school. Since you have enjoyed many good meals there, you should also go and give him some guidance on his studies." Such obvious dismissal. Mr. Jiang couldn't stay any longer, so he led Jiang and the others to the new yard. On the small bridge, he just happened to meet Jiang Yumei. He whispered to her, "Disciple, that old man is up to something again. Be careful." After sharing this secret, he went to check on his flowers and plants. He was happy to see they looked healthier than before. Then he happily went to the small study to explain articles to the little boy. Now, Mr. Jiang also enjoyed teaching that young child. He never thought that a rough old man like Mr. Lin could have such a clever and quick grandson. The boy understood things instantly, and even Mr. Jiang was surprised by his insights. Jiang Yumei listened to Mr. Jiang and was stunned for a moment. She looked at Lin Chu, who didn't say much, just smiled. What new tricks was that old man up to? Jiang Yumei pondered on the bridge for a moment, steadied herself, then went back to the old courtyard with Lin Chu. Jiang Yumei sat in the main hall while Lin Chu poured tea, and then left. Granddaughter-in-law, your 100 acres of wheat are growing very well. Even I, who don't know much about farming, can see they are different from other wheat, old Mr. Lin said cautiously. Our wheat is a bit different from others, mainly because of the seed, Jiang Yumei explained. This type of wheat was bought by Chen Jihong from a foreign trader during his business trips. The trader also told us about special treatments for the seeds. That's why our wheat turns out better than others. She then explained that the premium wheat and fragrant rice were much more aromatic and produced higher yields per acre than other wheat and rice. Old Mr. Lin nodded. Farming is the foundation of the world. Throughout history, agriculture has supported the people. Every ruler has focused on it. Only then can the country be wealthy and have enough food. Growing such crops is a great achievement for both the country and the people. I will write to the court to promote this crop nationwide. Jiang Yumei was upset. She had worked hard to make a good profit. If the government promoted this crop, she wouldn't have much to do anymore. The experienced women who crossed over are quietly making money, so why are people criticizing me before I even start earning? It doesn't seem to fit the story at all. So I hurriedly said, Old sir, if we want to promote, we should wait until we earn enough silver first. Promoting now is like trying to swat mosquitoes blindly, wasting effort. Old Master Lin said, My family has plenty of silver. We don't need women to earn silver. Who still complains about having too much silver? What's the thing in the world that's never enough? It's silver. Jiang Yumei said, besides, no matter how much silver your family has, it's still yours. But what I earn is my own. You name a price, I'll pay you silver, and then we can report this to the court for nationwide promotion. This is for the benefit of the common people, a great project that will bring prosperity for generations. Old Master Lin said. Jiang Yumei thought to herself, they're just trying to gain political capital, but they talk so nicely about it. She replied, This isn't just my family's matter. The main person for this high-quality wheat and Tsinghua fragrant rice is Chen Jihong. Chen Jihong and I have already signed agreements with several villages and some large landowners to sell the seeds. We can't break the agreement. What agreement? Old Master Lin asked. Jiang Yumei explained that she and Chen Jihong had signed contracts with 3 villages and some big landowners to sell the seeds. Just business people chasing profit. Thinking of such schemes, Old Master Lin snorted. Old sir, we are pursuing profit, but it's through our hard work and wisdom. Unlike your wealthy families, who don't need to toil or rack their brains and can get what they want through force or power. Not every wealthy family resorts to force, at least not ours, Old Master Lin said firmly. Jiang Yumei sneered. Your family wouldn't? Look at the shoe business. After working so hard to earn so much silver, most of it ended up in your wealthy family's pockets. Don't pretend you don't know about it. Oh, he really does know. So, she said with less confidence, we didn't take that silver for nothing. We used connections and made arrangements. These are also worth silver. Besides, we only took a little, but most of it ended up in your family's pockets. That's exaggerated. Old sir, you think only your family takes it? There are 6 families in total. Each earns at least 10,000 taels a year. That's how hard we work. The designs I painstakingly created haven't even earned 1,000 taels yet. And you not working hard easily took so much. Why do you look down on our pursuit of profit? Whenever Jiang Yumei mentioned this matter, she would become very angry. A few words made the old man lose his confidence. Throughout history, noble families and high officials always did this. Merchants seek protection and connections by giving large sums of money, and they help get things done. He used to think taking this money was normal. But today, it seems they are even more prominent than merchants. I didn't expect so many families to take it, and so much, the old man said weakly. Jiang Yumei rolled her eyes and thought, just pretend. With your small salary, you can easily come up with 10,000 taels to pay people? She then added, I know you're pushing for these crops to benefit the country and the people, but at least we should make some money. Also, the soil is different, so the taste or yield might vary. We need to test and find out. Give us some time to pick the right places, understand their characteristics, and then report to the court for nationwide promotion. The old man thought this made sense and realized rushing might not be good. Then 3 years. Give you 3 more years. After that, report to the court and promote widely. Jiang Yumei thought if the old man reports this to the court and Qin Jihong is responsible for the promotion, Qin Jihong will no longer be just a simple merchant. He might even become an imperial merchant. She said, I have no problem with that, but the main person responsible for these 2 crops is Qin Jihong, and he must agree. The old man said, didn't he come when we harvest wheat?
I want to meet him then.
If what you say is true, I will also help you get good prices and prevent the wealthy families and imperial merchants from interfering. If they get involved, most of the money will end up in their pockets. Then, like he had suffered a big loss, he added, but if you make a lot of money in these 3 years, it seems I have nothing to do with it? The old man's tendency to avoid losses showed. If you, old sir, participate in this, I can allocate 30% of my profit to my son as his private money, Jiang Yumei said shamelessly. The old man chuckled angrily. If it's under your son's name, it has nothing to do with me. You women always think about taking advantage without losing, and your face is too thick. How is it not your business? My son is your great-grandson. Isn't your great-grandson yours? If your great-grandson has it, then you have it too. At Nanshan residence, you can eat as much as you want from your great-grandson. Now, everything you eat belongs to me. If I give you food, I do it willingly. If I ever get upset, I might cut off your supply, Jiang Yumei said fiercely. The old man thought for a moment and agreed. Giving the money to Nyener meant giving it to his main heir, which made him feel more confident living here. He nodded and asked to increase the share to 50%. After bargaining, they settled on 40%. Jiang Yumei countered, not because she was reluctant to give the little buns so much, but because she was used to not wanting the old man to have an easy time. The old man thought for a moment and then started to criticize Jiang Yumei. With all your effort promoting the good quality wheat and fragrant rice, you still haven't forgotten that man named Chen, have you? Jiang Yumei was unhappy. She wanted to scold him harshly, but then she thought that if the old man wanted to stir trouble with Qin Jihong, Chen wouldn't really be in trouble. So she held back and said, Old sir, I know you are clever. You've served 4 generations of emperors and earned their favor. Only someone like you, Lord Lin, could do that, right? I can't outsmart you, and I admit defeat. I'm just a woman, under your watch. What tricks could I play? Even if I wanted to do something reckless, I wouldn't have other ideas. Since I signed the agreement with you, I've given up my previous hopes. Now, I only want to raise my son well. I know you are wise, and you see things more clearly than I do. The old man chuckled. You're good at praising and insulting at the same time. I like hearing that. I hope, as you say, that giving up some hopes is good for you and everyone else. I always separate work from personal matters. If that Chin guy really has the ability to manage these crops well, I wouldn't overlook him. Grain is much more important than military boots. If he does a good job, he'll be more promising than that Chui kid. Jiang Yumei's face darkened. Old sir, if you keep bringing up Qin Jihong, I'll lose my temper. It's you who made me give up my hopes, but it's also you who keeps mentioning him. I told you we have nothing to do with each other anymore, yet you still bring him up and criticize him. Now I see that Lin Heizhuang's gossiping mouth is just like yours. The old man chuckled twice, his eyes full of scheming. He stroked his beard and said, My daughter-in-law, I know you're a good girl who respects her elders. Though you speak sharply, your heart is kind. Hearing the old man flatter her so openly, Jiang Yumei became alert. Old sir, I know I'm a good person, but I don't need you to praise me so much. Some things you can say openly, but if you can't, it's best not to say anything. Otherwise, I might lose face too and feel embarrassed. The old man's beard twitched again. You start to refuse before I even finish talking. Truly, you're very filial. After thinking for a moment, he couldn't help but say, Daughter-in-law, I just want a small jar of the Millennium Spring water and 100 small eggs. I want to send them back to the capital so they can try something new. Jiang Yumei immediately jumped up. raising her voice, "You're stealing. You know how dangerous it is to get the Millennium Spring water, wolves, insects, tigers, leopards, wild boars, and big bears in the mountains. We risk our lives every time we go. How can we just give it away? And my small eggs are limited. We need to supply a certain number of people daily. We can't just produce so many at once. You're really asking for a lot, speaking such big numbers." The old man was so angry that his stomach hurt. "If you're afraid of danger, then let Lin Jean and Lin Chu go fetch the Millennium Spring water." "That won't do. The spring water can only be obtained by those with the right fate. If you don't believe me, try asking Tiger Mother to take them." Jiang Yumei had already negotiated with Tiger Mother. Many things could only be handled by her. Others wouldn't do. Old Lin truly believed this because he could feel it. Since he saw Ruihu that day, Ruihu's expression had been very indifferent whenever he visited again. Even until last night, before Ruihu went up the mountain again, neither he nor the little tiger sat together like the first time to listen to him talk. The little tiger was adorable and very friendly, but still far from the bond between Myener and her mother. So, old Lin put aside his pride and told Jiang Yumei how the Grand Madam was dignified and virtuous, how she cared about the big picture, and how she was working to elevate the Lin family from a wealthy landowning family to a noble clan. He also wanted to give the old lady some nourishing food to improve her health, so she could enjoy life later. Seeing that Jiang Yumei still wasn't convinced, the old man felt helpless and told her, "This family still relies on the old lady to hold things together. If something happens to her, my eldest daughter-in-law is reckless and loves to cause trouble. It's not impossible to use filial piety to manage the grandson far away. I think if we keep the old lady healthy, it will be easier for us here." Jiang Yumei listened and thought his reasoning made some sense. She had also heard from little Baozi that this old lady was kind and gentle, at least much better than that county princess's aunt. Giving her some things was fine, but nothing more. Besides some food and drink for her, she didn't want to fill anyone else's stomach. The last two people bargained again, giving a bottle gourd filled with 1,000-year-old spring water and 20 small eggs. The old man still thought it was not enough and pouted, saying, "That's just a little thing. You can finish it with one sip." Jiang Yumei rolled her eyes and said, "Why do you drink it all at once? Just take a small sip every couple of days." Time suddenly moved to the end of April. Jiang Yumei's wheat was almost ready for harvest. The golden, heavy wheat attracted many curious farmers. Chen Jihong told Jiang Dafu and Song Wang that they would continue doing business. When it was time to harvest, he would come to the countryside. The cooperation would follow the same model as last year's Qinghua fragrant rice, and they would sign contracts with farmers and landlords as before. Lin went to deliver spring water and small eggs to Beijing and returned. On the way, he also brought 2 scholars from Sichuan Prefecture. The Lin family ancestral hall was also finished, about 200 meters from Nanshan residence, near the junction of Dongling Mountain and Nanling Mountain. The Lin family clan school in Dongha village was nearly complete. After the Li family and others knew about it, they stopped holding their own clan school. Mr. Wang came directly to the Lin family clan school to teach and manage all affairs. The 2 new scholars were named Sun and Wu. Mr. Sun was a Jiren recommended scholar, very knowledgeable. Since he had failed to pass the imperial exams several times and had invested all his family's money, he gave up trying and came here to teach. Both men had families and planned to settle here. People in the village were very happy to hear that a highly educated Jiren was teaching at the clan school. They spread the news quickly. Not only neighboring villages wanted to send children to study, but even families from Qinghe town wanted their children to come. The small courtyard next to Nanshan residence was also finished. The 2 old men moved in, along with Mr. Zhang's thriving flowers and plants. However, during the day, the 2 old men preferred to go to the old courtyard, play with chickens, geese, and sheep, and tend the vegetable garden. Now, mostly Lin Jean and others carried water over, and the 2 old men took care of watering the fields. Each courtyard was given a name. The old courtyard was called Old Garden, the newly built one was New Garden, and the large yard was Nanyuan. That evening, fiery clouds covered the top of Shilling Mountain. Farmers carried hoes and baskets, walking home one after another. Children led their ducks and white geese in a line along the small path. Suddenly, dust rose from the trail behind Dongha village as 5 tall horses sped past, heading south. The villagers of Dongha village looked at the 5 soldiers in uniform and discussed loudly, "What's going on in Nanshan residence this time?" When 5 horses passed by 3 children, they ran a few meters and then suddenly stopped and turned around. Xiaobazi, Senzuzi, and Liangzi, who were walking home from school toward Basui Bridge, saw the people dismount from their horses. One of them shouted, "Son, come here quickly." Xiaobazi recognized the voice as very familiar. When he looked closer, he saw that the caller was his father, Lin Changqi. He was momentarily stunned, then grinned widely and shouted, "Dad," running quickly over. Lin Changqi scooped him up, spun him around a few times, and Xiaobazi giggled happily. Another person called out, "Liangzi, don't you recognize Uncle San?" Liangzi was surprised. The strong, dark man knew his name and called him Uncle San. Upon closer look, it was indeed Uncle San. Liangzi ran forward, and Sun Sanqiang also lifted Liangzi onto his horse before mounting himself. Only Sanzuzi was left alone. Jiang, smiling, said, "Sanzuzi, come. Uncle Jiang will let you ride the big horse." Then, the horses galloped south again. Nearby, a farmer who had once hunted with Lin Dalong heard the boy call Dad. He realized that the man must be Lin Dalong. Then he thought about the man just now. Although he looked more heroic and imposing than Lin Dalong of the past, he still resembled him. The man loudly exclaimed, "Wow, this is incredible. Lin Dalong is back. Lin Dalong is alive and back." It turned out that the foolish Lin Dalong, who didn't even know his own name, had returned this time riding a tall horse in full military gear. And judging by his outfit, he must be an officer. After all, he was the grandson of a government official. How could he not be an officer? News spread like a tornado from Dongha village to Shiha village. Meanwhile, Lin Changqi and the 3 children crossed Basui Bridge. Jiang Yumei left Sanzuzi at her doorstep and returned home, while Sun Sanqiang and Liangzi also went back to their own houses. Lin Changqi, Xiaobazi, Lin Hu, and Lin Bao continued heading south. Jiang Yumei was at her door, waiting with 2 dogs and a tiger. Seeing the fiery sunset lighting up the grassland ahead in bright red, she imagined her son running across that glowing grass to her. A smile couldn't help but appear on her face. But instead of seeing her son grow from small to big, she saw 3 horses approaching from afar. Xiaobazi's voice rang out from a distance, "Mother, mother, my dad is back. My dad is back." As soon as he finished speaking, the horse arrived nearby. Lin Changqi dismounted first, and then helped the little boy down. He walked over to Jiang Yumei, grinning, and said, "Ame, I'm back." Jiang Yumei was momentarily stunned, nodded, and pointed to the new courtyard on the left side of the main garden, saying, "Oh, General Lin, your grandfather is in the new yard." Lin Changqi seemed not to hear her and, holding his son, directly bypassed her and entered the south garden's main gate. Jiang Yumei turned to follow him but saw Lin Changqi leading the little boy toward the main house. She felt a bit scared he might take over the main room like last time, so she quickly stepped forward and blocked him, speaking firmly, "General Lin, this is my and my son's room. As a grown man, you shouldn't come here. If you're visiting your grandfather, there's a side door to the left, or you can go out the main gate and turn left to find a small door." Lin Changqi's smile faded as he walked, replying, "Nanshan residence is my son's property. I have the right to live in the main room openly and honestly. If you're willing to live together, I would be happy." Jiang Yumei was furious at his attempt to take her house again. Her legs felt weak, and she shouted, "Lin Changqi, building Nanshan residence wasn't easy for me, and I suffered a lot to get it built. Now you come back and want to take my house. That's too cruel." Startled, Lin Changqi turned around and saw Jiang Yumei's face turning pale with anger, her lips trembling. Seeing her upset, the little boy, unhappy, shook off Lin Changqi's hand and ran to hug Jiang Yumei, saying to Lin Changqi, "This yard was built by me and my mother with our hard work. Don't try to take our house. If you want to live somewhere else, go ahead. Caught off guard, Lin Changqi awkwardly said, You woman, where are you imagining things? I just wanted my son to formally pay his respects and bow 3 times in the main hall. I, Lin Changqi, am not so bad that I would want your little tiled houses. I heard you love money, but I didn't think you loved it this much. Shut up, Jiang Yumei yelled. I love money. I don't work to earn money, and we rely on my family's charity for food. We live in a leaking, broken hut, and my son can't go to school. We have to go up the mountain every day to pick wild vegetables and gather firewood. Hearing this, Lin Changqi felt a pang in his heart and said, Sorry, I was wrong. After speaking, he strode into the main room and sat down in the central seat. He looked at the little boy outside and said, Son, come and kowtow to your father. The little boy pouted and came in, kneeling to bow 3 times to Lin Changqi, saying, Son, Lin Yen greets father. Lin Changqi nodded and took out a small, clear jade horse ornament from his pocket, handing it to the boy. He said, Son, you and your mother have suffered so much over the years. Sorry for not finding you earlier. Your father will make it up to you in the future. The boy stood up, took the jade horse, and lowered his head, saying, I don't need you to make it up to us. Just don't upset my mother. Last time in the capital, she was very sad after seeing you. Now that you're back, she's upset again. If this continues, I'd rather you not come back. Lin Changqi pulled the boy close and patted his head, saying, Your words make your father very sad. I also don't want to upset your mother. She gets angry every time she sees me. After a moment, he sighed and said, Of course, it's not her fault. She's probably suffered a lot and resents me. You should try to comfort her more and think more openly about some things. Don't cling to the past. If she's unhappy, we all suffer. Let's look forward and put aside our worries. It's best for the family to live happily together. Jiang Yumei entered the room and said, Lin Changqi, we've divided the property and moved apart. Why are you still saying these things to your son? I think things were good recently. You do your part, I do mine, and we don't bother each other. If you miss your grandfather or your son, you're free to visit anytime. But only if you don't come into my sight or disturb my normal life, okay? Lin Changqi looked down at the boy and said, Son, go find great-grandpa first. I have something to talk to your mother about. The boy shook his head and went to Jiang Yumei, grabbing her sleeve and warning Lin Changqi, I won't go. If I leave, what if you start bullying mother again? Lin Changqi was surprised and pretended to be angry, saying, Naughty boy, don't you trust your father? Your mother is so strong. Even if I wanted to bully her, I couldn't. He said bully with a teasing tone and a mischievous smile. Jiang Yumei looked at Lin Changqi unhappily and said, What are you talking about in front of our son? Then she softly told the boy, It's okay, son. Go to the new garden first. Mother has something to discuss with your father. Little Baozi nodded, then took a few steps and turned back, handing the small horse to Jiang Yumei. Mother, keep this little horse safe. It looks quite valuable. If you like it, you can keep it and play with it. After saying that, she left the main room and went to the new garden with Lin Hu and Lin Bao. Lin Changqi looked at Jiang Yumei. Husband is back and you don't even pour a cup of tea? Jiang Yumei snorted without replying and sat on another chair. In the yard, Spring Apricot and Little Summer saw Lin Changqi and Jiang Yumei arguing and had already gone far away. Lin Changqi helplessly poured himself a glass of water, drank it all in one gulp. He had been traveling for several days and was very thirsty. After finishing the water, he looked at Jiang Yumei and slowly said, Mei, you are my wife. Whether we divide property or not, whether we stay or leave, you are always my wife. That status will never change. That document is just a piece of paper. To me, it's nothing. In this life, I want to keep you as my wife. He then looked outside the door and saw the sunset about to fall behind Shilling Mountain. Mei, look at that sunset. No matter how brilliant it was before, it will fall soon. Life is the same. Decades pass quickly, and we should cherish it. I know you've suffered a lot these years, and have someone else in your heart who helped you. Since you and that person can't be together anymore, for the sake of our son and ourselves, let go of the hatred and resentment in your heart. Look at me sincerely and try to accept me again, okay? Jiang Yumei sighed helplessly. Lin Changqi, do you think we can still be together after all that has happened? My heart now only belongs to one person, my son. Your father keeps bothering me, and now you're here again. I beg you, please don't say these things anymore. You are so talented and handsome, and many women want to marry you. Why bother coming to me, a village girl? Lin Changqi looked at Jiang Yumei and sighed deeply. I know. My grandfather and my family made you sad. He forced you to stay in the Lin family, and I know that made you hate me more and pushed us further apart. He's an elder, and although I know some of his actions are wrong, I can't control him. But I truly care about you with no other thoughts, just pure love for you. Ame, I've been remembering many old things. I want to live well with you and enjoy that simple, happy life again. Sometimes I even think that if I could resign from my official position, I would be willing to stay here forever with you. But at least not in these 10 years.
Please give me some more time.
When Yenner and some of the Lin family's younger generation can take on certain responsibilities, I will resign and come to Nanshan residence to be with you. What do you think? Lin Changqi, you just don't understand. My heart is now as calm as still water. Besides my son, I only want two things, to paint and to earn money. I don't need others to keep me company. I feel it's good enough to live alone now. Although your father sometimes acts crazy, I only see him as a client. Oh, a guest. It's a bit annoying, but since it's just a business relationship, I can handle it. I don't want anyone else to bother me, especially someone I can never give what they want. That would drive me crazy, Jiang Yumei said, frowning and raising her voice. Lin Changqi shook his head and said, Ame, we are still young. Saying that your heart is like still water is a bit too early. We still have many years ahead. I will wait and work hard. Even if your heart is like a stone, I will find a way to warm it. Then he stood up, stepped closer, and leaned down to whisper in Jiang Yumei's ear, I think about you day and night, but I am willing to wait until you truly accept me. After saying this, he turned and left without looking back, heading toward the new garden. Only after Lin Changqi left did Jiang Yumei realize she had been teased. She wanted to scold him a few words, but was afraid others might hear. She was so angry she mentally cursed at him with circles and crosses. Lin Changqi walked along the corridor, surrounded by birdsong and fragrant flowers, lush and green. It felt so nice here, her gloomy mood slightly improved. He passed through the side gate into the new garden, which was even more beautiful with blooming flowers, catching his eye. He saw two old gentlemen with rosy cheeks leisurely tending to the plants, while his son helped water the flowers nearby. He hurried over to bow to Old Master Lin and Old Mr. Jiang, then said to Old Master Lin, Grandpa, your complexion looks much healthier than when you were in the capital. The old man chuckled and said, Of course. The water and air here are good, and my daughter-in-law is a kind and wise woman. Naturally, my health has improved. Remember this kindness and bring her over quickly. Lin Changqi thought to himself, it's not that easy. Ame looks at me like I'm a hedgehog. She hates me so much her teeth itch. Even in the entire Dekong dynasty, only you, old man, have the nerve to stay here so comfortably. Mr. Jiang shook his head and said, My disciple is not so easy to persuade. It's probably harder than climbing to the sky for my great-nephew to change his mind. Old Master Lin said unhappily, You old fellow always likes to pour cold water. My daughter-in-law is stubborn but kind-hearted. Then he turned to the little bundle of joy nearby and said, Good great-grandson, you should help your father win your mother's heart sooner. That way, you might have a little brother or sister. The little bundle had always admired that last year. The third pillar had a new, fragrant sister. Excited, he asked, Great-grandpa, is that true? If mother stops being angry with father, can she give me a fragrant little sister? Old Master Lin laughed loudly, Of course. So you need to help too. The little bundle hesitated. He also wanted to help his father, so he'd be happy and maybe have a sister. but helping his father might make his mother unhappy, and he didn't want to do anything that would upset her. He shook his head and said, "I won't listen to you, and try to trick my mother." "Oh, silly great-grandson. I'm not tricking your mother. I'm thinking of you and your mother. A family should be peaceful and happy. Constant arguing is so tiring," old Master Lin said earnestly. You're just trying to fool these little kids. You've schemed against her so much, and now you want her to live happily with you? That's impossible. Only a shameless old man like you would think that," Mr. Jiang interrupted, happily leaving to tend to other flowers in the backyard, making old Master Lin fume with anger. They talked for a while, then Lin Changqi asked Lin who to take the little bundle out to play while he and the old master had a private talk. After returning to the capital, Lin Yiqian handed in his military token and was appointed as Xiaobao by the emperor. Later, he submitted a petition to resign from the position of left commander of the Central Army. The emperor initially refused twice, angry that Lin Yiqian was unwilling to share the burden of state affairs and wanted to avoid responsibilities at a young age. On the third time, he officially resigned, citing that years of fighting had seriously weakened his health. The emperor finally agreed reluctantly. The court was quite displeased with Lin Yiqian's resignation, but since Lin Yiqian was very obedient to his grandfather and believed that this was better for the Lin family, they accepted it. Later, the emperor promoted Lin Changqi to vice commander of Western Sichuan province. The original plan to help his grandson had not been so grand. He also appointed Lin Yizong as transport commissioner of Jiangnan, a very lucrative position. The emperor's actions not only compensated the Lin family, but also showed that they valued practical skills. It seems that the Lin family made a good move this time. The former general of Sichuan province, Fan Wu, was transferred to the Ministry of War as a minister, while Li Ziyuan, Li Huayan's father, was promoted to general of Sichuan province. The old master was very pleased with this arrangement. Fan Wu was chosen from a group of new soldiers and had been trained closely by him for nearly 10 years. The old master stroked his beard and said, "Now you are the youngest vice-general in our great Kang dynasty. But since you are opening a government office in Jincheng Prefecture, you should have a lady in charge of the household. Your grandson has decided to have Nurse Wei help manage household affairs in Jincheng. They should be on the way now," Lin Changqi said. He didn't mention that his mother had used various methods to persuade him to take a concubine to manage the household. At first, she wanted him to take a noble concubine, but Lin Changqi refused and argued with her, making her desperate. Later, she secretly had a maid climb into his bed while he was drunk, but he kicked her out and she fell and broke her arm. After dinner, Lin Changqi suggested visiting his father-in-law and mother-in-law. Old Master nodded and said, "Yes, you should visit them. Your mother and son are grateful for their help. After visiting your father-in-law and mother-in-law, you should also visit your great-grandfather from the Jiang family, who is the head of the family." The little boy led Lin Changqi to the Jiang Dafu family and the old Jiang residence. They talked for a while, and by the time it was the hour of the pig, around 9 p.m., they happily returned to Nanshan residence. Seeing his son heading to Nanyuan, Lin Changqi picked him up and carried him under his arm, walking quickly toward the old garden. He said, "Since I rarely come home, I want to spend more time with you. When I leave, you'll have plenty of time to be with your mother." The little boy, lying happily in Lin Changqi's arm, giggled non-stop, feeling something new and exciting. At night, Jiang Yume lay alone in bed, looking out the window at a crescent moon hanging diagonally in the sky. She was not used to her son being away and felt lonely, a deep solitude that only seemed to belong to her past life. She thought that when her son turned 7 in June, he should sleep alone in the East Wing. Deep down, she was reluctant and unaccustomed, but she knew her son would grow up and eventually leave her, belonging to another woman. She needed to adjust her mindset and gradually get used to living alone. Fortunately, she lived among green mountains and clear waters, studying, painting with her master. In the future, she would find solace in her paintings and the landscapes. In the early morning, Lin Changqi took the little boy to the West Wing restaurant in Nanyuan. Jiang Yume was already sitting at a table, with 2 bowls of fermented rice with eggs, a plate of crispy cakes, a plate of soup dumplings, and 2 small side dishes on the table. Lin, who, walking behind, saw only 1 chair left at the table. He quickly brought over a chair from the wall so Lin Changqi could sit down. Lin Bao then went to the kitchen and brought Lin Changqi's breakfast here. Jiang Yumei saw Lin Changqi and immediately thought about eating somewhere else, but then she reconsidered. This is her territory, and she shouldn't retreat. Nanyuan is her stronghold. If she gives it up, what will happen next? Jiang Yumei was very angry inside, but gracefully finished her meal. She ate half as much as usual. Seeing the little bun eating eagerly, she said, "Son, eat slowly. It's still early." Lin Changqi ate very politely and looked up at Jiang Yumei, saying, "Yesterday, I invited your parents, grandparents, and your uncle's family for lunch at our house to thank them for taking care of you and your mother over the past few years. Please get the kitchen ready." Lin Changqi, this is my home. Deciding whether to invite guests is my decision as the host, Jiang Yumei said unhappily. Do you need to interfere, like a busybody? Why are you so upset? I invited your family. It's just a simple meal. If you really don't want to, I can invite them to Qinghe restaurant instead. But you should also attend. After speaking, Lin Changqi saw the little bun finish eating and went to take him. Come on, Dad will ride the horse to take you to school. Mother, the little bun looked at Jiang Yumei. He wanted to go, but was afraid his mother would be angry. Jiang Yumei thought that it's natural for a young boy to want to spend time with his father, so she nodded. Seeing the father and son leave, Jiang Yumei sat there feeling upset. This feeling was not good. Everyone was coming here to give orders. Did they think she was just a decoration? But the guests had already been invited, and she couldn't just say they couldn't come for a meal, especially since they were family. She could only gather herself and ask Zhou to make arrangements. Last night, Mother Hu and Baby Hu went into the mountains again, taking the puppies and Huahua with them, so she wasn't worried about scaring the Jiang family. After everything was arranged, she went to the new garden painting room to learn painting from old Master Jiang. Lin Changqi rode his horse to send the little bun to school. At Bishui Bridge, he met Sanjuzi and Liangzi waiting for the little bun, so he took them along. The 3 of them crowded on one horse. Lin Changqi almost sat on the horse's rear, but he managed to squeeze in. At the school gate, he helped them down. The other students looked on with envy, their eyes turning red. The little bun was very handsome. After saying goodbye to his father, he walked into the school confidently. Lin Changqi first returned to the old garden, handed the horse to Lin, who then went to the south garden. Seeing that the garden was quiet, he asked Chun Xing, who was cleaning the rooms, "Where is our great-grandmother?" "She goes to the new garden's painting studio every day at this time to learn painting from Mr. Jiang," Chun Xing replied. In Beijing, Lin Changqi had heard that Jiang Yumei had taken Mr. Jiang Xiaolan as her teacher. This was a big news story a while ago. At first, the Lin family didn't believe it, but after carefully reading old Master Lin's letter, they confirmed it. Although they found it hard to believe and felt a bit jealous, especially Lin Changyu, who was quite unhappy, they had to admit that the Lin family's great-grandmother had become a talented disciple of Jiang Xiaolan. The Lin family was seen differently now, with a stronger scholarly aura. Jiang Yumei never expected that after she left, her family and herself would become the talk of the streets in Beijing. Whether in restaurants, tea houses, noble families, or humble households, even the palace, people would discuss it from time to time. It was said that the eldest son of the Marquis of Jinbei, Lin Changqi, lost his memory 8 years ago and married a village girl in the countryside, with whom he had a son. Recently, the village girl brought her 7-year-old son and traveled thousands of miles to find her husband in the Marquis of Jinbei's residence in Beijing. Unexpectedly, the Marquis's family, grateful for her virtue, did not dislike her humble background and even recognized her as the legitimate wife of the heir. Even more surprisingly, although the village girl was uneducated, she was wise and righteous. She knew she was not worthy of the title of the Marquis's wife, so she voluntarily asked to divide the property and return to the countryside. Even more surprisingly, the old Marquis, moved by her wisdom and virtue, followed her and their son back to the countryside to live out his days. Even more astonishing was that Jiang Xiaolan, the most respected scholar of the Dakong dynasty, was moved by this uneducated but wise village girl. He broke his rule of not taking disciples and accepted her as a student to improve her knowledge and skills, so she could someday stand proudly beside her husband and enjoy a happy life. Now, a play called Gratitude and Repayment was popular on the Beijing stage. It told a touching story about the Marquise family, the village girl, and the talented scholar, celebrating true goodness and beauty in the world. The most handsome man in Beijing, Lin Changqi's wife, finally found her place. Although this made many noble ladies jealous, it greatly boosted the confidence of humble young women. Think about it, if a girl from a remote mountain village can become a phoenix from a sparrow, then surely she is not inferior. Jiang Yumei did not realize that she had already become a role model for humble girls striving to improve themselves. As soon as she entered the painting room, the scent of ink filled the air. The previous feeling of frustration in her heart disappeared completely, replaced by clarity and purity, with no distracting thoughts. Old Master Jiang often praised his unique eye for art, believing he had a good apprentice. Because Yumei not only quickly understood the techniques and themes taught by her master but also improved and added her own ideas. Her paintings always amazed the old master, showing deep meaning, skill, and originality. The old master often chuckled happily, saying, "Very good. In the future, you will surpass your teacher." Master Jiang was best at landscape painting. Figure painting was a bit weaker. Now, seeing that his apprentice could help him improve in this area, he felt very happy. Lin Changqi stood under the tall camphor tree on the left side of the new garden, looking toward the window of the big painting room. The carved window lattice was open, and he saw Yimei leaning over her painting at the window. At this moment, Amei still looked the same, but she appeared a bit thinner. Her face showed seriousness and determination, even a bit strong and tough, quite different from her gentle and calm appearance before. Time had not left many marks on her face, but it had changed her personality. This made Lin Changqi feel guilty. He thought that if he had found them earlier and prevented them from suffering so much, perhaps Mei wouldn't have changed so much. However, her serious look also fascinated Lin Changqi. Yet, her stubborn and strong nature made him feel helpless. Would this Mei, after all she had gone through, still accept him again? An hour quickly passed. Today, Yumei was painting a young girl chasing butterflies. The scene showed an 11 or 12-year-old girl wearing a bright dress with flowing sleeves, rosy cheeks, and lively almond-shaped eyes. She was holding a round fan, trying to catch a colorful butterfly among the flowers. After finishing the last, Yumei was satisfied. She put down her brush, stretched her stiff neck, and looked up. She saw Lin Changqi standing under the tree, staring at her intently, without blinking. Falling leaves drifted onto his head and shoulders, swirling around him. He was so annoying who stares like that. Yimei rolled her eyes ungracefully and reached out to close the window lattice. With a loud bang, the sound startled old Master Jiang, who was watching the painting nearby. He put down his brush and said, "Apprentice, why are you so heavy-handed? You scared your master half to death." He looked up and saw Lin Changqi standing stiffly under the tree, like a statue. Lin Changqi realized he had been too impulsive in peeking at the lovely lady and had upset her. He blushed and turned his head away, reluctant to move to another spot. Old Mr. Lin, who was playing Go alone at a stone table in the garden, glanced at his irresponsible grandson and loudly scolded, "Silly boy, are you dazed? When you see someone finish painting, you should turn your head earlier. Honestly, how did I raise such a foolish grandson? You're embarrassing me." This remark made the others in the garden laugh. Lin Changqi felt very embarrassed but dared not argue with his grandfather. He could only brush off the fallen leaves from his shoulder, trying to hide his awkwardness. At noon, the Jiang Dafu family arrived first. Soon after, everyone from the Jiang family's old residence came, including Jiang Yushu from the county town, and even the youngest Jiang Yiji was carried in his arms. They were first invited to the new garden. The sun was shining brightly, warm and pleasant, not scorching. They sat in the courtyard drinking tea and chatting. The scent of jasmine flowers drifted through the air, making everyone feel very comfortable. Old Mr. Zhang's garden had many famous peonies. Their blooming flowers swayed in the spring breeze, and the lush green grass underfoot shimmered in the sunlight. The beautiful scene made Jiang Yume relax and smile. The two elders, the head of the Jiang family and old Mr. Lin, talked happily, praising their grandchildren. Others also laughed and chatted, and the gathering in this beautiful garden seemed peaceful and friendly. Little Wei's big mouth was probably keeping the family's secret safe, so she didn't dare speak. Before leaving, old Mr. Jiang warned her that she could only eat and drink, and during other times, she wasn't allowed to speak at all. So, she covered her mouth when she smiled. Lin Changqi sat nearby, trying to find topics to talk with the Jiang family. Although they had few common interests, Jiang Yu often made jokes, so the scene wasn't too quiet. Jiang Yume held Xiaoxiu in her arms, teasing her with candies. Children's hearts are always pure and touching. Jiang Yume fixed a small flower in her hair and occasionally pinched her little ears, rubbing her cheeks with her own. The girl giggled happily. While chatting with the Jiang family, Lin Changqi also kept glancing at Jiang Yume. He thought it would be wonderful if Mei had another daughter. That way, after his son left the garden, there would still be a cute girl to keep her company. To his surprise, his heartfelt gestures gained him many points. Mr. and Mrs. Jiang and Wei's family were even more pleased with him. After the warm and friendly chat, everyone went to the South Garden for a meal. The West Wing restaurant set up 2 tables for the banquet, one for the men and one for the women and children. In the countryside, there were fewer rules, so no screens separated the tables. At the dining table, old Master Jiang announced that in 2 days, there would be a flowing banquet at their home to celebrate his grandson Zhang's promotion. He invited the 2 elder gentlemen and Lin Changqi, who gladly accepted the invitation. Originally, the gathering and banquet were about to end happily. Only the men had finished drinking, and as they started eating, Xiao Wei's wife, happily eating, forgot to close her mouth and said something inappropriate. She overheard Jiang Yume instructing Chuanqing and Chuntao to serve dishes to show her, calling their names. Xiao Wei's wife became upset and loudly said, "I say, Maisie, even if the eldest lady is inexperienced, she should know that servants' names shouldn't be the same as the master's. Your family servants are called Xing and Tao, so doesn't that make my family's Tao and third uncle Xing the same as the servants? You should have changed those taboo names long ago, but you didn't. Are you doing it on purpose? Even if you're now Lady Lin, you're still a girl from the Zhang family. You once fought with Auntie Zhao over Master Chen, and now as a lady, you come to step on your own sisters. People like you are really hard to find. Are you holding a grudge against your family?" Her words not only embarrassed Jiang Yume, but also made all the Jiang family members, except the 2 children, blush with anger. Jiang Yozhao was humiliated and furious, and Lin Changqi's face darkened. Seeing everyone's expressions change, Xiao Wei's wife suddenly remembered old Master Jiang's instructions and quickly covered her mouth with her hand. Old Master Jiang suppressed his anger and, blushing, said to old Master Jiang, "Brother, our family is unlucky. We married a daughter-in-law who doesn't know her place, and she's brought shame to the Jiang family. Our Maisie is a rare good girl, modest, respectful, and wise, known far and wide. How could she do something so disgraceful? Everyone says she's a good girl, but this foolish woman has tarnished her reputation. It's my fault for not guiding her properly." After speaking, he kept shaking his head and sighing. At this moment, Zhang Dashua's face turned as red as pig liver. Zhang Dafu and Mrs. Li's faces were even worse. They wished they could slap Xiao Wei's wife to death. Old Master Jiang waved his hand and chuckled, "Brother, people are different. Flowers come in many colors. It's not strange to have someone in the family who isn't impressive. Chi-Chi and I both know how good my granddaughter-in-law is, and we trust she wouldn't do anything inappropriate. We won't blame her just because of others' words." After everyone awkwardly finished their rice, they all stood up, ready to go home. Old Master Lin and Old Master Jiang took the Jiang family members to the courtyard. Lin Changqi and Jiang Yumei saw them off at the gate. Mrs. Li looked at Jiang Yumei with worry, afraid her daughter might be upset. Jiang Yumei shook her head at her, indicating everything was fine. On the way home, Mrs. Li couldn't help but scold Xiao Wei harshly. Xiao Wei knew she had caused trouble with her sharp tongue and didn't dare to reply. Jiang Dashue kept accompanying Jiang Dafu to give a gift, saying that after they got back, they would carefully deal with that foolish woman. When the Jiang family returned to the old house, Jiang Dashue kept her promise and gave Xiao Wei a hard beating, hitting her until her face was swollen and her nose bleeding. Afterward, she was sent back to her mother's house. Xiao Wei cried bitterly and refused to leave. Jiang Dashue directly dragged her outside and locked the door. Xiao Wei was proud and didn't want to cry outside the door, so she planned to find another way when she got back to her mother's house. Later, everyone from the Jiang family went to help at Jiang Dafu's house to prepare for the upcoming banquet. Even Jiang Yumei asked Wan Shi and the newly bought Jin Shi to help. Because Jiang Yumei had gone with Lin Changqi to Jinzhou to take up a position, she was now a 6th-rank official. Sun Sanqiang was also promoted to a 9th-rank officer, so the Sun family planned a banquet 3 days later. Unexpectedly, Zhao Sanhua, who was brave and fearless, saved his superior and was promoted to an 8th-rank official. However, he did not return home and continued to guard the northern border. The young men from Shihe village who went to serve in the military were mostly alive, except for the 29 who had died. 2 of them had lost an arm, and 1 had lost a leg. They were still on their way back home. In Donghe village, Li Simek was also alive, though he had lost 1 ear and 3 fingers. Despite his injuries, he had 5 acres of good land, and finding a good girl should be easy. After the Jiang family left Nanyuan, Lin Changqi's face still looked grim. Jiang Yumei bypassed Lin Changqi's stern face and went to the main house, muttering about that fool in her mind. She wasn't worried about how Lin Changqi might treat her. She was afraid they might cause trouble for Qin Jihang. She decided to find a good opportunity to make them understand that in Mother Tiger's eyes, Qin Jihang was untouchable. As Jiang Yumei approached the main door, she overheard Lin Changqi bitterly saying behind her, "So you also took the initiative to steal someone? How can you face your husband like a pure maiden? Jiang Yumei, I really don't understand. I've spent over 20 years saying good things to you, but you still treat me so coldly and ungratefully. Is that Qin guy really that good? So good that you're obsessed and shamelessly steal men?" Jiang Yumei turned around with a serious face and said to Lin Changqi, "I used to not chase after men, so I don't need to explain myself to you. Now I act like a pure girl, and you're right. I do want to remain pure. This is how I will live my life. As for the kind words you said, I don't want to hear them. There are many women in the world, so go talk to whoever you like." After speaking, she went into the main room and closed the door. In the yard, Lin Changqi was so angry his face turned red. He really wanted to kick open that door. Old Master Lin had already gone to the side door of the new garden, but then he turned back and quietly said to him, "You silly boy, you're really too close to the situation. Haven't you seen what kind of person your wife is? She's like a needle. She's hard to bend and will surely people. I believe she might be sharp, but I don't think she would steal someone." After saying this, he slowly returned to the new garden. Lin Changqi looked at the closed door and snorted before returning to the old courtyard. The next morning, the little boy was waiting for Lin Changqi to go to the southern garden for breakfast. Lin Changqi patted his son's head and said, "Son, you go eat with your mother. I don't feel well today, so just eat something in the old garden." After his son left, Lin Changqi ate breakfast alone in the thatched hut, but he couldn't enjoy the food. He believed Jiang Yumei wouldn't do anything to steal someone, but hearing her words made him feel uncomfortable inside. What made him angrier was that May not only refused to explain, but also said things that hurt him deeply. Meanwhile, at the small dining room in the west wing of the southern garden, the little boy was eating and asking his mother curiously, "Mom, why didn't Dad come to eat breakfast with us today? Isn't it better that he didn't come? If he came, I wouldn't have enough to eat," Jiang Yumei said easily.
"Oh,
Mom, the night before last, before Dad went to sleep, he asked me a lot about you. He said you suffered a lot and told me to take good care of you. But last night, he didn't say anything and looked serious, like he was thinking about something. He even turned over in bed in the middle of the night, which kept me from sleeping well. Mom, I think Dad really wants to live a good life with you. The little boy hesitated and shared his feelings from the past 2 days. Jiang Yumei thought it was time to tell her son the real situation at home and her true feelings. She sighed softly and said, "Son, your dad and I will never be like other parents. Our family won't have the same kind of life as others. I know you're a smart boy and you understand some things. I won't make you hate your dad or the Lin family, nor will I make you distance yourself from them." The daughter knows that hating family members is very tiring and painful. Because of this, she will have her father's love and support from relatives in the future. However, she does not want to be too involved with the Lin family and does not wish to live with her father and mother. She prefers to live the way she is now, raising her child well, watching him grow up and succeed, and then starting her own family. That is enough for her. Little Baozi nodded heavily and said, "Mother, as long as you're happy, I will live however you want. I will always stay with you." Jiang Yumei pulled her son over, gently touched his face, and said with reluctance, "You won't always be with me. When you grow up and your wings get strong, you'll go out to pursue your future. But I can take you along when I go to chase my dreams. I know you don't like the Lin family, and I don't like their people either. We can save money and buy our own house. If I go to work at the government office during the day, you might feel lonely, but I will marry a wife and bring her home to keep you company. She can have a daughter for you to play with. I know you really like your younger sister, who smells nice." Little Baozi shared his hopes with his mother. Seeing how serious her son was, Jiang Yumei smiled happily. When was the last time she felt this happy? She held her son's face and kissed him twice, saying, "My son is so filial. I look forward to you marrying a wife and having a daughter to honor me." Little Baozi also kissed Jiang Yumei twice, then grinned and said, "Mother, why do I feel like you haven't kissed me so hard in many days?" "Oh, really? From now on, I will kiss my son like this every day," Jiang Yumei said with a smile. She thought to herself that she should cherish these moments while her little boy is still small, because once he grows up, it will be harder to do. Today, Lin Chongqi did not come to bother her or ask to send little Baozi to school. After eating, Jiang Yumei took her son to the door, watched him walk away, and disappeared into the morning light. Sending her son to school was both a responsibility and a pleasure for her. Lin Chongqi had not appeared in front of Jiang Yumei for 2 days. She was glad about that, as she could enjoy her breakfast peacefully and continue to send her son to school. Lin Chongqi finally appeared in front of Jiang Yumei again because they were going to take little Baozi, along with old Master Lin and old Mr. Jiang, to the Jiang Dafu family's house for a flowing banquet. Today's celebration was a big event for both villages. The banquet not only invited people from Shihe village, but also from Donghe village. Mr. Wang and the 2 new gentlemen also planned to come for the wine, so the school was closed for the day. The Jiang family invited Li Yuanwei and Li Lijing from Donghe village, Zhao Dijua, Zhao Lijing, and Dr. He from Shihe village, along with a few elders from Zhang's family to sit in the main guest room with 3 important figures from Nanshan residence. 2 tables were set up in the east wing, one for the 3 gentlemen and some other lesser VIP guests, accompanied by Jiang Dafu. The other for the in-laws and some first-class VIP guests, accompanied by Jiang Dashua. The female VIP guests, along with Li and Wei families, dined in a private West Wing room. Jiang Dafu's courtyard was large enough to hold 16 tables. The male guests there were accompanied by Jiang Yuyu and Jiang Yushu. 4 tables of female guests and children were attended by Jiang Yumei, Jiang Dao, and Jiang Yutao, the sisters. In the kitchen, Zhou led the senior maid, Xiaoxia, Wan, and Jean in busy work. Chuanxing and Chuntao served tea and water, while Lin Heizhuang and Dachuan ran errands. Today, most of the people from Nanshan residence were involved. Just before dinner, Chen Er arrived to give a gift, and no one knew how Chen Jihong found out. Dachuan quietly called Jiang Dafu outside. Jiang Dafu invited Chen Er to sit and eat, but Chen Er refused, saying he dared not. After presenting the gift, he left without eating. This banquet became a topic of conversation for a long time afterward. It wasn't because Jiang Yuyu had become an official, nor because the good wine and dishes at the table were the best in Shihe village over the years, but because of the former Lin Dalong. Although Lin Dalong once had a good appearance, his eyes were dull and pure, slow to react, giving an impression of foolishness. But at the banquet, Lin Dalong showed no trace of that foolishness. His movements radiated agility, strength, and authority. He still wore a smile, but it was often intimidating, making people afraid to look directly at him, except for his old friends from 8 years ago. Zhao Tiekue, Sun Daqiang, Wang Yufu, and others, who used to hunt with Lin Dalong, came to Zhang's house and went to the upper room to find Lin Changqi. They didn't know his true position, only that he was probably 2 ranks higher than Jiang Yuyu, which was already impressive. Seeing Lin Changqi sitting there, although he looked much more mature and changed a lot in temperament, he still looked like the original Lin Dalong. Zhao Tiekue first smiled and said, "Dalong, do you remember us? Coming back, you didn't even come to drink with us." Sun Daqiang and Wang Yufu also smiled and said, "Dalong, recognize us. Who's who?" When Lin Changqi saw them, a sense of familiarity rose in him. He stood up, stunned for a long moment, and suddenly felt a bit clearer in his mind. They opened their mouths and smiled, then one punch hit Zhao Tiejun's chest, and they called out, "Big Brother Zhao." Zhao Taijun smiled and said, "Good. You haven't forgotten me." Lin Changqi then patted Sun Daqiang's shoulder and called out, "Big Brother Sunday." Next, he gave Wang Youfu a punch and said, "Your big brother Wang." The 3 of them laughed loudly, remember now?
Come on, let's go outside and drink.
Lin Changqi knew these men had helped Jiang Yumei and her son a lot, especially Zhao Taijun, who had even saved Jiang Yumei. So, he went out with them from the main house, chatting as they walked. "I've been itching to go hunting again someday." The others immediately agreed. Just then, Sun Laohan, the father of Sun Daqiang, who had come out from the east wing, overheard. He quickly went over, ruffled Sun Daqiang's hair, and scolded loudly, "You 3 troublemakers, don't drag Daliang into this. Daliang is now a government official, and his life is much more precious than yours." His words made everyone in the yard laugh. Sun Daqiang, who hadn't been scolded in public for a long time, felt quite embarrassed. They found a table in the yard, and a few young men came over, started drinking heavily, eating big pieces of meat, and talking loudly. Lin Changqi seemed to have returned to the carefree days of 8 years ago, no longer proud or commanding, and joined in their laughter and drinking. Jiang Yumei thought that Lin Changqi now seemed more down-to-earth, no longer showing the arrogant attitude of a noble son or a high-ranking official. The banquet was a simple meal. Once everyone was full, they had to leave the table, as others were waiting to eat. Zhao Taijun and the others, who were tall, had big appetites and good drinking capacity, kept drinking while others had already left. Finally, those waiting to eat at their table became annoyed and said loudly, "Looks like we queued in the wrong place. We should have lined up at another table. They've already had 2 rounds, and these guys are still shamelessly staying here, like hungry ghosts. Eating for free without shame." Their words made the other table burst into laughter, and Zhao Taijun and the others blushed, so they had to leave the table. But they weren't done drinking yet. After leaving, they discussed going to Jiang Daqiang's house to organize another feast and keep drinking. Sun Daqiang loudly called Su Shi over, Zhao Taijun called Huang Shi, and Wang Youfu also called his wife, Sun Shi. Seeing Su Shi taking a little longer to get up because she was talking and laughing with others, Sun Daqiang raised his voice and urged, "Hurry up. Why is your wife so slow? Go home and prepare a few more dishes. We haven't had enough to drink, brothers." Su Shi smiled and scolded, "Look at what you're saying. You're offending people. Those who know will tell you that you all eat and drink more than anyone else. You're just happy and want to drink some more yellow wine. People who don't know might think Uncle Secondjong's family hasn't been feeding you well." Sun Daqiang quickly smiled and said, "I was wrong. It's hard to see Brother Lin again, so I'm happy and want to have a few more drinks. When Lin Changqi saw Sun Daqiang, Zhao Tiekue, and Wang Youfu all called their wives over loudly, he felt quite proud. So he also slurred and called out to Jiang Yume, look, everyone is following their husbands. Why are you still sitting and eating? Come on over. Jiang Yume had been busy serving guests and just started eating. Now she was holding a big piece of fatty pork and putting it in her mouth. When Lin Changqi shouted, everyone looked at her, making her feel very embarrassed. She smiled foolishly, put the meat in her mouth, and didn't want to embarrass Lin Changqi in front of everyone, so she had no choice but to stand up reluctantly and follow the four men, Su Shi, Huang Shi, Sun Shi, and another man, who were walking a bit unsteadily towards Sun Daqiang's house at the village entrance. Lin Hu and Lin Bao also followed behind. After walking a while, Lin Changqi turned around and saw they were coming too. He said unhappily, "Why are you following me? Go back, all of you." Jiang Yume didn't want them to go back. When she heard Lin Changqi slurring his words, she knew he had drunk too much. What if he passed out? She couldn't carry him home herself. So she quietly told them, "Come back later, hide in another room so he won't see you." When they arrived at Sun's house, everyone who had gone to drink had already returned. They happily led the men to the main hall, while the women went straight to the kitchen. Because Sun's family was preparing a banquet for tomorrow, there was lots of food. The kitchen was full of prepared dishes, some ready-made. They just packed some peanuts, sliced some pickled and braised meat, and stir-fried 2 vegetable dishes. Sun Daqiang brought out some wine for tomorrow, and everyone started drinking again. Even Sun Sanqiang joined in. Sun's father knew Lin Changqi was much higher in rank than Sun Sanqiang. Seeing only a few dishes brought out, he scolded his daughter-in-law unhappily. "There's so much food at home, and you only bring out this little? It's embarrassing. Go get more dishes." Su Shi blushed and wanted to prepare more food. Jiang Yume grabbed her and smiled at Sun's father, saying, "Uncle Sun, the dishes on the table are enough. When they were at my house, they ate more than others. If I make more, they'll just fill their stomachs and burst." Everyone laughed. Several men drank for more than half an hour, and even Sun Daqiang, who was the best drinker, started to speak unclearly. He patted Lin Changqi on the shoulder and said, "Brother Daliang, I want to tell you, my wife and little Nian have had a hard few years. Life was tough." Zhao Tieshue continued, "Orphans and widows being bullied. That's a feeling I've known. It's just hard. Not only do we struggle to eat and stay warm, but the worst part is being bullied. We can't even sleep peacefully at night." After a few words, his eyes turned red. "When I was young, my mother raised me. Some relatives didn't help us, the orphan family, but instead had bad plans to take our land. They forced my mother to remarry to steal our property, and at night, they even scared us with ghost stories. Every night, my mother hid scissors under her pillow. You can imagine how much suffering my wife and little Nian endured. Yes, a few years ago, they often got bullied by Guzi and some bad boys in the village. Luckily, my wife became more assertive later, or who knows what would have happened." Wang Youfu shook his head. "If it weren't for Tieshue happening to meet when my wife fell into Bichuan Creek, she might have been bullied to death. When she fell into the water, Tieshue saved her, and she was barely breathing. Old doctor, he said it was dangerous, but luckily, she regained consciousness after 3 days of coma," Sun Daqiang said. Lin Changqi was already drunk and feeling upset. Hearing them talk about Jiang Yume and her son's suffering made him feel even worse. He suddenly opened his mouth and vomited. Jiang Yume and the others, along with Lin Hu and Lin Bao, heard the noise and hurried inside to help Lin Changqi, who was leaning on the table. Jiang Yume shyly apologized to Su Shi, saying, "Sister Sun, I'm sorry. Look what we've done to your family." Su Shi waved her hand and said, "It's nothing. Men drinking is like this. You should help Brother Lin back home. We'll tidy up here." Lin Hu and Lin Bao helped Lin Changqi up and led him out of Sun's house. As the wind blew, Lin Changqi seemed to become more alert. He called out, "Ame, Ame," then pushed Lin Bao away, raised his head, and stretched out a hand toward Jiang Yume, saying, "Ame, come quickly, help me."